I'm sorry, Sasuke. You always break your promises, big brother. You abandoned me again, big brother. But it doesn't matter. You'll destroy the Konoha you loved so much. Since you're no longer here, no one can stop me, can they? Every time I see this it breaks my heart. Sasuke, I wish I could go to your world and protect you. Ming looked at the helpless Sasuke on his phone, his heart aching. As a devoted otaku, Ming's favorite anime was Naruto. He had been following it since his freshman year, and even his roommates had picked up some knowledge about it through his influence. Having waited all day for the latest episode to update, he hadn't eaten anything. Only now did he feel his stomach rumbling, complaining about its master's neglect. I'm starving. I was so focused on the phone that I forgot to eat. Ming held his growling stomach as he walked out, thinking he would have to go to the supermarket later to stock up on some food. What should I eat today? Ming murmured to himself as he walked. The street was lined with all kinds of snacks, so many that he couldn't decide. He looked around searching for a restaurant that caught his fancy. Suddenly an accident happened. Watch out. Ming saw a silver sedan speeding toward a little boy who was bending down to pick something up. His body acted before his mind. He rushed without hesitation, pushing the boy aside. Bang! Unable to dodge after shoving the boy, Ming's body fell like a withered leaf, blood splattering everywhere, slowly soaking his white shirt. Is this where I die? What a bitter end. His consciousness gradually faded, his eyes grew dull. While panicked passers-by called for help, no one noticed the eerie red glow emanating from the necklace around Ming's neck. Meanwhile, in another space, an old man with completely white hair stroked his beard in contemplation. Suddenly his brow furrowed, sensing something had changed. The old man quickly cast a spell to investigate and saw the scene of Ming being hit by the car in the modern world. He thought, oh no, a few days ago I accidentally leaked some of my divine power. Could it be that I inadvertently altered this young man's destiny? According to his physiognomy, he was meant to be a man of great fortune and long life. If the higher-ups find out that I ruined a human's fate because of my mistake, he'll surely be punished. I can't have that. I need to think of a way out. The old man, who moments ago had the bearing of a celestial being, now scratched his head in frustration. His white hair tousled into a mess like a bird's nest. He had no sense of divine dignity, though no one was there to witness it. Just as the old man was racking his brains for a solution, he suddenly sensed the dying boy's will. An idea flashed through his mind and he clapped his hands together. Eureka! That's it. How clever am I, ha ha ha. With a wave of his hand, a world that only appeared in anime materialized before him. Who should I turn him into? At this moment, the old man's decision-making phobia kicked in. Side characters die too easily. I got it. Him. As he was hesitating, a figure appeared before his eyes. His eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, the boy's soul silently entered another world. It hurts so much. How can it still hurt this badly after death? Ming felt as if his entire body had fallen apart. What is this place? Hadn't he just been hit by a car on the street? How could there now be a forest of towering trees all around him? Could it be that the impact had been so severe that he was hallucinating? No, that's not right. Wasn't I dead? How am I still? The more Ming thought about it, the more wrong everything felt. No, wait a second, this doesn't seem to be my hand. Could such a cliched transmigration really have happened to me? Gazing at the pair of hands before him that were several sizes smaller, Ming felt a faint surge of excitement. He had never imagined such a thing would truly happen to him. It was almost beyond belief. Still, my body really hurts. Who would lay such a heavy hand on such a small child? Ming covered his swollen, bruised cheek and complained angrily. Strange, why does this place feel so familiar? I don't even know what I look like now. TSK. Ming accidentally brushed his wound and cried out in pain. He looked around as he started walking forward. It really feels familiar. Ming examined the surroundings, muttering to himself. There was a persistent sense of déjà vu. He felt he had seen this place somewhere before, yet he could not quite recall where. There seems to be someone up ahead. I should go ask. Suddenly spotting a figure in the distance, Ming hurriedly ran forward to catch up. Excuse me, may I ask what place is this? Ming stopped the person in front of him and posed his question. This is of course Konoha Village. The man turned his head to answer Lu Ming. Stop. Don't come any closer, don't approach me. As soon as he faced Lu Ming fully, he recoiled in terror, taking several steps back, as if Lu Ming's appearance were truly horrifying. What bad luck running into him today. Such misfortune. Before Lu Ming could even react, the man spun around and fled as though pursued by some ferocious beast. How baffling. Do I really look that terrifying? Lu Ming scratched his head, utterly speechless at the man's reaction. It sounds like there's a river up ahead. I should see what I look like now. Turning his head, Lu Ming suddenly heard the murmur of flowing water. Following the sound, he came to a riverbank, slowly leaned forward, and gazed down at his reflection in the water. This is me. Isn't this Naruto? Lu Ming stared in shock at the face in the water, a visage once most familiar to him. He touched his own cheek in disbelief, and the person in the water mirrored his every move. So that's why that man reacted like that just now. Who was it that harmed Naruto? Lu Ming felt a pang of sorrow for this child, shunned by everyone yet struggling so hard to prove himself. Who had harmed Naruto? Wasn't Naruto supposed to be the protagonist of this world? How could this be? Lu Ming simply could not understand. Naruto, since heaven has chosen me to take your place, I will live well for you. Rest in peace. I will not let Sasuke tread the path of vengeance again. I will stop him. Lu Ming clenched his fists, making a silent vow. From this very moment he was Naruto. He would live on under Naruto's name. He would make those who looked down on Naruto, who bullied and ostracized him, regret their actions. He, Lu Ming, would begin a new life in this world. He would become a different kind of Naruto. He, Lu Ming, would change Sasuke's fate. Relying on his previous memories, Lu Ming knew he should now be Naruto. Wearily walked toward his home, his body battered and bruised. As expected, even when Naruto is injured and gone, no one cares about him. Naruto is truly strong, enduring so much pain and suffering alone. But now that I've become you, I won't let those people hurt you again. I will also change Sasuke's fate and deepen our bond. Naruto silently vowed. By the way, this room is really messy. It seems the manga wasn't exaggerating. Naruto was speechless at the garbage strewn all over the floor. I'll clean it up tomorrow. I'm too tired today. Naruto lay down on the bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. But the third Hokage should be watching me somewhere. Just before falling asleep, Naruto suddenly recalled the third's peculiar habit of spying, still not trusting Naruto. Where is this place? I can't be dreaming, can I? Naruto wondered, looking at the endless grass beside him. Indeed, this is your dream, young man. Who's talking? Naruto looked around but saw no one. Haha, young man, stop looking. I'm right behind you. A strange old man suddenly appeared behind Naruto. You scared me. Can't you show up in front of me normally? Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly? Seriously. Naruto turned around and complained to the old man. Kid, you truly are the chosen one. Very good, very good. The old man stroked his beard, satisfied. I say, old man, why are you so long-winded? Just get to the point and tell me why you brought me to this world. Lu Ming, feeling quite helpless, rubbed his forehead. Can't you at least send a cute girl instead? As expected, the chosen one is different. You already knew before I could say anything. Do you think I've seen so many anime and novels all these years for nothing? It's obvious there's a conspiracy here. Naruto is the protagonist of this world. How could his body be so easily occupied by me? There must be some task they want me to do. Lu Ming interrupted the old man, disdainfully analyzing the situation confidently. Yes, you're right. Actually, you were not meant to die. It's just that for some reason you suddenly did. Moreover, your original body is no longer usable. Since you liked Naruto, I simply brought you to this world. The old man spoke somewhat uneasily, as he had inadvertently altered Lu Ming's destiny, causing him to be unable to stay in his original world, and had no choice but to send him to the Naruto world. This matter must not be revealed to others, or otherwise he would be in big trouble. Oh, why do I feel like you're lying to me? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. How could I possibly lie to you? Don't worry, after all, I am a deity who governs a realm. I won't deceive you. This kid is quite sharp. The old man had never felt danger from a human before, yet this seemingly simple young man made him feel a hint of panic. So this means it's all your fault that I came to this world. Lu Ming smiled brightly. Probably yes. The old man coughed awkwardly. Oh, since that's the case you must give me some benefits, otherwise how can I survive in such a dangerous world? Isn't that right, dear grandpa deity? What do you want me to do? The old man felt that this young man would not let him off easily. Fulfill 3 of my conditions, how about that? It's not difficult, right? That's not too hard, but it can't be excessive. Not excessive. These are all trivial matters for you. First give me a Zanpakutō from the world of Soul Reapers and also some Kidō, the kind that doesn't require incantation. Ming said excitedly. Sure, but the Zanpakutō can only take the form of a short blade for now. It will change as your power increases, and whether it can materialize depends on you. Here you go. As for Kidō, I've already put it in your mind. The old man waved his hand and a short blade appeared in front of Ming. I wonder what form my Zanpakutō is. Ming happily touched the short blade, having longed for a Zanpakutō for a very long time. Alright, quickly tell me your second condition. There will be plenty of time to interact with it later. The old man looked at the young man's delighted expression with amusement. For the second condition, I want to be able to bypass any barriers to be invisible. You little brat, thinking quite ahead for yourself. I agree to that. And what's the third condition? I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do. You little rascal. The old man shook his head. You mustn't go back on your word. Okay, I won't go back on my word. Hey, let me ask, can this world be changed? Of course I govern this world. I can change their fates at will. The old man said with some pride. Are deities so capricious? Ming was speechless. However, people like you cannot easily change the fate of others. Moreover, the kind of power I gave you cannot be used recklessly, or otherwise your body won't be able to handle it. The old man warned Ming with concern. After all, it is power not from this world, and if used excessively, even he did not know what bad thing. Well, I must go now. Whenever you think of your third condition, just summon me. The old man's figure slowly faded away. This isn't a dream. It's really a Zanpakutō. Ming said happily. Now I am Naruto. I will strive to become stronger and change Sasuke's fate. Sasuke, wait for me. I will become stronger and I will change your destiny. Naruto, feigning sleep at his desk in the classroom, silently vowed. Though he appeared to be napping, he was actually training his spiritual power, for awakening a Zanpakutō required formidable spiritual energy. Even though he lacked the spiritual power of a Shinigami from the Soul Society, he could enhance his mental strength through cultivation to awaken his blade. I must grow stronger quickly. The tragedy of Sasuke's clan should not be far off, and I have to stop it from the very beginning. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. Even as his garments became soaked with perspiration, he did not halt his training. If he did not strive, he would lack the power to protect Sasuke. Only by becoming strong could he safeguard what he wished to shield. This truth held in the modern world, and even more so in this perilous realm where strength reigned supreme. Without power, one could not even protect oneself, let alone others. This was the lesson Naruto had learned over these days. He had truly arrived in this world brimming with bloodshed and death. It was no game. A single misstep would cost him his life. To Sasuke, he's secretly practicing to catch up with his brother. Naruto carefully concealed himself, knowing it was not the right time to appear before Sasuke. Yet young Sasuke was truly adorable. His round rosy cheeks from training combined with his unyielding expression and dark glittering eyes like polished gems made him utterly charming. No wonder Uchiha Itachi was so obsessed with his little brother. So exhausting. I can't eat instant noodles anymore. I wonder how the old Naruto endured it day after day. I certainly can't. Now the mere sight of instant noodles made him nauseous. He was at a growing age and couldn't subsist on such food. His lack of height was probably largely due to that diet. Naruto mused silently. Meat is so much better. And the villagers wouldn't even sell me food. Do they think I can't manage on my own? I'm actually a master chef. You'll regret it someday. Naruto mumbled through a mouthful of meat, still grumbling about those who had refused him food. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been astonished by Naruto's enormous appetite. Too much? I'm stuffed. Naruto patted his bulging belly and left the forest in satisfaction, unaware that someone had been watching him devour all that meat in amazement. So this is the monster everyone talks about. He doesn't seem threatening at all. Sasuke, who had finished his secret training, inadvertently discovered Naruto preparing food alone and gorging himself. Sasuke gazed at Naruto's retreating figure and pondered. He seems kind of cute. This Naruto had apparently piqued Sasuke's interest. Maybe I should consider being friends with him. Little Sasuke thought, naively, not caring at all whether the other boy was a monster. Brother, I saw the monster everyone talks about in the forest today. But he didn't seem like a monster at all. He was actually quite cute. After returning home, Sasuke couldn't help sharing his impression of Naruto with his brother Uchiha Itachi. Is that so? Then Sasuke, would you like to be friends with him? Uchiha Itachi gently stroked Sasuke's soft hair. His little brother's hair was so nice to touch. His brother was the cutest, and he wished this moment could last forever. Would he want to be friends with me? Little Sasuke was a bit worried. Sasuke, sometimes things aren't as people say. You must have your own judgment and seek the truth yourself. Uchiha Itachi gazed out the window, his eyes distant. His innocent, adorable little brother. So pure. Who would deceive him when he was no longer by his side? I don't understand what you mean, brother. Little Sasuke could not comprehend Uchiha Itachi's words. So exhausting. Truly spiritual energy is not so easily cultivated. As Naruto's consciousness relaxed, his body collapsed limply onto the ground. What name shall my Zanpakutō bear? What form will it take? How thrilling! Naruto smiled, blissfully envisioning his Zanpakutō, until soon after he drifted into slumber. In truth, even Naruto himself failed to notice how increasingly he resembled that ever-grinning fool. The one who laughed brightly despite never being acknowledged. Where am I? Naruto wondered, bewildered to find himself in such a dim, damp place. A furious roar echoed from afar, momentarily deafening him. Could it be the Nine Tails? Ah! Finally, I'll meet him face to face. Naruto felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Nine Tails would soon become his steadfast comrade, and earning his trust was now paramount. Hey there! You are the Nine Tails, right? I'm Naruto. Be my partner. Naruto beamed radiantly at the beast. Brat, aren't you afraid of me? The Nine Tails sensed something profoundly different about this child standing before him. Why did the Nine Tails perceive this shift? Because since Naruto's infancy he had watched, obsessively, over his vessel. After all, Naruto's body was his prison. Should the boy suffer injury, the beast himself would feel its reverberations. Why should I fear you? Are you truly terrifying? Naruto chuckled softly. He'd always found the Nine Tails oddly endearing. Humanity's dread of the tailed beasts stems ultimately from fear of what lies beyond comprehension. Beings whose power defies control. Thus any other who deviates from the norm is shunned, ostracized, or even hunted down. A tragic flaw in human nature. Yet there are others like Naruto, those who press forward bravely even through anguish. Brat, remove these ceiling tags for me. The Nine Tails faltered, suddenly seeing in this child the faint reflection of that person. No, I won't remove them now. You don't yet trust me. When you do, I'll tear them away myself. Naruto continued to smile, radiant and unwavering. Trust? Brat. Do you even know it was your kind who sealed me away? Wretched humans. At the mere mention of humanity, his chakra flared violently, his rage surging. I am not like them. I'll treat you as a comrade. Not a weapon, and I will never betray you. Naruto spoke with solemn resolve. I don't believe you. Just rip them off. The Nine Tails slammed his massive paws against the cage confining him. Not yet. It isn't time. When I grow stronger, I will grant you freedom. And besides, you still harbor hatred toward humanity. Naruto knew deep down that the Nine Tails' enmity was not absolute. Humph. Foolish human. Sigh. I must find a way to earn the Nine Tails' trust. Naruto stirred slowly back to wakefulness. Indeed. Thanks to Kurama, my wounds heal swiftly. Hey Kurama. May I borrow your chakra for training now? My spiritual energy has matured enough to wield your power. 3 years had passed. Naruto had finally persuaded the Nine Tails to become his true partner, and now through refined spiritual awareness he could commune with him freely. It's been 3 years in this world. What must come will come. This time I will irrevocably alter Sasuke's fate. Naruto was no longer the fragile boy he once was. Hey Kurama, I need to confess something to you. Do you believe me? Naruto's expression hardened with quiet determination. Brat, say what you mean. Since when have you grown so hesitant? The Nine-Tails despised vagueness above all. I've pondered this for a long time, precisely because I trust you and regard you as my comrade that I choose to tell you. Very well. Speak. I believe you. Seeing Naruto's uncharacteristic gravity, the Nine-Tails stilled, his gaze sharpening. I am not Naruto. What do you mean? The Nine-Tails frowned, baffled. To be precise, I am not the true Naruto. The real Naruto is dead. I merely inhabit his body. Naruto knew such an outlandish claim would strain credulity. Whether you're the real Naruto matters little to me. It's you I've seen these past days, the one who called me comrade. In my eyes you are you, and I believe in you. Once the Nine-Tails made his choice, his loyalty would never waver. Thank you, Kurama. If only the world saw me as you do. Naruto was deeply moved by the Nine-Tails' unwavering faith. Come forth, cold moon. Slay all before me. Naruto murmured softly, drawing the short blade he had long concealed within his robes. The Nine-Tailed Fox watched in astonishment, as the dagger in Naruto's hand instantly transformed into a gleaming sword, its blade radiating an eerie, bone-chilling aura. In that instant the fox sensed an unseen presence observing him, an unnerving primal danger emanating from a mere blade. Naruto glanced at the Nine-Tailed Fox's stunned expression, a faint quiet pride flickering in his eyes. This was the fruit of 3 years of clandestine training, conducted in secret even from the fox himself. Each session demanded immense mental fortitude to erect and maintain the sealing barrier, a grueling expenditure of spiritual energy. Yet it was precisely this relentless discipline that had forged his extraordinary mental resilience. If I achieve Bankai, Cold Moon can manifest physically, but my power remains insufficient to break through. For some reason Cold Moon has grown increasingly resistant to me, and that troubles me deeply. Naruto's voice softened with melancholy. He could not fathom why the blade, once so responsive, now recoiled from his will. This blade can truly take physical form. The Nine-Tailed Fox sounded incredulous. What kind of power is this? I wasn't born in this world. I died, struck by a vehicle while trying to save a child. An old sage who called himself a celestial being told me my lifespan had not yet run its course, then brought me here. This blade, he gave it to me. A shadow of sorrow crossed Naruto's face. After all, he had lived 20 years in that world. His home, his memories, his life. Could it be the Six Paths? No, impossible. The Nine-Tailed Fox furrowed his brow, perplexed. I cannot reveal everything to Kurama. It would sound too absurd. To tell him this is merely an animated world. To them this realm is undeniably real. Though I know its narrative, my presence as an outsider may already warp fate like a butterfly's wing. And I have no intention of following that script. Naruto mused, watching Kurama's thoughtful expression. Your strength has reached such heights. You no longer need mine. A faint bitterness tinged the Nine-Tailed Fox's voice. Ever since acknowledging Naruto as his true vessel, he had believed himself destined to be Naruto's greatest pillar, only to discover that Naruto possessed power far more profound than he'd imagined. Indeed, Kurama possessed a certain innocent candor. Amidst all, Naruto had shared the fox, fixated solely on whether he remained needed, a trait strikingly reminiscent of Naruto himself. No, Kurama, your power is indispensable to me. My own strength is still incomplete. I am not strong enough. Not yet. I must grow stronger, or I will fail to protect him. Lately a deep, foreboding unease had settled over Naruto. He sensed the gears of destiny beginning to turn, and knew with absolute certainty that he must intervene. Naruto. Kurama knew how fiercely Naruto cherished the Uchiha boy, but he could not comprehend it. That child had a prodigious elder brother lauded by all loving parents, and a life bathed in warmth and privilege. What then did Naruto fear? What terrible thing loomed on the horizon? So grave that it haunted Naruto's every thought. Kurama, you don't understand. I'm sorry. I cannot speak of certain things. Not out of distrust, but because I must not. I trust you. When the time comes for you to speak, I will listen. Kurama's heart ached at Naruto's quiet anguish. Did that boy even realize all Naruto had sacrificed for him? Was it fate? This uncanny resonance between them. Thank you for trusting me, Kurama. Naruto smiled gratefully. These past 3 years would have been unbearably lonely without Kurama's steadfast companionship. All right, training begins now. Let's begin, Kurama. Naruto's spirit surged back vibrant and unbroken, as if the earlier weight of sorrow had never touched him. Very well, but be prepared. I shall show no mercy. Come forth, cold moon. Slay all before me. Naruto whispered the incantation. Kurama, brace yourself. With those words he lunged forward, swift as lightning, vanishing before the fox could react. Not yet. Still too immature, Naruto. At this moment you should strike left, toward my flank. Kurama offered no gentleness, pointing out each flaw with ruthless precision. Bind! Naruto formed a subtle hand seal, and Kurama felt his limbs lock in place, immobile. What technique is this? Kurama's inner voice tightened with alarm. Heh, he's a Kidō spell also gifted to me by that old sage. Impressive, isn't it? Naruto grinned, brimming with quiet triumph. Brat, do you truly believe such a flimsy binding can hold me? Kurama's chakra surged outward like a tempest. Naruto strained, veins pulsing, breath ragged, until at last he yielded. The binding shattered, releasing Kurama. You're still far too weak to defeat me, brat. Yet Kurama's mind reeled. Naruto's spiritual energy was astonishingly vast. Had he not unleashed his chakra in time, he might have broken free even sooner. Humph. Someday I will surpass you. Exhausted by the clash, Naruto wiped sweat from his brow. Clearly he still had much to hone. He remained unsatisfied. Not with his progress but with his limits. I've been feeling uneasy these past 2 days. Could it be starting? Naruto was training when a sudden pang of anxiety struck him. Long Yu was finally beginning to accept me, and I was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just wait a little longer. Don't let it happen so soon. Naruto grew anxious. His current strength was far from sufficient, and a foreboding sense gnawed at him. Blood. Why, after all my efforts, can I still not change his fate? Ha! Then what was the purpose of all this? Naruto's heart ached as he gazed at the despairing figure standing in a pool of blood, overwhelmed with sorrow. Sweat continuously seeped from Naruto's forehead, and tears slipped unconsciously from the corners of his eyes, vanishing into his yellow attire. The vision he had seen was not reality, but the deepest fear he wished to avoid. How could I give up? I've done so much just to protect his smile. I cannot surrender. Naruto's aura suddenly shifted, and even Kurama sensed the extraordinary change in his presence. So this is it. Long Yue, you've finally stopped rejecting me. You're ready to accept me now. Naruto gently caressed Long Yue, which hummed faintly. Naruto you. Kurama felt a chill. That blade named Lang Yu? Could it also transform? He sensed danger from both Naruto and the sword. Though still weak at Naruto's training pace, Kurama would soon be no match. Truly worthy of the one he had acknowledged. He had not misjudged him. But what was that oppressive pressure around Naruto? Such a powerful aura should have been detected by others long ago. Why had no one noticed? Kurama was puzzled. Kurama, I'm sorry, but I can't tell anyone everything yet. I have a feeling. It's today. Naruto, disregarding everything else, used the Shunshin to teleport directly to the Uchiha clan's territory. But seeing the blood and corpses scattered across the ground, Naruto was seized by a chilling fear that the vision in his illusion might become a brutal reality. Where is he? Calm down, calm down. Uzumaki, Naruto, he needs you now. You can't lose your composure. Naruto took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay steady. I remember it was here. When Naruto reached the room, he saw Sasuke trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, forced by Uchiha Itachi into an illusion where his clan was slaughtered by his most beloved older brother. Sasuke had already fallen into Itachi's genjutsu. No, I can't reveal myself yet, or everything will be ruined. Uzumaki, Naruto, you must endure. Naruto's nails dug deep into his palms, blood trickling from his fingertips. A testament to the immense effort he was exerting. Uchiha Itachi, you're truly ruthless toward your own brother. But you're just as cruel to yourself as in the original story. Next time I will stop it. Hey Sasuke, it's okay. I'll always be by your side. Don't despair. It breaks my heart. Naruto gently embraced Sasuke, who was on the verge of collapse. Even without a barrier, Sasuke in his current state probably wouldn't notice. Naruto scoffed bitterly. Before, I only felt his despair through a screen. Now he's a real person. Flesh and blood. Their emotions are genuine. Damn it. Naruto's rage erupted, but it was more frustration at his own powerlessness. Naruto, you. Has he become that important to you? Kurama, how can humans be so cruel? Naruto asked in a muffled voice. Indeed, humans are a cruel species. Kurama was also infected by the sorrow. In his moment of such pain and despair, I can't even appear before him. All I can do is stay by his side like this. I am truly useless. Naruto watched Sasuke, who had curled up and fallen asleep from exhaustion, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes. His heart ached. From tomorrow onward, he would no longer see Sasuke's happy smile. Naruto. Kurama's heart went out to him seeing him in such agony. Would that child Sasuke fall into darkness after experiencing such torment? Sasuke, dawn has come. I have to leave now. Someone will arrive soon. Don't be afraid. I'll always be with you. Though reluctant, he had to go. Darkness began to spread in Konoha. Danzo, next time I will stop you. That filthy, disgusting wish of yours. I will destroy it with my own hands. I heard the Uchiha clan was wiped out overnight and now only he remains. That poor child. As he walked down the street, Naruto heard many people murmuring about the Uchiha clan's sudden annihilation. Sasuke must be feeling so desperate right now. Naruto's eyes dimmed. Shikamaru, did you hear about it? My dad told me the Uchiha clan was wiped out last night, and now only Sasuke is left. Choji said softly, while munching on his potato chips, casting a furtive glance at Sasuke, whose face was even colder than usual. Yeah, I heard from my father. Shikamaru replied calmly, yet a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes upon closer inspection. Sasuke, so you're hiding here? Fight me. I'll definitely beat you this time. Naruto put on his usual foolish demeanor, acting as if he had no idea what had happened. Ah, how wonderful! Shikamaru sighed as he watched Naruto's fervent display, always admiring the boy's spirit. Even though the villagers rejected and ostracized him, Naruto always wore a smile, as if nothing could ever bring him down. Somehow Shikamaru felt that Naruto would be the one he would always seek. But why did he have this get lost? Unmoved by Naruto's provocation, Sasuke found the boy's bright smile somewhat irritating. Why was he smiling? You're not accepted by anyone, so why can you still laugh? Naruto, don't you know about Sasuke? Just as Sakura entered the classroom, she saw Naruto challenging Sasuke. Remembering what Sasuke had been through, she rushed forward, raising her fist to teach Naruto a lesson. But someone tripped her, and losing her balance, she shoved Naruto. The heartbreaking scene unfolded before everyone. Naruto's lips pressed against Sasuke's. They were kissing. The classroom fell silent, everyone stunned by the sudden accident, thinking Naruto is dead meat. And what were the two protagonists thinking at that moment? So soft. And a little sweet. Sasuke thought. Is this scene supposed to happen now? It doesn't seem right. Looks like the plot has changed a bit. Naruto thought the moment their lips touched. Damn it. Sasuke came to his senses, shoved Naruto away, and furiously wiped his lips, startled by his own thoughts. This is bad. Sensing the intense resentment behind him, Naruto fled the classroom like lightning. That was close. I almost got beaten into a pulp. Women are terrifying. But this way Sasuke might temporarily forget his pain. Sorry Sasuke, I can't reveal my power yet. Sasuke is indeed here. Naruto slowly approached Sasuke, who was sitting on the grass. Hey you. Want to be friends with me? Naruto pretended to be awkward. The third Hokage is still watching me. Naruto could now sense the old man's gaze. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Naruto feigned anger at being ignored. Who wants to be friends with you? Sasuke said awkwardly, but deep down he was happy. Happy that he could. Could what? Sasuke felt a strange, indescribable emotion toward Naruto. I'll take that as a yes. Naruto sat down beside Sasuke without waiting for an answer. Who agreed? Don't talk to yourself. Sasuke's face flushed slightly. Hey, you're blushing. You're definitely shy. Naruto beamed at Sasuke's face, finding his awkwardness adorable. I'm not shy. Sasuke bristled. Yes, you're not shy. Naruto smiled brightly at Sasuke. This felt so good. Since we're friends, I'll always be with you. I'll never betray you. I mean it. Always with me. Didn't my brother promise me the same? And what came of it? He left me behind. Sasuke looked at Naruto's earnest face, his eyes lost in confusion. Why did he want to believe him? Naruto, don't be sad. From now on will you smile only for me? Naruto's eyes held a touch of sorrow. Could he really change Sasuke? Would Sasuke still turn and leave without mercy just like in the original story? Oh, interesting. This kid's fortune is promising. He might actually change the original course. The variables begin. Good luck, kid. Don't die there. The old man who claimed to be an immortal smiled at Naruto's actions. Truly he was the chosen one. Sasuke, can I come to your house? Naruto cautiously observed Sasuke's reaction, afraid of touching a wound. My house. Sasuke felt a daze. In just one night, the home once filled with laughter had become empty, and now he was alone. If you don't want me to, I won't go. Naruto's heart ached for Sasuke, who should have been living happily with his family. I'll wait for the day you open your heart to me. Then you'll invite me to your house, okay? Bye, see you tomorrow. Naruto felt he was being too impatient. Sasuke was still fragile and couldn't be rushed. See you tomorrow? Sasuke murmured, watching Naruto's retreating figure. We'll meet again tomorrow? What is this warmth in my heart? I have to become stronger. Naruto tirelessly reached out to Cold Moon, sensing its form. What shape would Cold Moon take? When would his Zanpakutō materialize? He was really looking forward to it. Sasuke, be careful during the exam in the Death Forest today. This time he intended to change the storyline, or otherwise Sasuke would leave, and he didn't want to witness a similar ending again. You should worry about yourself, the bottom of the class. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with annoyance. Was he really that weak? Surprisingly, Naruto was worried about him, which made Sasuke feel a bit happy. It's just the Chunin exams, it holds destructive value. Orochimaru extended his snake-like tongue to lick his lips, his face filled with excitement. If Naruto saw this, he would definitely say, that's Orochimaru for you. If I'm not mistaken, Orochimaru should have appeared by now. Sasuke, be careful. While observing his surroundings, Naruto reminded Sasuke. Idiot, you should be careful too. We've already got the Book of Earth, someone will come to steal it, so you need to hide it well. Sasuke said, awkwardly, feeling frustrated. Why did he always act differently around Naruto? I know, Sasuke. So happy. Sasuke was finally no longer cold, but how could he make Sasuke give up on revenge? Is this uncomfortable feeling caused by Orochimaru? Has he really come? Naruto suddenly sensed a disturbing aura. The last heir of the Uchiha clan. Interesting. If trained well, he could become a good vessel. Even disguised as someone else, Orochimaru's unique aura cannot be hidden, and Naruto felt it the moment Orochimaru revealed himself. This time I must stop him. Naruto clenched his fists and vowed silently. Sasuke, be careful. Naruto felt a bit flustered. Protecting Sasuke without revealing his strength was somewhat difficult. But for Sasuke's sake, he wouldn't hesitate to expose himself. He prey discovered, let the hunt begin. Orochimaru looked at the fighting figures below with an evil smile. Orochimaru's aura, he was nearby. While fighting, Naruto kept an eye on the surroundings to prevent a sudden attack from Orochimaru. Be careful, Sasuke. The instant Orochimaru released his killing intent, Naruto instantly teleported to Sasuke's side, ready to strike. Orochimaru opened his snake-like mouth and lunged at Sasuke's neck. But at the moment of biting down, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in surprise, feeling a strange sensation. There. Naruto, why did you push me away? Sasuke stared blankly at the bright red blood on Naruto's neck. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes were somewhat vacant, as if he had returned to the night his family was slaughtered, with corpses strewn everywhere, blood everywhere, and his beloved brother standing next to their blood-soaked parents with a cold gaze and cruel words piercing his most vulnerable spot. His heart. It's okay, don't be afraid. I will always be by your side. Naruto covered Sasuke's eyes and comforted him. Don't be afraid, I will always be with you. Naruto murmured, hoping this time would be different. Naruto. When Kakashi Hatake arrived, he saw this scene. Although Naruto was injured, Sasuke looked pained. Was it the sight of blood that reminded him of his family's massacre? What about Naruto? How could the Umbu let Naruto? Kakashi couldn't dwell on it. He rushed to Naruto's side to check his injuries. It's the cursed seal. Why did Orochimaru appear here? Did he want to attack Konoha during the exam? This must be reported to the Hokage. Sensei, how is Naruto? The now composed Sasuke asked with concern. Strange, could it be because of the Nine Tails? It seemed Naruto's body was not affected by Orochimaru's cursed seal. It's fine. This cursed seal has no effect on Naruto, so don't worry. Kakashi felt somewhat relieved of this disciple, who who had been expressionless since the massacre, finally resembled a child again. Really okay? Sasuke was still worried. Really okay? Kakashi felt somewhat helpless. Was he such an unreliable teacher? To be clear, I didn't ask you to take the hit for me. You rushed in on your own. Sasuke was somewhat angry. Why did he rush in to take his injury? Clearly he usually treated him that way, yet when he saw danger he rushed in recklessly. Damn, it's still not strong enough. Oh, he needed to grow stronger. With enough power he could take revenge and protect him. Sasuke silently clenched his fists. My body rushed over on its own. I just followed its lead. Naruto's eyes were filled with joy. Sasuke's awkwardness was truly adorable. Sigh. Kakashi looked at the two speechlessly. Whose awkwardness was this anyway? Meanwhile, in the shadows, Orochimaru watched Naruto with great interest, smiling. The Nine Tails, interesting. This trip was worth it. Orochimaru, I didn't want to bother with you, but since you came here on your own, don't blame me for being rude. Naruto provocatively glanced at the hidden spot where Orochimaru was. Oh my, how interesting. Orochimaru smiled upon seeing Naruto's provocative gaze, not expecting the Nine Tails to be similar to him. He looked forward to their next meeting. Sasuke, I really am fine, you don't need to help me. Naruto laughed while looking at the insistently supportive Sasuke. This was quite adorable. Shut up, idiot. Sasuke awkwardly turned his face away. From Naruto's perspective, he could see Sasuke's flushed ears. Is Sasuke shy? Naruto, rarely enjoying Sasuke's service, even joked with him. You're the one who's shy. Sasuke hurriedly denied it, appearing somewhat transparent. So cute, Naruto thought as he looked at the blushing Sasuke, wishing Sasuke could always be like this. Naruto. Sasuke, breaking his usual demeanor, approached Naruto to speak. What's wrong, Sasuke? Is there something you want to tell me? Naruto felt uneasy. Sasuke had been acting strangely lately. Could it be that he wanted to duel him? In the original story it was Naruto who challenged Sasuke, but now that he hadn't, was Sasuke going to challenge him? Fight me, Naruto. Sasuke wanted to determine who was stronger between them. Sasuke, is your desire for power that strong? Is your thirst for revenge that overwhelming? Fine, I'll fight you. Let's see who's stronger. Naruto knew that since Sasuke had made the request he couldn't refuse. In the original story Naruto had won against Sasuke, this time perhaps changing the outcome. If Sasuke won he might not become so extreme. Chidori, Rasengan, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Sasuke are fighting on the rooftop. Please go stop them. Sakura Haruno said urgently to Kakashi before her. What? They're fighting again. Such troublesome students. I taught them not to fight. As soon as Kakashi heard Sakura's words, he rushed to the rooftop. When he saw both of them unleashing their ultimate techniques he sighed and pressed his forehead. It felt like he was raising two suns. So troublesome. Boom! A loud crash ended their duel. You too. Can't you give me a break? Kakashi was exasperated with his two students always so willful. Kakashi-sensei, it was Sasuke who challenged me. Naruto quickly deflected. Kakashi-sensei was becoming more nagging. In the original story he wasn't like this. Was it because of the butterfly effect he had caused? Humph, as if I'd stoop to fighting a dead last like you. Sasuke said stubbornly, but in truth, he was embarrassed at being called out by Naruto. I'm going back now. With this Sasuke probably wouldn't think of leaving Konoha village, right? Orochimaru's curse mark had no effect on me. Sasuke hadn't seen the mark's power, so Orochimaru likely wouldn't get involved with him. Naruto felt weary. He only wanted Uchiha Sasuke to be happy, but why did fate always play tricks? Go get some rest, Naruto. Kakashi always felt that Naruto was carrying some burden. Yes, as a Jinchuriki it was his destiny. No one could change that. Why do you sometimes seem so sorrowful? Naruto, what exactly are you carrying? Indeed, only with power can one become stronger. Sasuke stared at Naruto's retreating figure, his eyes growing deep. That night moonlight flowed like water filtering through sparse leaves onto Naruto's face. Pain was vividly written on his features and crystal beads of sweat dripped down one by one. A faint blue light emanated from Naruto's body. Strangely, in a place as heavily guarded as Konoha village with so many watchers assigned to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no one noticed Naruto's commotion. Upon closer inspection, everything around Naruto was eerily quiet. To avoid detection he had erected a barrier. He could now freely use barriers and simultaneously cast Jinjutsu to conceal his movements, evading the Umbu's notice, and more importantly avoiding the third Hokage's occasional spying. That kid Naruto. If he gets serious, he might be able to match me. He now possesses not only chakra but also some unknown power. The Nine Tails, watching Naruto's growth from within, was astonished. Kurama, why do humans seek power? After training, Naruto lay exhausted on the ground, communicating with the Nine Tails through his mental energy. Humans are never satisfied. They think power will make them strong, so they seek it by any means. And what happens? The Nine Tails felt a pang of sorrow. It had once loved humans. Yes, humans always think they know best. They believe power lets them control everything, yet they only create tragedies and never learn. Naruto closed his eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility. Only through the bitter lessons of blood can humanity advance. Just as Naruto fell asleep on the ground, exhausted, the situation he least wanted to see had already begun to unfold. Sasuke, are you really leaving? Sakura, unable to sleep, had gone for a walk and found Sasuke about to leave the village. It's none of your business. Sasuke remained as cold as ever to her. Don't go. If you leave, No, Naruto will. Sakura looked at the stern-faced Sasuke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Take care of that idiot. With those words, Sasuke knocked Sakura unconscious and left the village he had lived in for over a decade without looking back. At least take me with you. In the moment Sasuke knocked her out, Sakura uttered these words. I'm sorry, Naruto. So Sasuke has left, huh? Does that mean Sasuke has chosen revenge after all? For him, is revenge truly the most important thing? Naruto was somewhat lost in thought. Why, after doing so much, can he still not change anything? No, I won't give up. I will definitely make Sasuke smile again. That's the meaning of my second chance at life. I swear I will stop him. I will change Sasuke's fate in the name of Hokage. Naruto. I'm sorry I couldn't stop Sasuke. I'm so sorry. As Sakura looked at Naruto, who was instantly engulfed by sadness upon hearing about Sasuke leaving the village, her tears fell uncontrollably. If only she could have stopped Sasuke from leaving back then, would she not have to witness Naruto's lonely figure who always wore a bright smile? Indeed, how come she never noticed before? Although Naruto and Sasuke often argued, they were quite similar. There was always an unspoken bond between them. It's not your fault, Sakura. I will bring him back myself. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. I believe in you, Sakura said to the resolute Naruto before her. Naruto must see Sasuke as a companion. Uchiha Sasuke, I will grant you the powerful strength you desire, but in return you must become my vessel. Orochimaru knew that Uchiha Sasuke would definitely come to find him. After all, the desire for great power in this boy's eyes could not be hidden. As long as I obtain the power, as for you wanting my body, that will depend on whether you have the capability in the end. Sasuke maintained his expressionless demeanor. Perhaps at the moment he chose to leave the village, his emotions were truly sealed away by himself. This departure will be a long one. Have you thought it through? Jiraiya said seriously, his gaze earnest. Yes, I've thought it through. Right now, I cannot protect what I want to protect. Naruto said, staring blankly at the distant sky. Alright, since you've made up your mind, pack your things. We will leave now. Jiraiya urged the prophesied child. Okay. Naruto glanced at the photo on the table before turning to leave. One day I will make you smile again, Sasuke. Hokage-sama, is it really okay for Naruto to follow Jiraiya like this? Kakashi was somewhat worried about Naruto. This is the best method. Since we recognize Naruto as the prophesied child, having Jiraiya teach him is the best option. Moreover, it can also prevent enemies from attacking Konoha because of Naruto. Tsunade stood up, gazing at the distant sky as she spoke, believing in Jiraiya. If you ask why Naruto remained so calm in the face of Sasuke's departure, it was because he had anticipated this outcome before Sasuke left, so he had already met with Orochimaru. A few days before Sasuke left Konoha, Naruto approached Orochimaru and reached an agreement. Do you want to work with me? Orochimaru looked at the person before him with some surprise. Exactly, Orochimaru, I know you desire immortality. Naruto did not hide his intentions in front of Orochimaru. He understood that to make Orochimaru trust him, he needed to present something that would intrigue him. I know you are still researching this. I can provide you with some of what you want. Naruto took out a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Orochimaru. I believe you won't refuse this, right? Naruto was very confident about this. He knew Orochimaru's personality too well. Hee. It seems you understand my nature well. However, I'm curious, why do you want to help me? Orochimaru said with a look of interest, wondering what had transformed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki into this. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. You just need to do what you promised me. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Naruto completely laid out his plans before Orochimaru. I'm just curious. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Orochimaru surprisingly did not lose his mind. Perhaps Naruto's approach was more to Orochimaru's liking. It seemed quite good for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who was fully protected by Konoha, to turn out this way, Orochimaru thought. He was looking forward to Naruto's next performance. 3 years later. 3 years in back Konoha village. A tall golden-haired boy stood on a high pillar and shouted loudly. The wind gently brushed his face, a few strands of golden hair softly clinging to Naruto's cheeks. Looking at the bustling crowd below, Naruto curled his lips upward, his eyes brimming with smiles. It had been so long since he had felt such a lively scene. 3 years had passed, but Naruto's nature remained unchanged, that radiant smile still confidently hanging on his face. Naruto. As always, Hinata, hiding behind and too timid to come out, softly called his name. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes fixed intently on the spirited Naruto. Even after 3 years, the now graceful Hinata was still as timid as ever, still so shy in front of Naruto. Granny Tsunade am back. Naruto's first act upon returning to the village was to rush to the Hokage's office. With a loud bang, he kicked open the office door. Tsunade, who was drinking tea, was startled by the noise and sprayed a mouthful of tea onto Shizune, who was standing beside her. Nah, are you, too? A vein popped on Tsunade's forehead, and in a moment of carelessness, she punched a hole through the desk in front of her. Lady Tsunade, this is the 7th desk this month. If this continues, we won't have enough budget just for desks. Shizune dutifully complained. Tsunade was a bit guilty. Naruto, how is your training with Jiraiya going? It's been 3 years. You should have grown, right? Tsunade silently changed the subject. Shizune was getting more and more talkative. Do you want to try, Granny Tsunade? I'm really strong now. Naruto waved his fist proudly. Oh really? Where is that guy Jiraiya? Where did he go? Tsunade was quite aware of Naruto's situation, since Jiraiya sent her updates every now. Oh, you mean the pervy sage? He's gone to the bathhouse, of course. He said he needs to collect materials for the new issue of Makeout Paradise. Speaking of Jiraiya, Naruto was speechless. What kind of master takes his disciple to peep at women bathing every day? Every time they get caught, he makes Naruto take the blame. That lecherous old man. Tsunade clenched her fists. Good thing Naruto wasn't corrupted. Granny Tsunade, can I go find Sasuke now? Naruto felt it was time to meet Sasuke. He now had enough strength to protect him. I'm afraid Sasuke won't be willing to come back with you. Tsunade's tone turned heavy. Sasuke was also a sacrifice of Konoha, just like Itachi. I will bring Sasuke back for sure. This time I will pull Sasuke out of that dark and hopeless abyss, Naruto said confidently. Maybe he really could save that child who was heading into darkness. Tsunade looked at Naruto's confident expression, thinking hopefully. Naruto was always like this. Before she knew it, Naruto had grown up. I'm leaving that brat Sasuke to you. When he comes back, you'll give him a beating. Running away from home at such a young age. Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair. Leave it to me. Naruto patted his chest in assurance. Granny Tsunade truly treated him as family. Only Tsunade believed in him wholeheartedly. Sasuke, I'm back. Are you ready? 3 years have passed. Your willfulness should end. Orochimaru, I see your body is reaching its limit. Shall I assist you? Naruto quietly appeared in Orochimaru's room without him noticing. Isn't this just what you desire? Orochimaru's voice, more hoarse from pain, emerged from the darkness. But he was startled by Naruto's silent approach, having been oblivious to Naruto's presence. 3 years ago, when Naruto found him for a transaction, he sensed an unusual aura about Naruto. However, in just 3 years has he grown so powerful. Perhaps the power of the Nine-Tails now belongs to him as well. I have no intention of wanting you dead. On the contrary, as a thank you for teaching Sasuke, I will help you attain the immortality you desire. However, Sasuke still needs to stay with you for a while. I have some matters to attend to. Without further ado, Naruto began to use the ghost path to heal Orochimaru. I wasn't aware you possessed medical skills. Orochimaru looked at the golden-haired youth before him, feeling a strange sensation. Someone whom the world misunderstood seemed to be understood by this boy. There are many things you are unaware of. Naruto actually felt a pang of sympathy for this lonely person afraid of losing everything. People do not act without reason. It is only after experiencing loss that they realize what they truly desire. Orochimaru is just a pitiful person. Previously, it had never occurred to him that an author could craft a tragic life for a character with just a few simple lines, yet in another spacetime a real person is living through these pains, and they too feel anguish and despair. The world is thus, those who are slightly different are deemed heretics merely out of fear of the unknown. Therefore, it is not wrong to persist in being oneself and living for oneself. Naruto did not think there was anything wrong with Orochimaru's actions. It was merely a difference in perspective. Are you comforting me? Orochimaru hesitated before speaking. I suppose so. After finishing the treatment, Naruto stepped back to sit opposite Orochimaru. Who exactly are you? Orochimaru could not fathom the youth before him. I am Naruto, yet not just Naruto. After a brief silence, Naruto softly replied, and then vanished. It is Naruto. Yet not, right? What other secrets do you hold? I am quite curious. Naruto. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out like a snake's, licking his cracked lips, his eyes filled with a smile. Next he should seek out Itachi Uchiha. What method could convince Itachi to trust him? Just after leaving Orochimaru's space, Naruto rubbed his chin, and muttered to himself, Itachi Uchiha's body must also be nearing its limit. But how to persuade Sasuke's brother without drawing attention? Oh right, it just occurred to me that Sasuke's brother seems to have a meeting with me, asking me to take care of Sasuke. It should be in the next few days. Naruto suddenly recalled a scene from the original work. It's decided, I'll talk to him when I see him next. Naruto nodded to himself, making a hasty decision. Naruto, let's have a duel. Though years had passed, Konohamaru had grown taller, but still retained his old demeanor, shouting for a duel as soon as he saw Naruto. It's Konohamaru. You scared me. Naruto, lost in thought, was startled by Konohamaru's sudden appearance and patted his chest. No problem, let me show you the results of my training over the past 3 years. Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a seductive, alluring blonde woman appeared where Naruto stood, revealing her body, with no clothing, her enchanting figure obscured in the mist enough to make any man drool. Damn, I lost again. Naruto, that move of yours is amazing. Can you teach me? Konohamaru looked at Naruto with admiration. I can, but you have to treat me to Ichiraku ramen. It had been a while since he returned and he missed Ikaraku's ramen. That's easy, leave it to me. Let's go eat ramen right now. Konohamaru happily grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled him along. Hey, slow down. Naruto stumbled, nearly falling, and helplessly followed the excited Konohamaru towards Ichiraku ramen. Hey uncle, 2 bowls of ramen please, add extra fish cake. As soon as Naruto arrived at the shop, he shouted at Uncle Ichiraku, who was making ramen. Got it? Uncle Ikaraku's robust voice immediately responded. Ramen is coming. He brought 2 steaming bowls of ramen to Naruto and Konohamaru. Oh, it's Naruto. Uncle Ichiraku recognized Naruto at a glance. So delicious. Indeed, Ikaraku's ramen is the best. Naruto stuffed his mouth with ramen while praising Uncle Ichiraku's culinary skills. Uncle, another bowl. 1 bowl simply could not satisfy Naruto's appetite. Alright, just wait. Uncle Ichiraku threw a towel over his shoulder and repeated the motions of pulling and stretching the dough, which obediently elongated and thinned in his hands. He tossed it into boiling water, stirred it a bit, and at the moment the noodles were cooked, swiftly scooped them into a bowl, poured over the prepared hot broth, and deftly added the toppings. In an instant, another steaming bowl of ramen appeared before Naruto. Uncle, you're still so amazing. Naruto sincerely admired Uncle Ichiraku's skills, seeing it as true artistry. Haha, you're the one who loves my ramen the most. Uncle Ichiraku enjoyed seeing Naruto's blissful expression as he ate the noodles. That's because your skills are superb. Naruto quickly finished half a bowl. In fact, one significant reason Naruto often came here to eat was that Uncle Ichiraku did not regard him as a monster like others in the village, and would treat him to ramen when Naruto had no money. There will always be those who accept you, right? Those who are not afraid of you from the start are the ones most worth protecting, not for any other reason but simply out of gratitude. I'm really full. After finishing his third bowl, Naruto stopped and rubbed his now round belly. I say, Naruto, you've eaten way too much. Konohamaru watched in astonishment as Naruto devoured 3 large bowls of ramen. You have no idea what I ate while traveling with Jiraiya, that perverted sage. Sometimes I couldn't even fill my belly due to lack of money. Naruto grew angry when talking about his journey with Jiraiya, that perverted sage, who always lost his money pouch, forcing Naruto to fend for himself. Moreover, the most unbearable part was after practicing at Myaboku Mountain eating bugs every day to the point that my taste buds were nearly ruined. Was it easy for me to train in sage mode? The key is that with the Zanjutsu, Naruto can now feel the energy of nature himself. Yet he was forced to practice synchronized breathing with those frogs all day. It was a miracle he hadn't turned into a frog himself. Konohamaru was left speechless, realizing that even the renowned Sannin Jiraiya would sometimes cause his disciple to go hungry. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Naruto bid farewell to Konohamaru and returned to his long-awaited home, opening the door to a musty smell that hit him, finding the room covered in dust. Sure enough, once he left, no one ever cleaned the room again. It seems he still had to rely on himself to tidy up. Sasuke, don't. Naruto murmured in agony during his dream. His brows furrowed and his expression turned grim. Suddenly Naruto opened his eyes, momentarily dazed as he awoke. He scratched his messy golden hair, wondering if he had once again dreamt of Sasuke personally killing Itachi Uchiha. Damn it, I've had this dream several times these past few days. I can't let this go on. I need to find Itachi Uchiha to resolve this matter. Hastily finishing his breakfast, Naruto rushed to the Hokage's office. Tsunadesima, I'm going to find Sasuke. This time, no matter what, I'm going. Naruto kicked open the door and shouted loudly. You can go, but you'll need someone else to accompany you. Kakashi was injured during his last mission and needs to recuperate, so I've arranged for a reliable jonin to join your Team 7. Additionally, another person will be joining you, becoming a member of your team. You must get along well and avoid conflicts, understood? Naruto. Tsunade had no choice but to accept Danzo's request to have a member from Root join Naruto and the others. That troublesome old man always wanted to place spies near Naruto. What did you say? Tsunadesima, I don't agree with having anyone else join our Team 7. I only acknowledge Sasuke. I don't care about others. Naruto immediately pouted in displeasure after hearing Tsunade's words, protesting loudly. Do you think I want him to join you? You brat, hurry up and find Sasuke for me. If you don't bring Sasuke back, don't bother coming back yourself. A frown formed on Tsunade's forehead, her fists clenched, as if she would strike Naruto if he didn't leave soon. Humph. Seeing this, Naruto quickly slipped away. He didn't want to get hit. Ah. After Naruto left, Tsunade let out a heavy sigh. Tsunadesima, is this really alright? Shizune expressed her concerns. This is unavoidable. Doesn't Danzo want to monitor Naruto? Rather than letting him undermine things in the shadows, it's better to place his people around Naruto, so they can monitor openly. This way we can also keep an eye on their movements. Tsunade leisurely sipped her tea, wanting to enjoy the rare quiet time after Naruto had left. Shizune sighed, realizing that Tsunade was probably just watching the show. After all, the other elders were not to be underestimated, and Tsunade's current attitude was truly harsh. You must be Naruto, right? Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Sai, and I hope we can get along well in the future. A boy with an aura reminiscent of Sasuke extended his hand to the hurried Naruto, smiling. I don't acknowledge you. I only acknowledge Sasuke, right, Sakura? Naruto remained unmoved by Sai's outstretched hand, and instead turned to Sakura, questioning her. This Sai truly resembled the original description. His smile was quite unsettling. Yes, although Sai looks a lot like Sasuke, he can't replace him. Sakura nodded in agreement. Although Sai was somewhat handsome, no one could surpass Sasuke. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's set off. I will be your guiding jonin. Just call me A 20-year-old youth clad in ninja attire with brown hair spoke. Understood, Yamato-sensei, let's go. Naruto, as always, was full of energy, shouting as he charged ahead. Truly, it was just as rumored. Well, perhaps this isn't so bad. Yamato couldn't help but sigh at Naruto's appearance. Naruto and his companions set off on the road to find Sasuke. In truth, Naruto understood that even if he saw Sasuke, given Sasuke's current situation, he would not return with him. The most important purpose of this journey was to meet Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, Naruto had no idea how he could persuade Uchiha Itachi. After all, the events that had transpired were too bizarre to comprehend. Not only would the people of this era struggle to understand, but even in modern times such matters would be hard to accept. However, to change Sasuke's fate, one must address the root of everything. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi's eyes should have already begun to deteriorate. It was crucial to dissuade him from contemplating death, especially since he had entrusted Orochimaru to research the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, otherwise it would all be for naught. Naruto. The pale moonlight filtered through the dense shadows of the trees, casting pale spots upon the pitch-black ground. Accompanied by a deep and terrifying voice, a dark figure gradually approached Naruto. Naruto turned around in fear, seeing Captain Yamato shining a flashlight in his face, looking quite terrifying. Naruto squinted in surprise. "Yamato-sensei, what are you doing?" "Nothing. Why aren't you afraid at all?" Yamato was somewhat surprised. After all, Kakashi-sensei had told him that Naruto was terrified of scary things, yet Naruto showed no sign of fear. Naruto found it amusing to see the puzzled expression on Yamato's face. It was as if he viewed him as a child. However, he had indeed been a bit frightened just now, as he had been lost in thought. "Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's deal with Uchiha Itachi first." The next morning, Naruto and his group arrived at the Tenchi Bridge, based on the information provided by the Akatsuki member Sasori. Of course, the plot developed just like in the original story. Kabuto was an undercover agent for Orochimaru, and Naruto cooperatively unleashed the Four Tails to repel Orochimaru. However, unlike in the original, he did not injure Sakura, as Naruto could now control and utilize the power of the Nine Tails, and did not wish to harm her. In the end, Captain Yamato used his abilities to seal off the Four Tails unleashed by Naruto, preventing him from going berserk. Afterward, Captain Yamato placed Naruto in a safe location, thus concluding the mission to find Sasuke. That night, Naruto, who should have been unconscious, quietly opened his eyes and instantly vanished from the room. At the moment of his disappearance, a figure identical to Naruto appeared in his place, unnoticed by anyone. "Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's brother. What do you want with me?" Naruto stared at the standing Uchiha Itachi with innocent eyes, as if silently accusing him of disturbing his precious sleep. Looking into Naruto's innocent eyes, Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of guilt. "Do you truly consider Sasuke your companion? Can I entrust Sasuke to you?" A sense of confusion appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Would Sasuke hate him for doing this? Anyway, after showing Sasuke the moment he killed their parents, he would no longer be seen as an older brother but as an enemy. Since his time was limited, he might as well trust this young man in front of him. Sighing as he looked at the man lost in thought before him, Naruto felt frustrated. Clearly loving Sasuke so much, yet making things so complicated. The Uchiha clan had enough extremes. Not to mention Uchiha Madara, even Uchiha Kidō was a handful. How could he persuade them to stop? "Indeed, I consider Sasuke a companion. No, to be precise, I consider Sasuke my brother. I will do everything in my power to protect him. However, Itachi, you are his real brother. The bond of blood between you is irreplaceable, and no one can sever the ties between you, nor can anyone replace your place in his heart. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi, I know why you defected from Konoha. Everything you did was merely to protect Sasuke." Naruto rarely became serious. "How? Do you know this?" Hearing Naruto speak this truth shocked Uchiha Itachi. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, there were many things hidden from him, not to mention this matter. How could Naruto know? "You don't need to worry about how I know. I also know that your eyes are nearly failing, and are you planning to give your eyes to Sasuke in the end? Do you know how much pain Sasuke would feel if you did that?" Just thinking about the expression of pain and despair on Sasuke's face when he learns the truth breaks my heart. "Impossible. I have never mentioned this to anyone. How could you know?" At this moment, a storm surged within Uchiha Itachi's heart. "You might not believe it, but I can see events from the past and future. What I just told you was what I saw from the past. If you continue on your path, Sasuke will ultimately die. It's impossible. Sasuke cannot die." Uchiha Itachi did not believe Naruto's words. "Why not? If you ultimately choose death, then Sasuke will die too. However, the future can be changed. That's merely one possible outcome I foresaw. As long as there are slight changes, the future will also change. Thus your decision is crucial." Naruto stated earnestly. "Is what you said true?" Uchiha Itachi was somewhat shaken. Of course it's true. Otherwise how could I know your long-buried secret? Seeing Uchiha Itachi about to take the bait, Naruto felt a secret joy yet maintained a sincere expression. I understand that your clan's Sharingan has limitations, so I've already asked Orochimaru to help me research it, and results have been obtained. Therefore you need not worry about your eyes. Orochimaru, how could he help you? Uchiha Itachi was increasingly baffled by it. He certainly wouldn't help me willingly. I simply made a deal with him. Recalling Orochimaru, Naruto unconsciously softened his tone. Orochimaru was also a pitiful person. Now I need your help. Naruto felt that this moment was undoubtedly his most sincere. If Uchiha Itachi still refused, he would have exploded. After resolving the matter with Uchiha Itachi, Naruto finally began to breathe a sigh of relief. The beginning of it all had changed and the gears should start turning anew. It was time to crush Danzo's vile and disgusting intentions. Still have not found Orochimaru's lair. Yamato, who had just returned to report the mission status to the Hokage's office, kept his head lowered with an expressionless face. This time not only did they fail to complete the mission, but Naruto also unleashed the four tails, resulting in his injury. As a member of the Umbu, he had let his responsibilities slip. In contrast, Naruto was arranged on a hospital bed, due to his injuries, comfortably lying there in deep sleep. Beside the bed, Sakura looked at Naruto's defenseless sleeping face with a complex expression. Clearly wanting to protect Naruto, she always ended up being the one needing protection. In crucial moments, she could only watch helplessly as Naruto got hurt. She was still too weak. If she hadn't been so weak back then, would Sasuke have left? After Sakura left the ward, Naruto, who had been asleep, opened his blue eyes, clarity shining within them. Night quietly descended. Outside the window, a crescent moon hung like a hook, accompanied by a few twinkling stars against the cold moonlight. The silvery moonlight spilled onto the ground, creating a hazy atmosphere. Such a night was perfect for going out, and Naruto, fitting the scene, sought a quiet place to practice silently. As usual, Naruto opened the barrier and took out the dagger at his waist, murmuring, "Come forth, cold moon, and slay all that stands in my way." 3 years had passed, yet cold moon had still been unable to achieve its full transformation. Today Naruto sensed an urge from cold moon, as if it were desperately trying to rush out. My name, call out to me, call out to my true name." Cold moon emitted a clanging sound, seemingly urging Naruto to shout its name. True name? What is cold moon's true name? With his eyes tightly shut, cold sweat trickled down Naruto's cheeks, soaking his clothes. Nevertheless, he still did not open his eyes. At that moment he had entered his own spiritual world. In Naruto's spiritual world, there was a vast blue sky and an endless ocean. His spiritual realm was as clean, pure, and natural as his own eyes. Yet within that calming ocean stood an uncomfortable black mist, exuding strands of dark energy, giving off an ominous feeling. Was this the true form of cold moon? Naruto looked around, feeling a sense of wonder. Ming, call my name. Only then can I slay all obstacles that stand in your path. The long silent black mist finally spoke. Name. Your name. I do not know what it is. Naruto bent over in pain, holding his head. No, you do know. Think about why you came to this world. What is it that you truly want to do? It is a name you are most familiar with. Think carefully. The black mist slowly coaxed Naruto. What do I want most? What am I most familiar with? For a moment Naruto's mind went blank. Come back, Sasuke. In an instant Naruto opened his eyes, seemingly back in the real world. The cold moon in his hand had vanished. Instead, a boy wearing clothing adorned with a fan pattern appeared before Naruto. Wasn't that the attire of the Uchiha clan? Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably Uchiha Sasuke. The manifestation of Naruto's Zanpakutō was actually Sasuke. It was simply unbelievable. Had he become that important to Naruto? The very essence of the sword being him startled the nine tails within Naruto. You're really slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You never called my name. You're truly foolish. The manifested Sasuke complained, his disdainful expression strikingly similar to the real Sasuke. Yes, I'm foolish for taking so long to call you. Naruto had not felt such an atmosphere in a long time. Seeing Sasuke with that expression made him somewhat nostalgic for the days of banter with Sasuke. Since you have manifested, why not find someone to test the results? It was time to settle accounts with that person, Naruto thought. I don't mind. Sasuke smiled, fully aware of what his master was thinking. Wasn't it about seeking revenge for his true form? As for that righteous demeanor, well... Naruto rubbed his face, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, the connection between Zanpakutō and Master was indeed strong. But was it really good to show such an expression with Sasuke's face? I can hear what you're thinking, Master. Sasuke coldly stared at Naruto with a sly grin. Haha, I was wrong. Let's quickly test the results. With that, Naruto instantly vanished from his spot. Hey Danzo, for your selfish desires you've done so many disgusting things. Sending you to your death is too good for you. However, there's no other way. If you don't die, how can my plan be executed? Naruto murmured to the sleeping Danzo, and with a slight movement of his fingers blood gushed forth, ending Danzo's life in his sleep. Master, if you want to torment him, I have countless ways. You really don't need to be so conflicted. Sasuke did not understand why Naruto wanted to kill Danzo. For someone like him, death would be the best relief. Sai, do you think I want to do this? If I weren't afraid he would ruin my plan, I would make him experience all kinds of torture. Let me tell you, as people age they come up with worse ideas. I'm just afraid he will trip me up. It's better to finish him off sooner. Naruto said bitterly, feeling that the old man had gotten off easy. Oh, do as you wish. After all, he's dead now, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. I say, at least I'm your master. Can't you be a bit gentler? Naruto felt helpless, thinking that this would probably come back to haunt him. If you want me to be gentler with you, I will take it easy on you. Sasuke clenched his fists, as if ready to throw a punch at Naruto, the moment he said another word. All right, you're the gentlest. Naruto surrendered. I'm going back to sleep now. I won't bother with you anymore. Naruto covered his face with his hand and yawned. Was it easy for him? That stubborn kid Sasuke had truly given him a lot of worry. Once he brought Sasuke back, he would make sure Sasuke compensated him well. Little did he know that the compensation he sought would end up harming himself. Of course, that was a matter for... After Danzo's death, Naruto felt relieved, but the higher-ups of Konoha were unsettled. Who would have thought that under such tight security the leader of the Umbu could be killed so silently? And judging by the manner of his death, Danzo was slain in his sleep. Who could be this formidable? This left the higher-ups feeling anxious. After all, no one knew if the enemy would strike again, or if their own safety was guaranteed. With the manifestation of the Zanpakutō, the troublesome Danzo was resolved. Naruto walked down the street, humming a tune, feeling the air relax without the looming threat. Hey Naruto, what's got you so happy? The voice came from Choji, who was munching on something. Choji, can't you finish eating before you talk? Ugh, so annoying. The lazy voice belonged to Shikamaru. Oh, it's Choji and Shikamaru. Long time no see. But Choji, it seems you've... No, it's more like you've gotten fuller, huh? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's cheek and vanished instantly. He almost let something slip. The last time he did, he learned a hard lesson. You know, it wasn't easy for him to come to this world. Before the third Hokage died, he had to guard against the old man's peeping day and night. Now he also had to be wary of Tsunade's temper, and that runaway idiot was another story. Now, when talking to these companions, he had to be cautious about whether their hearts could handle it. If this continued before he could bring happiness to Sasuke, he might be exhausted himself. So you see, throughout history, those who traverse worlds really have it tough. He finally understood why they easily gave themselves powerful abilities. As someone who has crossed over, one must have a strong heart as a safeguard. Hey Shikamaru, where are you guys headed? Naruto jumped over Choji to ask Shikamaru. Oh, the Hokage wants to summon me. Seems to be about the Umbu leader Danzo's incident. You talk with Choji first. I'll head out. Otherwise the Hokage might get anxious. Without waiting for Naruto to respond, Shikamaru vanished in a flash. Seeing Naruto display such a helpless expression once in a while seemed quite nice, Shikamaru thought. For some reason Naruto always gave him an indescribable feeling. It must be said that Shikamaru, who always complained about trouble, had a pretty accurate intuition in some ways. In the future, when Naruto pushed all the tasks onto him, he would be in tears. Hey Choji, if you eat this much, will all of it turn into your strength during battle? Naruto posed this question to Choji, intending to help him resolve the issues left after using the family's secret techniques. After all, every time Choji used their family's secret medicine, although his chakra would increase several times, the burden on his body was immense, and at times it could even jeopardize his lifespan. As a companion, Naruto could not help but consider Choji's safety. Of course not. During battle, the usual food only unleashes about half of its power. To exert greater strength, we rely on our family's secret medicine. The tricolored pills, the green spinach pill, the yellow curry pill, and the red chili pill. They can instantly boost chakra. Telling you this is pointless. Besides, it doesn't matter to you because it's only beneficial for our family. Listening to Choji ramble on about the family secret medicine that had serious side effects on his body, Naruto felt a pang of heartache. For them, this was reality. They had to endure these experiences to follow the life paths laid out by the author. Why couldn't things be changed? If Sasuke's fate could be altered, then theirs could be changed as well. At this moment, as Naruto, he not only wished for Sasuke's happiness, but also for the happiness of his companions, those around him. Strange, why am I sharing this with you? Choji, eating chips, suddenly stopped, feeling that Naruto was acting differently than usual. That's because you're stupid, Naruto replied with a smile. You're the stupid one, you're the dumbest. As expected, the notion of something being different was just an illusion. Naruto was still Naruto. I'm ignoring you. I'm leaving. It seems I need to find Orochimaru again. I wonder if he can create a weight loss pill. If Choji could slim down, he would surely look handsome. After all, chubby people are potential stocks. Although being plump is cute, excessive fat is not good. What? Orochimaru, are you kidding me? Naruto expressed disbelief at Orochimaru's words. Is this a fake Orochimaru? Or am I dreaming? But this dream is too bizarre. Naruto pinched his own face, feeling pain, confirming it wasn't a dream. Is it really that shocking? It's just that I like that idiot. Orochimaru showed indifference to the shocking secret he revealed to Naruto. Wait a moment, let me calm down. Naruto patted his chest, trying to regain his composure. You like the perverted sage. Ahu. The perverted ninja who sneaks into women's baths. Ahu. The one known as one of the legendary 3 Sannin, along with Tsunade. Ahu. It's not the kind of liking between friends. Ahu. It's the kind of liking between lovers and spouses. Ahu. Do you have some kind of scheme? No. When did you realize you liked the perverted sage? Actually, I followed you during the 3 years you trained with him. I realized I liked that idiot after seeing him injured last time. Orochimaru himself was surprised to have such feelings for that idiot. You. Naruto was no longer calm. Where did that cold-blooded, heartless, and obsessive Orochimaru go? Who was this man smiling so flirtatiously in front of him? Naruto stated he did not recognize the man before him. What do you want to do? Naruto's expression was complex. I want you to help me. You? How can I help you? Naruto was speechless as Orochimaru's eternally pale face showed a hint of suspicious red. You are his disciple. Yes, I am his disciple, but what does this have to do with you dating him? Naruto asked in confusion. Oh, I see, you want me to speak well of you in front of the perverted sage. Naruto suddenly understood. But you're a rogue ninja. Don't forget you personally caused your teacher's demise. Naruto deeply felt that Orochimaru's pursuit of love would be a long and arduous journey. So what should we do? Orochimaru asked anxiously. If you want me to help you, it's not impossible, but you have to help me with a few things. This is a rare opportunity. It would be a waste not to extort Orochimaru into helping him. Sure, Orochimaru readily agreed. After all, it was for his own future happiness. Alright, you know the Akimichi clan, right? I want you to study their family secrets in the next few days. Naruto finally revealed the purpose of his visit to Orochimaru. The Akimichi clan, the one that uses the expansion technique. What do you want to study that for? I remember one of your companions is named Akimichi Choji. Is it for him? It is said that while their family technique can temporarily increase chakra using family secret medicine, it also causes significant harm to the body. Orochimaru expressed disinterest in these half-baked family techniques. Well, I want you to help me create pills that won't harm their bodies. I believe you can also make pills that help people lose weight. Naruto threw the ninjutsu scroll he secretly copied from Choji's family to Orochimaru. Pills for weight loss. Orochimaru instinctively glanced at Naruto's physique. What kind of look is that? These pills are definitely not for me, they're for Choji. Naruto chuckled. Oh, come find me in 3 days. This small task is nothing for Orochimaru. Alright, I'll come back in 3 days. Naruto turned to leave. Don't forget what you promised me. Orochimaru hurriedly called out as he saw Naruto about to leave. Got it. Naruto felt a bit dazed. This plot was way too absurd. How was he supposed to matchmake Orochimaru and Jiraiya? This was a difficult task. Who would have thought that the straight man Orochimaru would actually bend and expect him to help bend his own master? If the perverted sage found out, he might just be killed. Life is not easy. Orochimaru cautiously asked. Everything is ready. How is the matter entrusted to you going? Has he changed his view of me? Come on, it's not that easy. Besides, you haven't done anything to change his impression. How could he possibly change his view of you? Naruto felt a bit frantic facing Orochimaru. Is this how men in love behave? It seems the saying a person in love has an IQ of 0 holds true. If I were to fall in love in the future, I would also look like a fool. That's terrifying to think about. Orochimaru, let me tell you, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. So can you? Naruto decided to help Orochimaru strategize. After all, he hoped someone could put his lecherous master in check. No, Orochimaru replied succinctly. I knew you couldn't. The urgent task now is for you to learn how to cook, hone your culinary skills, and conquer the taste buds of that lecherous sage with your cooking. Not to mention having lived with that lecherous sage for 3 years, I know he's a genuine hidden foodie. He just hides it too well for anyone to notice. Next, you need to have occasional encounters with the lecherous sage to increase intimacy. However, given your poor relationship with the lecherous sage, a hero saving a damsel in distress would be even better, as it would help bridge your relationship. Is that feasible? Orochimaru was skeptical about Naruto's method. What do you have a better plan? Naruto raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied. This was based on his past life experience, even though he had never been in love. I've shared the methods with you. With so many conditions, you better make good use of them. Naruto patted Orochimaru's back, somewhat resembling a mentor. By the way, how is Sasuke doing with you? Whenever Sasuke was mentioned, Naruto became Sasuke. He's improving rapidly. I have nothing left to teach him. He truly is someone worthy of my attention, Orochimaru said with a hint of pride. Orochimaru felt a bit smug. After all, he had chosen this person, so he wouldn't be lacking in talent. Naruto was speechless. When did he not notice that Orochimaru had a tsundere trait? So has he mentioned me to you? Naruto asked with some anticipation. No, Orochimaru said decisively. Oh, no, huh? Naruto lowered his head in disappointment. But Orochimaru couldn't bear to see Naruto disappointed. But what? Naruto asked eagerly. Sometimes he stares into space for a long time, but I can't tell what he's thinking about, Orochimaru said, unable to see through the thoughts of that Uchiha boy. Oh, Naruto said dejectedly. Aren't you afraid that Sasuke will grow powerful and harbor intentions to kill you? Naruto felt it necessary to remind Orochimaru, after all, they had been allies for 3 years. Oh, it seems you care about me quite a bit, Naruto. Orochimaru raised his charming brows with a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Who cares about you? I'm worried that if Sasuke fights you, what if he gets hurt? I'm concerned about Sasuke, not you. Naruto hated seeing Orochimaru make such an expression. As expected, no matter how mature he appeared, he was still a child. Orochimaru thought to himself unknowingly. He had placed Naruto in his heart. He was no longer that cold and heartless Orochimaru. Now someone could understand his thoughts. It felt wonderful. Stop. That fatherly expression doesn't suit you. Don't look at me like that. It scares me, Naruto complained. Hey, I want to see Sasuke. Can you find an opportunity to leak Sasuke's hiding place to the Konoha ninjas? Naruto muttered to himself. If he didn't go to see Sasuke, Sasuke wouldn't come looking for him. He wouldn't want to see you right now. Orochimaru felt a bit of a headache regarding that Uchiha kid. Although he was very strong in terms of personality, he was the most troublesome kid he had ever met. I know. Naruto certainly understood that Sasuke's least desired person was him. Even if he met Sasuke, he probably wouldn't come back with him. Naruto, why are you so obsessed with Sasuke? Even someone as stubborn as Orochimaru couldn't comprehend Naruto's fixation on Sasuke. Because he is my comrade. I want to abandon my comrades, and I want to allow my recognized comrades to sever the bond between us unilaterally. The day Sasuke left was when Sakura told him. He didn't even know when Sasuke had left. He always thought that after doing so much Sasuke would change his mind, but he was wrong. Sasuke ultimately chose that path, the dark and despair-filled road. Since he chose darkness, I will become the light and pull him out of despair. After leaving Orochimaru, Naruto fell into deep thought. If he were to see Sasuke, what should he say? How should he persuade Sasuke to come back? Naruto tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep until the dawn broke, and he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. Dawn, like a sharp sword, cleaved through the silent night, welcoming the rising sun. The morning sun cast sparse rays on Naruto's peaceful sleeping face, which was originally an extremely beautiful scene, but was shattered by the sound of knocking on the door outside. Naruto, hurry and get up. Lord Hokage said they found Orochimaru's hiding place, and you can meet Sasuke. A girl with pink hair, Sakura, appeared more irritable under the sunlight, and without waiting for a response, kicked open Naruto's door. What's happening? Hearing the loud noise in his dreams, Naruto suddenly sat up, brushing aside the few strands of golden hair that obstructed his view, looking dazedly at Sakura at the door. Naruto, hurry up. We now know where Sasuke is. Seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, Sakura softened her tone, and for a moment she thought Naruto looked so cute. We know where Sasuke is. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Naruto quickly put on his coat and shoes, getting out of bed, urging Sakura to hurry up. Tsunadebaba, is it true? Can we really see Sasuke this time? Naruto asked anxiously as he rushed over. It's true. This time you, Sakura-sai, Niji Tenten, and Lee will go together, led by Kakashi. Promise me don't act impulsively, Naruto. Tsunade was most worried about Naruto. Okay, I promise you. He was satisfied just to be able to see Sasuke. Naruto and his group finally arrived at the place reported by the scouts, and after some effort they finally broke the barrier. Naruto rushed into the cave first, with Kakashi and Sakura closely following. Outside the cave on a rock stood a young man wearing a white kimono with a long sword at his waist. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Naruto couldn't see his expression, only staring blankly at the open chest of his clothing, the purple bow at his waist making his slender waist appear even more delicate. Naruto softly called out Sasuke, and then remained still as if afraid that the young man would disappear again. Naruto, I told you not to come looking for me. Why did you still come? A trace of sorrow flickered in Sasuke's eyes, vanishing in an instant. Upon closer inspection, his expression remained as cold as ever. I said that if we meet again, we would be enemies, Naruto. No one noticed when Sasuke had appeared before Naruto. The cold blade pressed against Naruto's slender neck. His eyes slightly opened, long lashes trembling, faintly, lips pale, giving off a beauty of cruelty. Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke felt an unusual sensation in his heart, as if something was about to burst forth. This feeling of losing control over his own heart made him panic slightly. Frowning, Sasuke spoke coldly. This time I will sever the bond between us completely, Naruto. I won't let you do that, Sasuke. I will stop you. Naruto looked up at Sasuke, his deep blue eyes radiating utmost seriousness. In Naruto's eyes there was only Sasuke's figure. At that moment Naruto's inner thought was, when did Sasuke get so tall? Looking up at him makes my neck ache. Am I going to have to do this forever? Naruto felt indignant. Why am I still not as tall as Sasuke? Unfair. Sasuke, how could you treat Naruto like this? Don't you know how much Naruto wants you to come back? Sakura accused upon hearing Sasuke's words. For the first time she felt resentment towards Sasuke. They were comrades. How could he say such cruel words so heartlessly? Sasuke, no matter what you think, even if you choose a path so arduous, I will never abandon you. You are the comrade I have acknowledged. I won't allow you to unilaterally sever the bond between us. I will always be with you. I promised you. If you are trapped in darkness, then I will become the light and pull you out of the darkness. Naruto shouted loudly at Sasuke, pouring out his heart, hoping to shake Sasuke's resolve. You're still as foolish as ever, you idiot. Naruto's golden hair shone even more dazzlingly under the sunlight. His entire being seemed bathed in a golden glow so brilliant that it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Yes, because of Naruto's words, Sasuke's heart wavered. He had long resolved to abandon his comrades and emotions, yet from the moment he saw Naruto his heart had been shaken. Why? He was just an idiot. Why should he shake his resolve? Revenge was the only reason. From the moment his clan was destroyed, from the moment his beloved brother uttered the cruelest words, his heart had turned cold. Since then, innocence smiles, happiness. All were luxuries for him. Now all he had to do was pursue power, kill the brother who had callously abandoned him with his own hands, and make him regret his actions. But why was this idiot smiling at him like a fool and trying to stop him? Having decided to abandon everything, why did he still care about him? Chidori crackled around Sasuke's blade, the sword enveloped in an aura of lightning, as unstable as Sasuke's emotions at that moment. The biggest fool is you, Sasuke. Why don't you think about why your brother who doted on you the most would do such a thing? Is what you saw with your own eyes the truth? Or have you never trusted your brother? Facing Sasuke's attack, Naruto did not dodge. Instead, he leaned forward, letting the cold blade pierce his skin and penetrate his body. Recklessly, he whispered into Sasuke's ear. No one knew what Naruto whispered to Sasuke. Only Sasuke heard those words, which planted a seed of doubt in his heart. Blood slowly soaked through Naruto's clothes, dripping drop by drop onto the ground, painting a crimson flower that made Naruto's face even paler. Naruto! Sakura dashed to Naruto's side, shoved Sasuke away harshly, and gently supported Naruto, afraid to make any sudden moves. She used chakra to slowly heal Naruto's wound, then turned to glare at the stunned Sasuke. You know Naruto would never fight you. Her voice sounded as if she was about to cry. Sasuke, this time you went too far. Kakashi, who had been silent, finally spoke. He had always thought Sasuke would not actually hurt Naruto. Even though Naruto had rushed forward, he knew clearly that with Sasuke's current strength, he could have avoided injuring Naruto. What had Naruto said to Sasuke that distracted him? Kakashi looked at the unconscious Naruto with a complicated expression. He was finding it increasingly difficult to understand his student. I hurt him. Watching Kakashi carry Naruto away, Sasuke muttered in a daze. The sword in his hand was still dripping blood. Lying on the hospital bed, Naruto's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his hazy eyes. For a moment he felt disoriented, unsure of where he was. He tried to move his body, but the sharp pain in his abdomen reminded him not to move carelessly. Naruto furrowed his brows and stuck out his pink tongue to lick his chapped lips. He wanted to drink water, feeling as if his lips were not his own. After much effort, Naruto managed to sit up slowly, beads of sweat soaking his clothes. His golden hair, no longer frizzy, clung to the sides of his ears, making him look like a quiet, frail youth. Who would have thought that this weak boy before him usually brimmed with energy? Yet even the most vibrant individuals could be injured and fatigued. As he struggled, a hint of color returned to Naruto's pale face. Just as he extended his arm, trembling, while reaching for the water cup on the table, Sakura entered the room to check on his injuries. Upon seeing Naruto sitting up instead of lying down as he should, she rushed to his side and gently supported him, effortlessly placing a pillow under him for comfort. I was only gone for a moment and you couldn't stay put. After suffering such serious injuries, you must lie in bed and recuperate for the next few days. You can't go anywhere. You've wrongly accused me this time. I just wanted to get some water. I wasn't moving around carelessly. Naruto looked at Sakura with innocent eyes, weakly saying, is that so? Seeing Naruto's chapped lips and pale complexion, Sakura realized he wasn't lying to her, though she had been negligent. Quickly, she brought the water to his lips, signaling him to drink. Don't drink too fast, take it slow. Sakura advised him with concern. Thank you, Sakura. At that moment, if the real Naruto were here, he would undoubtedly feel very happy. After all, the original Naruto liked Sakura so much. Although he didn't harbor romantic feelings for her now, he was still very grateful that Sakura was always the first to stand by him when he was injured. Sakura was indeed a reliable companion, and Naruto smiled sincerely. Naruto, Sasuke. Looking at Naruto, who smiled at her despite being injured, Sakura hesitated, feeling a twinge of pain. She had once disliked this troublesome fool, but now seeing him hurt, she felt her heart ache, especially knowing that the one who hurt Naruto was her favorite, Sasuke. Sakura, this time I deliberately didn't dodge Sasuke's attack because I didn't know how to face him, how to convince him to come back with me. Naruto lowered his head, his voice muffled and somewhat dejected. I know Sasuke left the village for a reason. He refuses to share it with us, preferring to bear it alone rather than telling me. I want to try to understand him, I want to help him. However, he couldn't directly reveal the truth to Sasuke, and could only gradually guide him to discover the reality himself. The main purpose of meeting Sasuke this time was to make him waver. Only by making him doubt could the truth be unveiled, and although the truth might be hard to accept, Sasuke had to face this reality. Naruto. Sakura's eyes sparkled with surprise. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto had matured, becoming thoughtful and considerate of those around him. Reflecting on herself, she realized that she only talked about liking Sasuke but ultimately did nothing. Both Sasuke and Naruto were growing, while she remained stagnant, showing no signs of progress. In the future, she would earnestly hone her medical skills under the guidance of the Hokage, working hard to strengthen her abilities. Even if she couldn't charge to the front like Naruto, she could heal them when they were injured, becoming their steadfast support. Naruto, thank you. After coming to this realization, Sakura sincerely thanked Naruto for not giving up on Sasuke, for always believing in him. What are you doing suddenly thanking me so seriously? It's making me feel embarrassed. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled by Sakura's current behavior, as he hadn't done anything to deserve her thanks. After a period of recuperation, Naruto's body gradually healed, and he was finally able to rise from his bed each day. His time in the hospital had been arduous. Under Sakura's vigilant care, Naruto had obediently convalesced. She forbade him from eating certain foods or moving too freely. Fortunately, the nine-tailed fox's formidable regenerative power spared him from prolonged confinement to his sickbed. Oof. Sakura's certainly skilled at nursing, but she's so fussy. At this rate, how will I ever find a girlfriend? The moment he learned he could be discharged, Naruto bolted away before Sakura could utter a word, determined to escape her barrage of admonitions. Hey, isn't that Naruto? You're out of the hospital already? Choji spotted him from afar and waved enthusiastically. Oh, it's Choji. Naruto rarely saw Choji greet him without a snack in hand. So, your injuries have healed. I heard from Neji that Sasuke was the one who wounded you. Is he still unwilling to return with you? Choji hesitated, fearful his question might wound Naruto's heart. Yet with his inherently pure and trusting nature, even Sasuke's betrayal did not kindle resentment within him. After all, Sasuke remained their comrade. Merely absent, for now destined to return in time, surely. Yes. Next time I see Sasuke, I will bring him home. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. I believe in you, Naruto. Keep going. Seeing Naruto so vibrant and spirited, Choji felt reassured. Indeed, Choji possessed remarkable simplicity. He never doubted a fellow shinobi's words, rooted in unwavering faith in his comrades. A defining virtue and perhaps his most endearing quality. Hey Choji, ever thought about slimming down? Naruto leaned in close, slinging one arm around Choji's neck and whispering conspiratorially into his ear. Slim down. Choji frowned in confusion. Among his clan, physiques were remarkably uniform. He'd never heard of anyone attaining a slender frame, nor had he ever considered it. His clan's secret techniques demanded immense caloric intake to function, obliging them to consume vast quantities of nourishment daily, thus rendering their builds several times stockier than average. Exactly. I've got a pill here that'll reshape your silhouette without altering your physiology. Care to try it? Seizing the moment, Naruto produced a small, perfectly round white pill and offered it to a hesitant Choji. But Choji stammered, still reluctant to reach out and accept it. Choji, do you not trust me? Naruto's cerulean eyes shimmered faintly, as if wounded by Choji's doubt. No, I do trust you, Naruto. Choji shook his head vigorously in denial. Once you take this pill and grow leaner, your figure will remain stable no matter what you eat, and no one will ever mock your physique again. Then you can indulge in your favorite foods utterly unself-conscious. Naruto dangled Choji's beloved delicacies like irresistible bait. Confident he'd bite. Imagining Choji's transformed appearance, Naruto couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. Just what would Choji look like after taking it? Alright, I'll give it a try. Instantly swayed, Choji snatched the pill from Naruto's palm and swallowed it whole. Choji finds somewhere secluded to train over the next few days. Naruto wasn't certain how swiftly the pill would take effect. If Choji slimmed down overnight, it would raise eyebrows. Why? Choji tilted his head, his expression adorably bewildered. If you change suddenly, others may struggle to accept it. So train somewhere deserted first. Return in a few days unseen. Remember, this is our secret. Not a word to anyone else. Unbidden, Naruto reached out and gently poked Choji's plump, soft cheek, savoring its roundness, knowing such moments would soon vanish. Still, this was for Choji's own good. Okay. See you later, Naruto. Choji waved farewell and turned to leave. Days later, a youth clad in crimson robes emblazoned across his chest with a bold kanji for feast, strolled leisurely down the street. His chestnut-brown mid-length hair drifted softly over his shoulders as he blissfully munched on potato chips, unaware that his carefree indulgence had already captivated a crowd of young women who whispered among themselves about the striking stranger, some even covering their faces in flustered awe. His features were exquisitely carved, the thick, gentle arches of his brows rippling like tranquil water, perpetually cradling a warm crescent smile that shimmered like stars scattered across the night sky. His fair skin lent luminous contrast to lips tinged with delicate rose, while his finely chiseled harmonious features melted hearts with the barest hint of a grin. That youth was Choji, returned after days of absence. His transformation left observers stunned, slimmer, radiant, utterly transfigured, as though reborn. Choji walked down the street as if no one else was around, causing quite a stir. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shikamaru, oblivious to the commotion, were heading in Choji's direction. "Hey Shikamaru, let me tell you, when I become Hokage you'll be my right hand. You're the smartest. I trust you with everything." Naruto happily described the future he envisioned, even gesticulating with excitement. "You'd better become Hokage first." Compared to Naruto's excitement, Shikamaru remained calm, as he hated trouble most. "But there's been a commotion over there for a while now. What's going on?" Naruto wondered, dragging Shikamaru forward to get a closer look. "Hey Naruto, let go of me. I can walk on my own." Shikamaru couldn't do anything about Naruto. Every time they met he was led by the nose. If Naruto really became Hokage, he'd probably be led around like that too. "Ha! Naruto!" A voice as clear as jade turned slightly, expressing the owner. "Naruto, come save me. I don't know why these people are surrounding me and won't let me go." As soon as Choji heard someone call Naruto's name, he shouted for help loudly, since he had never experienced such a situation before. "Wait, that voice sounds familiar." Naruto, unable to see the person, only hearing the voice, felt it was somewhat familiar. "Ah, I remember. It's Choji's voice. Wait for me Choji, I'll come save you right away." Naruto squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, saw a familiar red, grabbed that person's hand and rushed out of the encirclement. "How did you get surrounded by those women?" Naruto, holding Choji's hand, stopped after running some distance from the crowd, turned around and asked breathlessly. As Naruto turned his head he was stunned. Was this still the same Choji? Look, his fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue from the vigorous running white, with a hint of red, like a tempting red apple, making one want to take a bite. No wonder those women were surrounding him. They were captivated by his beauty. If he and Shikamaru hadn't passed by, that innocent Choji would have been ravaged by those wolf-like women. Naruto shook his head, shuddering at the thought. Speaking of which, the medicine Orochimaru gave was really effective. Look at Choji now. He's no less handsome than Sasuke. But Sasuke is still the coolest. "Shikamaru, you're here." Seeing Shikamaru walk slowly up to him, Choji instinctively broke into a smile, unaware of how devastating that smile was now. Choji's lips curved slightly, forming a beautiful arc, dimples appearing, making him look even more adorable and tempting. His obsidian-like eyes shimmered with a soft light, as if they held only your reflection. His heart suddenly skipped a beat uncontrollably. Shikamaru subtly concealed the anomaly in his eyes, answering Choji with a calm expression. "I haven't seen you for a few days." Shikamaru asked casually. I went for special training." "Yes, special training." This was Choji's first time lying, and he felt a little flustered. But he had promised Naruto he wouldn't tell anyone else, not even Shikamaru. "Oh!" Shikamaru's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze deepening as if suppressing something. This was the first time Choji had lied to him. Why did it feel so suffocating? Shikamaru felt this emotion for the first time. What was this feeling? After resolving Dingsis' issue, I thought I could relax for a while, but instead I was painfully summoned by Orochimaru in the middle of the night. "I say, could you not call me so late at night? I am really sleepy right now. I want to sleep, my beloved bed. I didn't mean to abandon you." As a homebuddy in my past life, Naruto deeply understood the importance of sleep. The drowsy Naruto rushed into Orochimaru's room, and immediately pounced onto Orochimaru's bed, disregarding him, and lying down, nearly falling asleep. "The moment I appear before Jiraiya, he treats me like an enemy. What do you expect me? Naruto, you have to think of a solution for me quickly." Orochimaru didn't care whether Naruto had fallen asleep or not. He reached out and pulled Naruto up from the bed. The expression on his face was that of a person caught in the pains of unrequited love. "Oh, why did I agree to help you in the first place? Now I can't even sleep." Naruto's golden hair was tousled, reflecting how vexed he was at that moment. He frantically tousled his hair. Heaven knows the agony of wanting to sleep but being unable to. "You promised me back then." Orochimaru looked at Naruto with a wronged expression, his purple elongated pupils, resembling those of a cobra, locked onto Naruto with his golden vertical eyes. Coupled with his pale complexion and long dark hair cascading over his shoulders, he looked quite eerie. "Stop staring at me like that. It scares me." Naruto turned away, avoiding Orochimaru's gaze. Who would have thought that the ruthless Orochimaru could have such a side? "Only you can help me? I can't tell anyone else." Orochimaru continued to stare at Naruto. All right, I surrender. I'll help you, okay?" Naruto raised his hand in surrender, realizing that if he didn't help Orochimaru with this matter, he wouldn't have a good life ahead. Life is tough. This love novice had to take on Orochimaru's love troubles as well. Naruto let out a heavy sigh. "How's your cooking practice going since I asked you to learn?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. If he couldn't sleep, he might as well give Orochimaru a good lesson. After all, as long as he could eventually win over the lecherous sage, everything would be fine. "Well, I haven't learned it yet." Orochimaru responded somewhat awkwardly, not expecting that something which seemed so simple would be so difficult for him to accomplish. "Let me tell you, if you want to win over the lecherous sage, you must master your cooking. For the next few days you'll undergo special training with me. I'll train your culinary skills properly," Naruto said with a sly smile. "First of all, you need to inadvertently run into my master every now and then, got it? After all, you are a rogue ninja now, so it's normal for him to be hostile towards you. Subsequently, you just need to gradually lower his guard and help him get used to your presence." Naruto seriously helped Orochimaru analyze the situation. "I understand now." Orochimaru nodded solemnly, feeling that Naruto's reasoning was quite sound. Currently, the most important thing was to eliminate Jiraiya's wariness towards him, and then approach him step by step. "In a bit, I'll make you a list of foods that the lecherous sage likes. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you seriously, so be prepared." Naruto kindly reminded Orochimaru, who was so clever yet seemed to lose his wits when it came to matters concerning the lecherous sage. "I feel like I'm increasingly becoming Orochimaru's babysitter. Whenever Orochimaru needs him, he immediately rushes over." Naruto thought with a headache, but then again, who told him that he still needed Orochimaru's help? "Aren't you leaving?" Watching Naruto occupy his bed, Orochimaru asked. "Well, I'm not leaving. I'll sleep here since there are clones keeping watch over there, it's fine." Naruto's reply gradually became quieter. Looking at Naruto, who had already entered dreamland, Orochimaru carefully pulled up the blanket for him. This youth had already secured a certain place in his heart, Orochimaru thought. Perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing after all. The next morning, Naruto stretched comfortably, leisurely getting out of bed and putting on his clothes, thinking to himself how wonderful it was to have a morning without anyone disturbing him. Even the air felt fresher. "Naruto, are you awake?" Orochimaru rushed into the room the moment Naruto got out of bed. Naruto paused in his actions of getting dressed, the smile on his lips seeming to freeze, gradually becoming stiff. If only this person were not here, Naruto thought as he rubbed his forehead. Heaven knows that ever since Orochimaru realized he had feelings for the perverted sage, his personality had strayed far from the cold and emotionless Orochimaru from the original story. Thankfully, it was only Orochimaru who had changed. If a few more like him with such a character came along, how could he save his shattered heart? "I made a few dishes according to the list you gave me yesterday. Can you help me taste them and see if they're good?" Orochimaru said excitedly as he stared at Naruto, having put in a lot of effort to prepare them. Fine." Seeing Orochimaru's dusty face from cooking, Naruto reluctantly agreed to help him taste the dishes, feeling that he couldn't refuse when Orochimaru looked so tired. I can only say there's room for improvement." Naruto carefully picked up a bite while looking at Orochimaru, who sat before him eagerly like an elementary school student. At least there wasn't any strange taste, and Naruto silently took another bite, realizing he still needed to step in. "Really?" The light in Orochimaru's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head like an eggplant hit by frost. It's normal for someone to struggle with something they've never encountered before. You've done very well. Just remember the methods and practice diligently from now on. Seeing Orochimaru's disappointed expression, Naruto hurriedly offered comfort. Really? If I practice more, can I really do it well? The light in Orochimaru's eyes reignited. Yes, yes, truly. Naruto nodded, inwardly lamenting how many sentimental men yes, just like that. Stir it a bit more and remember the heat. Just like that. As Naruto guided Orochimaru on the heat control, his mouth watered at the delicious smell. How long had it been since he had eaten pineapple fried rice? Under Naruto's guidance, Orochimaru deftly finished the final touches, placing the completed dish in front of Naruto, eagerly awaiting his evaluation. Naruto leaned forward, and a tempting fruity aroma, along with the fragrance of rice, instantly filled his nostrils, making his mouth water. As he opened the lid of the pineapple fried rice, a wisp of steam floated up, and amidst the hot mist a culinary masterpiece appeared before Naruto's eyes. Golden strands of pineapple lay atop the rice like a net, with the white rice complemented by rich ingredients: green peas and corn resembling white jade, embedded with red agate, green emeralds, and dazzling flecks of gold. The pineapple seemed to wrap this plump dish like a swaddled baby, and not only did the pineapple fried rice look good, but it also smelled enticing. Naruto eagerly scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth, and instantly the sweet and sour pineapple flavor invigorated every cell on his tongue, filling him with vitality. Orochimaru, you should try this too. The pineapple fried rice is really delicious. I guarantee the perverted sage will love it. Naruto, with his mouth full of food, did not forget to invite Orochimaru to enjoy the meal together. Let me try. Watching Naruto eat happily, Orochimaru also began to taste it. With one spoonful, the sweet and sour flavor stimulated his taste buds, opening up his appetite. He had never eaten anything like this before. It had been a long time since Naruto had eaten pineapple fried rice. Satisfied, he let out a hearty burp and patted Orochimaru's back, confidently saying, I think if you just master this, you can temporarily capture the perverted sage's appetite. After all, pineapple fried rice is quite popular in modern times. Let me tell you, I'll disguise myself as a villain to attack the lecherous immortal, and then you hurry to save him. It's best if you get hurt a little, so you can be by his side legitimately and have him take care of you. Naruto nudged the crouching Orochimaru beside him, whispering his instructions. Having just learned to cook a dish, Orochimaru, without waiting for Naruto's consent, eagerly wanted to meet Jiraiya, and Naruto had no choice but to follow him out. The two were now lying in wait. He's coming. Pay attention and don't expose yourself. Naruto didn't know when he had transformed. He looked completely unfamiliar. His shiny, smooth black hair obediently brushed against his ears, his skin was fair, and his features were handsome with a touch of elegance. The voluminous outfit, patterned with silver flowers on a moon-white background, concealed Naruto's slender figure. Large lotus patterns flickered on his white clothing, and a long sword hung diagonally from his shoulder, giving an air of nonchalance. Upon closer inspection, this was undeniably Naruto's appearance from his past life. Attacking the lecherous immortal without purpose required him to disguise himself as someone he had never met. After much contemplation, Naruto decided it was best to become his former self. With a whoosh, a shuriken flew like a whirlwind towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya's ears perked up, and just as the shuriken was about to hit him, he nimbly stepped back, allowing the shuriken to whiz past him. Who? Show yourself. Jiraiya threw a shuriken towards the spot where Naruto was hiding. The renowned one of the legendary Sannin, the hero of Konoha, Jiraiya, truly lives up to his reputation. Naruto suddenly appeared before Jiraiya. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Jiraiya felt an inexplicable familiarity with this person, yet he had never seen him before. You don't need to know that. Just know that I'm here to challenge you. I've heard that the hero of Konoha, Jiraiya, is quite formidable, so I wanted to spar with you. Naruto smiled innocently as he slowly drew the Zanpakutō that had never been revealed before. As Naruto drew the sword from his back, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable tightening in his heart. The sword radiated a peculiar aura, almost as if it were alive, and Jiraiya sensed an oppressive force emanating from it. One must say Jiraiya's instincts were spot on. After all, he had learned the sage mode, and those who trained in Myoboku Mountain developed their techniques through sensing the natural energy. Naruto's Zanpakutō was also formed by absorbing a type of energy from the natural world. Sage Art Thousand Needle Jutsu. Jiraiya's hair instantly hardened, wildly elongating and attacking Naruto like a torrential downpour. However, Naruto did not dodge or move. Just as Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, started to worry for Naruto, A cloud of dust stirred up by Jiraiya's attack cleared, revealing Naruto standing unscathed amidst the chaos, with the dust strangely parting, just under a meter from him. Jiraiya and the anxious Orochimaru secretly marveled, wondering what kind of ninjutsu this person was using. They had never seen such a technique before. In truth, as Jiraiya unleashed his jutsu, Naruto silently activated a protective barrier. After all, it was a divine gift, and the barrier effortlessly blocked Jiraiya's attack. In the moment Jiraiya was caught off guard, Naruto used Shuinpa to teleport beside him. Just as the sharp blade was about to pierce Jiraiya's body, a slender figure tied with a large purple bow suddenly blocked in front of him. Blood streamed down the blade drop by drop, as if each drop fell upon Jiraiya's heart. This fool whom he had driven away countless times recently actually took a blow for him. Seeing Orochimaru lying weakly in the lecherous immortal's arms, Naruto knew that the plan had succeeded to a great extent. He quickly sheathed his sword and silently hid in the shadows to observe the situation. "Idiot, why did you rush over?" Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, whose complexion was even paler than before, with a pained expression. This fool who had left Konoha with such resolve, never turning back even when he was urged to stay. Now why return to take a blow for him? "You're the idiot, you fool." I regret it now. I regret leaving you without hesitation back then. Why couldn't you have been more resolute? If you had been more determined, perhaps I wouldn't have left." After speaking haltingly, Orochimaru lowered his head and fell unconscious. "Hey Orochimaru, don't scare me." Jiraiya anxiously shook the unconscious Orochimaru. Seeing him unresponsive, he quickly picked him up and left. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at this acting, and not becoming a movie star is a huge loss." Naruto, who knew everything, watched the lecherous immortal's retreating figure and sighed. Although this method was taught to Orochimaru by him, the execution was truly perfect. Just now he had seen Orochimaru, who should have been unconscious, with the corners of his mouth curling up. It seemed his disciple would thoroughly outsmart him. The night was as cool as water, and Naruto, dressed in his pajamas, gazed blankly at the moon outside the window. How long had it been since he arrived in this world? 3 years, or perhaps 4. Naruto could no longer recall clearly. Since coming to this world, he hadn't thought about the modern world for a long time. After arriving in this world, fueled by fervor, he sought to prevent Sasuke from making his initial decision, striving to alter Sasuke's fate. However, despite his silent efforts, Sasuke still chose the path of revenge, resolute and merciless, never considering his own feelings. Did Sasuke truly hold him in his heart? Naruto was uncertain, perhaps yes, perhaps no. The only certainty was that Sasuke prioritized his revenge against his brother above all else. Sasuke might have struggled with the decision to abandon everything he currently possessed. Sasuke had struggled and suffered, yet in the end, he chose revenge over his companions. Naruto now felt a sense of confusion. He had decided to change Sasuke and this world, but now he was unsure if his actions were indeed correct. He only wished to protect Sasuke's smile, yet there was no doubt that Sasuke was suffering immensely, for the target of his revenge was his beloved brother. Now even Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had maintained a strained relationship for years, were showing signs of thawing with Naruto's assistance. Although they were developing a different kind of relationship now, their bond had improved, unlike his own with Sasuke. Even when they met, they would not sit down and bicker as they once did. Standing by the window, Naruto's usually bright eyes were now filled with sadness and confusion. His golden hair hung listlessly beside his ears, devoid of spirit, and he let out a deep sigh. Having been in the Hokage world for such a long time, he had never seriously considered his own affairs. He wondered if anyone had collected his body after he was hit by a car in that world. Did anyone care about his death? What had become of the little boy who had nearly been hit by the car? Would he be grateful for Naruto's act of saving him? Would his friends be saddened by his departure? Today, for some reason, a flood of thoughts surged through Naruto's mind. Perhaps no one would claim his corpse. Maybe it would lie alone in an unclaimed morgue so desolate. In his past life, he was an orphan shuttling between various orphanages, uncared for by anyone. This was similar to Naruto. He had never seen his parents and had no memories of their appearances. Perhaps he had been abandoned by them at birth. Naruto's parents, for the peace and future of the village, had no choice but to leave Naruto alone in this world. Yet they had loved him dearly. However, their love and hopes for the future were placed entirely on Naruto, leading to his unhappy childhood. What kind of feelings had his parents harbored when they abandoned him? He felt a sense of guilt towards Naruto, for if he had not taken over his body, Naruto's life would not have ended in such a manner. "Hey Kurama, what do you think I should do to make Sasuke change his mind?" Naruto muttered to himself, knowing that Kurama had been with him all along. "You've already done enough for him," the Nine Tails said through their mental connection. Why should Naruto go to such lengths for that boy? The Nine Tails was perplexed. Did that boy truly deserve Naruto's efforts? At night, Naruto was silently grieving in Konoha village. At the same time, Sasuke, who had not appeared before anyone since his meeting with Naruto, also fell into deep confusion. What exactly did Naruto mean by those words? That what I saw with my own eyes might not be the truth. He meant that I don't believe my brother. How could that be? The person I trusted most in my life was my brother. The one I relied on and loved the most was none other than Itachi, my brother. How could I not believe my brother? Sasuke sat by the table, his chin resting on his hands. Under the flickering candlelight, the darkness in his eyes grew deeper, like a whirlpool threatening to engulf him. But Naruto made some sense. Brother. Why did he suddenly do that? Why did he leave only me behind, instead of killing me like the other clan members? Or was it because I was his younger brother and he couldn't bear to? No, that's not right. Didn't father and mother also die by his sword? Why did he spare only me? Sasuke irritably brushed the stray hair from his forehead, his eyes staring blankly at the faint candlelight. No, I can't waver. All of this was said by Naruto just to shake my resolve. I have already made up my mind to sever all ties. I can't falter now. It's almost time. Just a few more days and I will be able to take revenge with my own hands. Sasuke abruptly blew out the candle. In the darkness, Sasuke's figure was blurred, yet a suffocating and restless aura emanated from him. But once the seed of doubt is planted, it not only fails to disappear but grows larger with time. Driven by restless thoughts, Sasuke felt he needed to do something to ease the unease within him. He went to Karen's room. "Karen, there's a mission." Sasuke pushed open the door, his expression cold and stern. "Ah, Sasuke, you finally came to see me. I knew you would. Wow, wow, wow." Indeed, I loved Sasuke's cold demeanor the most. A girl with coral-colored hair and glasses rushed to Sasuke the moment he entered, her eyes sparkling with hearts, gazing at him with a lovesick grin. It was unmistakably Karen swooning over him. Actually, even when Sasuke was in his own room, Karen had sensed the unusual aura around him. Today Sasuke was a bit irritable, she thought. "Karen, with your abilities, you should be able to locate the Akatsuki's hideout. I want you to monitor Uchiha Itachi's every move." Sasuke felt he needed to clarify the doubts in his heart. Since what he saw might not be the truth, he would verify the truth once more. "I can go, but what's in it for me?" Karen pushed up her glasses with her finger, wearing a bargaining expression. Not taking advantage of the opportunity would be unlike Karen. "Let's talk about that after you've handled this." Sasuke sighed helplessly. This woman always tried to take advantage of him. "Wow, wait for me to come back." Karen smirked slyly, as if she could already envision the scene of toying with Sasuke. However, she pleased after completing the mission. Sasuke left Karen's room with a dark expression. This woman was always thinking of bizarre things. Women could be truly terrifying at times. Admittedly, Sasuke, you've hit the nail on the head. Women are indeed terrifying in certain aspects, especially those who are in love. "Uchiha Itachi, I will come for you sooner or later. Just wait. I will stand before you as a new self, surpassing your power, defeat you, and make you taste my pain as well." Zuozhu, who had already handed over the task to Xianglin, returned to his room and lay on the bed. He tossed and turned without the slightest inclination to fall asleep. At this moment in the quiet night, a figure suddenly appeared atop the Hwarying stone statue of my village. A white kimono was strikingly conspicuous in the darkness, and a large purple bow nearly obscured his waist. Appearing so brazenly in such a prominent place in my village, yet none of the village's guarding ninja noticed. The young man's lips twitched and he let out a sneer. "The defense of my village is still as careless as ever. Every time they only realize the enemy's invasion after it happens. Isn't that too late?" Indeed, when he left the village back then, no one even noticed. How ridiculous. The moonlight was cool and the young man's face was faintly revealed under the silver light. a cold hard face with eyes that glinted with icy sharpness, the corners of his mouth lifted in a mocking sneer. It was none other than Yuzhibo Zuozhu, the one who had defected from the village. Zuozhu had actually returned to my village, the village he had once abandoned. In truth, Zuozhu himself was surprised. Without realizing it, he had actually come back to my village. Tonight he desperately wanted to see that boy. The one he had pushed away countless times, the one he had hurt over and over again. He still remembered those blue eyes that had been tinged with pain because of him, and the bright smile that still shone beneath the boy's blood-stained face. Whenever he thought of that moment when he had hurt him yet the boy still smiled at him, Zuozhu's heart felt as if it were being gripped by something, tightening more and more until he could barely breathe. That boy was named Xuanhua Mingren. That boy was the one who had always pursued him. That boy was the one he had once regarded as a comrade yet personally pushed away. That boy, even after he had defected from the village, still chose to believe in him. That boy. I hurt him. That boy. Would he hate me for treating him so ruthlessly? Following his heart, he had returned to my village. But now Zuozhu was afraid. Afraid to see that boy, unsure of how to face Mingren. The cool night breeze gently caressed Zuozhu's face. He felt the breath of the wind, took a deep breath, and in a flash the figure on the stone statue vanished as if no one had ever been there. Zuozhu, who had disappeared from the stone statue, now appeared in Mingren's room. Through the moonlight he could see Mingren's peaceful sleeping face and quiet sleeping posture. The eyes that usually sparkled with light were now quietly closed. His long lashes trembled gently with each breath, endearing and lovable. His golden hair lay quietly on his cheeks. His small lips slightly parted, and occasionally a pink tongue would dart out to lick the corner of his mouth, as if he were dreaming of something delicious. Zuozhu let out a low laugh. Mingren was just like before. Completely defenseless even in sleep. Gazing at Mingren's glossy lips, Zuozhu couldn't help but reach out his hand to stroke them, gently tracing the delicate shape of Mingren's lips. Unconsciously, Zuozhu's hand gradually increased in pressure. His dark pupils grew even blacker and deeper like the night, as if a shadowy mist were slowly enveloping him. Mingren suddenly let out an uncomfortable murmur, and Zuozhu snapped back to reality. He quickly withdrew his hand from Mingren's mouth. Zuozhu was startled by his own actions. Just now he had actually wanted to insert his fingers into Mingren's mouth, to let his fingers be covered in Mingren's saliva, to hear Mingren's sweet sounds, to fiercely kiss him. Zuozhu stared at Mingren's sleeping face with a complex expression. How could he have such thoughts about this idiot? Zuozhu pressed his hand to his chest, feeling his heart pounding wildly. What kind of feeling was this? Now toward Mingren. What exactly were his feelings? Zuozhu stared fiercely at Mingren, vainly trying to discern something from him, but the air was filled only with the sound of Mingren's breathing. No one could answer his doubts. In his slumber, Naruto felt a persistent gaze upon him, a sensation so intense it seemed to sear through him, unsettling him deeply. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he were about to open his golden eyes at any moment. Naruto suddenly turned over, smacked his lips, and continued sleeping soundly. Little Nine, quickly help me see who has been staring at me while I was asleep. Awakened by Sasuke's intense gaze, Naruto chose to feign sleep, urgently calling out to Kurama in his heart. Since the third Hokage's passing, he had never felt such a blatant stare. Can't you open your eyes and see for yourself? Kurama said, leisurely lounging with his legs crossed in Naruto's spiritual world. Did you already know someone was spying on me? Woo-woo. Little Nine, you don't love me anymore. Stop. Do you really want to know who it is? Kurama's eyes were complicated. He couldn't understand why that young man had returned at this moment. In fact, the moment Sasuke arrived, Kurama had sensed his chakra. The young man merely watched Naruto without making a move, so Kurama let him be and didn't wake the sleeping Naruto. Tell me who it is, so I can act accordingly, Naruto urged, unwilling to keep pretending to sleep. It's the Sasuke you've been pining after, the one who doesn't want anything to do with you. Kurama gritted his teeth with a hint of frustration. Nanny. Sasuke. Naruto was shocked. Had Sasuke finally come around? Since you're awake, stop pretending to sleep. Sasuke's cold, emotionless voice rang in Naruto's ear. The warm breath from Sasuke's words brushed against the shell of Naruto's ear, which instantly turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Get off me first. Naruto shyly whispered, placing his hand against Sasuke's chest. You. Sasuke looked at Naruto's flushed face hesitating. You? Naruto was at a loss with Sasuke. He had so much to say yet didn't know where to begin. I'm just passing through. Don't overthink it. Sasuke turned his face away with its tsundere air, but his reddened ears betrayed his true feelings. Naruto laughed inwardly but showed no sign on his face. Sasuke's awkward personality hadn't changed. The two were silent. 2 drops of sweat silently dripped from Naruto's forehead. Sasuke's meaningful gaze made him break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Sasuke had stayed up all night just to see him? Naruto understood Sasuke less and less. Where had the Sasuke whose thoughts were so easy to read gone? Sasuke, come back. Everyone won't blame you. Naruto tried to persuade him. Sasuke still stared at Naruto unblinkingly with his dark deep eyes. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. What was wrong with Sasuke? Then before Naruto could react, Sasuke turned and left. Yes, Sasuke, aside from his first words, didn't say another word to Naruto and walked away gracefully. Naruto had been planning to have a good talk with Sasuke, but now watching his retreating figure he was frozen. Little Nine, are you sure that was Sasuke? Not someone else in disguise? Naruto asked Kurama with a hint of doubt. Are you questioning my ability? Kurama's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his fiery red tail raised high, bristling with irritation in Naruto's spiritual world, exuding an aura of anger. No! How could I doubt you? I just can't believe Sasuke would just leave like that. Naruto quickly corrected himself, afraid of Kurama going berserk. From the feel of the chakra, it's that kid, no mistake. Kurama muttered, a bit annoyed by Naruto's concern for that boy. Do you think Sasuke might have been provoked by something? Naruto couldn't think of any other reason for Sasuke's strange behavior. Who cares? Kurama sneered. Hey, don't be like that. Little Nine is my most reliable companion. I love Little Nine the most. Naruto couldn't understand why Kurama hated Sasuke so much. Humph. Kurama expressed disbelief. Wasn't the boy Naruto cared about most? Sigh. Naruto let out a heavy sigh. Kurama was becoming more and more like a difficult child to soothe. Was it because he had been sealed for too long and suppressed? Forget it, I won't think about it. Time to sleep. Naruto scratched his head, giving up on thinking. Sleeping was the most important thing now. Naruto, having woken up, naturally felt that he was in a very good mood. He secretly thought to himself that he wished it could always be like this. However, what was Sasuke really doing last night? As Naruto strolled leisurely, he pondered Sasuke's motives. Why do I feel like I'm getting closer to the path of an uncle? Well, considering my age in my previous life, I really do feel like an uncle inside. I'm sorry. Naruto, lost in thought, realized he had accidentally bumped into someone. He quickly touched his head and bent down to apologize to the person he had collided with. Naruto, it's me. A boy wearing a white cloak with a Kazekage emblem spoke up. The boy had rose-colored hair and carried a large gourd on his back. A prominent love character was engraved on his forehead, and the dark circles under his eyes caused by years of insomnia stood out against his fair skin. Gaara. Hearing the boy's mature voice, Naruto looked up in surprise. It's really you. What brings you here? It's the Hokage's message that brought me here, and I came to check on you. Gaara said softly. You've become the Kazekage now? I can't keep up with you anymore. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was supposed to be him who aimed to become Hokage, yet Gaara had taken the position before him. You will become Hokage, I believe in you. Gaara always had faith in Naruto, knowing that if Naruto set his mind to something he would achieve it. Haha, Gaara understands me the best. Come on, let me treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto said cheerfully, throwing an arm around Gaara's shoulder as they headed towards the ramen shop. Gaara turned his head, his light green eyes seriously fixated on the beaming Naruto. This boy was his salvation. When he was engulfed in darkness, it was Naruto who pulled him out. It was Naruto's pure and innocent smile that had saved him. At that time, Naruto became his light. From the moment he was born, a monster was sealed within him, making him a creature of fear in the eyes of others. No one wanted to play with him. Even his own siblings kept their distance, frightened of him. His father, the great Kazekage of Sunagakure, regarded him as the village's secret weapon, even contemplating killing him when his power was beyond control. At that time he felt utterly hopeless. In such a vast village there was no place for him to belong. Among so many people, not a single one was willing to talk to him. He just wanted someone to converse with, for he was truly lonely, not wanting to be by himself. Yet they all feared him, feared his power. He was fortunate to meet a boy. When he was struggling in hell, this boy unexpectedly bumped into him and gave him a push from behind, striking him back from hell to the human realm. That boy smiled and told him that the happiest thing in this world was to be connected to others. He said, "I will be your companion." At that moment, hearing the boy's words, he cried tears of joy, for he was no longer alone. Thus 3 years later, he became the Kazekage, appearing before Naruto with a completely new identity. He aimed to grow stronger, powerful enough to protect his light. Reappearing before the crowd, Gaara stood with the calm demeanor of an adult, embodying the new generation of Kazekage, proudly standing, as if it was his destiny. At the moment he heard that Uchiha Sasuke had become a rogue ninja, he felt a flicker of delight within himself, for Naruto's gaze no longer solely fixated on that Uchiha Sasuke. However, he was mistaken. Even though that person had left the village, Naruto continued to pursue him relentlessly, just as he had once saved him, and Naruto wished to rescue that man trapped in darkness. He heard that Naruto was hurt because of Uchiha, and his heart ached because he could not immediately appear before Naruto to comfort him. He wanted Naruto to be happy. He didn't want the smile on Naruto's face to fade. Therefore, if Uchiha were to return, he could accept it as long as Naruto was happy. "Wa ai Luo, what are you spacing out for? Come on, I'm only treating you to ramen." Naruto frowned, his dark circles still as heavy as ever. "Oh, okay." Wa ai Luo snapped back to reality. Naruto hadn't changed at all. Even after all this time, he was still the same as in his memories. "Uncle, 2 bowls of ramen." Before his feet even stepped into the shop, Naruto's voice reached Uncle Yile's ears. "Coming right up." Uncle Yile responded with a resonant, hearty voice. No sooner had Naruto and Wa ai Luo sat down than Uncle Yile deftly brought over 2 steaming bowls of ramen, the aroma of the broth filling the air. Naruto took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrance. Uncle's skill was as superb as ever. He grabbed his chopsticks and eagerly began to eat. Wa ai Luo picked up his chopsticks but didn't start eating. Instead, he quietly watched Naruto's blissful expression as he savored the meal. The steam from the ramen blurred Wa ai Luo's features, yet it could not conceal the tenderness in his eyes. Wa ai Luo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at this moment. To be able to sit quietly and watch the person he cherished eat, this was something he had never imagined before, and it was Naruto who had made this wish come true. To him, Naruto might no longer be merely a comrade but family. During those days filled with pain, he had once prayed for his own family to look upon him, but they never did. Naruto's appearance had not only changed him, but also the people around him. Now his brother Kidō had volunteered to become his personal guard after he became Wind Shadow. The elder brother who had once feared him was now striving to make amends. Gradually, Wa ai Luo began to see the bond of brotherhood in Kidō. He was no longer just a brother in name, but a true one. His sister Shoju now showed him gentle concern. Occasionally, she would even cook for him herself. This perhaps was the feeling of having family. All of this was because he had met Naruto. Therefore, if Naruto wanted to bring Suiju back, he would help him. The higher-ups of my village forbade Naruto from being too prominent and sought to confine him. In that case, Wa ai Luo would become Naruto's backing, removing every obstacle in his path. That was why he repeatedly agreed to Gangsho's proposals, for she truly had Naruto's best interests at heart. He would not allow anyone to harm Naruto, just as Naruto did not want to see Suiju hurt. In truth, he had always known that Naruto's feelings for Suiju went beyond mere camaraderie. Unlike his own feelings for Naruto, which were akin to familial love, he knew that Naruto treasured Suiju deeply. "Naruto, no matter what you do, I will support you. So if you ever grow tired, you can come to me, and I will be there for you. Remember, we are comrades." Wa ai Luo was never one to speak sweet words or make promises lightly, but Naruto was the sole exception. "Wa ai Luo, you've moved me so much." Naruto, touched by Wa ai Luo's rare emotional display, felt tears welling up in his eyes. The once solitary, cruel, and self-loving Shura had transformed into a mature and reliable little red panda. What was he to do? Suddenly Naruto felt a sense of pride, as if his child had finally grown up. He silently wiped his tears in his heart, never imagining that one day he would become as sentimental as those women. At first he had only wanted to make Suiju happy. But now he also wanted Luo his comrades and his teachers to be happy as well. Now he had truly become part of this world. The people here were real, his comrades were real, and he wanted to protect all of them. It might be exhausting, but these were his comrades, the ones he had lived with for so long. How could he bear to see them unhappy? How could he let the pervy sage disappear from his world? He still wanted to train with Jiraiya. How could he stand by and watch the genius Hyuga Neji fall before him? He still wanted to go on missions with Neji. Gaara bid farewell to Naruto after having a meal together and left Konoha village. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Gaara's departing figure grew increasingly blurred. Naruto suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Gaara, like his former self, had a childhood filled with suffering. What would happen to Gaara if he had never met Naruto? Would he have fallen into darkness? This heart-wrenching child has always lived strong on his own. I wish for his happiness, and do not want him to endure the same pain he experienced in childhood. As Naruto gazed at the leaves dancing in the sky, he suddenly recalled the words often spoken by the third Hokage, "As long as there are leaves fluttering, the fire will burn. The shadows of the fire illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout." In the past, Naruto did not understand the meaning of these words, but now it seems he understands a little. As long as life endures, there is still hope, as long as one does not give up. Only when Gaara's figure disappeared did Naruto realize he had been standing there for quite a while. He sighed softly. If he continued to feel this melancholic, he, the bright youth of the 21st century, would surely fall into depression. Naruto patted his face, gathered his spirits, and turned to leave the place he had been standing. Returning to Sasuke, ever since that day when Naruto caught him spying, Sasuke had thrown himself into training, thoroughly punishing those brought by Orochimaru to train him. Sasuke swiftly dealt with the last challenger, blood dripping drop by drop from his sword. As he stood in a pool of blood, his expression somewhat grim. "Who?" Sasuke's gaze was fierce, the Chikudo poised to stab. "Sasuke, it's me." Karua's lips moved slightly, a cold sweat beating on her forehead, as she barely avoided having her throat pierced by Sasuke's sword. "I told you not to disturb me during my training." Sasuke retracted the Chikudo, warning Karui that if she moved a step closer, he could pierce her. "I have completed the task you assigned to me," Karui said, her expression one of eagerness for praise. "How was it?" Sasuke's face remained unchanged, but his gaze grew colder. "From my observations over the past few days, I haven't seen anything unusual about Uchiha Itachi," Karui reported while secretly watching Sasuke's reaction. "Is that so?" Sasuke's eyes grew increasingly sinister, the deep black mist within them seeming to overflow. He knew there must be no hidden truths. He had witnessed with his own eyes the blood of his father and mother splattered on his beloved brother's sword. How could it be false? How could he waver? Naruto had deceived him to bring him back. Sasuke's mouth suddenly curled into a smirk, a broad smile blooming on his handsome face. But this smile made Karua's heart race with fear. Although Sasuke smiled, his eyes grew increasingly vicious, the raging fury within them transforming into a great beast ready to burst forth. Karui took a few steps back, shrinking her neck, as if that would reduce her presence. Given the situation, she felt it was unwise to propose any conditions to Sasuke. Sensing the increasingly violent aura from Sasuke, Karui wisely chose to leave, as she could not guarantee that Sasuke wouldn't take his anger out on her. Though Sasuke sometimes found it hard to deal with her, his fury was reckless and could not be ignored. She must not let herself be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes were red with rage. He did not know whether he was angry for Uchiha Itachi, or for himself having been swayed by Naruto's words, or if he was furious because Naruto had deceived him. The overwhelming anger nearly clouded Sasuke's mind, yet at this moment, he stood in Xianglin's room, his thoughts growing ever clearer. Yes, he now understood precisely what he needed to do. No one could thwart his quest for vengeance. Today marked the opportunity to test the results of his training over the past days. Orochimaru's body had reached its limit, and he could no longer teach him anything. Those who are of no use should be discarded, especially someone who had intentions on his own body from the very beginning. Orochimaru's fate was to be sealed today. Xianglin, go to the place where Shueisui and Chongwu are detained and release them. I will deal with Orochimaru myself. Sasuke's expression was indifferent, but his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Orochimaru was no slouch. If he could kill Orochimaru, it would signify that he possessed enough strength to eliminate that sinner. But Lord Orochimaru, though she had agreed to assist Sasuke, It seemed a bit forced for him to challenge Lord Orochimaru alone. What if? Just handle the task I gave you and don't worry about anything else. Sasuke's expression turned cold as he vanished. Sasuke stealthily entered Orochimaru's room, the dark aura enveloping him, and the heavy scent of medicine filled the entire space. Orochimaru's pale face appeared even more terrifying under the dim candlelight. Orochimaru occasionally coughed, and as he bent over in pain from the coughing Sasuke appeared before. Orochimaru, today is your day of death. Sasuke looked at the pained Orochimaru with a complex gaze, feeling a hint of reluctance. However, that fleeting sympathy was quickly suppressed by Sasuke. Orochimaru must die by his hand. Is that so? Then we'll see if you have the ability to do it. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed dangerously, just as Naruto said. Enough with the nonsense. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fire dragon flew fiercely toward Orochimaru's location. Orochimaru swiftly dodged and positioned himself behind Sasuke, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water prison technique. In an instant, Sasuke found himself trapped in a large water sphere, struggling to breathe. He drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist and slashed through the sphere, confining him. The sizzling sound surrounded the sword body, and as Sasuke dodged, Orochimaru's arm was soon stained with blood. Summoning technique, Great Snake. Orochimaru calmly summoned his favorite pet, a colossal snake with purple stripes, which swiftly lunged at Sasuke. Orochimaru watched as Sasuke agilely evaded the great snake's attacks, his slit pupils shifting in color. Truly, he was the vessel he had chosen. The great snake flicked its tongue, releasing venom that splattered onto Sasuke, corroding his clothes into tatters, and leaving his body bruised and discolored. Orochimaru laughed at Sasuke's plight, saying, "Sasuke, you are still too naive. Naivety is yours." Blood streamed from Sasuke's eyes, signaling the appearance of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. "You have already fallen under my Tsukuyomi, and before these Sharingan all is futile." Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword and plunged it into Orochimaru's chest, blood-staining Orochimaru's clothing. Just as Sasuke prepared to deliver another strike, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a large white snake burst forth, transforming Orochimaru into a snake. Orochimaru formed hand seals, initiating the rebirth ceremony, attempting to seize Sasuke. Sasuke would not allow that. He activated the Sharingan and transported both Orochimaru and the technique into his own space, his consciousness engulfing the area as Orochimaru found himself ensnared by his own jutsu. In the end, Orochimaru met his defeat at Sasuke's hands. The infamous Sannin Orochimaru would vanish from the ninja world from this day forward. Sasuke wasn't in much better shape himself. Due to activating the Sharingan, his chakra was somewhat depleted. He staggered, forcing himself to stand as he needed to reunite with Xianglin. The first step was complete, next would be that man. Sasuke, grievously wounded yet unyielding in spirit, finally reached the rendezvous point where Karen awaited him. His frail body dragging itself across the threshold just as she had stood there for hours. "Suigetsu, tell me, could Lord Orochimaru have?" Karen paced anxiously back and forth before suddenly whirling to face a slender youth. Remarkably, the youth's hair shimmered like translucent water, while his violet eyes swirled with ethereal mist. Irritated by Karen's incessant chatter, he absent-mindedly dug a finger into his ear. This bothersome woman was unbearably loud. "Well then, your beloved Sasuke has arrived. Cease pestering me." Suigetsu's ears twitched. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a figure emerging into view. Humph! Karen needed no announcement. Her sensorinine instincts had already registered Sasuke's chakra the instant he appeared. "Sasuke, how gravely you're injured. Bite me quickly." Karen extended her arm, steadying his swaying form with urgent concern. Gazing at the arm already marked with faint tooth impressions, Sasuke sank his teeth into it without Karen let out a soft, pained whimper, but her expression bloomed with quiet bliss. To heal Sasuke in his moment of vulnerability was pure joy. Indeed, this was their first true skin-to-skin contact, a thought that sent warmth flooding through her chest. Suigetsu watched Karen's love-struck expression with undisguised disdain. How he wondered, could Sasuke possibly endure this woman? As Sasuke absorbed Karen's chakra, his wounds sealed visibly. Within moments, half his injuries had vanished, as if erased by time itself. "From this day forward, we are Team Hibi. Our sole objective, Itachi Uchiha." Sasuke declared, his gaze steady upon the three standing before him. Boss, you truly intend to slay your own brother? Suigetsu bared his jagged teeth in a mischievous grin, the sharp fang gleaming at his lip, softening his malice into something almost endearing. I have spoken plainly. My purpose is singular. To kill Itachi Uchiha. Every step I take serves that end. Sasuke's calm, depthless eyes locked onto Suigetsu, so piercing that Suigetsu's spine prickled with cold dread. I'll stand with you, Sasuke, and I shall follow you, so long as you replace Kimimaro as my cage, rumbled a towering man with fiery orange hair and earnest amber eyes. Sasuke offered a quiet nod to Jugo. And me too. I'll help Sasuke. Karen raised her hand, eagerly refusing to be left behind. Then, as of this moment, Team Hebe is officially formed. Sasuke's voice, cool and clear, dissolved into the still air. Naruto. Orochimaru, sensing the dissolution of his clone, deliberately swept Naruto aside from his banter with Jiraiya, and murmured low, "Sasuke has begun his move." Naruto paused. Then, as if nothing had passed, swung a playful punch at Orochimaru's shoulder, crafting the illusion of mere roughhousing. "Pervert sage, I've urgent business. I'm off. Do behave yourself with Orochimaru." Naruto flashed Orochimaru a subtle, knowing glance before departing. Orochimaru blinked once in silent acknowledgement. His message clear: he would seize this opportunity and win Jiraiya's heart without delay. Jiraiya watched their exchange in silence, brow furrowed. Something felt amiss. Why did Naruto and Orochimaru seem to share a secret he couldn't fathom? "Jealous, are we?" Orochimaru materialized behind Jiraiya, breath warm against his ear. Intimate, intoxicating. Jiraiya flushed crimson and shoved him away, bristling. "Who's jealous? Not me. I'm not jealous at all." "Of course not. You're perfectly composed. It's I who's jealous." Orochimaru gazed at Jiraiya with tender, almost unbearable sweetness. So disarmingly adorable it stirred dangerous impulses, a fierce longing to kiss him senseless. Orochimaru averted his eyes, silently commanding himself patience. "Slow down. Don't frighten him. Foolish pretense." Day after day, gazing but forbidden to touch. How much longer could this torment endure? Orochimaru sighed deeply. When would that dense fool Jiraiya finally awaken to love? Tonight, while he slept, I'll claim what's long been denied. Such thoughts coiled quietly in Orochimaru's mind. At night, the air was as cool as water. In Naruto's room, two figures, one low and one high, appeared somewhat heavy under the bright moonlight. "Sasuke took out my shadow clone. What do you intend to compensate me for that? If I hadn't warned you beforehand about Sasuke's intention to kill you, you wouldn't be here chatting with me so peacefully, so be content." Naruto pouted, as Orochimaru always seemed to want to trick him. "I know Sasuke's thoughts, even if you don't tell me." Orochimaru indicated that he still understood Sasuke to some extent. He. Naruto was speechless. The two suddenly fell into silence. Even the air seemed to feel the dense, heavy atmosphere surrounding them. "In the end, he chose that path." Naruto's voice was faint. "From the moment he chose to follow me, he had already decided his future path. He chose the path of revenge." "You have always known his choice, haven't you?" Naruto: "Yes. I have known from the very beginning what choice Sasuke would make. But I wanted to stop him. I wanted to change his choice. He said I don't understand him. But in this world, the one who understands him best aside from his brother is me." Orochimaru looked at the currently low-spirited Naruto, feeling a little heartbroken and confused. Such a cheerful boy. Such an optimistic boy. Such a confident boy. With a smile so radiant. How could he become so sensitive when it comes to Sasuke? So helpless. Clearly so carefree in front of me, as if nothing could trouble him, yet so timid in front of that person. What is Naruto truly afraid of? Orochimaru reached out his hand uncontrollably to ruffle Naruto's golden hair. It didn't feel as hard as he imagined, but rather soft and smooth. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. He seemed to have discovered something amusing. In the future, when Naruto gets flustered, he could ruffle his hair. Perhaps unconsciously he had already taken Naruto as his own younger brother. He still remembered their first meeting when Naruto fiercely unleashed his sharp gaze at him for coveting Sasuke's body. That expression was unbearably cute. Wait, could it be that Naruto has feelings for Sasuke? Orochimaru stroked his chin, a wicked smile appearing as he seemed to have uncovered something significant. I say Orochimaru with you grinning so lewdly, while touching my head you wouldn't have a thing for little boys would you? Naruto disdainfully swatted Orochimaru's hand off his head, and took a few steps back, distancing himself from him. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly. He wouldn't tell Naruto what he had discovered. It would be much more interesting for Naruto to find out on his own, and he was quite looking forward to it. All right, hurry back to your wife. I can't afford to take up so much of your time. Naruto waved his hand, signaling Orochimaru to leave quickly. Humph, are you feeling jealous? Orochimaru made a rare joke at Naruto's expense. Naruto's mouth twitched. Could he claim he didn't know the person in front of him? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm leaving. With that, Orochimaru vanished into... After Orochimaru left, Naruto immediately pulled a long face, resting his hands on his cheeks in thought. Since Sasuke has come this far, the next target must be Itachi, right? At dawn, the first golden rays of sunlight spilled across the earth amid melodious birdsong. After the night's gentle baptism, every blade of grass and blossom shimmered, with renewed vitality, lifting the spirit with quiet joy. Yet one who beheld this vibrant tableau felt none of its warmth. Only a suffocating weight settling deep within his chest. Karen ambled listlessly behind Sasuke, her boredom quickly flaring into irritation at Suigetsu, prompting yet another reckless, unfiltered quarrel between them. Yugo ever steadfast and unassuming. His gentle demeanor mirroring his quiet loyalty. Followed step for step behind Sasuke, a silent, unwavering shadow bound by devotion. Amid the clamor of Karen and Suigetsu's bickering, Sasuke subtly furrowed his brow, his expression hardening into icy silence. Neither rebuking nor acknowledging their squabble, allowing it to unfold as if mere background noise. Sasuke, what do we do next? Suigetsu asked once the din subsided, keenly sensing the chilling aura radiating from his leader. Sasuke halted abruptly, turned and fixed Suigetsu with an abyssal hollow gaze. Silent, unnerving, piercing. A tremor ran through Suigetsu's limbs. His knees weakened beneath that chilling stare. If Itachi Uchiha is within Akatsuki, then we shall join them. To draw near him there is no other path. A deceptively mild smile played upon Sasuke's lips, yet his eyes gleamed with venomous coldness. Suigetsu shuddered involuntarily. Better to anger heaven than provoke Sasuke in such a state. Without warning, Sasuke's expression softened. Just slightly. Then settled back into its familiar mask of detached aloofness, as though nothing in the world could stir his indifference. Join Akatsuki. Fine by me. I'll finally lay hands on Kisame Samahata. I'll wrest it from him myself. The very thought of wielding that legendary blade sent Suigetsu into rapturous excitement. Master that executioner's blade first before dreaming of others. You overreach fool. Karen scoffed, her voice laced with biting disdain. Mind your own business. Suigetsu shot back. Watching their habitual sparring, Sasuke was suddenly struck by the memory of Naruto. The boy who'd always challenged him with stubborn, irrepressible banter. He'd never deigned to engage, deeply dismissing every word with disdain. Now he knew. He would never again stand beside that boy, not as an equal, not as kin. A faint sorrow dimmed his eyes. The path he walked was self-chosen and bore no blame but his own. A sudden weight settled upon his shoulder. Sasuke looked up, to find Yugo's earnest face close before him. Composing himself, he spoke simply, "Let's go." At Sasuke's words, Karen and Suigetsu instantly fell silent, abandoning their quarrel. Side by side, they fell into line behind him. Obedient, subdued, moving forward without question. Sasuke's plan, to infiltrate Akatsuki, seemed sound. Yet, unbeknownst to him, that very decision would nearly shatter Naruto's resolve. Even as Sasuke made his choice, Naruto was forging the same intent. Straining every ounce of ingenuity to breach Akatsuki's inner sanctum. He had not forgotten his master Jiraiya would fall to Pain's hand. No matter how fate twisted the narrative, Naruto would prepare, thoroughly, relentlessly, to shield those he held dear. Not only Sasuke but his comrades, his mentors. All must survive. Obito Uchiha would not be deceived easily. So Naruto resolved to craft a flawless, unassailable identity, slipping into Akatsuki from within to dismantle it root and stem. Shadow clone technique. With a single hand seal, Naruto summoned a perfect replica of himself. Identical in every detail. Satisfied, he infused the clone with a sliver of Kurama's chakra, ensuring no discernible flaw betrayed its artifice. After arranging everything, Naruto decided to leave Konoha village starting today, intending to present himself before Akatsuki with a completely new identity. Little Nine, can you hide your chakra? At this moment, Naruto, with a completely unfamiliar face after leaving Konoha, was chatting with the Ninetales inside him. Naruto's striking golden hair had completely vanished, replaced by short, sleek black hair. He donned a loose outfit adorned with silver floral patterns on a moon-white background, perfectly suited for him, with a long sword slung casually over his shoulder, exuding a carefree and chivalrous aura. This was the true appearance of Naruto from his past life, as well as the disguise he wore when attacking Jiraiya. Naruto decided to infiltrate Akatsuki in his original visage, believing no one would associate him with the Ninetales Jinchuriki of the Land of Fire. You should know who I am. Such trivial matters are certainly not a challenge for me. The Ninetales snorted coldly, puffing out its chest arrogantly. So do you want to come out and see the outside world? Naruto raised an eyebrow, wearing a mischievous expression. Of course I want to go out. I've been cooped up for so long and I really miss the food outside. The Ninetales couldn't help but drool at the thought of those delicious dishes. Upon hearing the Ninetales say this, Naruto's face darkened, instantly realizing he was dealing with another hidden glutton. But weren't you always stopping me from going out? The previous me was Naruto, but now I'm not Naruto. You can definitely come out as long as you hide your chakra well, so no one will notice. It will be fine. Really? Great, I'll come out right away. The Ninetales couldn't wait to materialize. Wait? Naruto interrupted. What? You're not having second thoughts, are you? The Ninetales' tail bristled high in alarm at Naruto's halt. No. I just want you to make your body smaller. Just the size of a pet will do. Naruto smiled. What? You want this majestic, intimidating being to shrink down to pet size? No way. The Ninetales' ears perked up in indignation. If you turn back into your original form, it would be impossible for anyone not to recognize you as the Ninetales. We might as well wait to be captured. Naruto persuaded, closing one eye. Well, fine then. The Ninetales reluctantly agreed to Naruto. With a bang, a small orange-furred fox appeared before Naruto. The fox's eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction, its expression somewhat aggrieved as it thought about how the feared Ninetales now had to turn into such a shameful little creature. Wow, how cute. So adorable, I want to pet it. The seasoned fluff enthusiast Naruto thought to himself, and his sinful hands reached for the Ninetales' pointy ears. Then he took a deep breath of the Ninetales, first smiling in satisfaction. The Ninetales' limbs stiffened instantly, its fur standing on end as if facing a great enemy. Naruto, how dare you? If it weren't Naruto, the Ninetales might have swiped at him. Hey, what's the big deal? It's your fault for being too adorable. Little Nine, you have to get used to this identity from now on. You are my pet now. Naruto comforted the Ninetales while continuing to pet its fur. Humph, you better compensate me well. The Ninetales turned its head, snorting, looking incredibly. Bang! 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 Inside it felt like fireworks were bursting in Naruto's heart, as his hands uncontrollably stroked the Ninetales' tail, soft and smooth. So nice to touch, Naruto thought to himself. Hey Mingren, can you stop touching me? All my beautiful fur is messed up by you. Joey curled up in Mingren's arms, dissatisfied with his handling. This is my way of showing closeness to you. I wouldn't treat anyone else like this. This was the final struggle of a seasoned fluff addict. Joey was speechless. He had just realized that this kid Mingren had a face thicker than a city wall. By the way, little Joe, you can't call me Mingren anymore. We're about to infiltrate the Shao organization and we can't afford to slip up. Mingren's face turned serious. The members of the Shao organization were all hard to fool, especially Uchiha Daido, who was the most suspicious. From now on I am Lu Ming. Don't call me wrong, okay? He couldn't just leave his past live's name unused at this time. He was finally being his true self in this world. This old man isn't that stupid. Joey grumbled discontentedly. After shrinking, Joey's expression instantly melted Mingren's young heart with cuteness. Mingren deeply felt that he had no resistance to such fluffy and cute creatures. In his previous life, he had often been teased by his dormitory roommates because of this hobby. Little Ju, now that no one is watching us, we're gonna have a blast in the Shao organization and turn everything upside down. With no one to control him and a new identity, Mingren decided to let himself go wild. Since Shao wouldn't let them live in peace, they shouldn't blame him for leveling up, fighting monsters, flirting, and teasing the pervy uncles. Do you know where Xiao's base is? Zhou threw out a fatal question. Mingren's smile instantly froze. I don't know where their base is, but I have a way to find out. Mingren scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Zhou looked at Mingren's smile with a speechless expression. An idiot is an idiot. Indeed, one should not overestimate Mingren. Zhou leaped up his body, landing lightly on Mingren's shoulder, proud like a noble cat. Mingren turned his head and affectionately stroked Zhou's head. Perhaps he should thank Zhou. All this time it was thanks to Zhou's company that he didn't feel so lonely. Mingren relaxed and enjoyed the rare quiet time. One man and one fox strolled leisurely slowly as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them, adding a warm and beautiful atmosphere. Since coming to this world, he had spent all his efforts protecting Zhuozhu, but had neglected the beauty of this world. Beautiful things remain unchanged. It's just that people lack eyes to see them. Now that he was far from my village, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, his current small goal was to join the Xiao organization. Not being a bit reckless would be a disgrace to Xiao's reputation, wouldn't it? Mingren walked forward with cheerful steps, singing lyrics that no one in this world could understand. Yo! Yo! Yo, sing along, get high. Mingren sang happily, though it was one-sided. With his tone-deaf, off-key, horribly grating voice, it was a wonder Zhou didn't run away. Zhou raised a paw to cover his eyes, unable to bear looking at Mingren. Who is this person? I don't know him. Sensing the growing dissatisfaction and resentment from Zhou on his shoulder, Mingren wisely shut his mouth and walked quietly. The sound of crackling grew clearer amidst the flickering flames, accompanied by the sizzling sound as the aroma of roasted meat wafted enticingly. Sitting nearby, the Nine-Tails gazed enviously at Naruto skillfully flipping the greasy roasted chicken with both hands, nearly drooling. With one hand free, Naruto casually sprinkled seasoning on the meat, and under the heat of the fire the fragrance of the spices engulfed him as the Nine-Tails anxiously urged him to hurry up with the roasting. As soon as it was done, the Nine-Tails eagerly extended a claw, but with a yelp quickly withdrew it, blowing on its two burnt red claws, having gotten burned in its impatience. Seeing this, Naruto took out the cold moon, which had transformed into a dagger, from his pocket, swiftly dismembering the steaming roasted chicken, and handed a cleanly wrapped chicken leg to the Nine-Tails. Receiving the chicken leg, the Nine-Tails couldn't wait to take a bite, and in an instant the rich tender texture burst in its mouth, starting with a salty and faintly sweet flavor that gradually turned spicy, and numbing with each chew, becoming more flavorful as it went on. Even the bones were fragrant until the meat was gone and the Nine-Tails licked the oil off its claws, still wanting more. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. It seems you weren't lying before. From now on I'll leave my meals to you. The Nine-Tails quickly grabbed another chicken leg and stuffed it into its mouth, cheeks bulging, while still complimenting Naruto. Naruto watched the Nine-Tails devour the meat with a happy smile, having not had anyone to share a meal with for a long time. Is this what it feels like to eat with family? Naruto touched his heart, a warm current flowing from his heart throughout his body, bringing a sense of peace. Who? A sudden thought struck him, and he shot a shuriken into the shadows. You're quite alert. A figure emerged from the shadows, pinching the shuriken that Naruto had, radiating a gentle aura akin to jade. The cold demeanor mixed in without seeming out of place. His usually emotionless, lonely eyes were now filled with warmth and a smile that captivated. His thick, pitch-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, drawing attention with his glass-like black eyes, shining even brighter in the night, sparkling, as if Naruto saw the vast ocean of stars in those eyes. Brother Itachi, you're here. Naruto stood up, his bright black eyes sparkling as he leaped into Uchiha Itachi's arms. Itachi wrapped one arm around Naruto, while gently placing his other hand on Naruto's head, nostalgically ruffling his hair with his slender fingers. A trace of nostalgia appeared in Itachi's eyes. How long had it been since he had spent time with Sasuke like this? It seemed a bit hard to remember. Since the moment he made Sasuke sad, he felt he had no right to do such things anymore. How long had it been since he last saw Sasuke? What was Sasuke doing now? Was he secretly training hard to catch up to him? He remembered how little Sasuke used to train alone, when he was too busy to accompany him. He recalled the stubborn expression Sasuke had when he was working hard to master ninjutsu after he finished a mission and sought him out. He remembered the feeling of little Sasuke peacefully sleeping on his back after training. He remembered the adorable expression of his beloved younger brother, who would always act spoiled towards him. But everything had changed. There would no longer be that small figure following him. No one would call him brother with a sweet voice anymore. The sound of a chime-like clear and cheerful laughter was no more. Everything was gone, and only a boy filled with hatred chased after him endlessly. That boy who hated him. He was his brother. His beloved brother. The only family he had left in this world. He was the brother he would go to great lengths to protect, even if it meant dealing with Danzo. He was the one who kept him awake at night, having made Sasuke witness the scene of him killing their parents. He made Sasuke watch as the blood of their clan spilled everywhere. With merciless words, he crushed Sasuke's spirit, making him hate him. Then he heartlessly abandoned him. No one knew how much pain he felt while doing all of this. No one saw the tears that fell when he abandoned Sasuke and walked away. When he killed his clan, the blood staining his clothes. When his father and mother plunged the sword he held into themselves, his heart was already numb with pain. He was mentally prepared for doing such things. But when he saw his beloved brother's disbelief turn into overwhelming hatred directed at him, his already numb heart would still ache endlessly. However, he did not regret it. He truly did not regret it. Even if his beloved brother hated him, he did not regret it. He understood that, if he did not do it, someone else would. Since someone would do it, he might as well end their clan's sins himself. At least he could still protect Sasuke. Even if Sasuke hated him. He had long anticipated the fate of the Uchiha clan, but the one who turned it into that outcome was him, and it made no difference. The Uchiha Itachi had never regretted what he had done. It's just that now he felt a bit tired. His vision was becoming increasingly blurred, and his body was losing strength. His body was nearing its limit. Yet he still wanted to continue protecting his brother. His brother who was innocent, timid, and always easily trusted others. How could he bear to leave him alone? Thankfully, there was someone by Sasuke's side. This boy named Naruto Uzumaki was with Sasuke during his hardest and most painful times. Naruto used his sincerity and passion to save the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, which no one had expected. That rumored hot-tempered selfish Shura had now become a capable man, the Kazekage, protecting his village. Perhaps Naruto could continue to protect Sasuke for him. Naruto Uzumaki really resembled the yellow flash of Konoha. Could it be said that he truly was worthy of being that person's son? Brother Itachi, don't worry. I will watch over Sasuke for you. But the matters between you two, you must resolve yourselves. Actually, I feel that Sasuke still loves you, Brother Itachi. He just can't accept it yet. Naruto sensed the deep sadness emanating from Uchiha Itachi, and held him tightly, quietly comforting him. Itachi was truly heartbreaking. How could he bear to watch Uchiha Itachi disappear before them? Naruto tightened his hold on Itachi, refusing to let him end his own life. Not just Sasuke cared for Brother Itachi. He now regarded Uchiha Itachi as a brother too. You're holding too tightly. Uchiha Itachi patted Naruto's head, signaling him to loosen his grip. In front of Naruto he had become a bit too relaxed, Itachi thought. Naruto, upon hearing this, let go of Uchiha Itachi, scratching his head awkwardly and smiling. Brother Itachi, would you like to try my cooking? The massive Ninetales' ears twitched. What? No way, these are all mine, no one can snatch them away. The Ninetales stood guard over the chicken, as if facing a formidable enemy. It was indeed the gluttonous Ninetales. The Ninetales was already dissatisfied with Naruto for doing so much for that Uchiha kid, and now with Uchiha Itachi around, the Ninetales was even more displeased, especially when it had to compete with him for food. Uchiha Itachi had noticed the orange unclear mass behind Naruto earlier. Oh, is it made by you, Naruto? Then I must give it a try. Seeing the cute fluffed-up appearance of the Ninetales, Uchiha Itachi was rarely in the mood to tease. With a swift motion, a piece of succulent chicken found its way to his mouth, rich and delicious. Delicious! Uchiha Itachi praised without reservation, making a move to grab another piece of chicken for himself. The Ninetales, witnessing this, instinctively covered the remaining chicken with its two paws, its fur standing on end, exuding an intimidating aura. Ha ha ha! Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the Ninetales' reaction. Uchiha Itachi's lips, usually pressed into a thin line, also rarely curved into a slight smile. Humph! The Ninetales snorted coldly, ignoring the two. Alright, little Nine, no one will steal your food. Naruto quickly reassured the Ninetales. Brother Itachi, I want to ask you for a favor. Naruto's voice dropped, unsure if Brother Itachi would help him. What is it? Uchiha Itachi asked gently. I want to join the Akatsuki, but I don't know where their base is, so I wanted to ask you. Naruto smiled shyly. What? You want to join the Akatsuki? No way. Uchiha Itachi flatly refused. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment as both of them kept their lips sealed, responding to each other with silence. Why do you want to join the Akatsuki? Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi spoke first. Because I have things to do, Naruto said in a low voice. Did you foresee something? For some reason, Uchiha Itachi subconsciously believed that Naruto wouldn't recklessly want to join the Akatsuki without reason. After all, it was not a trivial matter. Naruto momentarily didn't catch on to Uchiha Itachi's words, but suddenly something flashed in his mind, reminding him that he had previously tricked Uchiha Itachi into believing he could foresee the future. But it's too dangerous. Yes, I know. Isn't Brother Itachi here? And I can protect myself? A bright smile appeared on Naruto's face. Then after I finish this mission I will take you there. Uchiha Itachi seemed to agree. Yay, Brother Itachi is the best. Naruto exclaimed, joyfully rushing into Uchiha Itachi's embrace. But what? Naruto's scalp tingled, fearing Uchiha Itachi might change his mind. I've never seen you like this. Uchiha Itachi pinched Naruto's face, showing a look of, after shedding his signature golden hair, and the sea-like pure blue eyes, the black hair and black eyes were quite adorable too. Haha, after all, I will be joining the Akatsuki, so it's better to change my appearance a bit. Ahu. Uchiha Itachi nodded calmly. Then wait for me to finish my mission and come find me. Naruto looked obedient. Ahu. Are you finally leaving? The Nine-Tails squinted, one eye lying under the nearby tree, languidly speaking. Ahu, am leaving. Naruto's heart sank. Oh no, the mighty Nine-Tails was angry. Why seek him out? I don't believe you can't find the Akatsuki's base. The Nine-Tails was clearly skeptical. Yes, I found it, but I don't want to look for it myself. Don't you want to enjoy this time and play with me? Naruto winked at the Nine-Tails. Arg! Naruto's scream echoed, sounding a bit desolate in the quiet night forest. Our Nine-Tails simply closed its eyes, too lazy to bother with Naruto. It didn't understand why Naruto's personality was becoming more and more unruly. Can't you show some mercy? Little Nine, you are too ruthless with me. Naruto complained, covering his face marked with claw prints. What if his handsome face gets ruined? Sleeping soundly without dreams beneath the clear chirping of birds, Naruto slept with Kurama in his arms, unaware of what delicious food he dreamed of, drool dripping onto Kurama's tail. He didn't know how Kurama would deal with him after waking up. The sunlight shed its guard, generously spreading over the man and the fox, blurring time and swaying the years, giving a warm and peaceful feeling of tranquil days. While Naruto was sweetly dreaming, Sasuke and his companions had already arrived stylishly at the Akatsuki base. The huge cave before Sasuke looked pitch black from outside, as if something terrifying lurked within. Without hesitation, Sasuke stepped into the cave, followed by Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo. For the Akatsuki who instigated troubles in the shadows, the dark cave was perfectly suited for them. Stepping into the cave, an eerie wind howled past, bone-chillingly cold. The crevices of the stone walls were filled with dense, light-blocking moss. Just standing in the cave involuntarily sent a chill down one's spine, a cold air flowing from the feet through the whole body. What kind of place is this? It feels so eerie, said Karen, whose senses were sharp as she rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, feeling something watching them. The moment Sasuke and his group stepped into the cave, the Akatsuki sensed the intrusion. Pain activated his Rinnegan to spy on Sasuke's every move. The deeper they went, the darker and more terrifying it became. An unusual aura coiled within the cave, pressing down so much that it was hard to breathe. Slowly Sasuke and his companions reached the depths of the cave. In the pitch-black darkness, several flames suddenly appeared, and the figures hidden in the dark gradually emerged. The moment the flames burst forth, Uchiha Itachi's pupils slightly contracted. In the blink of an eye, he lowered his head to hide the emotions in his eyes, then casually glanced at the slender young man in the distance, dropping his gaze and remaining expressionless. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was nearest to him, caught every subtle change in his partner Uchiha Itachi. Having partnered with Itachi for so long, he had never seen him show such a flustered expression. Kisame stared at Itachi's face in a daze. Yo, isn't this Uchiha Itachi's dear little brother Uchiha Sasuke? What? Are you brothers going to team up for a mission? a long fringe covering his left face, his top knot ostentatious. The confident blonde-haired youth broke the silence, first speaking up. Humph. Sasori, standing nearby, snorted discontentedly at Deidara. Sasori bro, do you have a problem with me? Those clumsy stiff puppets of yours are no good. As an artist, if you don't seek stronger stimulation, your sense of things will gradually dull bro. Only explosion is true art. The agitated Deidara started another artistic debate with Sasori. Sasori, what did you say? You call that explosion art? Art is something that can be passed down long-term and perfectly. Eternal beauty can be called art. Deidara, eternal beauty is art. Bro, though I respect you, art should be a dazzling but fleeting beauty. Sasori, what did you say? Deidara, it seems you still don't understand what true art is. Deidara, I think you're the one who doesn't understand bro. No, eternal beauty is true art. Deidara, don't talk nonsense. Instantaneous beauty is art. Are you trying to piss me off? The two argued fiercely, as if no one else was there, and the others were starting to get annoyed. Hey Sasori bro, Deidara, you two stop arguing. If you keep arguing, the boss will get angry. Let's take care of business first. A black-haired youth wearing a spiral mask with only one eye exposed lightly put an arm around each of them, his frivolous voice sounding in Sasori's and Deidara's ears. I told you not to touch me, you bastard Toby. Sasori disdainfully brushed away Toby's hand from his shoulder, almost using a poisoned weapon on Toby. Oh my, Sasori bro is so scary. Toby's uniquely shameless voice reached everyone. Itachi-san, you have to protect me. Sasori bro is going to sting me with his scorpion tail. Toby nimbly scurried behind Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi kept his lips sealed and said nothing, as if none of this concerned him. Toby stared at Uchiha Itachi's serene face, his eyes behind the mask complex. Seeing that his dear brother, whom he would protect at all costs, could remain so calm, it was indeed worthy of Uchiha Itachi. Calm. Who could imagine the great turmoil churning in Uchiha Itachi's heart, behind his expressionless face? He had never anticipated meeting Sasuke in such a situation. If Sasuke truly joined the Akatsuki, how should he face him in the future? Uchiha Itachi's heart was unusually chaotic. He didn't know what to do. He had never imagined meeting Sasuke like this. How can I join you? Sasuke gave a cold glance at Uchiha Itachi, standing in the corner, then addressed the legendary leader of the Akatsuki, as if nothing had happened. The tailed beast capture operation has begun. The capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki is your assignment, Sasuke. A young man with orange hair, his nose, mouth, and even ears adorned with unknown metallic objects spoke coldly. Deidara, you go too. Pain spoke again. By the way, let me remind you, during the mission private fights among members are prohibited. Pain left after saying that and vanished. Hoshigaki Kisame looked up at the two standing opposite each other. Obviously Pain's words were directed at those two. Sasuke walked step by step toward Uchiha Itachi, with determination, each step weighing 1,000 pounds. Standing before Itachi, Sasuke smiled instead of getting angry. Now I am qualified to stand before you. Uchiha Itachi lowered his eyes and said nothing. The black-haired youth before him was no longer as impulsive as before. Instead, he had become steady and powerful, and had learned to hide his emotions. Now in his black eyes there was not a trace of hatred, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. His dear little brother had finally grown up. It's not too late to talk after you capture the one-tail. Uchiha Itachi left after saying that, and Hoshigaki Kisame followed. Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes turned venomous. His dear brother was still like this, always so condescending. One day he would trample his dear brother underfoot and make him beg for mercy. Hoshigaki Kisame, following behind Uchiha Itachi, looked up at the figure ahead, hesitating to speak. Perhaps others could not tell, but after partnering with Itachi for so long, he could sense Itachi's concern for Uchiha Sasuke. He could not understand why the two would torment each other like this. Itachi, are you alright? Hoshigaki Kisame spoke out, breaking his usual. Uchiha Itachi stopped in his tracks, turned around, and fixed his dark, gleaming eyes on Hoshigaki Kisame. His thin lips parted. Kisame, you have overstepped. Kisame stared at Itachi with a worried expression. He knew that when they became partners they had agreed not to interfere with each other or ask about each other's affairs. Despite knowing this, having spent so much time with Uchiha Itachi, Kisame clearly understood what kind of person Itachi was. He could somehow sense that Itachi still cared deeply for his younger brother. Of course, it was precisely because he knew what had happened between the two brothers that he felt even more sorry for Itachi. Itachi must have had an unavoidable reason for doing what he did back then. Therefore, even if it was overstepping, Kisame still expressed his concern for Itachi. After all, if a partner was in a bad mood, it would reduce their efficiency on missions, wouldn't it? Of course, this was all Kisame's one-sided opinion. Itachi let out a soft sigh. Although his partner was impulsive and naive, his intuition was sometimes quite accurate. Some things could not be hidden from him after all. Fine. I said that those who turn their blades against their own comrades will eventually die a miserable death. This is my unavoidable fate. Thank you, Kisame. Itachi thanked Kisame sincerely. He knew that Kisame genuinely cared about him, but this was his destiny. He could not avoid it, nor should he. Sasuke watched his brother's retreating figure, his resolve growing stronger. One day he would trample his brother underfoot and make him regret everything he had done. After Itachi left, the others also departed indifferently. After all, having one more member didn't matter much to them, each had their own considerations. Meanwhile, the greenied, money-obsessed elder Kakuzu gave Sasuke a sinister glance before leaving. As the financial manager of the Akatsuki, he had the duty to consider the organization's daily expenses. He had a premonition that Uchiha Sasuke might cost a lot of funds, which gave our miserly elder a sense of crisis. Sasuke, sensing Kakuzu's gaze, felt somewhat perplexed. This was his first time meeting members of the Akatsuki. Why did it feel like that elder had hostility toward him? Hey Sasuke, who is stronger between you and your brother? Deidara followed behind Sasuke, recklessly pestering him. He is not my brother, nor does he deserve to be called my brother. Sasuke stopped in his tracks, mercilessly denying his relationship with Itachi. Feeling the cold aura radiating from Sasuke, Deidara scratched his head. Did he say something wrong? Suigetsu and Karen, witnessing this, for once thought the same thing. This guy is an idiot, right? As expected, the members of the Akatsuki are all weirdos. After a moment of silence, the five of them quietly headed toward the village of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. During this time, the hot-tempered Karen Suigetsu, who clashed with her, and Deidara, who loved stirring up trouble, bickered and fought along the way. Sasuke almost couldn't resist ditching that third idiot. Apart from that, they arrived relatively smoothly at the hiding place of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shain village. Sasuke and his companions arrived at the sandy hidden sand village, where swirling sand obscured their vision. Sasuke, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, exuded an alluring charm that complemented his cold demeanor. As night fell in silence, Sasuke coldly declared, "Let's begin the operation." With a whoosh, the four people behind him vanished into the darkness, leaving Sasuke alone in the shadows. Sasuke's obsidian eyes shimmered as he suddenly recalled that the Jinchuriki he sought was none other than Naruto's friend. If that person were to disappear, would Naruto's eyes only reflect him? Would Naruto be left to gaze at him alone in the future? Sasuke touched his lips, remembering that unexpected kiss with Naruto, thinking how soft and sweet Naruto's lips had felt. What to do? He increasingly yearned to see Naruto, wanting him to belong solely to him, wishing to lock Naruto away, so that no one else could see him. Sasuke understood that these thoughts about Naruto were deeply troubling, yet he could not control himself. He didn't know when his feelings for Naruto had begun to change. What should he do about that idiot Naruto? Sasuke felt lost. When had he begun to hold that fool in his heart? That person was a fool, foolish and prone to trouble, always provoking others with his stubbornness, often getting hurt yet remaining unconcerned, always greeting the world with a smile. Despite being so annoying, he could always capture Sasuke's attention, shaking him and making his emotions spiral out of control. If he were to kill Naruto's most cherished friend, would Naruto hate him? Would Naruto still pursue him as he once did? Sasuke lowered his gaze, the swirling sand obscuring his emotions, and the high collar of his coat hiding his face, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. A gust of sand blew past, and the place where Sasuke had stood was now devoid of any trace of him. In the night, the hidden sand village was shrouded in an ominous aura that quietly enveloped the surroundings, yet no one was aware. The night served as the perfect cover. Danger approached quietly. With a loud bang, the tranquility of the hidden sand village was shattered as one of the buildings suddenly exploded, sending thick smoke into the air and causing panic among the villagers. Those who were asleep were jolted awake by the explosion. Then another explosion echoed, followed by another. The arriving ninjas from the hidden sand village sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. Numerous small white spiders appeared around them, and the moment they sensed the chakra they were caught in the blast. This was Sasuke's tactic. Deidara first used explosive clay to lure out the Jinchuriki before attempting to capture him. After all, as the Jinchuriki of the One Tail and the Kazekage, there were many ninjas hidden nearby for protection. A rash attack would be futile. They needed the Jinchuriki to come out on his own. Deidara sat on a bird made of clay observing the movements below when suddenly a boy wearing a large gourd on his back and a Kazekage hat approached, stepping lightly on the sand. Sand shuriken. Gaara extended his hand and a massive amount of sand was summoned into the air, rushing toward Deidara as if alive. The sand grasped Deidara's feet and instantly pulled him down from the sky. Then a rain of sand fell, obscuring Deidara's figure. With a loud explosion, a large amount of sand detonated and Deidara landed steadily on the giant bird. With his hands open, Deidara continuously chewed on the clay, and with a flick of his hands a swarm of clay spiders swiftly crawled towards Gaara. Gaara activated his absolute defense, wrapping his body in sand, and quickly used sand-binding coffin to approach Deidara, trapping him in sand and rendering him immobile while applying immense pressure. In an instant, Deidara's body was crushed into pieces, only for him to suddenly reappear behind Gaara as numerous small birds flew towards him. Gaara performed a sand shunshin, moving behind Deidara as the surrounding sand mixed with chakra slowly hardened into sand shuriken. Just as they were about to pierce Deidara's body, Gaara heard a familiar phrase. Fire release, great fireball technique. A red fire dragon erupted from the mouth of a black-haired boy clad in a black cloak. Gaara quickly retreated, facing the boy before him dressed in the Akatsuki's signature Radan black attire. As he moved, the boy's face slowly emerged from his collar, revealing a familiar cold expression in Gaara's sight. Uchiha Sasuke, I never expected you to join Akatsuki after killing Orochimaru. Gaara never anticipated that Sasuke would join the organization. What would Naruto think if he knew? I must say, Sasuke, you're really slow. I almost got killed by the One Tail. Deidara complained as he landed beside Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Deidara but remained silent. Deidara, realizing the conversation was dull, chuckled and fell silent. Did Naruto know about your joining Akatsuki? Gaara found it increasingly difficult to understand Sasuke's thoughts. He doesn't need to know, Sasuke replied coldly, referring to the person before him who was stealing Naruto's concern away from him. Naruto seemed to find it easier to express himself in front of Gaara. Was it because they shared similar experiences? No, he would not allow anyone to share the same experiences with Naruto. Only he could create those experiences with him. Naruto has always hoped that you would return with him. Gaara sensed the intense hostility from Sasuke towards him. Perhaps his guess was correct. He had long suspected that Sasuke harbored unusual feelings for Naruto, but neither of them had yet. He wouldn't tell Naruto about Sasuke's peculiar feelings, nor would he remind Sasuke. It was better if they discovered it themselves. He merely wished for his light Naruto to be happy. He did not want Naruto to suffer because of Uchiha Sasuke. This is my own matter. It has nothing to do with you. Yes, Sasuke sensed Gaara's unusual feelings for Naruto. Naruto's affairs are my affairs. Gaara expressed his obsession with Naruto. He has always been chasing after me. Sasuke remarked like a jealous child, bickering with Gaara in front of everyone. The four behind them exchanged glances, bewildered by the strange atmosphere between the two. If this continues, Naruto will get tired. Gaara retorted without backing down. That's none of your business. Sasuke's expression turned colder, the red Sharingan spinning slowly as he activated Tsukuyomi. Gaara collapsed to the ground with a loud thud as Sasuke ordered Yugo, take him. We're leaving. Seeing Sasuke so easily subdue the One Tail made Deidara uneasy, and he jumped up in frustration, exclaiming, Hey Sasuke, since your Uchiha clan Sharingan is so useful, why do I have to work so hard? Why not just finish off the One Tail directly? I don't want to see him. Sasuke's single sentence effectively silenced Deidara. From the moment Gaara was captured, the upper echelons of the hidden sand village dispatched ninjas to relay intelligence to the land of fire. After accomplishing the task of capturing the One Tail, Sasuke and his group began a rare and leisurely journey. While Sasuke and his companions enjoyed their rare leisurely time after completing their mission, the ninjas sent by the sand village had already arrived in the hidden leaf village. What? Akatsuki has become so bold as to openly start capturing tailed beasts. Tsunade reacted forcefully upon receiving news that the Kazekage had been captured by members of Akatsuki, and with a single motion shattered a table in half. Moreover, one of the members of Akatsuki, who captured the Kazekage, is a rogue ninja from Konoha Uchiha Sasuke. The messenger ninja dropped another bombshell. What did you say? Sasuke joined Akatsuki. This time Tsunade's table had completely ended its life as a table. Tsunade was utterly enraged. It was one thing to leave the village, but that fool actually joined Akatsuki. Tsunade clenched her fists thinking about how she would deal with Uchiha Sasuke when she got him back, determined to make him cry for help. Lady Tsunade. Shizun, standing nearby, deeply sensed Tsunade's anger and cautiously reminded her to watch her temper. Cough cough, I will give the Sand Village an explanation. The urgent matter now is to rescue the Kazekage. Since Akatsuki has begun capturing the one tail, their next target should be the other-tailed beasts. Tsunade habitually bit her finger as she contemplated. Shizun, gather Kakashi's team and Gai's team. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizun promptly left to gather everyone. What characteristics do the members of Akatsuki, who captured the Hokage, have? Tsunade inquired of the hidden sand ninja. There's a blonde boy with hair covering his left face who seems to use a type of explosive ninjutsu. He produces spiders and birds that explode upon contact with their bodies. Oh, there's a type of bird that flies and disappears when attacked, but it seems to reappear. Additionally, there's a red-haired girl wearing glasses, a boy carrying a large sword, and a stout young man with orange hair. However, they didn't make a move, so we're unsure of their abilities. The last one is Uchiha Sasuke. I believe you are all quite familiar with him. Tsunade rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit exhausted. These children never made things easy for her. She wondered how she would explain Sasuke's situation to Naruto when he arrived, given that the Kazekage was someone Naruto recognized as a comrade. Lady Tsunade, did you summon us for a mission? Naruto's loud voice could be heard even from outside the door. They spoke of him, and he appeared. Hey Lady Tsunade, is it some super strength mission? You even called Niji and the others? Naruto said, feeling a hint of excitement. Well, sort of. Tsunade nodded. It's about Sasuke. What? Sasuke. Lady Tsunade, do you have news about Sasuke? Naruto stepped forward excitedly. Sasuke has joined Akatsuki, and is involved in the operation to capture the tailed beasts. Tsunade sighed. Moreover, the target of this capture is the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the fifth Kazekage Gaara. What did you say? Naruto was genuinely astonished this time. At this moment Naruto was taken aback, realizing everything through his shadow clone. He couldn't comprehend why Sasuke would join Akatsuki at this time, or how Sasuke was involved in the capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Everything had become overwhelming and panic rose within Naruto. This uncontrollable situation frightened him. This situation was beyond his control. He had to return to rescue Gaara, or otherwise Gaara might truly lose his life. What's wrong, Naruto? The Nine Tails sensed Naruto's emotional turmoil and asked with concern. I need to get back to Konoha now. Kurama, return to my body first. Naruto felt a bit anxious. He was unaware of Gaara's current state. Understood. The Nine Tails knew well that Naruto wouldn't act without reason, so, without asking further, it returned to Naruto's body. Naruto used the body flicker technique to quickly rush back to Konoha, seamlessly switching identities with his shadow clone, returning to the village unnoticed. Let's set off. The assembled teams of Kakashi and Gai prepared to depart. Naruto, usually passionate and lively, now hung his head, concealing his expression, his aura subdued. Kakashi patted Naruto's back, silently comforting him. He had decided not to interfere in the matters between his two students. No one could intervene in the affairs between them. Sasuke, that foolish student, had already chosen the path of darkness, and he did not want Naruto to fall into darkness for Sasuke's sake. Naruto looked up and smiled at Kakashi, then began the journey with everyone. Naruto dashed to the front. If he didn't hurry, Gaara might really lose his life. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Sunagakure were following the trail left by Deidara and others to locate Akatsuki's hideout, while the long-retired Chio announced her return to save Gaara. Upon arriving in Sunagakure, Naruto's group was met by Kankuro and a crowd of ninjas. So did you find Akatsuki's hideout? Kakashi, just settling down to rest, kept his focus on the most important information. Our ninjas have found some clues following their trail, but it seems there are sensory ninjas among them, and the information was interrupted midway. Kankuro spoke heavily. His brother was in danger, yet, as an older brother, he couldn't even find the enemy's hideout. He felt utterly useless. Kakashi, seeing Kankuro like this, performed the summoning technique to call forth the ninja dog Pakin. After inquiring about some information, he sent Pakin to search. Taking advantage of the lull, everyone rested for a while. Naruto lay silently on the bed and fell asleep in no time. Upon entering the tent, Chio looked at Naruto's sleeping face and couldn't help but remember the young Sasori. Perhaps they would encounter Sasori this time. She hadn't been able to protect Sasori back then, but now she was determined to save Gaara even at the cost of her life. In the dead of night, the ninja dog Pakin returned, waking Naruto with the commotion, who now knew that Kakashi was aware of Akatsuki's hideout, and everyone prepared to set off. Naruto rushed ahead, eagerly remaining silent. Kakashi followed closely behind, increasingly unable to read Naruto's mood. Naruto stopped in front of a cave marked with sealing symbols. Kakashi examined it and said, "This is the 4 symbols seal. It appears that there is a main symbol here. There should be 4 similar symbols in other locations, and we need 5 people to remove them simultaneously." Niji, guy dressed in a green ninja suit, spoke up. "Byakugan." Niji activated Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. There's a symbol on a tree to the southeast, on a rock to the northwest, in the grass to the northeast, and on a stone by the river to the southwest. "Alright, Niji, to the southeast, 10-10 to the northwest, Lee to the northeast, and I'll go to the southwest. Let's keep in contact." With a whoosh, the 4 disappeared. "Southeast is in position," Niji reported first. "Northwest is in position," 10-10 followed suit. "This is Lee. I found the sealing symbol." "I found mine too," Guy chimed in. "Okay, I'll count to 3 and we all tear it off together." Kakashi communicated through the radio. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished counting, the 5 tore off the sealing symbols simultaneously. "What the hell is this? Why is there someone who looks exactly like me?" Lee's surprised voice came through the radio. "We're experiencing the same thing here." The other 3 also reported similar situations. "It seems the seal is a trap set by Akatsuki. Kakashi, you all go on ahead. After we deal with the enemies here, we'll regroup with you." Guy spoke. "Alright, stay safe." After Kakashi gave his instructions, he and Naruto charged into the cave. The moment Naruto and the others broke the seal, the members of Akatsuki sensed it. Deidara and Sasori had been waiting at the cave entrance for Naruto and the others' arrival. "I say, the leaf ninjas are really slow. The tailed beast extraction is already complete." Deidara complained as Naruto took so long to enter. "I told you, Sasori, don't you dare compete with me for the 9 tails. It's my opponent. However, it's rare for Itachi to make a mistake. It's undoubtedly the 9 tails who charged in first and shouted, 'Who does that?'" Deidara scratched his head in confusion. "Which of you is the 9 tails Jinchuriki?" Deidara shouted at the 4 in front of him. Before he could finish speaking, Naruto appeared before Deidara in a flash. A kunai pressed harshly against Deidara's neck and coldly stated, "It's me." Seeing this, Sasori swung his poisoned tail towards Naruto, but Naruto swiftly dodged, evading the attack. Blood dripped slowly from Deidara's neck onto his clothes. As he wiped it away, he smirked. "Interesting. It seems not all tailed beast Jinchuriki are so boring. Where is Gaara?" Ever since he heard about Sasuke joining Akatsuki, Naruto had become strangely composed, his usual boisterousness replaced by an unusual calmness. "Oh, you mean that one-tailed Jinchuriki? If you want him, just follow me." Deidara rode away on a giant bird, leading Naruto outside. Naruto caught sight of Gaara's body partially exposed from Deidara's giant bird's beak, and an overwhelming surge of anger enveloped him. His blue eyes brimmed with fury, as if they were about to manifest into a tangible force to devour Deidara. Naruto shot towards Deidara like an arrow released from its bow, moving so fast that even Kakashi couldn't keep up. He was on the verge of catching up to Deidara. Deidara's mouth on his hands was also busy chewing clay continuously, and soon a multitude of clay spiders descended from the sky, ready to land on Naruto. With a shout, Deidara's clay spiders exploded one after another beside Naruto. Kakashi, who was closely following, couldn't help but sweat for Naruto, who charged ahead without dodging. Naruto was almost overwhelmed by anger. He needed to keep an eye on Naruto to prevent the Nine Tails from taking advantage of him. Unscathed, Naruto burst forth from the smoke and continued to chase Deidara. Deidara did not relent, unleashing clay spiders and clay fleas desperately. Naruto skillfully dodged and leaped, gathering strength as he jumped onto the giant bird. Kakashi, feeling exhausted, avoided the explosions of clay while shouting loudly, "Naruto, don't act recklessly." Kakashi felt immensely weary, retracting his earlier words. Naruto was still as impulsive as ever. Watching Kakashi's figure grow distant below, Naruto turned to face Deidara, his eyes a mix of blue and red radiating a sinister aura. In a voice devoid of anger, he spoke softly to Deidara, "You have provoked me. This is unforgivable." Deidara, feeling a chilling tremor at the sight of Naruto's sudden change in demeanor, wondered what was happening with this person, as if he had transformed into someone else. "Come forth, cold moon, and slay all." Naruto drew a dagger from his waist and murmured. The short blade in his hand instantly transformed into a long sword radiating a chilling aura. Deidara sensed an indescribable pressure emanating from this sword. Before Deidara could react to the shock of the transformation from a short sword to a long sword, Naruto struck down, slicing the giant bird beneath him in half. Deidara fell uncontrollably, and Naruto, wielding Cold Moon, gently landed beside the disheveled Deidara. The atmosphere shifted suddenly as Naruto opened a barrier, revealing a space different from the outside. "What if I just kill you like this and leave your corpse in this barrier where no one would discover that you have died? Would you be satisfied with such an outcome?" Naruto spoke slowly, uttering such cruel words, laughing menacingly. "Anyone who dared to harm Gaara would have to pay the corresponding price." "What kind of ninjutsu are you using? Why can't I feel your chakra?" Deidara struggled but couldn't break free. It felt as if some invisible force was binding him. Naruto, without saying a word, carefully lifted Gaara's body from the giant bird's beak, kneeling down to gently wipe the dirt from Gaara's face. Tears fell uncontrollably one by one. Tears fell onto Gaara's face, moistening his eyelashes. Naruto held Gaara tightly, silently weeping. "I'm late, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was my failure to protect you. You haven't even seen me become Hokage yet. Didn't you say that when I become Hokage you'd give me a big gift? Aren't you the one who wanted everyone's recognition the most? Now everyone recognizes you. You're no longer alone. Are you going to abandon everyone?" Naruto looked up, trying to stop his tears, but they flowed like a burst dam, unstoppable. "Are you blaming me for coming late? I apologize. Really, just open your eyes and look at me. I still want to treat you to some delicious ramen." "Hey, he's already dead." The moment the tailed beast left his body, he was gone. The nearby Deidara couldn't bear to see Naruto like this, and reminded him, "I'm sorry." Naruto seemed to ignore Deidara's words, pressing his face against Gaara's cold visage. This was the first time he truly witnessed the person he cherished lying lifeless before him, unresponsive no matter how he called out. Everything has changed. Why must Gaara die before him once again? So even if the plot changes, will he still watch his cherished companions vanish before his eyes? So will he helplessly watch the lecherous sage perish at the hands of Akatsuki? Will that genius boy Hyuga Neji ultimately fall? No, that won't happen. This time it was merely an accident. How could he watch his companions and teacher disappear right before his eyes? He would not allow such things to happen before him again. "Hey, how long are you going to be sentimental for, you big man?" Deidara chimed in, ruining the somber atmosphere. Naruto shot him a glare, causing Deidara to instantly shut his mouth, feeling furious. When had he ever been insulted like this? He never expected to be humiliated by a brat today. "You can kill me or cut me however you like, just make it quick." Deidara was not one to fear death. Having fallen to this kid, he accepted it. "I won't kill you," Naruto said softly as he held Gaara and approached Deidara. Hey, then let me go. How do I get out of this?" Deidara, lying on the ground, watched Naruto's fading figure twisting his body in a comical manner. "It will be undone in an hour." Naruto's words disappeared from Deidara's sight. Deidara wanted to cry without tears. If he maintained this position for an hour, wouldn't he be exhausted? Naruto arrived at the designated meeting point, where Sakura, who had just returned from a fierce battle with Sasori and Shio, were meditating to heal their wounds. Naruto stood beside Sakura, dumbly stating, "Sakura, save him." Sakura looked at the lifeless Gaara and, disregarding her own injuries, hurried to check his condition. Sakura opened her hands and activated her medical ninjutsu to probe Gaara's body, but found that she could no longer sense his chakra. Sakura withdrew her hands and turned to Naruto, shaking her head with great difficulty. He's beyond saving. Silence, an overwhelming silence, weighed heavily on Naruto. At this moment, Kakashi and the late-arriving Sand Village ninja heard Sakura's words. Everyone surrounded Gaara, and yet again there was a silence. Why is it Gaara? Why is it always him? How can he just die like this? He is the Kazekage. He just became Kazekage, didn't he? Naruto couldn't believe that Gaara had left them like this. Calm down, Uzumaki Naruto. Chiyo staggered to her feet. Stop rambling. Tears fell uncontrollably from Naruto's eyes, hitting the ground and causing pain in everyone's hearts. They too didn't want to believe that Gaara had left them. However, it was an undeniable fact. Gaara's body lay before them. If Usan Shinobi hadn't put that monster inside him, Gaara wouldn't have ended up like this. Naruto shouted angrily at Chiyo. Do you even understand Gaara's thoughts? What is this Jinchuriki nonsense, creating such a term and always bringing it up? Is that really so impressive? Naruto took a few steps back, wiping his tears, as he questioned the Sand Shinobi. Naruto. Sakura couldn't bear to see Naruto in such pain. I can't save Sasuke, nor can I save Gaara. For the past 3 years I've trained desperately, but is the result still exactly the same as 3 years ago? I can't save anyone. Naruto covered his face with his hands and laughed maniacally, somewhat deranged. Chiyo unsteadily approached Gaara, squatting down and tremblingly opening her hand's chakra, slowly seeping into Gaara's body. Gaara still has hope. As long as I can return the chakra he lost to his body, there's still a glimmer of hope. Is such a thing really possible? Naruto looked at Chiyo's actions in astonishment. This technique is a unique medical ninjutsu of Chiyo. Sakura had a complex expression. She knew that performing such a technique required a tremendous price. Is that so? There shouldn't be such an easy technique. Nearby Niji activated his Byakugan to probe Chiyo's chakra, shocked by the flow of chakra, fearing that it would likely carry corresponding dangers. Kakashi nearby thought the same. Damn it! Not enough chakra. Damn! Chiyo felt unwilling. Her own chakra was insufficient. Use my chakra if that's okay. Granny. Naruto extended his hands, looking earnestly at Chiyo. Place your hands on mine. Chiyo lifted her gaze to look at Naruto, seeing the sincerity in the young man's eyes. Through Chiyo, Naruto's chakra flowed continuously into Gaara's body. Gazing at Uzumaki Naruto's face, Chiyo couldn't help but remember what Kakashi had once said to her. Kakashi had mentioned Gaara and Naruto are both Jinchuriki. Naruto understands his feelings better than anyone in the Sand Village. Because of the treatment Jinchuriki receive, it's similar in every village. So Naruto cannot stand by. Whether it's Konoha or Suna, such things are utterly irrelevant to him. Naruto's dream is to become Hokage. When he heard that Gaara became Kazekage, he felt deeply dissatisfied, yet on the other hand, he genuinely felt happy for Gaara from the bottom of his heart and wished him well. Kakashi once said that Naruto possesses an incredible power. Even without verbal communication, Naruto can quickly become friends with anyone. Kakashi was right. A Uzumaki Naruto indeed possesses an extraordinary power, one that compels people to believe in him from the depths of their hearts. Feeling the chakra dissipating within her, Chiyo knew her time was limited. Smiling, she spoke. I'm truly happy to see a kid like you arise from the boring ninja world created by an old fool like me. In the past all I did were wrong things, but in the end I can finally do something right. The future of Suna and Konoha will surely be completely different from my era. Chiyo looked up at the azure sky above, smiling with satisfaction. The incredible power, Kakashi spoke of, that power will bring about a transformation in the future. You must become the one and only Hokage in history. And also Sakura. Chiyo turned to Sakura. I'm here. Sakura's eyes were filled with sorrow, knowing that Chiyo's life was about to fade. Sakura, in the future you must save not this half-dead old woman, but save the person you deem very. You and I are very similar. It's rare to find a woman with such masculinity. In the future you will become a female ninja, surpassing your master. Naruto, this is my last request to you. You are the only one who can understand Gaara's pain, and Gaara understands your pain. So please save Gaara. Chiyo ceased the flow of chakra, turning to look at Gaara, then smiling as she collapsed onto the lush green grass. I'm sorry. Naruto softly uttered an apology, knowing that if he said that Chiyo would definitely sacrifice herself to save Gaara. He didn't want to sacrifice anyone, but he couldn't bear to see Gaara lying there lifeless. No matter how he called out, Gaara would not respond. He knew from the very beginning that Chiyo would sacrifice herself to save Gaara. He had led Chiyo step by step down this path, and he didn't want it to be so. But he had no choice. He could only guide Chiyo to do so. Chiyo wouldn't regret her actions, right? She must want to see a different ninja world, which is why she smiled as she left this world. Watching Sakura sobbing quietly beside Chiyo, Naruto stared at his outstretched hands. Only at this moment did he truly feel the cruelty of this world. Just now he had indirectly taken the life of a kind old woman. He was slowly being assimilated by this world. This world was gradually changing him. He had utilized an old woman's desire to save her cherished companion, knowing everything yet still unable to prevent it. Naruto leaned over Gaara, loudly calling out his name. Gaara? Gaara? Who is calling me? In his chaotic mind, Gaara, sleeping in his consciousness, suddenly heard someone calling his name. These hands. Whose are they? Gaara vaguely looked at a pair of hands before him. What? These are my hands, my hands. Who am I? Gaara painfully clutched his head, something flashing through his mind only to disappear. Suddenly a small boy carrying a large gourd appeared before Gaara, tears welling in the boy's eyes, as he quietly cried in a dark corner. Ah, that's me, my childhood self. Gaara watched as the small boy was pointed at by others called a monster, and saw people fearfully distancing themselves from him. The fearful gazes pierced Gaara's heart. That was his childhood self. Alone, nobody willing to talk or play with him. His heart truly hurt. He just wanted to talk to them, he just wanted to play with them. Why did they have to call him a monster? Why did they look at him with such disgust? What had he done wrong? Gaara curled up into a ball, wishing he could just fall asleep like that. A pair of small warm hands gently landed on Gaara's shoulders. Gaara turned in surprise. It was little Naruto. Gaara, come with me. Everyone is waiting for you. Little Gaara, holding Naruto's hand, stared at the figures suddenly appearing before him. Were all these people waiting for him? The dream-faded reality emerged. Gaara's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and in a moment he opened his weary eyes, heavy with the dark circles that came from years of sleeplessness. Gaara! Naruto was the first to notice Gaara had woken up. Overjoyed, he hugged Gaara tightly, his body trembling slightly. He had almost lost Gaara forever. Just awakening, Gaara saw through a blur many people standing before him. Feeling Naruto's trembling, Gaara weakly raised his hand and gently placed it on Naruto's head. Firmly he said, Naruto, I'm back. Naruto, his light had saved him once again. Naruto had saved him twice. The first time Naruto pulled him out of the dark abyss. The second time Naruto saved his life. Perhaps he would never be able to repay Naruto. Naruto, thank you. Everyone was astonished. This was the first time they had seen the legendary monster smile without any restraint. The shinobi of Sunagakure silently lowered their heads. It seemed they had forgotten from the very beginning that the boy with deep dark circles before them had feelings just like them. He could feel sorrow and he could laugh with joy. It was just that the boy whom they had isolated and alienated had never shown his emotions in front of it. They only knew that it was only in front of this blonde-haired boy from Konoha, who was also a Jinchuriki, that their Kazekage would reveal his feelings without reservation. They thought they had accepted Gaara as their Kazekage in their hearts, but deep down they still feared this boy. It seemed that only this blonde-haired boy before them truly accepted Gaara from the bottom of his heart. And no matter what others said, it could not change his concern for Gaara. Perhaps because they had both suffered the same fate, they could understand each other and feel each other's inner pain. They had been wrong from the start. They should not have treated the Kazekage who protected them with all his might the way they did. From now on they would do everything to protect their Kage, and never let anyone harm their Kazekage again. I'm sorry, Gaara. I failed to protect you. Kankuro loathed himself for not being able to protect Gaara. The family bond he had barely recovered. He had almost lost it again. His younger brother had suffered so much. Now that the villagers could understand him and truly accept him, it was truly wonderful. Granny Chiyo, rest assured. I will definitely show you a different ninja world. Naruto gently covered Kiyo's eyes and made a solemn promise. With Naruto's support, Gaara slowly stood up. Looking at the Sunagakure shinobi, who had come to save him, his emotions were mixed. Had they finally truly accepted him? Since the Kazekage is safe, we should return to report to the Hokage. Kakashi seized the opportunity. Since the Akatsuki had begun their mission to capture the tailed beasts, Naruto's safety was no longer guaranteed. There was no guarantee that Akatsuki members wouldn't take this chance to capture Naruto. Thank you for the help from Konoha's shinobi. If Konoha ever faces trouble, Sunagakure will spare no effort to help. Kankuro clasped his fists and said sincerely to Kakashi, "Let's go." Kakashi nodded to Kankuro and ordered Konoha's shinobi to leave. Gaara, take good care of your injuries. Naruto advised Gaara with concern. Gaara responded. Watching Naruto's departing figure, Gaara's eyes were filled with complexity. Sasuke Uchiha was even more stubborn than he had imagined. What should Naruto do? Naruto would get hurt because of Sasuke Uchiha. Gaara thought, Kakashi-sensei, you go ahead first. There's something I need to take care of. Naruto suddenly stopped on a tree and said softly to Kakashi and the others ahead. Naruto lowered his head, his expression unclear, but Sakura could clearly sense anger from him. Naruto, you. Sakura didn't understand. Hadn't Gaara been rescued already? What was Naruto so angry about? Let him go. Kakashi had already guessed what Naruto intended to do. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I'll catch up with you soon. Naruto's voice was low and hoarse, as if he was suppressing his emotions at that moment. Kakashi sighed deeply in his heart. What would become of his two disciples? Naruto cherished his comrades most, and this time Sasuke had probably infuriated Naruto completely. It must be said that Kakashi sometimes always understood what was on Naruto's mind. Through sensing, Naruto found the place where Sasuke was. Seeing Naruto suddenly appear before him, Sasuke's lips curled up in a wide grin. He had come to find him after all, hadn't he? Gaara, you lost. Suigetsu, standing beside Sasuke, noticed Sasuke's inexplicable grin, and immediately got goosebumps. Lately Sasuke had been flashing such smiles from time to time, and it was creepy. Naruto walked step by step towards Sasuke, suppressing his anger. How could Sasuke still smile at a time like this? He knew full well that Naruto cared most about his comrades. Why had he joined the Akatsuki now? Why had he accepted the mission to capture the One Tail? He thought he knew Sasuke well enough, but now he realized he didn't understand this boy at all. Why did you join the Akatsuki? Why did you help the Akatsuki hurt Gaara? Naruto stood firm before Sasuke, his piercing gaze, as if trying to stab through Sasuke. Looking at Naruto's angry expression, Sasuke suddenly felt that such a face on Naruto was somewhat glaring. Was Naruto angry at him now? Not angry because of him, but for the one-tailed Jinchuriki who had a monster inside him. Was he questioning him for that arrogant, panda-eyed guy? How could this be? How could Naruto question him for someone else? How could Naruto be angry at him for someone else? How could Naruto treat him like this? Naruto had said he would always be with him and never betray him. Was Naruto going to break his promise too? The smile on Sasuke's face slowly faded, and a chilling icy aura gradually enveloped him. How could Naruto treat him like this for that person? Are you questioning me now? Sasuke stepped closer to Naruto. One more step and Naruto's face would be pressed against his. Yes. Naruto did not back down. He no longer understood Sasuke's thoughts. Why? Isn't the one you've been chasing me? Why do you question me for someone else who has nothing to do with you? Sasuke was now furious. If he didn't get a satisfactory answer, he feared he might lose control and go mad. Yes, I have been chasing you. So are you coming back to Konoha with me now? Someone who has nothing to do with me. To him, how could Gaara be someone unrelated? Gaara was his comrade. He had long regarded Gaara as his friend. Only when he was with Gaara could he be more relaxed. Gaara was a very good listener. Gaara always smiled and listened to every word he said. Gaara also answered every word he said seriously, unlike Sasuke, who always pushed him away. Gaara always said that Naruto had saved him, but Gaara never realized that he had also saved Naruto. They both understood the pain of being a Jinchuriki. A pain that Sasuke could not feel. No, I won't go back with you. Sasuke was still as resolute as ever. See, I've been chasing you, but you always push me away, haven't you? Sasuke, I said I would always be with you. I won't break my promise. But someday I will get tired too. Even I. There are times when I have no energy, you know. Naruto smiled bitterly. He didn't want to say words that would hurt Sasuke, but if he didn't, Sasuke would never reflect on himself. Sasuke always did this, never considering others' feelings, unaware of how many people he had hurt. Is that so? Chasing me all this time? Do you feel tired? Sasuke stepped back a few paces, clutching his chest as if hurt. What was this feeling? Hearing Naruto say that chasing him made him tired. Why did it cause a sting in his heart? Was it really as that panda-eyed Gaara had said? Would Naruto stop chasing him? Sasuke tightened his grip on his chest. Was he afraid now? Was he now afraid that Naruto would abandon him like his brother had? No, Naruto had said he would never abandon him. Sasuke suddenly fell into panic because of Naruto's words. Seeing Sasuke's terrified expression, Naruto knew that Sasuke had already started overthinking in his mind. He had always known that Sasuke was a sensitive and suspicious child. Ever since he believed he had been abandoned by Itachi, Sasuke had become suspicious and sensitive. Naruto felt a pang of pity but did not step forward to comfort him. Sasuke would eventually have to face even more painful things. Those painful things he had to overcome on his own. No one could help him then. Only Sasuke himself could walk out of the pain. No one could help him. Sasuke needed to learn to grow up. Itachi had protected him too well, and Sasuke had to learn to face the pain by himself. "Where are you going?" Seeing Naruto about to turn and leave, Sasuke called out anxiously. "Since you won't come back to the village with me, then I have to go back." Hearing the momentary panic in Sasuke's voice, Naruto did not stop his steps but flew away from Sasuke without looking back. Sasuke gazed at Naruto's figure leaving without hesitation, wanting to call out to him, urging him to stay, as he had a feeling that Naruto was departing from him. Sasuke opened his mouth, but then closed it again, fearing that Naruto would not turn back. Faced with Naruto like this, Sasuke gradually realized whether he had made a mistake regarding joining the Akatsuki and accepting the mission to capture One Tail. Sasuke remained hunched over, clutching his chest, motionless for a long time. Beside him, Suigetsu also dared not speak or move. This was the first time he had seen such a disoriented Uchiha Sasuke. In Suigetsu's impression, Uchiha Sasuke had always been calm and composed even in the face of various unexpected situations, but he had never seen Sasuke so flustered and at a loss. Did this rumored Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, this golden-haired boy, truly have such a profound influence on Sasuke? Suigetsu did not understand the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto, nor would he, because for someone like him who was always uprooted and alone, he could not comprehend the feeling of having bonds with others. A person like him had only ever obeyed Orochimaru's commands. He would accept orders, and then complete tasks, and no one would want to build bonds with someone like him. His joining Sasuke's team was merely because they could mutually benefit from each other. He had promised Sasuke that he would be the driving force behind Sasuke's revenge, and in turn Sasuke had rescued him from Orochimaru's prison. In any case, after coming out of Orochimaru's place, he had nowhere to go, and his goal was simply to obtain the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Since he had promised, Sasuke going with him could also allow him to search for those swords, and besides, following Sasuke was quite interesting, wasn't it? Suigetsu glanced at Karen, who was standing beside him with a worried expression. Although Jugo had a rather dull personality, this woman could still help alleviate boredom. Arguing and sparring with Karen was enjoyable. Suigetsu was quite satisfied with the current situation, which had been impossible to achieve before. Thus, without realizing it, Suigetsu began to worry about Sasuke. Even he himself did not notice it. Perhaps this is what bonds are. It is also a kind of human emotion. Sasuke calmed his mind and then stood up as if nothing had happened. No one could stop him from avenging Itachi, not even Naruto. Perhaps he had done many wrong things, perhaps he would regret his actions, but he would not turn back. Everything was his own choice. He chose this path of revenge, and he must follow through. Therefore, to seek revenge, it was necessary to abandon some unnecessary things, wasn't it? Sasuke comforted himself in his heart. As long as he sought revenge, he could retrieve the lost things one by one afterward, right? He had never regretted his choices, and he would not start now. No, it should be said that he could not regret this choice. From the moment blood stained the clothes of his clan, from the moment he saw the sword in the hands of his beloved brother slowly being drawn from their parents' bodies, his path was destined. That path was to take revenge on the sinner, soaked in the blood of his clan, to make him regret his actions. Therefore, he would not regret. This was merely a necessary sacrifice to achieve his goals. It was nothing, truly nothing. Sasuke pressed his hand to his chest. Even if his heart ached, it was nothing serious. Sasuke silently comforted himself as if this could deceive him. But could the things already lost ever be found again? Moreover, even if they were found, could they ever be the same as before? Sasuke looked up at the sky, where a few white clouds floated freely in the azure sky. As he gazed, Sasuke suddenly extended a hand to cover his eyes. Such beautiful scenery was not meant for him, as he was destined to walk into darkness, so he should not long for such tranquility and nature. "Let's go," Sasuke said softly. Suigetsu and the others said nothing. For them, it didn't matter what Sasuke had become, they just needed to follow him. Sasuke deceived himself by hiding his true thoughts. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly caught up with Kakashi and the others. Seeing Naruto's calm expression beside him, Kakashi's mind grew even more chaotic. Had he fallen behind? Or had he grown old? He could not understand the thoughts of these young people anymore. Kakashi increasingly felt that Naruto's personality was drifting further away from his father's. He really didn't know how that man could produce such a changeable child like Naruto. Kakashi's confusion about Naruto had escalated to a point of questioning life itself. No one noticed that the Naruto who was hurrying back to Konoha was no longer the Naruto he used to be. That was merely a substitute for the real Naruto. At this moment, the real Naruto had transformed back into a black-haired black-eyed youth, with the fox on his shoulder gesturing animatedly, as if teaching him something. The figures of man and fox gradually disappeared into the sunset. Through the incident with Gaara, Naruto understood even more that he should not just stay in Konoha. He needed to take action and do something. He seemed to vaguely understand that even if the plot had changed, as long as it was related to him, or people associated with him, the events that occurred would still unfold as they always had. No matter how things changed, whether events happened earlier or later, the people around him, those he cared about, would still meet the same fates as in the original storyline. Just like what happened with Gaara today, no matter how much they did, Gaara still lost his life. It was as if everything had been arranged. Although the process was different, the outcome remained the same. Therefore, he needed to do more and plan more. He wanted to save the people around him, not wanting to see them leave him one by one like this. He also did not wish to remain here for so long. He had gradually integrated into this world. For him, this world of shinobi was no longer just a realm on a phone screen, but a place that truly. This world is filled with dangers, wars, and darkness. Even the vibrant and bright Konoha has places that symbolize darkness. This world has darkness, but it also has joy. In this world, he is no longer alone. Unlike in the previous world, where he was lonely, now he has companions who cherish him and a small Kyuubi who trusts and accompanies him. Not only does he have strong and trustworthy companions, but he also has teachers and mentors who care for him and guide him. And most importantly, he now has a goal to pursue, even if that person is rather stubborn and does not understand his intentions. However, as long as he has the heart and works hard, he believes that Sasuke will one day change his mind and return to Konoha with him. He has always hoped that Sasuke would one day let go of his hatred and understand Itachi's good intentions. So even though the obstacles are numerous, he will do his utmost to change their fate. Now he wishes for Sasuke to find happiness again, to smile once more. He also wants his companions, his teachers, and the people around him to be happy. Naruto hopes that one day the people around him can live peaceful lives. He hopes that one day this world will no longer have wars or conflicts. He does not want the Akatsuki to trigger the fourth great ninja war once again. He wants to prevent this war. Even if he cannot stop it with his own power, he still wants to do something, at least to reduce some loss. Naruto is no longer confused by Sasuke. Since he has made up his mind to make Sasuke smile, he must give his all to prevent this from happening. Now that Naruto's appearance has changed, he no longer hides his strength. He stood in one place as white light gradually radiated from him, enveloping him more and more. Slowly these lights converged into strands of white rays. Naruto stood between these white rays, closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and began to sense the aura of Akatsuki. Though Naruto had never seen Akatsuki during the incident to save Gaara, he sensed everyone's aura from that cave, and the one called Akatsuki was actually Uchiha Kidō, the masked man with a unique aura. Since Akatsuki was from the Uchiha clan, from the moment Naruto mastered this skill, he discovered that members of the Uchiha clan had a distinct aura that differed from ordinary people due to their Sharingan. Naruto closed his eyes and earnestly sensed Akatsuki's aura. Suddenly, amidst the many white rays, a deep red light appeared, contrasting sharply with the surrounding white. Naruto was overjoyed as he reached out his right hand to grasp the deep red light. At the moment, he caught the red light. It instantly fused into his body. The white rays vanished before Naruto's eyes, as if they had never existed. A smirk appeared on his lips. He had found the true hideout of the Akatsuki. Naruto laughed heartily, while the Nine-Tails standing on his shoulder, and watching him do all this, had a complex expression. He only knew that Naruto had always been hiding his strength, but he never expected Naruto could achieve such a level. That kind of glow, that kind of aura he was all too familiar with. When that great man was still around, he could often sense it. Now Naruto could actually sense natural energy, and he could even use natural energy to perceive other auras, which is extremely difficult. In his lifetime, he had only seen that great man utilize natural energy to such an extent. Besides that great man, he had never seen anyone else accomplish this. So what Naruto told him was that an elderly man had helped him, allowing him to cross into their world. Could that elderly man be the great man he remembered? The Nine-Tails dared not think this way, but seeing Naruto achieve this, he could not help but suspect that the elderly man was indeed the great man from his memories. The Nine-Tails felt somewhat uncertain, yet he dared not question Naruto, for he was afraid. At that time when the Great One vanished, he was by his side, hence he was more aware than anyone that the Great One was no longer present. However, he still wished to hold onto a glimmer of hope. Wasn't that Great One an immortal? Thus it was possible that he still existed in this world regardless of the form he took. After completing everything and withdrawing his hand, Naruto felt the scorching gaze of the Nine-Tails on his shoulder, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Although he wasn't hiding anything from the little Nine-Tails, how could he explain this sudden power to him? In truth, Naruto hadn't thought much about it. He simply wanted to know the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization. He suddenly remembered that in the anime Death Note, the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki seemed to sense people's locations through spiritual energy. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he thought of using the natural energy of this world to sense Akatsuki's chakra. Naruto only held a tentative attitude, never expecting to truly be able to perceive someone's aura. Perhaps it was because the spiritual energy in Death Note shared some characteristics with chakra in the world of Naruto that he was able to do so. What surprised Naruto was that the Nine-Tails did not press further, which relieved him. If little Nine-Tails had really asked, he would have truly been at a loss for how to explain it. At the same time, a warm current of emotion surged within Naruto named gratitude. As a tailed beast, little Nine-Tails had accomplished things many humans could not. He had always known that ever since persuading the little Nine-Tails to be his companion, and once the little Nine-Tails had acknowledged him, he had unconditionally given his trust. Thus he had told the little Nine-Tails that he was not from this world and was not the real Naruto. Of course, when he informed the little Nine-Tails of all this, it was not a momentary impulse, for he too trusted the little Nine-Tails from the bottom of his heart, which is why he chose to reveal everything he had never told anyone. This was the trust between him and the Nine-Tails, a kind of unconditional trust that is difficult for humans to achieve. Thus he only dared to tell the Nine-Tails, and had never thought of sharing his matters with anyone else. He could not imagine how his companions would react if he told them these unbelievable things. Shock, disbelief, even contempt, and the malicious expressions of those who could not accept something beyond common sense. Perhaps in time they would gradually accept it, but he was reluctant to disclose anything to anyone other than the Nine-Tails. Not out of distrust, but because he felt it unnecessary. All he wanted was for his companions to be happy and work on missions together. He did not want his matters to affect his relationships with them. He also did not dare to gamble with his relationships with his companions, so he refrained from taking risks. He had finally made friends and companions in this world. He was no longer alone, and he did not wish to lose them. He understood that once a person has gained certain things, they become unwilling to lose them again, and they fear the loss of those things. Once a person begins to acquire things, they inevitably desire more with increasing greed and higher expectations. He was no exception. Thus he deeply empathized with Sasuke's near collapse, when he saw his once happy family of four shattered, especially when it was destroyed by the hands of his beloved brother. This is human nature, so he could understand. Hence he wanted to protect this wounded youth. Now not only did he wish to protect that youth, but also his companions. Therefore, when he saw Gaara lying motionless in his arms devoid of life, he was infuriated and vented his anger on Sasuke. He could not help but lash out at Sasuke, which he did not intend to do, yet he could not hold it back. This was something Sasuke should bear. Sasuke had joined Akatsuki, and so must he. He was unsure how to treat Sasuke in the future. Sasuke's purpose in joining Akatsuki was none other than to find Itachi Uchiha. However, since they were both members of Akatsuki, Sasuke likely had few opportunities to get close to his brother. Based on the information he received, Naruto arrived at Akatsuki's secret base. Naruto stood before a seemingly ordinary cave. This cave appeared normal, yet it was restricted by pain seal. Ordinary ninjas would never suspect that Akatsuki's secret base would be concealed within such an unremarkable cave. Naruto rubbed his chin, pondering how he could reasonably join Akatsuki without raising suspicion. Naruto took 2 steps forward, and then retreated a few steps, believing that Pain must have sensed the fluctuations of his own limitations at the cave entrance. Little Ninetales, when Pain arrives, should I go straight in or go in directly? Naruto casually conversed with the Ninetales on his shoulder through his mental energy. Upon hearing Naruto's question, the Ninetales fell silent. Was Naruto playing with him? Naruto chuckled without responding. A little Ninetales remained as playful as ever, but his reaction was rather amusing. While enjoying this playful banter with the Ninetales, Naruto welcomed the members of Akatsuki. The yellow-haired Deidara with his spiky hair, and the unkempt, somewhat aloof Haiden slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. Yo yo yo, let's see which clueless kid dares to intrude upon our Akatsuki's secret base. Deidara's characteristic wild voice echoed from within the cave. Meanwhile, under his mask, Haiden smiled, thinking it might be some unfortunate child who accidentally stumbled upon this cave. He felt sorry for that unfortunate kid, imagining how they would be blown to pieces by Deidara's explosive clay. However, it was also possible that a ninja from some country intended to secretly infiltrate their base. Since Lin's death, Haiden had remained distrustful of anyone, always maintaining a skeptical attitude toward others. The moment Haiden appeared before Naruto, his pupils constricted, and then his eyelids lowered slightly, promptly concealing his emotions. The true leader of Akatsuki was not Pain but Kidō Uchiha disguised as Haiden. Within Akatsuki, the most difficult person to deal with was Kidō Uchiha. It seemed that even Itachi had been tested by him. Oh, a black-haired boy with dark eyes carrying a long sword. Could he possibly be from the Uchiha clan? The moment Deidara saw Naruto, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Upon hearing Deidara mention that the boy might be from the Uchiha clan, Haiden's habitually smiling eyes behind the mask changed color, losing their luster. How could such a renowned clan with such a powerful bloodline limit appear on a nameless nobody like me? You all agree, right? Naruto chuckled, lightly brushing aside the bangs from his forehead. Haiden, who had remained silent, slowly spoke. He found it hard to gauge the strength of the black-haired, dark-eyed boy before him. It seemed that within this boy there was not only the flow of chakra. He sensed something else emanating from him. Haiden instinctively began to harbor doubts. When he was not yet Haiden, when he had no mask on his face, when he was still a member of the Uchiha clan. When his name was not Haiden, when he still bore the name Kidō Uchiha, he was not so sensitive and suspicious. He had never anticipated that one day, he would become the person he had once despised, sensitive and suspicious. In the end, he had become the very kind of person he had loathed the most. He still remembered that his past self seemed to be the opposite of who he had become, a fact he had never contemplated. Yes, he had never imagined he would become this ambiguous being, neither human nor ghost. When he still had the name Kidō Uchiha, he seemed to be a passionate and kind youth. He would be saddened by a single word from Lin, and would be unable to sleep all night due to excitement over her words. He would go mad with jealousy over his destined rival, yet found himself helpless. That silver-haired boy had a father who was known as the White Fang of Konoha, a genius ninja. The rival he had determined as his one and only opponent was also a genius of Konoha, far ahead of his peers at such a young age. At that time, the silver-haired youth was a praised genius of Konoha, executing dangerous missions in the Umbu at a young age. This was something he could not accomplish. Unlike that genius, he was labeled a fool by everyone. No matter how he secretly trained, he could never compare to that boy. In truth, he had always known that the genius boy praised by the village was not merely because he inherited the outstanding genes of the legendary White Fang of Konoha. There was no such thing as a so-called genius boy. It was simply that while you were resting, he was tirelessly training, continuously honing his strength. He had seen that silver-haired boy several times training vigorously during lunch breaks. Thus it was not genius but rather hard work that forged the title of genius in everyone's eyes. At that time he truly envied Kakashi's strength that he did not possess, and even more so envied Kakashi for receiving Lin's affection. In truth, he had always understood that compared to him, Lin seemed to favor Kakashi more. He had always understood, but he was unwilling to accept it. He firmly believed that as a member of the Uchiha clan, once he awakened his Sharingan, he could match Kakashi, gaining the power to protect everyone including Lin. He had always held on to that hope. However, fate did not stand by his side. Even though Lin favored Kakashi more, he bore no resentment toward Kakashi. He had long regarded Kakashi as a companion, though he stubbornly refused to admit it. Deep down he had already acknowledged Kakashi. Thus, when that massive boulder was about to crush down upon him, he instinctively pushed Kakashi away, leaving half of his own body trapped beneath the stone, unable to move. It was at that moment that he finally opened his eyes, as he had long wished, and fortunately the boulder only crushed half of his body. On the day Kakashi became a jonin, he had no gift to give him, so he offered his only remaining intact left eye as a present for Kakashi's promotion. At that time he could feel that the right half of his body pinned beneath the stone had lost all sensation, even the pain. He knew then that his life would end there, so he chose to give his most precious Sharingan, which had awakened, to Kakashi, whose eye was injured. He hoped that Kakashi, his trusted comrade, would use the eyes he left behind to protect Rin in his stead. From the very beginning he never regretted his decision because he trusted Kakashi to protect Rin. At the same time he silently wished for them both to live happily ever after. But when he miraculously awoke thinking he was doomed to die, what did he see? He saw the scene that would replay in his dreams, even in his sleep, like a nightmare that kept haunting him. When he finally endured the pain of losing half his body, managed to stand and walk, no longer weak and helpless on the ground, and returned to Konoha in secret with joy to see Rin and Kakashi, his heart shattered. How absurd. He saw the person he loved most, the one he cherished and worried about, Rin, weak and helpless, falling into the hands of his most trusted Kakashi. Kakashi had solemnly promised to take good care of Rin and protect her for life. But what did Kakashi do? Instead of protecting her, he ended her life with his own hands. Isn't that ridiculous? No one knew how much pain he felt when he saw that scene. At that moment he felt he was going insane. The feeling of betrayal by a friend, the despair of losing the woman he loved, and the deep sense of powerlessness all surged out of his body at once, nearly breaking him. That was the first time he felt so hopeless, so small and helpless. So he hated his own weakness, his powerlessness, his failure to protect Rin, his misplaced trust in his comrade, his misplaced trust in Kakashi. He hated the world even more, cursed the injustice of fate, and wondered why heaven had been so cruel to him and Rin. He hated himself for not being able to appear before her to protect her when she was hurt. He hated Kakashi not only for breaking his promise but also for deceiving his feelings. So he accepted the proposal of the old man who had saved him. That old man was someone who should have been dead. His name was Uchiha Madara. That aged, unrecognizable figure was the most powerful person of the Uchiha clan. He was also a sinner, but for power, for revenge, he accepted Madara's proposal. He always knew Madara saved him to use him. He had always known, because from the moment Rin disappeared, he was no longer the innocent, kind-hearted, hot-blooded youth of Konoha but an avenger. A pitiful man who had lost the woman he loved, a fool betrayed by his comrade. Wasn't it good that Madara gave him power? With power he could create a world without war, without pain, only joy and happiness. So he would build a paradise. A realm without war, filled with bliss. With power, even being used by Madara was fine. As long as he fulfilled what he promised Madara, it didn't matter. After all, it was just mutual exploitation, wasn't it? At that time he was still a hot-blooded, impulsive youth, the ignorant boy who kept saying he would become Hokage. At that time he was still a pure-hearted boy full of dreams and hopes for the future. But everything changed the moment he witnessed the woman he loved, Rin, die at the hands of his most trusted comrade Kakashi. From that moment on, his future turned pitch black. He finally transformed from that hot-blooded youth into a calculating, sensitive, and suspicious young man. He hated the world. He hated war for stealing his happiness, for taking everything from him. So his only goal now was to build a world without war, without pain. He was no longer that ignorant youth. Looking at the spirited, black-haired boy before him, Obito suddenly thought of his former self. "Have you decided how you want to die?" Deidara interrupted Obito's reverie, his expression arrogant. Naruto remained silent in the face of Deidara's arrogance. Had he forgotten the time he was beaten and unable to move? Though Naruto had changed his appearance and Deidara didn't recognize him, acting as if nothing had happened after being humiliated. Though no one saw it. Was that really all right? Such big talk. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Naruto's tone was light, teasing Deidara. Humph, ignorant brat. Deidara moved his hands and a clay spider flew toward Naruto. With a loud shout, the spot where Naruto stood exploded in a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was still standing there unharmed. Obito thought to himself he hadn't been wrong. This boy was indeed extraordinary. He hadn't seen the boy make any move. So what kind of technique had he used to block Deidara's explosive clay? But he hadn't seen the boy form any hand seals either. He only vaguely sensed that at the moment of the explosion the space around the boy seemed to shift. Could it be that the boy also knew some kind of space-time technique redirecting the explosion? No, that wasn't right. The clay spider had indeed exploded right in front of them. So how had the boy done it? It seemed as if an invisible barrier had blocked the explosion of Deidara's clay spider, but that was impossible. In that instant he hadn't sensed any chakra flow from the boy. What kind of technique was this boy using? In that brief moment Obito's mind raced, calculating every possibility. Deidara, on the other hand, was inwardly unsettled. Wasn't this the same technique the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had used against him? But how could the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki have changed his appearance and come here? Did he have some purpose? Or had Konoha's ninja already learned of the Akatsuki's next move? Besides, wasn't a Jinchuriki too precious? How could Konoha's higher-ups allow him to come alone to the Akatsuki's secret base? No, that wasn't right. Deidara racked his brain but couldn't fathom Naruto's purpose for coming here. Naruto summoned shadow clones and attacked Deidara. As he drew close, Naruto's original body whispered into Deidara's ear, "Say nothing. Do nothing." The moment he heard those words, a chill ran down Deidara's spine, and his heart felt as if it were being squeezed. He had never felt such terrifying icy pressure from anyone before. Under Naruto's attack, Deidara instinctively stepped back a few paces. Deidara turned to look at Obito but found no abnormality on his face. Hadn't Obito sensed that terrifying aura? This only made Deidara more afraid. How had this boy managed to do that? He didn't consider himself a coward, but what was that feeling? He felt that if he said one more word he would fall into an endless abyss. "I heard that the Akatsuki members are all quite powerful, so I want to join you. How about it? My abilities should be useful to you, right? And I have more than just this one ability." Naruto grinned as he saw Deidara and Obito both silent. His gaze swept past Deidara to Obito. He thought Obito wouldn't refuse him. Besides, he had already warned Deidara. He shouldn't say anything. Naruto was quite confident in that ability. "If you want to join us, come back with us now to meet our leader." Obito regained his composure and reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. Deidara, usually simple-minded, was now burdened with worries. For the sake of his own life, he decided it was better to say nothing. Still, he felt a pang of guilt toward the organization. But there was no other way. No matter what the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's purpose was in joining the Akatsuki, he could just keep a close watch on him, couldn't he? Having reasoned this out, Deidara felt lighter. Thoughts weren't his thing. He would just accept missions and complete them. Through the dark cave, Obito led Naruto inside, with Deidara following close behind to prevent Naruto from escaping after learning the location of their secret base. Their leader Pain stood on a high rock waiting for their arrival. The other members, having not left the base after the last tailed beast capture, each found a spot indifferent waiting for the new members' arrival. Upon entering the cave, Naruto first spotted Sasuke surrounded by Suigetsu Karen and Yugo. Naruto smirked. After leaving the village, Sasuke had still found companions, hadn't he? When the black-haired black-eyed Naruto walked past Uchiha Itachi and slowly moved to the spot closest to Pain, Itachi pursed his lips. Hadn't he promised Naruto to help him enter the Akatsuki after this mission was over? Why was Naruto trying to join now? And without even telling him? Uchiha Itachi felt that Naruto's actions at this moment were far too risky. Not to mention how Naruto had managed to find the Akatsuki's base. His reckless intrusion would inevitably arouse their suspicion. Not to mention the seemingly amiable yet most suspicious masked man Tobi. He had been subtly probed by Tobi on several occasions. Moreover, no one had ever seen the true face beneath Tobi's mask. Even he could not gauge Tobi's real strength. In his view, although Pain was ostensibly the leader of the Akatsuki, the true mastermind was the masked man Tobi, whose face and power remained unfathomable. Uchiha Itachi's instincts had never been wrong. Naruto stood before Pain, his thin lips parting slightly. "My name is Lu Ming. I want to join you." Pain spoke, his voice grating like a saw cutting wood, hoarse and unpleasant. Naruto felt a pang of discomfort in his heart upon hearing it. Naruto instinctively frowned. How could a voice be so unpleasant? "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have expended so much effort to find you." Naruto gazed up at Pain standing atop the stone statue. Your strength is acceptable. You may join. Pain had already assessed a portion of Naruto's abilities through the Rinnegan, and his peculiar jutsu intrigued Pain greatly. You will partner with Deidara from now on, replacing the fallen Sasori. Oh, and Deidara is the one you just fought. Pain succinctly explained the situation to Naruto. Naruto nodded, indicating he had no objections. From now on, we'll be partners on missions. I look forward to working with you, Deidara Sr. Naruto placed his hand on Deidara's shoulder, his face beaming with a bright smile. Deidara merely chuckled without saying a word. Others might not notice, but he could clearly feel the immense force Naruto exerted on his shoulder. An unmistakable warning. Naruto pulled Deidara along under the pretext of fostering camaraderie. Who knew where they went and what they did? Toby observed the awkward and strained atmosphere between the two, coupled with Deidara's unusual behavior, and confirmed that something was amiss between them. Yet he wondered what secret they were concealing. Toby lowered his head in contemplation. Shortly after leading Deidara out of the restricted cave, Naruto instantly erected a barrier. Sensing the shift in the surrounding spatial energy, Deidara immediately became tense, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Naruto, fearing that Naruto might make a move at any moment. The humiliation he had suffered during their last battle was vividly etched in his mind. Trapped by an unknown jutsu, rendered immobile, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free, until the restriction automatically lifted after an hour. He clearly understood that he was no match for the transformed Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before him. He wondered how Konoha had cultivated a ninja like Naruto. But he knew that if Naruto wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. He could not fathom why Naruto had spared him and kept him alive until now. Back then, why did you let me go? Didn't you say you would never forgive those who harmed the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Fully aware of the vast difference in their abilities, Deidara decided to confront Naruto directly. Oh, that's because you're interesting. Keeping you around might lead to some amusing developments. Besides, Gaara wasn't killed by you, was he? Naruto tilted his head, curling his lips into an innocent expression, utterly at ease. No longer burdened by Naruto's responsibilities, Ming was finally letting loose. Deidara was speechless. It was true that the one-tailed Jinchuriki hadn't been killed by him, but Naruto's explanation was far too perfunctory. Alright, you don't need to be so wary of me. I joined the Akatsuki only to pursue Sasuke and bring him back to the village. Naruto's previously cheerful expression instantly shifted to one of sorrow, his voice low, and his demeanor dejected. Seeing Naruto like this, Deidara recalled the tales of the relentless pursuit between Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Sasuke, and he began to find Naruto's words somewhat plausible. Noticing Deidara's wavering expression, Naruto rejoiced inwardly. Deidara was indeed as naive as in the original story, easily deceived by his act. Then why did you change your appearance? Won't that make it impossible for Uchiha Sasuke to recognize you? Deidara for once showed a flash of shrewdness, hitting on a crucial point. Sasuke once told me he never wanted to see me again, so I altered my appearance to approach him. Naruto's face seemed to show a hint of grievance. But this isn't a simple transformation jutsu, is it? Otherwise, with our leader's Rinnegan, he would have seen through your identity. Still not fully convinced, Deidara pressed further. Of course. This is a unique jutsu of mine, ordinary people can't see through it. Naruto said with a straight face, spinning a web of lies for Deidara. Naruto chuckled secretly. This was his true appearance, combined with techniques inspired by the Kidō from the Bleach world, utilizing spiritual energy, known as Ryatsu in Bleach, which shares some common properties, and his own chakra to create a special jutsu. If it were that easy to see through, that would be strange, Naruto thought to himself. Phil trust you for now. But he'll be watching you every step of the way. Don't think you can fool me. Deidara snorted coldly, fully aware that he couldn't defeat Naruto, yet stubbornly refusing to concede. Naruto's eyes brimmed with amusement. He truly found Deidara fascinating. His personality was simply adorable. Deidara was like a cat. His reactions to teasing were delightful. It seemed that joining the Akatsuki would not be boring. Not long after Naruto and Deidara left, Toby decided to follow them to see what was going on between them. When he reached the cave entrance, however, he found no trace of Naruto or Deidara. As soon as Toby had approached, Naruto had already deployed his barrier, activating its invisibility function. Watching Toby's retreating figure, Naruto's eyes were filled with a hint of sympathy. Obito Uchiha was also a pitiable soul, a tragic victim of the war between the Uchiha and Senju clans. If Madara Uchiha hadn't orchestrated Obito's witnessing of Kakashi's helpless killing of Rin, Obito would never have become the person he was now living in such agony. It would have been better if he had died in that accident. At least then in his memories, his most trusted comrade would have protected his beloved Rin, and he would not have endured so much pain. Once Tobi was out of sight, Naruto dispelled the barrier. Under the residual shimmer of the barrier, the black-haired Naruto and Deidara reappeared at the cave entrance. Why did Senior Tobi come out and then go back? Confused by Tobi's strange behavior, Deidara asked Naruto. To spy on me, of course. Naruto said nonchalantly. After all, the barrier the old man gave him was incredibly convenient, the most reliable cheat in the history of transmigration. It could block enemy attacks and turn invisible, which was perfect for him. Why would Senior Tobi do that? Deidara had now become a curious child, and the very person he had been hostile toward earlier, Naruto, was now the one answering his questions. Have you never realized that your Senior Tobi is actually quite powerful? I think he's even stronger than your leader Pain, Naruto said to Deidara, subtly sowing discord between Deidara and Tobi. Have you ever seen what Tobi really looks like? Come to think of it, he always wears that spiral mask. It seems we've never had a chance to see. Deidara rubbed his head, only now realizing after hearing Naruto's words that he had never paid attention to such matters before. Deidara touched his chin. He had never really noticed anything about Senior Tobi. Thinking about it, Tobi had indeed never taken off his mask, as if deliberately hiding his face. He had also never seen Tobi display any extraordinary abilities in front of them. With that thought, he wondered, why did Tobi join the Akatsuki? How did he join? He seemed to have forgotten. Seeing Deidara's perplexed expression, Naruto smiled lightly. His goal was achieved. He only needed to plant a seed of doubt in Deidara's mind, and the rest would be left to grow on its own. We're partners from now on. Let's get along, Naruto said, turning to Deidara with a smile. Who cares about you? Deidara turned and walked away, ignoring Naruto. Naruto laughed even more heartily. Deidara's personality was truly endearing. In this world, there was no clear boundary between good and evil. They were merely following the path they believed to be right, even if their thoughts sometimes became extreme. Some people were actually quite simple, with no particularly malicious intentions. Perhaps this was the one thing that brought him a little comfort in this world. Everyone had their own unavoidable hardships. Some had simply made mistakes. Naruto knew everyone here. He wanted to change things, but he was powerless to change every single person. Even just trying to protect these people now consumed all his energy. Naruto noticed that since coming to this world, he had gradually become different from before, perhaps because he now bore a sense of responsibility. After all, he wanted to protect Sasuke and his comrades. He had to become strong to become powerful. He was no longer the modern-day otaku from a well-educated society. Here he had to learn to adapt to life in this world, to the constant wars that erupted. After Deidara left, Naruto no longer lingered at the cave entrance, disappearing in the blink of an eye from where he stood. Not far away, Naruto's figure appeared in a dense forest. Looking out, the green forest stretched like an ocean, seamlessly merging into one. The trees grew lush and vibrant, exuding a refreshing coolness. Sunlight poured down like streams of golden sand, filtering through layers of leaves and cascading onto the grass below. A gust of wind rose, causing Naruto's soft black short hair to flutter charmingly in the breeze, as he embraced nature, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. Birds in the forest joyfully flitted about, chirping happily. Naruto raised his eyes, his black pupils reflecting a beautiful scene. Itachi Uchiha, with his long black hair, appeared even gentler among the flock of birds. A mischievous little bird hopped onto Itachi's head, pecking at his hair with its sharp beak a few times. Itachi merely smiled faintly, not bothering to shoo away the playful bird. Unconsciously, Naruto relaxed and walked towards Itachi, not wanting to disturb such a warm scene. Naruto, you've come, Itachi said as he caught sight of Naruto slowly walking beside. The birds on Itachi, startled at his voice, flapping their wings in a flurry and taking flight, leaving behind a shower of feathers. A feather also fell onto Itachi's hair, and Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the always calm and composed Itachi had such a side to him? Didn't we agree that you would join Akatsuki after I completed my mission? Why did you come here alone so recklessly? Itachi was worried that this might raise suspicions, especially from that Akatsuki member Tobi, whose strength he still couldn't figure out. Well, I couldn't wait. Naruto understood clearly through Gaara's situation that although the plot had changed significantly, the ultimate outcome seemed to remain the same. Thus Naruto felt he had to act quickly. If he didn't do something, he feared that certain events might spiral out of control, and he worried he would regret it. Naruto realized that as long as he made adequate preparations, things should change, just like with Orochimaru. Previously, by helping Orochimaru pursue Jiraiya, he had Orochimaru create a substitute to stay in his research base. In the end, Sasuke defeated Orochimaru's clone, not the real Orochimaru. In the original story, Orochimaru was indeed sealed by Sasuke before he could be revived. Now, because of Orochimaru's unusual feelings for Jiraiya, his path had deviated from the past, and thus Orochimaru's journey had completely strayed from its original course. In other words, as long as he could strive to change some things, certain outcomes should change as well. That was why he was so eager to join Akatsuki. He wanted to change Itachi Uchiha's mindset. Since the original Naruto could persuade Itachi, it meant there was still hope for him. He wanted to convince Itachi to abandon his ideas of war. He thought that as long as he could persuade Itachi, and if Itachi, who had become a tool for Madara Uchiha, no longer assisted Madara, then with Madara's current weakened state, he should not have the strength to instigate another great war. Itachi, you should know that there is a person named Itachi Uchiha in your clan. Naruto felt he needed to inform Itachi of Tobi's true identity. I heard about him when I was young. I was told he was part of a team with Kakashi, but he seemed to have perished during a mission. Itachi vaguely recalled that there had been such a person in the clan. But what's the matter? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Itachi didn't understand why Naruto was mentioning this. Haven't you always suspected that the Tobi and Akatsuki could very likely be Madara Uchiha? Yes, I have been secretly investigating Tobi's true identity, but I haven't told anyone. How did you know? Itachi felt that he might have underestimated Naruto, who always brought him unexpected news. So Tobi's true identity is not Madara Uchiha, but rather Itachi Uchiha, who has long been forgotten. Itachi connected the dots in his mind, and understood what Naruto was truly trying to convey. That's right, Tobi is the forgotten Itachi Uchiha. Even Kakashi-sensei thought he had perished during that mission. No one expected he would still be alive. I heard he was severely injured during that mission, which is why he entrusted his only remaining intact Sharingan to Kakashi. This is how Kakashi earned the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi. If he hadn't suffered such irreparable injuries, Kakashi's character wouldn't have allowed him to abandon him. Thus, without someone to rescue him, Itachi should not have survived. You're right, Itachi, someone did rescue him, or otherwise, given the extent of Itachi's injuries at that time, he couldn't still be alive. Then who was that person? Itachi felt a chill run down his spine as he vaguely guessed who that person might be, but he didn't dare confirm it. It was Madara Uchiha. He is still alive. Naruto's expression grew serious. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Itachi's mind buzzed. He genuinely couldn't believe that Madara Uchiha was still alive. Everything is Madara Uchiha's scheme, from the establishment of Akatsuki to Obito's resurrection, or even the incident of the Nine-Tails rampage from years ago. Naruto felt that it was time to reveal everything to Itachi. If he didn't take some measures, soon the events he had always dreaded might indeed unfold before him. You even know about the Nine-Tails rampage? Itachi was shocked. How powerful was Naruto's ability that he could see events from so many years ago? Did he also know who his parents were? Perhaps Naruto already understood the reasons behind the cruel treatment he received from the villagers of Konoha during his childhood. At the time of the Nine-Tails rampage, he was still young. He only heard that the fourth Hokage sealed the rampaging Nine-Tails within his newly born son under unavoidable circumstances. Subsequently, Naruto's mother, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself to seal the Nine-Tails, both vanished, leaving behind only young Naruto. Afterwards, the third Hokage ordered that no one who knew the truth should reveal anything about Naruto's parents. This indirectly led to the villagers of Konoha being unaware that Naruto's father was the hero who protected the village from the Nine-Tails. Transitioning from the identity of a hero's descendant to a monster who was shunned, despised, and hated by the villagers due to having a terrifying tailed beast sealed within him, would Naruto hate Konoha once he learned the truth? Itachi felt that Konoha owed Naruto so much, not only a beautiful childhood but also the truth. Itachi didn't dare to ask Naruto if he had learned the truth of that year. He feared it might touch upon Naruto's inner pain. Yes, I've seen everything. Naruto forced a smile. His supposed ability to foresee the future and see the past was merely a lie he used to deceive Itachi. In truth, he always felt that Naruto was too strong, or his childhood memories were filled with gazes of disdain directed at him. No one was willing to get close to him, no one wanted to be his friend. Sometimes Naruto's pranks were merely attempts to gain everyone's attention. He just wanted to gain everyone's acknowledgement, to have the people of the village recognize his existence. Unfortunately, the true Naruto never fulfilled his own dreams. Instead, he was overtaken by the one who took over his body. He wondered whether the real Naruto would hate him for taking away the life that was rightfully his. What exactly is Madara Uchiha's purpose in doing this? He wants to establish a new ninja world. He desires the strongest power in this world. Madara Uchiha is also a pitiful person. Due to war, he lost his beloved brother, and through war he also lost his family. Thus he wishes to create a ninja world without war, but his ideals are overly idealistic and too obsessive. Wherever there are beings, there will be competition and conflict. Therefore the world that Itachi envisioned, one completely devoid of struggle and filled only with happiness, is unattainable. Moreover, he would need to sacrifice so many lives to overthrow the existing world, and it is simply impossible to achieve this with one person's strength. So what do you plan to do? Itachi knew that Naruto must have some strategies, otherwise he wouldn't be sharing so much information with him. I want to persuade Obito Uchiha first. After all, Madara Uchiha cannot act yet. If I can persuade Obito, then no one can help Madara carry out his plans. Naruto expressed his intentions to Itachi. Do you have confidence in persuading him? Itachi always focused on the key points. At least I should give it a try. Naruto was also uncertain whether he could convince Obito to join their side. But hasn't Sasuke also joined Akatsuki? Itachi, how has your relationship with Sasuke changed? Naruto was surprised to learn that Sasuke had joined Akatsuki early, having to witness the very person he wished to take revenge against every day, yet he couldn't act. He wondered what Sasuke was really thinking. Itachi fell silent, not knowing what to say. He was starting to struggle to comprehend his dear brother's thoughts. Joining Akatsuki would indeed bring him closer, but Akatsuki forbade its members from fighting among themselves. I do not want Sasuke to know those things. All he needs is to hate me. His hatred can make him strong. When Uchiha Itachi spoke of his beloved younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, a tender light glimmered in his eyes. Sasuke was the only family member he truly cared about. He did not protect the Uchiha clan, but at the very least he wished to safeguard his only brother, now allowing Sasuke to become strong, mature, and powerful. At least by the time he was gone, his brother would be able to live well on his own. This way, when he departed from this world, he would feel at ease knowing that Sasuke had grown capable enough to take care of himself, enabling him to face their parents. Uchiha Itachi always believed that his choice back then was not wrong. If given another chance, he would make the same decision. Although that choice led him to personally end his parents' lives, at least he preserved the Uchiha clan's glory that had lasted for many years, and most importantly, he saved the life of his only brother. Therefore he had no regrets. Even if his brother Uchiha Sasuke hated him to the bone, he still did not regret the choice he made back then. This was his mission, a burden he was destined to bear. He always understood that in this world there was nothing that allowed for arbitrary choices, only forced choices, or those that were advantageous to oneself. He simply happened to select the option he deemed best for himself and for Sasuke. Since betraying the village, he had managed to survive for such a long time. Now his body was nearing its limits, and he had already woven the web for Sasuke. The rest depended on how Sasuke chose to proceed. A new era had already begun. The remaining burden was to be left to these impulsive yet passionate new generation ninjas to reshape the ninja world's landscape. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto, who had changed in appearance. Gone were the flamboyant golden locks and the distinctive whiskers of the Ninetales, replaced by quiet, obedient black hair. Although his appearance had changed from Naruto's eyes, he could see a vibrant world filled with colors. The future in Naruto's eyes was bright, and a whole new world, one that was deeply enticing. This was something he could never achieve. Perhaps this was Naruto's power. He could effortlessly draw your attention, and you would be immersed in it without realizing. Perhaps this was why he had initially believed in Naruto. Leaving Sasuke in Naruto's hands was the most reassuring choice he could make. Naruto could accomplish what he could not. At the very least, some corner of Sasuke's heart should now hold a place for Naruto, one that no one could shake. He understood his brother the best. Although he claimed not to care, in truth he was the most concerned. It was only those whom Sasuke truly cared about that could elicit such indifference and occasional warmth from him. If he genuinely did not care, Sasuke would not bother with them at all. Thus perhaps Naruto's influence on Sasuke had reached an unimaginable depth. "Then won't you regret it?" Naruto said, feeling immense pain for the man before him, who sacrificed himself to protect the peace of the Hidden Leaf Village. "If given the chance to choose again, I would still make the same choice." Uchiha Itachi expressed that he had never regretted his decision. Naruto, remember that in life there will be many choices. However, not every choice you make will turn out to be satisfactory. Everyone faces such choices. Those choices may contradict your original intentions, but sometimes you have no control over them. You must make a choice even if that choice ultimately harms your closest ones. Uchiha Itachi was sharing his life experiences with Naruto. But how do you know that the choice you made for Sasuke was the best for him? Perhaps this was not at all the outcome he desired. Naruto knew that Uchiha Itachi had always been accustomed to shouldering everything himself, enduring unseen pain alone. However, everyone grows weary. The pain one can bear is limited, and if one continuously endures unrecognized suffering, even the strongest hearts will eventually succumb to the immense pressure and collapse. Naruto did not want to see this heart-wrenching man suffer any longer. Facing the hateful gaze of his beloved brother, how could he not feel heartache? Brother Itachi was merely hiding his own pain, not allowing anyone to discover it, or otherwise it would become his Achilles heel. For his brother Sasuke, and for the peace of the Hidden Leaf Village, he had to be strong. He could not allow himself to be weak, giving enemies an opportunity. At that time I had no choice but to act as I did. Sasuke's hatred towards me is something I deserve. Uchiha Itachi felt immense guilt towards Sasuke. He was the one who ruined his beloved brother's happy life, and also destroyed his image as a good brother in Sasuke's heart. "But brother Itachi, won't you get tired?" Naruto said with concern, noticing the lines of worry etched on Uchiha Itachi's face. Uchiha Itachi pressed his lips tightly together and said nothing. After a moment of silence, Naruto spoke up. "In Sasuke's heart, you will always be the gentle brother he looks up to. He has always believed in you. It's just that the experience of the Uchiha clan's massacre was too traumatic for him. At that time, he couldn't bear it, and needed an excuse to vent his inner unease." Naruto knew that even saying these words would not change Uchiha Itachi's mindset. The Uchiha clan was inherently stubborn, whether it was Sasuke or Uchiha Itachi. But Naruto wanted them to understand that they truly cared about each other. It was precisely because they cared so much that one party's departure or betrayal could bring such immense pain. Sasuke currently cares about you the most, because you were the first partner he made when he became isolated. In truth, Sasuke is not good at communicating with others. He has very few friends, and there are even fewer people he can open his heart to. And Naruto, you opened Sasuke's heart with your smile. Although he does not admit it, I can see that my brother has long considered you a companion. Uchiha Itachi could not deny that the bond between Naruto and Sasuke was something that no one could interfere with. He could see it in Sasuke's eyes, even though that foolish brother of his might not yet realize his feelings for Naruto. So from now on, Sasuke is in your hands. He will listen to you. Uchiha Itachi had no one he could trust but Naruto. Sasuke is your brother, take care of him yourself. Don't leave it to me. Can't you two brothers resolve your misunderstandings? Naruto knew what Uchiha Itachi was thinking. Uchiha Itachi believed that only his death could earn Sasuke's forgiveness. He would not allow that. He vowed that he would not let anyone he cared about suffer any harm. He could not allow Uchiha Itachi to arrange everything only to collapse in Sasuke's arms and never wake up again. He would not let such a thing happen. If only things were that simple. I fear that Sasuke would not accept such an outcome. Uchiha Itachi never oversimplified matters. Naruto hung his head in silence. He also hoped everything would go smoothly without unexpected surprises. Naruto and Uchiha Itachi's private meeting was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected person. Sasuke was in a bad mood. He originally thought that joining the Akatsuki would give him more opportunities to get closer to Uchiha Itachi, but he was wrong. The members of the Akatsuki also worked in teams, and fighting among members was prohibited, although he did not care much for these rules. However, aside from the necessary gatherings during missions, the time of the Akatsuki members was entirely at their own discretion. He often missed opportunities to meet Uchiha Itachi. In reality, he hardly had any chance to see him. Sasuke wandered around aimlessly and inadvertently discovered Uchiha Itachi with a boy who had just joined the Akatsuki, someone named something like Ming, talking about who knows what. Sasuke did not hide himself and boldly appeared before them. "What are you talking about?" Sasuke surprisingly did not rush forward impulsively upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, but instead wore a curious expression. From the tone and expressions of the two just now, Sasuke guessed that they should not be meeting for the first time. "Hey, isn't this the Uchiha Sasuke who killed Orochimaru?" Naruto could not help but retort at Sasuke's appearance. Sasuke did not expect this new member of the Akatsuki to spar with him, momentarily taken aback. It felt somewhat like that golden-haired boy. Sasuke shook his head secretly. How could that be? Clearly the two had different faces. How could he mistake this black-haired boy for Naruto? Besides, how could Naruto possibly be here? Sasuke mocked himself. Last time, because he accepted the task of capturing the One-Tail, it was because of that Gaara. Naruto actually questioned him because of that person. He would never forget how Naruto coldly turned away from him, unrelenting. Sasuke always knew that Naruto valued his companions, or otherwise, when he left the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto would not have tried so hard to bring him back. He always thought he was the most special person in Naruto's heart, but it seemed he was merely being self-indulgent. Naruto only regarded him as an important companion. The last person Naruto would want to see should be him. He was overthinking it. Regardless of how Naruto viewed him, he had already come to understand his special feelings for Naruto. Now that he was aware, he would not let go of Naruto, nor would he allow anyone to take Naruto away from him. It was Naruto who first took the initiative with him, and since he did, Naruto was his. Naruto belonged to him. "Who are you?" Sasuke coldly glanced at Naruto, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this boy before him which annoyed him. "Haven't I introduced myself before?" "Uchiha Sasuke, remember it well, my name is Lu." Regarding the incident with Gaara last time, Naruto is still upset. Relying on his changed appearance, Sasuke couldn't recognize him, and Naruto's tone was somewhat unpleasant. "You?" Sasuke increasingly felt a sense of familiarity with the boy before him. "I heard you are Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. You joined Akatsuki to avenge him, right?" Naruto smiled slyly like a cunning fox. "You call him Brother Itachi?" Sasuke noticed Naruto's complex feelings towards Uchiha Itachi's name. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his heart, and some anger, unsure of what this feeling was, whether it was love or something else. That title was once his alone to use, but now someone else had taken it from him. Although he no longer acknowledged Uchiha Itachi as his brother, how could this be allowed? It was his brother. How could he let others call him brother? That was a title that belonged to him. Even though he had stopped acknowledging Uchiha Itachi as his brother upon hearing someone call him Brother Itachi, he felt as if someone had stolen what was rightfully his, and he felt pain in his heart. "Why do you call him brother?" Sasuke thought Uchiha Itachi would never casually allow someone to call him brother like that. "Aren't you the one who no longer acknowledges Uchiha Itachi as your brother?" "I see Brother Itachi is so lonely, so I reluctantly decided to be his brother first." "What's wrong with that? Are you jealous?" Naruto knew Sasuke still cared about Uchiha Itachi, so he deliberately said this to provoke him. Sasuke casually glanced at Uchiha Itachi, feeling a strange discomfort as he observed Itachi's unchanged expression. Uchiha Itachi subtly raised an eyebrow, or he could guess Naruto's intention, but this approach likely wouldn't have much effect on Sasuke. However, that was fine. He hadn't felt this kind of lively atmosphere in a long time, and perhaps such days were becoming rare for him. "You?" Sasuke wanted to retort, but found himself unable to. Yes, he had said he had no brother from then on, but he didn't want to see someone take his brother away. "Yes, I have no right now, but you also have no right. No one has the right." With that, Sasuke turned and left without looking back. Naruto and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances and smiled. Sasuke's character was still so adorably stubborn. As Sasuke returned to his residence, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Why was he getting angry with a stranger? He had clearly decided not to care anymore. Xianglin looked at Sasuke, who had just returned, with a somewhat unpleasant expression. She had wanted to leap into his arms, but her actions abruptly halted midway. Shueisha, seeing Xianglin's almost frenzied expression, as she suddenly stopped, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why was this woman still so stubborn? She had already been pushed away by Sasuke several times, yet she still clung to him. What are you staring at? Xianglin, perhaps feeling embarrassed by her actions, immediately flared up upon seeing Shueisha's look of disdain, retorting angrily. You woman, Sasuke ignores you, and you come to bother me again. You really are hard to deal with. Shueisha was not in the mood to bicker with Xianglin today. Xianglin, seeing Shueisha's lethargic expression, decided not to make herself miserable again. She stepped aside, wringing her clothes with a look of grievance, as if Sasuke had wronged her. Shueisha looked at Xianglin's disdainful expression, wondering how Sasuke had ever gotten involved with such a woman. Who could possibly tolerate her? If it weren't for that crazy woman's unique abilities, he wouldn't want to see her at all, Shueisha thought. The personalities of Shueisha and Xianglin were completely incompatible. They often quarreled over trivial matters, and in their past lives it was unclear what deep-seated hatred existed between them, but in this life they simply could not stand each other. Seeing Sasuke enter with a displeased expression, the previously silent Chongwu quickly approached him, wanting to ask what was wrong. However, upon seeing Sasuke's demeanor of not wanting to engage with anyone, he opened his mouth, but then closed it again, worry etched on his face. Sasuke rested his chin on his hands, taking a moment to calm his mind. He realized that the black-haired boy named Ming seemed to be provoking him intentionally. Despite it being their first meeting, he felt an odd familiarity, as if that boy understood his character very well. Thus Ming's earlier provocation had genuinely angered him, causing a stir in his heart due to. At this moment Sasuke felt increasingly clear-headed. Uchiha Itachi's relationship with the boy named Ming was certainly unusual. Sasuke suddenly grinned shrewdly. Since opportunities to meet Uchiha Itachi were rare, he could start with the boy named Ming. Perhaps he would discover something interesting. Chongwu, who had been watching Sasuke's expression with concern, noticed his sudden change in demeanor and furrowed his brow. He had never understood the nuances of ordinary people's emotions. In the past, he only knew that Kimimaro could stabilize his emotions, preventing him from harboring thoughts of slaughter or brutality. Yet he had never grasped what that emotion truly was. Until he met Sasuke, witnessing the numerous events between Sasuke and that blonde-haired boy, he seemed to finally understand that the bond he shared with Kimimaro was likely called comradeship. Seeing Xianglin and Shueisha constantly bicker over trivial matters, he gradually realized that human emotions could be so varied and rich. Perhaps meeting Sasuke and the others was his lifelong fortune, Chongwu reflected silently. Although he had already confirmed with Xianglin that Uchiha Itachi had no abnormalities ever since Naruto had said those inexplicable words to him, he had been filled with doubt. Sasuke had always felt as if he was living within a grand conspiracy. His brother had once been so gentle. No one understood better than he how much his brother loved peace and cherished the village. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes the sword in his brother's hand pierce their father's body, if he hadn't witnessed so many of his clansmen's lifeless bodies appearing before him, no matter how many people spoke ill of Uchiha Itachi, he would never have believed it. The events at that time had a profound impact on him. He had no chance to react when Uchiha Itachi cruelly provoked his hatred with his harsh words. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi had used Tsukuyomi to make him witness the brutal slaughter of his own clansmen, which made him firmly believe that his dearest brother had betrayed him, betraying the Uchiha clan. But he forgot that his brother cherished a peaceful life more than anyone else, and no one longed for the tranquility of Konoha village more than he did. It was only after Naruto's words that he began to doubt whether what he had witnessed was indeed the truth. For these past days, his heart had been wavering, hesitating between believing his brother or the facts he had seen. However, now that he had joined Akatsuki just like Uchiha Itachi, he seemed to have begun to understand something. It felt as if an answer was forming in his heart. Uchiha Itachi was indeed the genius praised by everyone in Konoha village, but Sasuke knew well how hard he worked. It was for this reason that he had admired his brother so much and wished to follow in his footsteps. He admitted that his brother was impressive, but to annihilate the Uchiha clan overnight was simply impossible upon careful thought. Even for someone as formidable as Uchiha Itachi, it would be unthinkable to silently eliminate so many skilled members of the Uchiha clan without anyone noticing. This was entirely illogical. If no one assisted him, even the genius Uchiha Itachi could not accomplish such a feat. Everything was unreasonable. Uchiha Itachi must have been hiding something from him. Why had Uchiha Itachi left him alive? If he was going to annihilate the clan, he should have left no one behind. He couldn't believe it was because he was his beloved younger brother, and Itachi couldn't bring himself to kill him. Since their parents had already died by his hand, he should have been prepared for that. Killing him shouldn't have been a problem. Looking back, he realized that leaving him alive and using harsh and cruel words to hurt him, allowing him to coincidentally witness such scenes, must have been meticulously planned. Upon reflection, before that incident occurred, his brother Uchiha Itachi had seemed somewhat different from usual. During that time it felt as if he always had something on his mind when they were together. Although he always smiled gently at him, Sasuke could sense that his brother was not truly happy. He now realized that perhaps it was during that period that Itachi's thoughts had changed. At that time his brother seemed to have joined the Umbu, possibly due to some mission assigned to him. Reflecting on it, there seemed to be some instability within the clan during that time. Right during that period, Itachi's best friend Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have committed suicide for some reason. At that time his brother was also suspected of having killed Sasuke. He had no thoughts on the matter back then, but now upon careful consideration, Uchiha Sasuke likely had no reason to commit suicide. He must have been killed by someone, or perhaps silenced due to discovering some secret. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more he felt that his current thoughts aligned better with the situation back then. Yet he couldn't comprehend why Uchiha Itachi would do such a thing. Moreover, with his brother's character, there shouldn't be anyone capable of threatening him. He should not have been threatened at all. No one forced him, unless it was something he willingly chose to do. Sasuke furrowed his brow, unable to understand what reason his brother Uchiha Itachi could have for such actions. Moreover, it is said that the leader of the Umbu of Konoha Danzo was suddenly killed a few days ago. Perhaps his death is somehow related to the changes in his brother at that time, but it remains unclear who has the capability to kill Danzo. Sasuke has now come to terms with the situation concerning Itachi Uchiha and has reached a definite answer in his heart, yet he still cannot forgive his brother Itachi Uchiha. He cannot forgive Itachi Uchiha for abandoning him and leaving the village, nor for using such cruel words to hurt him. He cannot forgive Itachi for treating him this way. At the same time, he cannot forgive himself for not believing in his brother. He failed to trust Itachi completely. Thus he will no longer seek revenge on his brother Itachi Uchiha, but he also will not proactively seek the truth from him. He knows that even if he confesses to Itachi that he understands things are not as he initially perceived, his brother's character would never disclose the truth to him. His brother has always been like that, never telling him anything. He despises this trait in Itachi. They are brothers, so why keep these things from him? Ultimately he is too weak, which is why his brother chose to keep things hidden. It is his own weakness that prevents his brother from relying on him. As long as he possesses great power, he can protect those he wishes to safeguard. If he becomes stronger, no one will be able to harm him again. Choosing strength is not wrong. At that time, if only his brother had been stronger, their parents would not have left them. Therefore he must become strong and resilient. No one can obstruct his path forward. He will not allow anyone to hinder his journey. All along he has been alone. He does not need anyone's concern. He just needs to maintain his current state. This way he will not be hurt again. He will not be foolish enough to impulsively confront Itachi Uchiha for clarity. He will let Itachi speak the truth to him himself. Sasuke gritted his teeth, believing all along that it was not wrong to distrust his brother. But did Itachi not also distrust him? His brother still sees him as a child, does he not? Itachi believes he lacks the capacity to accept the consequences of this matter. Thus he simply excludes him, protects himself, and bears the truth alone. What he cannot accept the most is that his brother Itachi Uchiha views him as a child, telling him nothing, hiding everything, leaving him to wallow in self-pity. In such a state he appears foolish. He has always thought he was the one suffering the most in this situation, yet that is not the case. Is he not being quite silly? At that time he always felt that Naruto did not understand him, did not comprehend his pain. It is precisely because he once had something that when he loses it, he feels immense pain, unable to accept the outcome. At that time when Naruto said he understood his feelings, he severely hurt Naruto. He told Naruto that he did not understand him because Naruto had never had parents, so he claimed Naruto could not comprehend him. He did not know how much pain Naruto felt after hearing that. After all, Naruto had no parents and had never seen what his parents looked like. At that time, he selfishly believed that Naruto did not understand his inner feelings at all. Suddenly he felt a bit regretful, regretting how he had treated Naruto, and even more regretting his treatment of his brother. Sasuke was somewhat at a loss faced with this sudden wave of regret. He suddenly felt uncertain about how to face Naruto if he were to see him again. Moreover, he suddenly lost the goal he had determined for his life, feeling a sense of confusion. He had resolutely abandoned everything left Konoha, became a rogue ninja, and let down Kakashi Sensei. At that time, he cruelly wanted to sever the bond with Naruto. He abandoned Naruto time and time again, pushing him away repeatedly. He betrayed his companions and let down Granny Tsunade's trust in him. He had once given up everything solely to commit to revenge. But now everything has changed. The target of his revenge is not what he had imagined. What should he do? From now on, how should he face his brother and Naruto? How should he confront his former companions? Does he still have the right to return to Konoha? They probably will not welcome him. Sasuke thought, disheartened. He suddenly felt that he was nothing but a joke in his current state. Seeing Sasuke's troubled expression, Suigetsu suddenly found it hard to grasp what Sasuke was thinking. Their boss seemed burdened, yet he was easily influenced inside. Noticing Sasuke's demeanor, Suigetsu suspected he had been triggered by something. Sasuke was struggling with how to face Naruto and Itachi Uchiha in the future. Meanwhile, Naruto was leisurely chatting with his new partner, casually teasing the easily irritated Deidara, while intentionally gathering information about the Akatsuki from within. "By the way, that fox on your shoulder is quite interesting," Deidara said while teasing the Ninetales on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto smiled without speaking, but the Ninetales was displeased, snorting. Did this kid think he was just an ordinary pet? The Ninetales felt particularly dissatisfied at that moment, and swiped a paw across Deidara's face, leaving bloody scratches. Seeing this, Naruto burst into laughter without holding back. "Serves you right for touching without permission. Next time you get too close, I won't just scratch you lightly," the Ninetales warned Deidara, raising his paw menacingly. "Humph." Deidara covered his face, looking pitiful. Naruto watched the interaction between the Ninetales and Deidara, smiling gently. It had been a long time since he had felt such a relaxed atmosphere. Sometimes being with someone can feel incredibly comforting and easy, and it might just be that simple desire to experience such an atmosphere. Although everyone sees Deidara as a villain, he finds Deidara's personality quite simple. What do you think Akatsuki's leader looks like under his mask? Do you think it's because he looks too ugly that he wears a mask to cover his face? Deidara had completely forgotten about their previous confrontation with Naruto, and was now excitedly discussing Akatsuki's leader's appearance under the mask as if meeting an old friend. "Who knows? I've never seen his face without the mask. But isn't it true that after every Akatsuki meeting you never see him again?" Naruto noticed that Deidara was gradually letting his guard down, and sought to learn more about Akatsuki's leader. "It seems like that. I wonder where he goes each time." Deidara recalled that Akatsuki's leader always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. It seems those times he vanished were when he went to the hideout of Uchiha Madara. Naruto seriously pondered every piece of information about Akatsuki's leader. "By the way, are you hungry?" Naruto rubbed his belly, realizing he was a bit hungry. I guess I am a little hungry," Deidara replied, instantly distracted by Naruto. "Little Nine, it's your job to catch the food," Naruto said to the Ninetales without reservation. "Understood." Ever since he developed a taste for Naruto's cooking, the Ninetales took on the task of gathering food on his own initiative. After Naruto finished speaking, he instantly vanished from Deidara's sight, leaving Deidara in a state of confusion. What just happened? He merely mentioned being a bit hungry. Why did Naruto disappear? Naruto quickly reappeared in front of Deidara with some dry wood, then skillfully used fire release to ignite the wood and set up a rack. As soon as Naruto set up the rack, the Ninetales returned with several plump mountain chickens in its mouth. Naruto took the chickens, quickly prepared them, and placed them on the rack to roast. Before long, the delicious aroma stimulated Deidara's nose, and he and the Ninetales obediently sat in a row waiting for Naruto to finish cooking. Naruto looked at the pair sitting so obediently waiting for the food to be ready, shaking his head. He realized that perhaps the characters in Hokage are all hidden foodies, and now even Deidara has joined their ranks. He wondered whether it was his cooking that was too good, or if they were simply starving. After solving their hunger issues, Naruto and Deidara parted ways. Since there were no tasks recently, they could have their own space to do what they wanted. However, Lu Ming's cooking really is quite good. he wouldn't have to worry about food while partnering with him. Deidara was successfully won over by Naruto's meal. Since there are no tasks right now, should we go back to Konoha and take a look? Naruto asked the Ninetales for its opinion. I don't mind. The Ninetales passed the question back to Naruto. Then let's go back. I'm afraid my cheap teacher will be completely consumed by Orochimaru by now. While he was happy to see Jiraiya and Orochimaru together, he still cared for his teacher. On the other hand, Jiraiya was indeed quite troubled lately, unsure why Orochimaru had become increasingly clingy. Even at night, Orochimaru needed to hold him to fall asleep. Speaking of this, Jiraiya's face turned red. It was one thing for Orochimaru to sleep next to him. Now Orochimaru had started to get handsome. Yo, Uncle Snake, you're quite quick. An untimely voice interrupted Orochimaru's move. TCH. Orochimaru reluctantly withdrew his hand from Jiraiya's posterior, glaring at Naruto, who was climbing through the window, utterly displeased. Why did he have to come at this moment, spoiling his fun? Seeing the two separate, Naruto agilely jumped down from the window and stared back at Orochimaru with a hint of dissatisfaction. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly. The scene being witnessed by his own disciple was unbearably embarrassing. He shot a reproachful glare at Orochimaru. Naruto, what are you doing here? Orochimaru's voice was almost grinding with anger. What? Can't I come if there's nothing? Naruto was not to be outdone. It was a good thing he came. A moment later, and his master Jiraiya would have been devoured by Orochimaru. Humph! Jiraiya snorted coldly at Orochimaru, turned around and left the room. Spit it out quickly. Watching his precious one depart, Orochimaru spoke to Naruto with a harsh tone. Naruto was speechless. This wasn't how Orochimaru acted when he begged him to pursue Jiraiya. Indeed, once you have a wife, you forget your brother. So about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan I asked you to study? Naruto was blunt, with Orochimaru throwing the question directly at him. I've studied it enough. Orochimaru replied evasively. Aren't you afraid of scaring off my master with your haste? Naruto couldn't bear to watch his innocent master be consumed by Orochimaru step by step. Naruto still hoped Jiraiya would counterattack and bring Orochimaru to heel, giving him an excuse to make Orochimaru do his bidding. It would be a waste not to use such a resource, right? But judging by the pervy sage's demeanor, he was completely under Orochimaru's thumb. Counterattack seemed impossible, Naruto thought to himself. He'll be my wife sooner or later anyway, he can't escape. Orochimaru smiled brilliantly. Was he trying to torture the single to death? Bullying him for being single? If it weren't for me, you'd be crying in some corner, Naruto thought. Don't just focus on cuddling with the pervy sage. At least finish what you promised me first. Naruto felt if he didn't push Orochimaru, he'd cling to Jiraiya again and forget his promise. I know now, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me. Orochimaru impatiently shooed Naruto away. Naruto's heart felt icy. This was the infamous burn the bridge after crossing the river. Before Orochimaru could say more, Naruto immediately vanished from his sight through the window. Humph, don't come begging for help when your relationship goes sour. Naruto muttered to himself as he walked head down, complaining about Orochimaru's changed attitude. Suddenly a familiar voice called out to him. Hey Naruto, long time no see. Naruto's mood instantly brightened. Yeah, I've had a lot of missions lately. It feels like ages. But we're having a gathering soon. Naruto, wanna come? Choji invited him warmly. I'm in. Naruto raised his hand. He needed some good food to comfort his heart wounded by Orochimaru. Who's going? Just your team. That team of Chojis always had a party after every mission, didn't they? Thinking of that, Naruto suddenly felt a bit sorry for Asuma-sensei's wallet. Did his salary even cover what the glutton Choji ate? Osakura, Hinata, Kiba, Shikamaru, Tenten, Rock Lee, Niji. They're all coming. I can't say for sure, but everyone's coming. Choji counted on his fingers one by one. Oh! At the mention of Hinata's name, Naruto felt a bit down. He admitted Hinata was a wonderful girl. Gentle, caring, attentive, and strong. But despite her virtues, Naruto didn't like her that way. Her personality was too introverted and shy. He didn't go for that type. Naruto cried inwardly. But given Hinata's exceptionally shy demeanor, and the fact she hadn't explicitly confessed to him, he felt awkward rejecting her. He only saw her as a little sister. Every time he was with her he felt awkward. Her focused, almost tangible gaze from behind made his skin crawl, yet he had no reason to reject her. Nor did he have the chance to reject her because every time their eyes met, she would shyly dart away. How about we go together? Choji invited Naruto. Sure, let's go. Naruto immediately put aside his thoughts and walked side by side with Choji. Naruto, thanks for the pills last time. They worked really well. I eat a lot now, but I haven't gained any weight. Choji shared his discovery. Really? Glad they work for you. Naruto nodded at Choji, thinking that Orochimaru was indeed a genius researcher. His creations were really effective. If this were the modern world, so many people would want such diet pills. Orochimaru could get rich selling them. Naruto's eyes gleamed with greed. We're here. They arrived at the gathering place as they talked. Choji lifted the curtain and stepped in first. Naruto followed closely, and a wave of lively atmosphere instantly enveloped him. The noisy crowd turned in unison toward the entrance. Sakura Haruno exclaimed in surprise, "Naruto, you're here." Naruto hesitantly walked toward them. Why did everyone look at him with ill intent, especially Sakura? He could feel the abnormally excited gleam in her eyes. Were they planning to prank him? Naruto grew suspicious. Such expressions surely meant trouble. As he went further in next to the steaming barbecue, Hinata Hyuga's face was inexplicably bright red. Naruto immediately turned and sat beside Neji Hyuga, who had long brown hair tied at the end, and wore a white kimono. Neji Hyuga, with his white pupils, raised an eyebrow in surprise at Naruto's move. He hadn't expected Naruto to choose to sit next to him. Since their battle last time, they had hardly interacted. What's the occasion for the sudden gathering? Naruto picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of succulent grilled meat, and ate it. Haven't had a party in a while. Thought we'd celebrate seeing you young ninjas growing up. Asuma Sarutobi, with his bushy beard, said loudly while drinking sake. But the only one from your class missing is that Uchiha kid. Asuma was cut off mid-sentence, as Kakashi Hatake, sitting beside him, elbowed him hard. Asuma sprayed sake everywhere, and Choji, who was sitting opposite him and devouring meat, got drenched. Kakashi, why did you hit me? Asuma asked in confusion. Kakashi, trying to signal him, face-bombed. Asuma was still so tactless. Oh. Finally understanding Kakashi's hint, Asuma looked toward Naruto and realized. Everyone watched Naruto's expression cautiously. Even Choji, who had been eating voraciously, stopped and looked at Naruto. Naruto was speechless at the crowd staring at him. Was it that serious? Just because Sasuke was accidentally mentioned, he wasn't that fragile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Naruto's expression unchanged. It was good that he didn't mind. Since Uchiha Sasuke left, Naruto had changed a bit, sometimes zoning out. They still remembered the lonely look on Naruto's face, and his somewhat solitary figure when Sasuke first left the village. Even the usually aloof Neji Hyuga unexpectedly placed a few freshly grilled meat slices in Naruto's bowl as a consolation. Surprised by Neji's sudden gesture, Naruto felt flattered. He had never seen Neji serve anyone food before. Was he the first? A warm current surged through Naruto's heart. Neji might seem detached on the surface, but deep down, he cared deeply for his comrades, and expressed his concern in his own unique way. Naruto knew that if not for his care for his comrades, Neji wouldn't have died protecting him, and thank you. Naruto whispered softly in Neji's ear, not just for Neji's warm gesture, but also for the life-saving act Neji had performed before. Why did heaven treat such warm, considerate people so cruelly? Not only Neji, but even the pitiable elder brother Itachi couldn't escape death. He was unwilling and couldn't bear to see such an ending. Neji, sitting closest to Naruto, sensed an inexplicable sorrow in Naruto's eyes and felt puzzled. Naruto seemed fragile now, as if he had lost something important. Neji wanted to speak but hesitated. He couldn't understand Naruto now. The current Naruto seemed shrouded in a mysterious veil, making it hard to see clearly. Hey, since we're together, let's enjoy ourselves. Come on, a toast. Asuma, sensing the heavy atmosphere, cheerfully raised his cup to lighten the mood. Everyone followed suit, raising their cups and drinking. Whoa! Why do I feel dizzy? Rock Lee stood up unsteadily after drinking, shaking his head. Why are there two Narutos? Weird. He felt his limbs grow weak. Asuma, what did you give Lee to drink? Might Guy felt uneasy as he observed Lee's condition. Of course it's alcohol, what else could it be? Sima was perplexed. What? Li can't drink alcohol, stop him quickly. Might Guy shouted. Roar. After a single cup of wine, the heavily intoxicated Li with his thick eyebrows began to perform a drunken fist oblivious to his surroundings. Though Li was delirious and could barely walk, his movements were remarkably agile, his speed even faster and more nimble than usual. Knowing well the formidable state of Li when drunk, Ning Xiai and Tian Tian each grabbed one of Li's arms and legs. Even with Might Guy, a Jonin, joining the effort to restrain Li, they barely managed to subdue the drunken Li. Li, half drunk and wild, kept his eyes half open. Whoever touched him, he would shove away with incredible strength. Ning Xiai and Tian Tian, who were holding Li, were flung aside, stumbling a few steps. Li performed his drunken fist as if no one else was there. Though his steps were chaotic, there were no openings, leaving the others no chance to intervene and stop him. Li's gaze grew increasingly hazy, yet his excitement mounted. His body moved instinctively, wildly smashing things in the shop. Li, stop now! Might Guy shouted as he saw Li spiraling out of control, and personally intervened to restrain him. Might Guy's heart wept at that moment. The last time he had accidentally let Li drink a beverage mixed with alcohol, Li had shattered everything in the shop, leaving his wallet empty in an instant. If Li wrecked the shop again, he would have to eat dirt next month. Ah, Kaizensai's voice. Li, in a daze, followed the sound and stumbled to Might Guy's side, then threw himself onto Might Guy, bursting into tears. Kaizensai, I succeeded. Li rubbed his tears and snot onto Might Guy's clothes. I did my best. I tried so hard, but it's still not enough. Kaizensai, I will work even harder. The drunken Li spoke his true feelings, which he had never expressed before others. Yes, yes. Li, you've already worked hard enough. You are my most excellent, most proud disciple, Might Guy, said Might Guy, supporting the unsteady Li while comforting him. I will work even harder. Kaizensai, let's burn our youth together. Continue training. As he spoke, Li suddenly fell silent and peacefully collapsed into Might Guy's arms. Looking at Li, who only revealed his true feelings when drunk, Might Guy heaved a deep sigh. This disciple of his was too earnest, too hardworking. He truly felt a deep sense of injustice. The heavens had granted such a diligent youth a constitution that could not learn ninjutsu or genjutsu. Back then, seeing Li, who still refused to give up training despite being unable to learn ninjutsu, reminded Might Guy of his own younger self. That was when he began to pay attention to this hardworking young man. Young Li had a simple and passionate nature, determined to become an excellent ninja, and he worked tirelessly toward that goal. Kai still remembered how Li, in order to surpass the genius Ning Xiai, would even think about training in his sleep. Unable to use ninjutsu or genjutsu, and lacking innate special skills, Li possessed an unyielding spirit and never feared difficulties. Li trained from dawn till dusk, putting in dozens of times more effort than others. Despite repeated failures, he firmly believed that with enough hard work, he could still become an excellent ninja. Time proved that although the journey was arduous, and long, Li indeed grew into an outstanding ninja. He could proudly declare that Li was his most cherished disciple. No one is born a genius, but Li lacked even more basic skills than other children. It was his own choices that shaped who he became. Kai felt that he, who had always been by Li's side training with him, understood Li's pain and struggle. Li had always lived a hard life, finally earning recognition through his own efforts. But only he knew how much Li suffered after the Chunin exam. During the previous battle with Gara, Gara lost control upon seeing blood, and used the sand-binding coffin technique, breaking Li's left hand and left foot, even harboring the intent to kill Li. If he hadn't stopped Gara in time, he might never have seen Li again. After that battle, Li was deemed unable to become a ninja ever again. Even the fifth Hokage said Li had no hope of being a ninja and advised him to give up. But Li, who knew no ninjutsu except taijutsu, would never stand up again if he gave up on his body. It was he who accompanied Li through that incredibly difficult period, so only he had the right to judge Li. At that time, to lift Li's spirits, he lied to Li, saying that if he took the pills he gave him, he would recover quickly. Naively believed him. No matter how strange the taste or how bitter the pills, Li took them every day without fail. Ultimately, the fifth Hokage was moved by Li's persistence and sincerity, and suggested that he could undergo surgery, but with only a 50% success rate. If it failed, it might even cost Li his life. Faced with this choice, Li's heart was also torn, because aside from the possibility of success, he had to face two other options: death, or giving up his dream of being a ninja. But for him, facing the constant encouragement from his almost father figure Might Guy, and the most moving words, If you die from the surgery, I will die with you. Lee finally chose the surgery. Fortunately, it succeeded. Even while lying in the hospital bed, Lee persisted in training. How could he not feel both sympathy and pride for such a hard-working disciple? So he said Lee was also a genius of hard work. Might Guy gently picked up the sleeping Lee, bade farewell to everyone, and because of the incident caused by Lee's drunkenness, the group gradually dispersed. Only Choji, who hadn't eaten enough meat, complained to Shikamaru that he hadn't had his fill. From Naruto's perspective, Shikamaru looked at Choji with doting eyes, reached out, and gently stroked Choji's head, smiling. "I'll treat you tomorrow." Ever since witnessing the sweet daily life of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Naruto felt that everyone he saw seemed to be flaunting their relationships. Seeing the affectionate look in Shikamaru's eyes and his intimate gestures toward Choji, Naruto's expression changed. If he wasn't mistaken, the naked possessiveness in Shikamaru's eyes was just like when Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya. So in this Naruto world, he, an upright, pure-hearted youth from modern society, had witnessed two couples. Naruto was no longer calm. He began to question his worldview. If handsome men went for men, what would happen to the remaining women? He admitted that Choji, after losing weight, had become quite handsome. But if Shikamaru fell for Choji, what about Temari? Would their son still be born? Naruto felt a bit bewildered. The turn of events had caught him off guard. Suddenly Naruto felt a tug at his sleeve. He looked down and saw Hinata's fair face blushing furiously, her hand timidly clutching the corner of his clothes. "Hinata, what's wrong?" Seeing her so shy, Naruto softened his voice, afraid of startling her. "Is there something you want to say?" "Hinata." Naruto felt he had exhausted all his patience. He didn't like girls with overly introverted personalities. He found them a bit hard to handle. "Naruto, I want." Hinata twisted the hem of her clothes, her face even redder. Naruto smiled without speaking, patiently waiting for her to finish. "Naruto, could I tell you something?" As if summoning immense courage, Hinata met Naruto's gaze with a determined look despite her shyness. "Sure, what is it?" Naruto vaguely guessed what she was about to say, and his tone became even gentler, knowing he might hurt the girl's feelings later. "Can we go somewhere else?" Hinata gathered her courage and met Naruto's eyes, suggesting they leave the current place. She didn't want anyone to disturb their conversation, as this was a very important matter for her. "Okay, let's talk as we walk." Naruto acted unusually gentlemanly. Hinata lowered her head, feeling as if they were on a date. "It's the first time we've walked together like this." Hinata gathered her courage to speak first. "I'm glad you like it." Naruto nodded. "Naruto, you have always been my role model." Hinata felt immensely happy whenever she talked about Naruto. "From the first time I saw you, Naruto, you became the target I wanted to chase. Back then your smile saved me." Thinking of the small, frail Naruto who bravely stood up to protect her from those who bullied her, Hinata felt lucky to have met him. Though at that time she didn't know Naruto. Though at that time Naruto was feared and ostracized as a terrible monster. In the village she inexplicably felt at ease, because his smile was full of strength. "Naruto, you've always worked hard. I've been watching you. Your appearance saved the weak me." Hinata choked up as she spoke, because she had been silently watching Naruto since she was very young. She had always hidden behind Naruto, secretly watching him, seeing him bullied by others, seeing him live with strength and resilience, but she dared not come out to see him. In truth, she always hated her own cowardly nature. She knew that as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, her hesitant personality would not do. Even her father told her that if she wanted to become the clan's successor, she must change her weak character. She always knew that with her current self, she could never stand alongside Naruto, who shone so brightly, radiating brilliance. Through his own efforts, Naruto gained the recognition of those who once distanced and ostracized him, and she truly felt happy for him. In order to one day stand beside Naruto to protect him, she had been diligently cultivating herself. If it were to protect Naruto, she would fear nothing, for he was her favorite. Encouraged by Sakura and Tenten today, she decided to muster her courage and confessed, "I want to stand with Naruto, and I also want to protect him. I like Naruto the most." After saying this, Hinata lowered her head, her face as red as a ripe apple, almost steaming. "Hinata, I didn't expect you to have such feelings for me." Naruto, not wanting to hurt such a pure-hearted Hinata, carefully chose his words. "You know I don't have time to think about those feelings right now." I need to focus on Sasuke. I want to bring Sasuke back. I want to see him smile again. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for not being able to accept your feelings. I have always seen you as a sister. I'm really sorry. Naruto lowered his head, gently yet resolutely rejecting Hinata. Hearing Naruto's response, Hinata stood frozen, her eyes reddening, as she struggled to hold back her tears. I know, but please allow me. In the end, Hinata shed a few tears under Naruto's concerned and apologetic expression. I'm really sorry. Naruto looked at Hinata, who was crying sadly, feeling at a loss, unsure how to make her stop her tears. It's not your fault, Naruto-kun. You don't need to apologize. With tears in her eyes, Hinata looked at Naruto, torn between wanting to cry and wanting to laugh. Naruto felt a pang of heartache for Hinata. The original Naruto would have accepted such a sincere confession. However, he was not the real Naruto. He was merely a remnant soul occupying Naruto's body, thus he could not accept Hinata. Naruto gently wiped away Hinata's tears, his face filled with regret, extending his hand to softly comfort her as she wept. I know. I have always known. How could Naruto-kun like someone like me? I just wanted Naruto-kun to know that whether in the past or now, I have always silently watched over you. I want to express my feelings for you. Even after being rejected, Hinata remained devoted to Naruto. Naruto-kun, can we still be friends? Hinata held back her tears, smiling as she gazed directly at Naruto. We will always be comrades. Seeing Hinata's eyes glistening with moisture, Naruto felt a twinge of pain. Hinata was so strong, having fallen for such a person as himself. Naruto was genuinely grateful for Hinata's affection, because in that world, he had always been alone, never having anyone who truly cared for him, who thought of him. He could feel that Hinata had always been quietly watching over him, guarding him from behind. What merit did he have to receive the affection of someone as considerate as Hinata? He was not the sunny and passionate person she imagined. He too had a dark side, experiencing pain and resentment. He merely concealed all these negative emotions, not allowing others to see this unworthy side of him. The current version of himself was also like this, appearing sunny and handsome, yet due to childhood experiences, he became sensitive and suspicious, learning how to read others' emotions and how to cater to them to achieve his own goals. He was truly not as good as Hinata perceived, nor as good as others believed. Therefore, he felt he was wholly unworthy of Hinata. Let me walk you home. Naruto broke the silence, first suggesting. Hinata softly replied, her nose red. The two walked side by side in silence, neither breaking the moment's tranquility. We're here. A wooden courtyard exuding an ancient aura appeared before them, giving off a solemn yet profound feeling. Yes. See you tomorrow? Naruto bid farewell to Hinata. See you tomorrow, Hinata quietly responded before slowly turning and walking step by step towards the courtyard. Creak! The door opened and Hinata, who had already stepped in with one foot, suddenly turned back to call out to Naruto, Naruto-kun, thank you. Naruto, surprised by Hinata's words as he was about to leave, smiled and replied, No, it's I who should thank you. The wind gently brushed past the door, causing it to creak, as if the sincere words of gratitude exchanged between Naruto and Hinata had never been spoken. The maid Asha, waiting for Miss Hinata to enter, looked at Naruto and Hinata's strange conversation with curiosity, puzzled as Miss Hinata was supposed to like Naruto the most. Why did the atmosphere between them feel so strange? Knowing Hinata's feelings for Naruto, Asha was very puzzled by Miss Hinata's attitude. After saying those words, Hinata quickly entered the door, and the tightly shut door blocked Naruto's. After parting with Hinata, Naruto did not rush back to his small room as usual. Instead, he walked slowly down the quiet streets at night. The cold, somewhat sparse moonlight elongated Naruto's shadow, casting a mottled silhouette on the ground that felt lonely and solitary. Looking up, he saw only these scattered stars accompanying him. What is the meaning of his existence in this world? Everything related to him and the people around him had turned unfortunate, and he was powerless to prevent those uncontrollable tragic endings. What right did he have to pursue happiness? As Naruto walked slowly, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures ahead. Upon closer inspection, weren't those Choji and Shikamaru who had just left? What were they doing here so late? Naruto cautiously followed them, wanting to see what they were up to. As he stealthily trailed behind Shikamaru and Choji, he felt a tense moment when Shikamaru's hand was about to place itself on Choji's shoulder. Choji stumbled, nearly falling, and Shikamaru quickly reached out to steady him. What's with the clumsiness? Shikamaru worriedly held Choji. Hee hee. Choji sheepishly scratched the back of his head, grinning at Shikamaru. Just be more careful next time. Shikamaru's eyes sparkled with concern. What if someone took advantage of Choji? Watching the interaction between Choji and Shikamaru from behind, Naruto anxiously observed Choji. To him, Choji, the innocent little bunny, was being eyed by Shikamaru, the cunning wolf. Understanding Shikamaru's feelings for Choji, Naruto was now very worried that Choji would be devoured whole by the clever Shikamaru. Gazing at the retreating figures of Shikamaru and Choji, Naruto smiled bitterly. Now everyone was getting into relationships, leaving him as the only lonely one. Tonight he rejected Hinata's confession, having already confirmed that she was not his type. And how could he tolerate a hot-tempered Sakura, who would swing her fists at him at the slightest provocation? Naruto sighed, turning to leave. Back in his room, he looked at the somewhat messy space and sighed deeply. It seemed he was the only one left to tidy up. Obediently, Naruto picked up the scattered clothes on the floor, gathering them together to wash tomorrow. After tidying up the room, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and strode towards the small kitchen, as he had not eaten enough during the gathering. Since you see others in pairs, why did you reject that girl's confession tonight? The Nine-Tails, having been silent all day, seized the opportunity to tease Naruto. Can you not make sarcastic comments, Kyuubi? While cooking, Naruto communicated with the Nine-Tails through his mental energy. Didn't I hear your true thoughts then? Don't you feel a bit lonely? The Nine-Tails grinned slyly. I think having that girl accompany you would be perfect, don't you think? She looks pretty good. Isn't that the type humans like? The Nine-Tails continued to press on. How do you know so much? Naruto was speechless. It was no wonder this old monster had lived for so long. How long do you think I've been around? Upon hearing Naruto say this, the Nine-Tails suddenly became prideful. Naruto, frowning, picked up the instant noodles he had cooked while the Nine-Tails pestered him as usual. Are you cursing me in your heart? The Nine-Tails, knowing Naruto's character, complained restlessly in Naruto's mind. No, how could I dare to speak ill of our mighty Kyuubi? Naruto slurped up some noodles while internally flattering the Nine-Tails. Humph, that's better. The Nine-Tails remained as prideful as ever. By the way, that girl really looks quite nice, aren't you going to consider it? The Nine-Tails wouldn't let this matter go. Can we not talk about this anymore? Why hadn't he realized before that the Nine-Tails was so gossipy? In my heart, only Kyuubi is the best. Oh, having you is enough for me. Naruto said in his mind to the Nine-Tails. Of course I am this excellent. The Nine-Tails looked pleased. Naruto finished his bowl of instant noodles, quickly washed the bowl, and after taking a quick shower, he leapt onto his soft bed. Nothing feels as comfortable as my little nest. Naruto sighed contentedly in his chapter. The Nine-Tails in Naruto's mind watched as Naruto sprawled out in an unrestrained sleeping posture, speechless. If Naruto's companions saw this, they would never believe that he could be like this in private. Sleep. After saying this, Naruto closed his eyes to rest. He slept until dawn, and upon waking he slowly washed up, ate, and then left as usual. In a good mood, Naruto walked onto the street, just about to enter a shop to browse, when he suddenly heard a loud shout. Naruto, you big idiot! Just as he turned to see who was shouting his name so loudly, he was suddenly greeted with a heavy punch to the face. Naruto was momentarily dazed by the punch. What was happening? What was wrong with him? Naruto rubbed his slightly reddened mouth, looking pitifully at Sakura Haruno, who stood before him with an angry expression. Weakly he said, Sakura, why did you hit me? Naruto felt that he hadn't done anything recently to anger Sakura, and he quickly racked his brain searching for anything he might have done to upset her, but he couldn't find anything he had done wrong. You deserved it, Sakura exclaimed with a face full of resentment. You should have told me what I did wrong, so I would know. Naruto protested, feeling wronged by the beating he received as he dreaded Sakura's sudden strikes. Ever since Sakura became Tsunade's disciple, he noticed her strength had become increasingly terrifying. If she had used more than 2/10 of her strength, he feared that he wouldn't simply have a scraped face, but would probably be lying in a hospital bed for several days. Naruto took a few steps back, feeling a bit of fear of this girl with monstrous strength was not easy to. Why did you reject Hinata? She clearly likes you so much. Sakura shouted, tugging hard on Naruto's ear. Last night it was she who encouraged Hinata to confess to Naruto, and now that Hinata had been rejected, she felt quite upset herself. It hurts, it hurts. Please let go. Naruto pleaded, shielding his ear with his hands. You tell me, why did you reject Hinata? Sakura stubbornly continued to hold onto Naruto's ear. Alright, I'll tell you. Just let go first, okay? Naruto negotiated with Sakura. Good, explain it clearly to me. Sakura finally released her grip on Naruto's ear, easing up a bit. Naruto covered his reddened ear, and thought to himself that it was because of Hinata that Sakura was angry. I know Hinata likes me and I appreciate her feelings. Naruto began. But I'm not in the mood to deal with these things right now, nor do I have the energy. I still haven't gotten Sasuke back. He wondered how he could possibly have the heart to accept Hinata's feelings. Naruto sincerely explained to Sakura. Really? Sakura's expression softened slightly. Really? Naruto blinked his lively eyes, looking at Sakura with utmost sincerity. Then tell me honestly, do you like Hinata or not? Sakura threw a critical question at Naruto. If I tell the truth, will you not hit me? Naruto cautiously shrank his head, observing Sakura's expression. You said you wouldn't hit me. Sakura raised an eyebrow, urging him with her eyes to hurry up and speak. To be honest, I only see Hinata as a little sister, so I don't have those kinds of feelings for her. Naruto carefully watched Sakura's expression, and seeing no signs of anger, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then what type of girl do you like? Sakura was curious about what kind of girl Naruto actually liked. Naruto was stumped by this question, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I don't even know what I like. After thinking for a long time, Naruto still couldn't come up with an answer. Do you like someone like me? Sakura unexpectedly threw a question at Naruto. You're too violent, Sakura. Naruto blurted out without thinking. Bang! With a thud, Sakura's fist landed solidly on Naruto's head. Ugh! Naruto immediately crouched down in pain, holding his head and groaning, thinking about Sakura's furious back. Didn't we agree not to hit each other? Why did she hit him again? The more Sakura walked, the angrier she became, feeling hurt that Naruto could think of her that way. Did she really have no femininity at all? Sakura looked down at her figure, feeling quite good about herself. Her body was great, curvy in all the right places. Who could compare to her except for Lady Tsunade? If Naruto could hear Sakura's thoughts at that moment, he would surely smile wryly. What she meant was about her temper. Sakura always resorted to her fists. Who could endure her fierce temper in the future? Naruto worried about Sakura's future. He remained on the ground for a while before recovering from the impact of Sakura's punch. Not sure if it was because he squatted for too long or if Sakura's punch was too heavy. When Naruto stood up, he felt a bit dizzy and staggered, nearly falling over. A pair of long, fair hands steadied Naruto's waist. Feeling the hands supporting him, Naruto turned around, ready to thank the person behind him with a grateful expression. Thank you. Naruto bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Steadying himself, he faced a boy with overly pale skin dressed in a black tight-fitting shirt, who looked somewhat like Sasuke with a smile on his face. It's Sai. Long time no see. Every time Naruto saw Sai's vacant, hollow smile, he felt goosebumps rise on his skin. However, he felt that something about Sai seemed different this time. Though he still wore the same smile, it no longer had the empty, bottomless quality of before, and now the smile reached his eyes. Naruto felt happy about Sai's change. Although he had previously denied Sai's membership in Team 7, because of Sasuke during their missions together, he gradually discovered the lesser-known side of Sai. As a member of the Umbu Root, Sai had been trained from a young age to be an emotionless machine. He had no name, no feelings, no past, and no future. Only missions filled his mind, which made him pitiful. Although Sai initially joined Team 7 with impure intentions, it was merely a mission assigned to him by Danzo. He was just loyally executing the task his master had given him. In the end, Sai chose to abandon his surveillance mission and rebel against his trainer Danzo. He realized that Sai also longed for emotions, for friendship. Rather than being cold-blooded and unapproachable, Sai back then was simply uncomprehending. At that time, he criticized Sasuke as a traitor, not understanding the bond between him and Sasuke. It was merely a result of his long-term existence in an empty and false space. In essence, Sai was just a pure and kind-hearted child. Now that Danzo was dead, the one controlling Sai was no longer there. No one could make Sai do things he didn't want to do, and Naruto sincerely felt happy for him. Naruto, you're still so careless. Sai remarked as usual with his lack of conversation. Ha ha ha. Naruto scratched his head using a smile to cover his embarrassment. Did that violent girl Sakura hit you again? Sai began his cold jokes again. Naruto felt embarrassed. Sai was really bold to say that. If Sakura were here, Sai wouldn't know how many times he would have died already. Saiya's dark pupils fixed on Naruto, who was laughing heartily, feeling fortunate. If he hadn't met Naruto, he didn't know what he would have become. He should be thankful that Danzo had him surveil Naruto, or otherwise, he wouldn't have realized that a person could possess so many different emotions. Back then, watching Naruto's radiant smile, seeing him freely share his laughter with everyone, Sai wondered how anyone could easily show such a smile. And how could he be so persistent in pursuing someone who had abandoned the village and him? Thus at that time, he slandered Naruto's beloved Sasuke, thinking he would see Naruto's sad and desperate expression. However, he didn't expect Naruto to immediately counter his remarks, which made him feel that his thoughts were. At that moment, Naruto's efforts to defend Sasuke made him first want to have a friend who would defend him and not give up on him. The emotions that had been frozen for years were thawed once again through Naruto's steadfast and sincere words, making them pulse within his heart. At that moment, he could genuinely feel the beating of his heart, the blood in his veins clamoring and boiling. That long-lost sense of vitality returned. At that instant, he felt alive. Meeting Naruto was his luck. During their missions, he had been observing Naruto, watching his every move and noting the changes in his emotions. Naruto's pure, untainted smile gradually helped him recall the emotions he had long forgotten. Memories that had been sealed deep within him began to awaken, and things he had forgotten suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. Naruto reminded him of the feelings he once had, which he felt were very important. Sai recalled his brother Shin, who he had sealed away in the corners of his heart. He vaguely remembered that they were both orphans who grew up and trained together. Before they gained recognition in their lives, there was only Danzo and each other. At that time, relying on each other was no longer enough to describe their relationship. They had become a part of each other's lives. Shin was his brother, impulsive in nature, yet always accommodating and thinking of him. That's why Shin would choose to hide his illness, only revealing the truth during their final battle. Ultimately, Shin died, leaving him alone. From that moment on, he began to wear a false mask, always forcing a smile, as if that would help him forget his pain. Gradually, he forgot how to smile and what a genuine smile looked like. It wasn't until he met Naruto that he remembered. How could he forget? How could something that had once been so important to him be so easily forgotten? Watching the bond between Naruto and Sasuke, he actually envied Sasuke. As an observer, Sai clearly saw Naruto's painful obsession with Sasuke, as well as Sakura's mixed feelings of affection and resentment towards Sasuke, and her concern for Naruto filled with pain and helplessness. He observed all of this yearning to protect his young companion like an ordinary person would. Thus, when Naruto proposed to search for Sasuke's whereabouts, he and Sakura silently followed Naruto, despite his jealousy over Sasuke's failure to cherish Naruto's indulgent tolerance. Yet, as long as Naruto was happy, even if the jealousy threatened to drive him mad, he chose to silently accompany Naruto in the pursuit of Sasuke. He couldn't bear to see disappointment on Naruto's face. He chose to watch over Naruto in silence, knowing that Naruto had never lacked guardians. Naruto was always surrounded by silent companions, and he noticed it all. He understood that although Sakura often scolded and hit Naruto, it was her unique way of showing concern. And Shikamaru, who always appeared lazy and averse to trouble, though he often muttered, "How troublesome," was always the first to step forward and devise plans whenever Naruto needed help. Chuji, who seldom shared his snacks with others, would always willingly offer his food to Naruto. Aside from Shikamaru, this was perhaps the incredible power Naruto possessed, thought Sai. "Sai, you've learned to smile now," Naruto remarked, reflecting on Saiya's transformation. Sai smiled warmly, for it was only in front of Naruto that he could truly laugh. "But Sai, where are you headed?" Naruto was curious to encounter Sai at this hour. "No missions for now. I want to wander alone. I've realized I've never truly observed our village." Seiya's expression was bittersweet. In the past, he had been loyal only to completing tasks, never having the chance to leisurely stroll like this. "Oh, then let's go together," Naruto said with a smile. Since he had accepted Sai, he would treat him sincerely like any other comrade. "All right." Gazing at Naruto's beaming face, Sai felt a daze. He never expected Naruto to suggest strolling together. A thought he had never entertained, making it feel surreal. "Let's go, Sai." Naruto walked ahead, noticing Sai still standing still, and turned to urge him. Oh! Hearing his name again, Sai snapped back to reality and quickly caught up. Sai, I think this outfit suits you. Naruto held a bright red coat against Sai, carefully measuring it. Sai, you know you can't always wear those serious black clothes that just make people feel down. You should try different colors occasionally. This red one I think really suits you. Naruto's smile was mischievous. Alright, I'll take this one. Sai gazed at the grinning Naruto with adoration. He knew what Naruto was up to, but he would fulfill whatever Naruto wished, especially when Naruto simply wanted to see him in something different. Sai quickly paid, holding the wrapped clothes as he approached Naruto, who was stunned by the sequence of actions. He had only intended to tease Sai, never expecting him to actually buy the garish garment. Let's go. Sai stepped out of the shop first or today. He was immensely grateful that Naruto accompanied him, already content with this. Naruto followed behind, still unable to decipher Seiya's thoughts. They walked in silence, Sai feeling frustrated at his inability to find topics to converse with others. Oh! Naruto and Sai. Passing by Chuji broke the silence between them. Hey Chuji, what are you doing here? Naruto responded cheerfully. Perfect timing. Since I've run into you, I have something to ask. Chuji grabbed Naruto's arm as if clutching a lifeline. Sure Sai, I'll go with Chuji first. Naruto agreed promptly. Okay, bye. Sai replied softly. Bye Sai. Chuji dragged Naruto away, bidding farewell to Sai. Bye. Seiya's eyes reflected the close interaction between Chuji and Naruto, and he sighed quietly, wondering when he could naturally interact with Naruto like the others. Chuji and Naruto stopped in a secluded spot. Chuji released his grip on Naruto's arm, hesitating on how to phrase his question. Naruto watched Chuji fidgeting, avoiding his gaze, and asked straightforwardly, What's wrong? Is something on your mind, Chuji? Chuji replied softly, embarrassed to ask about such matters. But he didn't know who else to ask besides Naruto. He only trusted Naruto. What is it? Naruto patiently waited for his answer. Well, I don't know how to say it. Chuji jumped in frustration, uncertain how to broach the subject, because he himself wasn't sure. Take your time. Naruto gently guided him to speak slowly. Have you noticed any changes in Shikamaru? Chuji scratched his head, unsure. Shikamaru's changes. Hearing this, Naruto vaguely understood what Chuji meant. Have you felt that Shikamaru has been treating you differently lately? Naruto smiled knowingly. The innocent little rabbit was finally awakening. Yes, that's it. Chuji nodded vigorously, completely agreeing with Naruto. Do you sometimes notice Shikamaru being more affectionate with you? Naruto probed, cautiously unsure if Chuji could accept Shikamaru's feelings for him. Naruto knew such feelings were not easily accepted. He wasn't certain how far Chuji had figured it out. It would be best if Chuji could accept Shikamaru's affection. But he thought the innocent little rabbit would eventually surrender under the cunning Shikamaru's advances, and Shikamaru would surely win him over. Sometimes I feel Shikamaru's gaze is terrifying and it scares me. Chuji shuddered at the memory of that look, as if Shikamaru wanted to devour him. Naruto could only sigh. Could he say that was Shikamaru's naked possessiveness, the frustration of watching but not having likely consumed Shikamaru's mind? Naruto felt he couldn't reveal the truth to Chuji now. He feared scaring him, and Shikamaru would kill him. So how do you feel about Shikamaru now? Naruto probed step by step. Well, how should I put it? Before it was just a simple friend feeling, but now I sometimes find myself smiling just thinking about him and even dreaming about him. Chuji was confused about his own feelings. Naruto, do you think I'm sick? Chuji worried about his state. Yes, you are sick, with a sickness called love, Naruto thought. It seemed Shikamaru's wish would soon come. Naruto smiled without speaking. Now he was the only one alone. A Hinata wasn't his type. Sakura was too violent. Could he still find a girlfriend here? Naruto worried about his future happiness. Would he really end up alone? He looked up at the sky. He definitely wasn't jealous. Just a little lonely. You're just more concerned about Shikamaru now. Despite feeling a bit disgruntled, Naruto comforted him. Oh, Chuji nodded vaguely. I'm hungry. Want to eat? Chuji patted his stomach. Sure, let's go. Realizing how long he had accompanied Sai, Naruto noticed it was nearly noon. Ichiraku ramen. Naruto invited Chuji. Okay, let's go. Chuji tugged Naruto toward the ramen shop. Naruto and Chuji parted the lake green curtain and entered the shop one after another. The fragrant steam of ramen wafted to their noses. Naruto sniffed sensitively and exclaimed, "Old man, you've developed a new ramen flavor." "Ah, Naruto and Chuji, it's been a while since you came together." Tucci the ramen chef was delighted to see them. His biggest fans were Naruto and Chuji. They often gave him suggestions about ramen, so he was always happy to see them frequenting his shop. "Want to try the new flavor?" Tucci asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Naruto and Chuji agreed unanimously. "Alright, wait a moment." Tucci bowed his head, focusing on making the ramen. "Here you go." He placed a bowl in front of each of them. The rich aroma filled the air. In unison, they picked up spoons to taste the rare delicacy. This thick broth, though rich, clearly reveals the ingredients beneath. Best to sip the soup first. Naruto took a spoonful and a burst of savory rich flavor erupted in his mouth, dancing on his tongue. He couldn't help taking a few more sips before switching to chopsticks. These springy firm noodles, obviously kneaded repeatedly to achieve that perfect chewiness, should be eaten first to let the toppings fully infuse the broth. Then, the soup will incorporate the flavors of the toppings. Chuji had a different opinion on ramen tasting. Naruto and Chuji, one after the other, parted the lake green curtain and entered the shop. The fragrant steam of ramen wafted to their noses. Naruto sniffed sensitively and exclaimed, "Old man, you've developed a new ramen flavor." "Ah, Naruto and Chuji, it's been a while since you came together." Tucci the ramen chef was delighted to see them. They often gave him suggestions about ramen, so he was always happy to see them frequenting his shop. "Want to try the new flavor?" Tucci asked with a smile. Yes, yes. They agreed unanimously. "Alright, wait a moment." He bowed his head, focusing on making the ramen. "Here you go." He placed a bowl in front of each of them. The rich aroma filled the air. In unison they pick. "It's better to drink the soup first." Naruto tried to persuade Ding Xiai. "It's better to eat the noodles first." Ding Xiai was equally unyielding. Neither of them could persuade the other, and Uncle Ichiraku laughed heartily. He loved watching the two argue over their different ways of eating ramen whenever they came to his shop. During their debate, Naruto and Ding Xiai had quickly finished the ramen in their bowls, leaving not a drop of soup behind. "Uncle, another bowl, please." Both of them wiped the grease off their mouths with the back of their hands and spoke in unison. "I was already prepared for that." Uncle Ichiraku swiftly brought out 2 steaming bowls of ramen. He had anticipated that one bowl would not satisfy Naruto and Ding Xiai, so he had prepared another in advance. "Uncle really knows us best." Naruto smiled broadly at Uncle Ichiraku, then became lost again in the deliciousness of the ramen. After finishing their ramen, Naruto, who was rummaging through his pockets to pay, suddenly froze, feeling embarrassed as he said to Ding Xiai, "Ding Xiai, I forgot to bring my wallet. Can you pay for the ramen this time?" "I'll treat you next time." "I didn't bring mine either." Ding Xiai said, awkwardly scratching his head. "This time I'll treat you both. Just don't forget your wallets next time." Uncle Ichiraku smiled kindly. In fact, this situation with Naruto had happened several times before. Sometimes Naruto would come to his shop without a wallet, and other times he simply had no money. Each time Uncle Ichiraku would waive Naruto's ramen bill. He knew Naruto had no parents, so whenever he saw little Naruto come into his shop, he would unconsciously add some extra treats to Naruto's bowl of ramen. He still remembered the first time he met Naruto. At that time, little Naruto had approached his ramen shop with a pitiful look. He knew that the small child in front of him was what people referred to as a monster. But all he saw was a small, pitiful child with a hungry gaze, longing for someone to sell him food. In that moment, his heart softened. He was just a poor child without parents. How could he be so cruel to him? Thus, disregarding the advice of those around him, he resolutely called the frail Naruto into his shop and prepared a steaming bowl of ramen for him. He vividly remembered when he placed that steaming bowl of ramen in front of Naruto, who, despite being bullied and cursed by others, broke into tears before that bowl. In that moment, he felt immense pity for little Naruto. He was just a child. How could such a small child bear such suffering? At that time, Naruto told him that he was the first person to sell him food, and the boy said it was the best ramen he had ever eaten. Since then, Naruto would often come to his shop alone for ramen. Naruto once asked him why there were no other customers in his shop, only him. At that time, how could he bear to tell Naruto that it was because of him that people believed the shop he frequented was filled with bad luck, and they no longer wanted to eat there? At that time his shop had seen no customers except for Naruto. Despite this, he felt it. Now the boy who was once rejected by others had many people around him. He was no longer alone. Seeing Naruto with such a radiant smile brought Uncle Ichiraku great comfort. "Uncle, goodbye. I'll pay you back next time." Naruto turned to bid farewell to Uncle Ichiraku. He felt grateful to Uncle Ichiraku, who always supported him whenever he was out of money. If one were to consider who truly accepted Naruto's existence first, it would likely be Uncle Ichiraku. That's why Naruto loved Ichiraku ramen so much. It held special significance for him. Feeling full and satisfied, Naruto smiled and said goodbye to Ding Ci. He slowly walked down the street contemplating how to persuade Uchiha Kidō to stand on his side, while strolling to digest his meal. As Naruto walked intently, he suddenly felt the symbol of the Akatsuki member hidden in his pocket flash a signal for the Akatsuki gathering. Naruto smiled, sensing that the Akatsuki was about to make a move again. After receiving the news, he walked leisurely out of the village, casually greeting Gongzitai and Shin Yukong. When he reached a secluded corner before emerging, Naruto had already changed his appearance. He strutted out as a sun-kissed youth with a proud fox face, only to disappear in the blink of an eye. After teleporting to the Akatsuki's base, Naruto walked inside, slowly, surprised to see everyone already gathered there. Did they all have to be so eager? He had immediately teleported after receiving the news. "I say, Lu Ming, you're too slow," Deidara, who was partnered with Naruto, complained. In fact, Deidara was usually the slowest to arrive during their gatherings, because his previous partner Sasori hated waiting, forcing him to arrive earlier each time to avoid Sasori's nagging. Now Lu Ming was the last to arrive, so Deidara felt no hesitation in teasing him. "But it seems like someone is still missing." Haiden, who was immortal, shouted loudly. "Sasuke and the others haven't arrived yet." Deidara scanned the area but did not spot Sasuke. As he spoke, Sasuke's figure appeared in front of everyone. "Alright, since everyone is here, let's get down to business," Pain said. Once he saw the group assembled. "The one tail has been captured. We will now begin capturing the remaining tailed beasts and distribute the tasks. The two tails Jinchuriki will be handled by Kisame and Itachi. Haiden and Kakuzu are responsible for capturing the three tails. Deidara and Lu Ming will handle the 8 tails. Sasuke, you and your group will take care of the 5 tails Jinchuriki." After distributing the tasks, Pain immediately vanished from everyone's sight, conveying a sense of urgency. "Let's go." Naruto took the lead and spoke to Deidara, letting him know they would be responsible for capturing the 8 tails, who happened to be Raikage's brother Killer Bee. Naruto thought, it seems things are really starting to change, but that's fine. He never truly wanted to capture the tailed beasts. Since his and Deidara's target was Killer Bee, he felt reassured, for Deidara's strength could indeed help him escape their grasp, provided he let Deidara off easy. Naruto and Deidara obediently arrived at the location of the 8 tails. Deidara used his birds to locate where Killer Bee was, and the noisy sounds made both Deidara and Naruto frown. "What the hell is this music?" Deidara expressed his inability to comprehend the strange rhythmic songs sung by Killer Bee, who was dressed oddly. Naruto rubbed his ears listening to Killer Bee's song. He finally understood why so many people were unwilling to attend Killer Bee's concert. This music, surpassing the common sense of this world, was nothing but the most popular rap of modern times. To the people of this world, this kind of music was too loud and bizarre, especially with Killer Bee's strange tone. "Yo yo yo, the 8 tails Killer Bee is me. I'm in such a good mood today. 2 people actually came to listen to my concert." Seeing Naruto and Deidara attend his concert, Killer Bee sang even more energetically. "Let's make a move." Deidara, unable to tolerate Killer Bee's voice any longer, impatiently said to Naruto, "Oh." Naruto nodded calmly, fully understanding Deidara's feelings. To be honest, even he, a modern person, found it a bit noisy. Deidara unleashed a swarm of clay spiders onto the stage where Killer Bee was still playing instruments and singing, and Killer Bee sensed the murderous intent in the chakra as Deidara made his move. Killer Bee leaped into the air, instantly destroying the stage. He quickly escaped from his original position, leading Deidara away from the hidden cloud village, knowing his 2 apprentices were still there, and realizing the 2 in front of him were members of the Akatsuki. This was also the reason why his brother, the Raikage, did not allow him to leave the village. However, since members of the Akatsuki had come to his village to capture him, He couldn't just stand still, could he? Killer Bee thought simply, taking advantage of the Akatsuki members coming to catch him. He might as well seize the opportunity to sneak out of the village for some fun. Arriving at a place far from the hidden Cloud Village, Killer Bee drew 7 knives, the sharp cold blades aimed directly at Deidara. He swiftly moved behind Deidara to strike him, but Naruto, seeing this, kicked Deidara hard to save him. Barely avoiding injury, Deidara rubbed his sore backside and complained, "Couldn't you save me in a gentler? This is an emergency, just bear with it. It's already good enough that I could save you." Naruto pouted. Deidara threw all the explosive clay he had prepared at Killer Bee, who dodged swiftly. In such a situation, Killer Bee drew his 8th knife, the Raijin blade, in his tailed beast transformation state and struck at Deidara. Deidara dodged just in time, almost getting hurt by Killer Bee's knife. Ming, hurry up! And Deidara realized he had used up all his prepared explosive clay, and knowing he wasn't a match for Killer Bee, called out to Naruto, who was watching from the side, for help. "Oh!" Naruto nodded calmly, swiftly pulling Deidara aside, then drew his unsheathed longsword to strike at Killer Bee. The moment Naruto drew his sword, Killer Bee sensed the dangerous aura from the blade, and quickly retreated, evading Naruto's attack. Naruto continued to attack Killer Bee, relentlessly forcing him to manifest the form of the 8 Tails. The 8 Tails rarely appeared, letting out a loud roar. "Kid, you've got another enemy you can't deal with. After I help you take care of this enemy, you must promise to let me out for a few more days." The 8 Tails and Killer Bee were negotiating as Raikage, overly concerned for his brother, always kept him from having the chance to have some fun. "Yo, my good partner, after we finish these tasks, let's leave the village and have some fun." Karabi completely forgot his elder brother Raikage's advice. Roar. "Then let's end this quickly and take care of them." Before Karabi and the 8 Tails could finish their discussion, Naruto gathered his chakra and natural energy, swinging his sword to unleash a menacing crescent-shaped unknown black object that pressed towards the 8 Tails. Just a second ago, the 8 Tails was joking and having fun with Karabi, but now he felt a sudden tension in his heart, as if facing a great foe. The technique released by this kid exuded an unusual, ominous aura, clearly not something an ordinary human could do. The black crescent-shaped unknown object seemed to have a consciousness of its own, pursuing the direction where the 8 Tails dodged. The 8 Tails was greatly alarmed, realizing this object could automatically track its enemy. He instinctively felt that this crescent-shaped black object was definitely not simple. The 8 Tails awkwardly dodged, but accidentally one of its tentacles was enveloped by the unknown black substance. Instantly a chilling sensation surged from deep within, a breath of death, a terrifying aura he had never felt before. The other tentacles of the 8 Tails were affected by the black substance, trembling slightly and becoming somewhat uncontrollable. This chilling feeling was something he had only experienced under the power of that Great One, and it had been many years since he felt it. In no time, the 8 Tails' massive body was completely absorbed by the unknown black substance. Naruto sheathed his sword with ease and turned to Deidara, who was still in shock, and said casually, "Let's go." At that moment, Deidara had not yet recovered from the immense fear. Hearing Naruto's words, he blankly replied, "Oh," and then dumbly followed Naruto. Deidara had always known Naruto's strength was extraordinary. He felt it during their last battle. He also knew Naruto had hidden his true power last time, but he never expected Naruto's strength to reach such a terrifying level. Being so far away, he could already sense that ominous and terrifying breath of death. What about the 8 Tails, who was in close combat with Naruto? Even now, Deidara felt his legs weak and had not yet recovered. The ability he saw from Naruto that could nullify ninjutsu was already outrageous, and now there was another unknown ninjutsu. Deidara felt his brain a bit foggy, unable to comprehend Naruto. Fortunately, he had not completely angered Naruto back then, or else his fate would probably be worse than that of the 8 Tails. Coming to his senses, Deidara sighed inwardly. Naruto walking ahead was actually not as relaxed as Deidara perceived. The previous technique, which combined chakra and natural energy, had already exhausted too much of his energy. In fact, he was too tired to walk. But in order to prevent Deidara from noticing the flaw in his technique, Naruto forced himself to hold on and not fall. Feeling Naruto's unusually fatigued state, the 9 Tails perched on Deidara's shoulder flashed with a contemplative light. This ability of Naruto was something he had never seen before. He only knew that Naruto's short blade could transform twice and would eventually become solid. He had never imagined that Naruto's body contained such powerful energy. It seemed that Naruto's blade had undergone a new transformation, indicating that Naruto had achieved a breakthrough. "I'm a bit tired. let's find a place to rest. The Nine-Tails rarely took the initiative to request a break. You've been standing on my shoulder and you're tired. The oblivious Deidara began his path to self-destruction again. With a sharp swipe, the Nine-Tails' claws struck Deidara's face. If it weren't for the sight of you in such a miserable state, and since it's already late, I wouldn't even speak. The Nine-Tails crossed its claws, looking disdainfully at Deidara. This human-like action amused the exhausted Naruto, causing him to laugh out loud. Humph! Deidara expressed his grievance, feeling that whenever he couldn't argue with the Nine-Tails, it always clawed at him. With Naruto present, he felt embarrassed to retaliate. As the night grew darker, the crackling sounds accompanied by faint firelight filled the air, and Naruto and Deidara sat silently across from each other. Naruto closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the natural energy around him to recover his body. The abundant natural power gradually permeated into Naruto's body, and the frown he had been wearing slowly began to relax. By absorbing the surrounding natural energy, Naruto felt his limbs no longer heavy as before, gradually becoming lighter, and his mind cleared up from the previous confusion. What ninjutsu did you use for that technique today? Deidara finally could not contain his curiosity and asked the eyes-closed Naruto. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and realized that after absorbing the natural energy, his mental strength had become stronger, and he felt that his vision was clearer than before. Naruto found it strange. He had absorbed natural energy before, so why did it feel different this time? Naruto fixed his gaze on Deidara without speaking. As Deidara felt uneasy under Naruto's stare, Naruto casually said, "This is my original ninjutsu? It's a secret." He raised an eyebrow at Deidara, a playful smile appearing on his face. "Then you should at least tell me where you sent the 8 tails and the 8 tails Jinchuriki, right?" Deidara expressed his genuine desire to know how Naruto accomplished that. Could it be a space ninjutsu like that of Senior Uchiha Kidō? Deidara fully exhibited the behavior of a curious child, chattering incessantly to Naruto. Sort of. Naruto nodded in response to Deidara's question, but in reality his ability was not just that simple. Inside there was another special space, but once any living creature entered that space, they would never return to the real world. Because that space was not something humans could control, it was a path to the netherworld. Once a human enters that space, it signifies that person's soul no longer exists in the mortal realm. However, great power comes with immense danger. If he were to open that passage, he would have to pay an equivalent price. So far he was unsure what kind of price it would be, as Naruto had never experimented with it. This price could be great or small depending on his luck. "What is the name of your ninjutsu?" Deidara continued to play the role of the curious child. "I temporarily call it Nether Moon." Naruto referenced the names of weapon skills he had seen in Inuyasha. "Nether Moon," Deidara repeated, savoring the meaning of the name. "Yes." Naruto smiled and nodded, feeling fortunate that his partner was Deidara. If it had been someone else, he probably wouldn't have been so easily deceived. Naruto was quite pleased with his partner, who had a fun personality, and could be entertained, and was unexpectedly simple-minded, making him easier to fool than the slightly neurotic older men. "Let's get some rest early. We need to get up early tomorrow to continue our journey. The other teams have probably completed their tasks long ago." Naruto urged Deidara to rest quickly, cutting off Deidara's upcoming questions. Deidara, with his mouth half open, shut it again, feeling a bit awkward. He scratched his head and obediently found a comfortable spot to lie down. Seeing Deidara obediently lying there to rest, Naruto also found the most comfortable position to lie down. The Nine-Tails curled up its tail, obediently snuggling in Naruto's warm embrace. Naruto habitually petted the Nine-Tails' fur, thinking that working with Yamato-sensei on missions was the most comfortable without having to sleep outdoors. As the night passed, Deidara had peacefully entered a dream, while Naruto, appearing to be in a beautiful dream, was actually undergoing a critique from the mighty and imposing Nine-Tails in his spiritual world. Humorously, our proud Nine-Tails seemed to have gotten used to shrinking down to pet size, wearing a serious expression on its face, paired with its cute small body, making our seasoned fur lover Naruto blush. Shouting, "Super kawaii!" Naruto grabbed the small and adorable Nine-Tails into his arms and began to rub it vigorously. The Nine-Tails struggled to escape Naruto's grip, but was held even tighter. The Nine-Tails, finding struggling ineffective, reluctantly stayed in Naruto's embrace, enduring all kinds of playful torment. After Naruto finished his antics, he released the Nine-Tails, who then swiped a paw across Naruto's face to vent its frustration. Naruto grinned as he accepted the Nine-Tails' fluffy paw scratch, playfully saying, "Alright little Nine, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hidden my strength from you. I'm sorry." He blinked his sky-like eyes, clenching his little fist, looking pitifully at the Nine-Tails. Unable to bear Naruto's adorable manner, the Nine-Tails raised its paw and said, alright, I forgive you. Yay little Nine, you're the best," Naruto exclaimed, joyfully hopping around. The Nine-Tails covered its paw, wondering if it could say it didn't recognize the person in front of it. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I'm going to rest." Naruto waved his hand, indicating he was truly going to sleep. "Oh," the Nine-Tails replied weakly. After Naruto left, it didn't notice the contemplative expression on the Nine-Tails' face. The Nine-Tails felt it was necessary to doubt whether the old man who sent Naruto to this world was indeed the Sage of Six Paths he had been longing for. When the Sage of Six Paths disappeared, all the tailed beasts were right there witnessing it clearly. However, if it wasn't for the Sage of Six Paths granting Naruto these abilities, how could a regular human body obtain such unreasonable power? Undoubtedly, the power within Naruto was not something an ordinary person could wield. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths really has appeared again? The Nine-Tails could not help but think. Naruto slowly awakened to the cheerful chirping of birds. He stood up, lazily stretching, and the physiological tears in his freshly awoken eyes made his black pupils glisten like glass beads, eliciting sympathy, yet no one appreciated it. Naruto walked over to Deidara, shaking his head at the sight of Deidara drooling, and smacking his lips, his face expressing disgust. Seeing that Deidara had not awakened under his strong gaze, Naruto decisively kicked Deidara's, but with one foot, startling the still dreaming Deidara into sitting up, rubbing his eyes in terror, as he looked at Naruto and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an enemy chasing us?" "No, I just thought you were still asleep, so I kindly woke you up." Naruto looked innocently at the bewildered Deidara. "Oh," Deidara replied, wanting to lie back down and continue sleeping. Naruto, seeing this, gave another kick to Deidara's calf. "Get up, stop sleeping, we still have to Deidara, still not fully awake, expressed his irritation. He hated being disturbed while sleeping, and he had a serious case of morning grumpiness. If it weren't for the fact that it was Naruto waking him, he would have already retaliated with a series of explosive clay bombs. "Hurry up, if you don't get up we won't wait for you," Naruto urged Deidara, who was getting ready to set off. Deidara irritably tousled his hair, and reluctantly stood up, obediently walking beside Naruto, while venting his frustration by pinching the Nine-Tails cuddled in Naruto's arms, then collapsing onto Naruto's shoulder to express his dissatisfaction. Naruto steadily caught Deidara leaning on his shoulder, smiling quietly without speaking. He understood the plight of those with morning grumpiness. Being woken up from a beautiful sleep was their greatest suffering. He recalled a classmate he had shared a dorm with who was always awakened by their noise. Seeing that roommate's frantic expression each time they disturbed him made Naruto feel a bit heartbroken. "Alright, stop being spoiled and let's go." Naruto gently patted Deidara's head, resting on his shoulder, signaling him to get up quickly. Deidara obediently rose from Naruto's shoulder, gazing at Naruto, who was walking ahead. He touched the spot on his head where Naruto had patted him, smiling lightly, feeling a peculiar sensation. This long-lost feeling, he hadn't experienced it in a while. How could he feel such warmth akin to family from this boy who frightened him? "What's wrong?" Naruto suddenly turned around, catching Deidara off guard. Deidara quickly lowered his head to hide the emotions in his eyes. He didn't want anyone to see his vulnerable side. He didn't care about the feelings of those relatives, they never understood him. From the moment he betrayed the village, he had abandoned his feelings for them. He wanted to be a free man, no one could restrict him anymore, and he could do whatever he desired. Deidara calmed his fluctuating emotions caused by Naruto's earlier action, and shouted loudly to Naruto, "Wait for me." Naruto paused his steps, waiting for Deidara, who had fallen behind. In his heart, Naruto understood Deidara's emotional turbulence. He could now sensitively perceive changes in people's feelings. Naruto and Deidara made their way relatively smoothly to the Akatsuki base, where others had successfully completed their tasks. Naruto looked at the other Jinchuriki lying on the ground, battered and unconscious, and with an unchanged expression threw the captured Eight-Tails Jinchuriki onto the ground. Looking at the 235 and Eight-Tailed Jinchuriki on the ground before him, Pain smiled with satisfaction. "Let's begin the separation of the tailed beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Naruto and the Snake Squad quickly found their positions, and prepared for the separation of the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Pain's deep voice echoed from the darkness looming, and Sasuke, you too will observe how we separate the tailed beasts. You will also get to participate next time. As he spoke, a woman with long light brown hair was slowly lifted into the air. The wicked purple-black chakra representing the two tails was gradually extracted from the woman floating in midair, and then slowly received by Pain. The cat-shaped purple chakra struggled to break free from Pain's grasp, but under everyone's suppression, it was ultimately completely absorbed by Pain. The two tails Jinchuriki devoid of chakra instantly fell lifeless to the ground. Naruto frowned in the darkness. This was how tailed beasts were forcibly separated from their Jinchuriki bodies. If it weren't for Chiyo's sacrifice, he might never see Gaara again. Time passed gradually, and finally only the eight tails Jinchuriki remained unseparated. Everyone carefully lifted the eight tails Jinchuriki into the air, gray dark chakra slowly oozing from Killer Bee's mouth. Suddenly, with a bang, Killer Bee's body transformed midair into a wriggling octopus tentacle, and after falling to the ground, everyone stopped their actions. Deidara went along and was also tricked by the eight tails. It seems the eight tails Jinchuriki is smarter than the other Jinchuriki, Pain said, believing in Deidara's strength. Hearing Pain's words, Deidara felt a wave of guilt. Could he say that it was actually Naruto who caught the eight tails? Deidara admitted he hadn't realized this was a fake eight tails Jinchuriki, but he did admire how the eight tails managed to escape from Naruto's terrifying ninjutsu without being detected. Naruto subtly curled his lips. It was entirely within his expectations that the eight tails could escape from his hands. He had deliberately severed one of the eight tails' tentacles with Cold Moon to allow Uncle Killer Bee to use a substitution technique to escape. After all, even the Sharingan couldn't discern the truth from Killer Bee's tentacle doppelganger, let alone him, a mere newcomer. Moreover, with Deidara there to cover for him, no one would suspect that he had intentionally let Deidara escape. Since the eight tails got away, we'll talk about capturing the remaining tailed beasts next time. Having separated so many tailed beasts, even Pain was feeling a bit physically drained. You've worked hard. There shouldn't be any missions for a while, so everyone should rest well. As the leader, Pain was quite considerate of his subordinates. Hey, I really didn't notice that the earlier eight tails Jinchuriki was actually a substitution technique, Deidara said, slightly fatigued as he walked beside Naruto, whispering in his ear. I didn't notice either. Naruto lied without a care while inwardly musing that if Deidara had seen through it, then what was the point of the Sharingan? Even Pain's Rinnegan couldn't detect anything amiss, and if Deidara could easily see it, that would be absurd. Hurry, help me a bit. Deidara weakly leaned against Naruto, sounding somewhat spoiled. Unbeknownst to him, instead of being suspicious, Deidara had begun to rely on Naruto. Naruto, helpless, supported Deidara out of the crowd, never once casting a glance at Sasuke. Sasuke watched Naruto helping Deidara with a complex expression. This looming who gave him a strange feeling hadn't even acknowledged him. Now he was intimately supporting that explosive-haired kid named Deidara, making Sasuke feel extremely displeased. Observing Sasuke's every expression, Itachi Uchiha smiled silently. His younger brother, even without knowing Luming's true identity, couldn't hide his genuine feelings for Naruto. Had Naruto known Sasuke's current thoughts, he would have cried out in grievance. He had merely been daydreaming out of boredom and hadn't ignored Sasuke at all. You can walk on your own, right? Naruto said helplessly to Deidara, feeling as if he had raised a son who never grew up. Oh, I'm good now. Seeing Naruto's impatient expression, Deidara decided to follow suit, afraid of making Naruto unhappy again. Humph, what a character. The Nine Tails, perched on Naruto's shoulder, was displeased, sneering. The Nine Tails felt a sense of crisis. Did Deidara think he could bully Naruto without showing any affection? Now he even dared to compete for his position in Naruto's heart, which the Nine Tails found unacceptable. Sighing, Naruto thought that neither the Nine Tails nor Deidara could settle down as they started to bicker on his shoulder, without fearing for his safety. Seeing the increasingly intense atmosphere between the Nine Tails and Deidara, Naruto helplessly placed the Nine Tails on the ground, allowing them to play. Naruto wandered to an empty area and suddenly spotted Haiden, who was looking up at the sky. As Naruto approached Haiden, he could feel a heavy atmosphere of sadness and longing emanating from him. Haiden was probably thinking of the deceased Rin, Naruto mused. What do you think is the purpose of... As Naruto drew closer, Haiden sensed it, but had no mood to ponder. Of course, it's to protect those you love and who love you. What if the person you love no longer exists in this world? A distant voice floated from behind Haiden's mask, obscuring his expression. However, Naruto could feel Haiden's deep sorrow and despair. It was the most genuine emotion buried deep within Haiden after losing his beloved. Naruto didn't understand why Haiden suddenly revealed such fragile emotions in front of him today, but he felt immense pity for the man suffering from the loss of his beloved. Perhaps Haiden's heart had forever remained in the night when Rin died, and that once pure and kind boy could not accept the betrayal of his companions, and the death of his beloved remaining stuck in that night of despair. Though he appeared mature on the outside, he was still that heart-wrenching child inside. Naruto felt that it wasn't Obito Uchiha who had turned evil, but rather the world that had forced him into becoming what he was now. Naruto believed he could understand Obito Uchiha's feelings. Sometimes a person becomes the very thing they once despised because circumstances leave them no choice, just as Obito had been driven to this state by the world. Thus Naruto thought his mission in this world might be to reshape it to change those poor souls tormented by suffering, and to bring them happiness. Those who are left behind should live happily, and live even more joyfully for the sake of those who have already departed. Naruto earnestly advised Obito Uchiha. But what if the heart is already dead? Obito asked with a bitter smile. Apart from avenging Rin, he saw no meaning in his own existence. From the moment he witnessed Rin's death, his heart had died along with her. Then let the heart beat again. Don't cling so stubbornly to the past. The moment you let go, you might discover there are more meaningful things worth doing. Naruto wasn't sure if Obito Uchiha could accept his words. He wasn't good at persuasion, and unless someone had experienced the same ordeal as Obito, they would never embrace such extreme ideas. But Naruto understood. He had also lost someone he loved deeply. Naruto could empathize with Obito Uchiha's feelings of losing a beloved person, having experienced it himself. Yet he had moved past that grief, and he hoped Obito could do the same. To emerge from that painful experience and not continue down the wrong path. After all, those we loved who have left this world earlier wouldn't want us to dwell on the past. They would want to see us live happily. Naruto spoke softly. The departed were gone, and the living should live joyfully and contentedly for their sake. Is that so? The masked Obito, whose face was hidden, had a distant look in his eyes and an ethereal voice. Would Rin want him to live happily? Obito Uchiha suddenly doubted whether what he was doing was right. Perhaps he was merely venting his resentment and dissatisfaction. Everything important to him was gone, whether people or dreams. He had bowed before reality because the things he was supposed to protect no longer existed. Rin, whom he wanted to protect, was no longer there. He had struggled so desperately to recover his body, but what was the result? He only saw Rin's cold body lying in the arms of his most trusted comrade, so he was unwilling to accept it. Thus he hated this world. Heaven seemed to mock his foolishness, his wish staked on his life, trampling and crushing it like an ant. His negligent, ugly, sinful life was laughable. How could he have the right to abandon Rin and seek happiness? Obito Uchiha dared not even hope for happiness. His existence had no meaning now. Avenging Rin against the world was his sole purpose. If even that purpose were taken away, what meaning would his life have? Obito Uchiha felt there was nothing left in this world that could change his mind. Returning to the naive, carefree days of his youth was no longer possible. I know you're not as harmless as you appear. You joined the Akatsuki for some purpose, didn't you? Though phrased as a question, Obito Uchiha was certain that Naruto's motive for joining was far from simple. Then what is your purpose in joining the Akatsuki? Faced with Obito's interrogation, Naruto showed no panic. Instead, he pressed forward step by step. It's merely mutual exploitation. Obito Uchiha gazed into the distance with a faraway look. He knew that the person who had saved him back then only intended to use him. But he didn't care. As long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't mind being used. But what if one day you realized that what you saw back then wasn't the whole truth, but only a part of it deliberately arranged for you to see? Naruto pitied Obito for being kept in the dark. If what I saw is the truth, Obito still firmly believed in his own perception. Sometimes what your eyes see may not be real. You should see with your heart, feel with your heart, and trust your comrades. Naruto believed that aside from Rin's death, Obito's greatest pain was feeling betrayed by his once most trusted comrade Kakashi. Unless the misunderstanding between them was resolved, Naruto felt Obito would never let go of his hatred. He decided it was necessary to arrange an accidental encounter between Kakashi and Obito disguised as Tobi. Trust. Comrades. Obito murmured to himself. Could he trust Kakashi again? Lu Ming, where did you go? Just as Naruto was about to speak, he was interrupted by Deidara. Oh, Tobi-senpai, what are you doing here? Deidara appeared before Naruto, surprised to see Tobi standing opposite him. Just wandering around and I happened to run into Lu Ming, so we chatted a bit. Tobi, whose expression was hidden behind the mask, spoke in a flippant tone, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor, as if the man radiating pain and despair moments ago had never existed. Ha! Chatting. What did you talk about? Deidara, lacking tact, latched onto the top. Nothing much. Let's go. Naruto grabbed Deidara by the collar and dragged him away, fearing he might say something else. Under the mask, Tobi watched the interaction between Naruto and Deidara. This long-lost warm camaraderie was something he had once experienced. In the past, the mischievous troublemaker, he had also been treated that way by that silver-haired boy. But sadly those days could never return. Tobi watched Naruto and Deidara's receding figures, feeling as if he saw his former self in Naruto. But would this boy so similar to him one day become like him? Tobi couldn't help but wonder. After Naruto and Deidara vanished from sight, Tobi stood there for a while before leaving as well. After Naruto dragged Deidara away, Deidara felt a bit dissatisfied, sensing that something was being kept from him. Deidara couldn't understand Tobi-senpai nor Naruto, and he didn't want to delve deeper. He only knew that being with Naruto felt comfortable and relaxed. Deidara couldn't quite define his feelings toward Naruto. Part fear of his power, part longing to stay by his side. Being with Naruto felt like being with family. Perhaps this was the bond between family. After parting with Deidara, Naruto idly chatted with Kurama. What should we do next? Having already spoken with Tobi, Naruto believed his words would leave a ripple in Tobi's heart. My substitute is covering for me in Konoha, and there's no mission from the Akatsuki now. How should I pass the time? Naruto turned to Kurama on his shoulder for advice. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Kurama shrugged, spreading his paws. How about we go find Madara Uchiha? Naruto asked uncertainly. Given Madara's current state, he should have recovered most of his bodily functions, but he probably still couldn't leave his hiding place. Suit yourself. Kurama expressed indifference. Alright, it's decided. Well, go find Madara Uchiha. Naruto clapped his hands, finalizing the plan. If Madara refused to listen to reason, then it wouldn't be too late to resort to force. And with Madara unable to move freely, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with him once and for all. Having made up his mind, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on gathering natural energy, trying to locate Madara's hiding place through perception. A gentle, peaceful radiance emanated from him. In an instant, Naruto seized the one unique thread among the myriad of light rays. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Frequent use of this perception ability placed a heavy burden on his body, so he only used it when necessary. Are you tired? Sensing Naruto's mental fatigue, Kurama spoke with concern. I'm fine. Naruto waved his hand, indicating he was okay. Then, under Kurama's gaze, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to slowly absorb the energy from the surrounding plants and animals to relieve his fatigue. After meditating, Naruto opened his eyes, stood up, slowly patted the dust off his clothes, and vanished instantly without a trace. The vanished Naruto appeared in a seemingly ordinary cave, its entrance covered with dense tangled vines, looking like a long abandoned hole. Naruto smiled. He knew this was Madara's disguise. Deep within the cave, he faintly sensed the unique chakra of the Uchiha clan. Naruto instantly appeared inside the cave with a shunshin. He was especially grateful to the old man who claimed to be a god for granting him the Kidō abilities from Bleach, which made things much easier. Contrary to his expectations, the cave was not dark and terrifying, but rather gave a warm, natural feeling. The warm firelight illuminated the path ahead. Naruto suddenly realized that perhaps Madara Uchiha wasn't as despicable as they had imagined. Perhaps Madara Uchiha also yearned for happiness, wishing to live with his family. Naruto observed the cave's interior while pondering. The deeper he ventured into the cave, the brighter the flames became. Naruto stood still at the deepest point, finding no trace of anyone. Confused, Naruto turned around, searching for Uchiha Obito's presence, but he couldn't find him despite sensing his aura. Could it be that his perception was mistaken? While Naruto was still in doubt, he suddenly jumped back instinctively, his right hand gathering chakra, as he struck down with a blade at the half-black, half-white object, exuding dark energy that appeared before him. Seeing his right hand slowly enveloped by a soft, expanding white object, Naruto decisively extended his left hand, channeling chakra, to draw out the long sword from his back, and swung it without hesitation towards his right hand. As the white expanding mass separated from Naruto's right hand, it moved back towards the half-black, half-white. Naruto rubbed his darkened right wrist, realizing that this thing could absorb his chakra. If he hadn't shielded his right arm with a barrier, and immediately swung the sword, he might have lost use of that hand. He felt foolish, cursing himself internally for forgetting the existence of Kagaya's white Zetsu and black Zetsu. Who are you? This place should be unreachable for ordinary people. Black Zetsu stared at Naruto with a fierce expression, his voice hoarse. I can sense the chakra of a tailed beast from him. The white half of the object spoke slowly to its black counterpart. Oh, a tailed beast. A voice rough and grating like rust emerged from behind black Zetsu and white Zetsu. Naruto narrowed his eyes, which were usually bright with laughter, now wearing a serious expression. Uchiha Kidō had been hiding behind black Zetsu, yet Naruto had failed to sense any trace of him. What was going on? Was Kidō's body not supposed to be fully recovered yet? An unsettling wave surged through Naruto. Why did it feel as if everything was spiraling out of his control? Could Uchiha Kidō be yet another variable? Gray-white hair tangled atop Uchiha Kidō's head, his skin darkened and dulled from lack of sunlight, looking even more aged under the firelight. His lifeless black pupils scrutinized Naruto, who stood guard with his sword drawn. It seems that during my slumber, the ninja world has birthed some talented young ninjas. A weary, aged voice escaped from Uchiha Kidō's cracked lips. After all this time, even Senju Hashirama is no longer present in the ninja world. Why do you cling so desperately to the past? Why do you know these things? Who exactly are you? Naruto's voice rang clear yet pained through the empty cave. Uchiha Kidō squinted logically. He and Senju Hashirama's grievances should be sealed as a taboo within the ninja world. Why was this young boy able to touch upon the most core issue? If I told you I came to save you, would you believe me? Naruto could hardly fathom the extent of a person's vengeance. To stay in a cave devoid of anyone to speak to for so long, if it were him, Naruto thought, he would have gone mad in the endless darkness and solitude. Come to save me. Uchiha Kidō found the words from the boy before him ludicrous. He wished to save him. Uchiha Kidō's life had been spent in darkness and despair, filled with pain. Everything had been taken from him by this sorrowful ninja world. What was there about him that warranted salvation? He had lost everything. How could one talk of saving him? His only brother Izuna had been gravely injured by Senju Tobirama, leaving wounds that could not be healed. He felt hatred. Hatred for the war that took the life of his only family, hatred for his clan, who ultimately chose to submit to the Senju clan. Thus, to uphold his promise to his brother Izuna, even if betrayed by his clan, he was determined to create a world without war and suffering. But why could the world not understand his noble intention? He merely wished to establish a world devoid of war. Why did everyone oppose him, resisting him? Why can't you let go of the past and look forward? Isn't the current ninja world precisely what Naruto believed? He could comprehend Uchiha Kidō's thoughts, but continuing down this path would only lead to unnecessary suffering. Moreover, although there were occasional conflicts among the 5 great nations, the ninja world was relatively peaceful. The ninja world I desire. You don't understand, none of you understand. Uchiha Kidō's expression suddenly turned ferocious, as if he had hit upon a nerve, slipping into a frenzy. Naruto carefully stepped back a few paces, unsure whether Uchiha Kidō's mind was still stable. After such prolonged suffering, it was possible that his psyche had become unstable. Perhaps it's best to retreat for now, Naruto. The Nine Tails communicated with Naruto telepathically. Understood. Naruto replied, mentally planning to withdraw. Just as Naruto intended to pull back his foot, he discovered Black Zetsu had slowly ensnared his body without him noticing. He struggled fiercely against Black Zetsu's invasion, but found it was already too late. Once entangled by Black Zetsu, it was difficult to break free. Feeling the invasion of Black Zetsu's consciousness into his mental world, Naruto clutched his head, struggling against the control that sought to dominate him. His hand gripping the sword trembled uncontrollably, and despite resisting, Naruto slowly lowered his raised hand under Black Zetsu's control. In that fleeting moment, beads of sweat began to drip from Naruto's forehead, falling to the ground. However, at the moment Naruto let his guard down, Black Zetsu seized the opportunity, and forced Naruto's right hand to stab the sword into his side. Naruto coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the pain cleared his mind. He immediately broke free from Black Zetsu's control, swiftly withdrawing the sword from his body and vanishing outside the cave. Once outside the cave, Naruto pressed a hand against his wounded side, while the other hand propped up the sword as he collapsed to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The Nine Tails, hiding in Naruto's mind to facilitate his retreat, anxiously inquired about him. Naruto struggled to rise without responding, vanishing in another instant, leaving a pool of crimson blood behind. Exhausted from using the instantaneous technique, Naruto didn't know where he had teleported to. He vaguely felt someone gently brushing aside his damp bangs soaked from pain. Sensing a reassuring presence, Naruto relaxed and succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, the one gently removing Naruto's clothing was none other than Sasuke, who had not been seen for a long time. Looking at the blood steadily flowing from the boy with dark hair, Sasuke appeared anxious, unsure why the wound on the boy's side continued to bleed. Looking at the boy's pale face and feeling his weakening presence, Sasuke suddenly felt a stab of pain in his heart. Despite having seen the boy only a few times, why was he so concerned about him? As Sasuke pressed his hands against Naruto's wound with bandages, he anxiously kept glancing back at the entrance, feeling some anger towards Kaguya, who usually stuck to him but was now so slow to respond when needed. Sensing the door being pushed open, Sasuke urgently addressed Kaguya, who had rushed in at his call. "Why are you so slow?" "I'm here, I'm here." Kaguya rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms covered in bite marks. "Why is this kid bleeding so much?" Seeing Naruto on the bed, continuously bleeding, Kaguya exclaimed in surprise, noting that at this rate the boy would soon die from blood loss. "Enough with the chatter, get him to bite your arm quickly." Sasuke's impatience showed. He was anxious to have Kaguya come over because he sensed the urgency. "But he's unconscious, how can I make him bite?" Kaguya, holding up her arm, realized that the boy on the bed had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. "Hey, Naruto, wake up. Can you hear my voice?" Sasuke gently tapped Naruto's almost translucent face. At this moment, Naruto had fallen into an abyss of darkness, unable to hear any sound, see anything, or sense any presence due to the immense loss of spiritual energy and chakra from his own blade. Naruto had plunged into chaos, losing all 5 senses. Sasuke, watching the lifeless boy on the bed, furrowed his brow, his pale face turning towards Kaguya. "Do you have any other methods?" Kaguya was astonished to see Sasuke, who only revealed vulnerability in front of the blonde boy, showing such anxiety in front of the dark-haired boy. With a complex expression, Kaguya glanced at the nearly breathless boy on the bed and nodded, "I do." Upon hearing Kaguya say this, Sasuke quickly made way, giving her enough space to treat the boy on the bed. Kaguya approached the boy, her hands gathering blue chakra, the mark of a medical ninja, as she placed them on Naruto's wounded side, slowly using chakra to heal the injured tissue. As Kaguya continuously channeled her chakra into Naruto's body, she muttered, "It seems to be just a simple sword wound. Why is the healing process so slow?" Despite having input so much chakra, the effectiveness was alarmingly slow, which felt unusual to. Feeling fatigued, Kaguya halted her chakra input and turned to Sasuke. "I can only stop the bleeding for him. What's wrong with this injury?" It looked ordinary, but even using chakra could only heal the surface. "I've never encountered a case like this before. Usually any normal injury would improve significantly with chakra healing, but no matter how much chakra is used, it doesn't seem to help this boy's injury." Sasuke furrowed his brow and remained silent, unsure of what to make of it. The sight of the dark-haired boy suddenly appearing in his room covered in blood had startled him. He hadn't expected to meet the boy again under such dire circumstances. Looking at the pale face of the boy on the bed, Sasuke felt a strange discomfort in his heart. Why did it hurt to see him injured when they barely knew each other? Given the severity of his weakness, he might develop a fever tonight. The kind-hearted Xianglin reminded Sasuke, noticing his worried expression. "Okay, I understand." Sasuke nodded lightly and spoke calmly. "I guess you won't need me anymore, so I'll take my leave now." Xianglin felt that staying there was of no use, so it was better to slip away first. After all, if Sasuke's concern for the boy turned into anger toward her, it wouldn't be good. Not long after Xianglin left, the comatose Naruto indeed began to feel feverish, just as she had. Sasuke brought a basin of water and carefully avoided Naruto's wounds as he wiped down the red feverish skin. Feeling the heat emanating from his hand, Sasuke imperceptibly frowned his handsome brows. With this situation, he doubted whether the boy would make it through the night. Looking at the numerous scars on the boy's body, Sasuke wondered what he had gone through to bear so many wounds. Sasuke took a damp towel and gently placed it on Naruto's burning forehead, instinctively reaching out to touch Naruto's flushed face, only to retract his hand as if shocked. With his other hand rubbing the one that had touched Naruto's face, Sasuke squinted, thoughtfully pondering why the boy reminded him so much of Naruto. But Naruto was safely in Konoha now, so how could two people feel so similar? Sasuke propped his face on his hand, scrutinizing the black-haired boy on the bed. They looked nothing alike except for their eyes, which both sparkled with an indomitable spirit and persistence. Perhaps it was the similarity of the light in their eyes that caused him to confuse this boy with Naruto Sasuke. No one noticed Sasuke's burning gaze fixed on the black-haired boy, and Naruto, lost in a coma, was completely unaware. In a state of confusion, Naruto felt as if he had detached from the world, drifting like a speck of dust through the passage of time, aimless, directionless. He felt as if the darkness was trying to swallow him whole. Naruto struggled to break free from its grasp, but his body felt impossibly heavy, rendering him unable to move. Thus Naruto fought against the darkness while desperately trying to regain control of his body. Sunlight mischievously bounced through the window and landed on Sasuke's face. Feeling the blinding light on his eyes, Sasuke's eyelids fluttered, his long eyelashes trembling like feathers. In an instant he opened his eyes fully, slightly lifting his head to check on the boy in bed. Noticing the boy's breathing had stabilized, Sasuke stood up, his legs slightly wobbly from staying in one position for too long. He propped himself up on the bed to steady himself. Once steady, Sasuke reached out with his slightly chilled fingers to gently touch Naruto's forehead, feeling that the fever was not as high anymore. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The boy's burning temperature from last night had scared him to the point of not daring to close his eyes. He had feared that Naruto might not pull through, but thankfully the temperature had now decreased. Water. The boy's chapped lips murmured softly. Sasuke leaned closer to hear what the boy was saying. Sasuke hurriedly picked up the cup of water from the table, carefully cradling Naruto's head in his arm. Sasuke cautiously brought the cup to Naruto's cracked lips, dripping water into his mouth drop by drop. The comatose Naruto felt a sweetness flowing into his mouth, instinctively parting his pale lips to drink. Slow down. Seeing Naruto's eager attempt to drink water with his eyes closed, Sasuke spoke gently. As he felt the water trickling into his mouth, Naruto finally broke free from the darkness and slowly opened his eyelids. The first thing he saw was Sasuke's enlarged eyes. Still somewhat dazed, Naruto gently shook his aching head, feeling a familiar face appear before him. After a moment, as his vision returned to normal, Naruto recognized the person before him. In a hoarse voice, a result of his fever, he murmured, "Is it you?" Naruto hadn't expected to suddenly teleport to Sasuke at the last moment. How should he explain his injured self appearing before Sasuke? "Since you're awake, let's get you something to eat." Sasuke gently laid Naruto's head on his lap and got up to find him some food. Watching Sasuke leave, Naruto was surprised that Sasuke didn't question him about what had happened. He felt a sense of relief. If Sasuke had interrogated him, he wouldn't have known how to respond. Feeling his heavy body unable to move, Naruto smiled wryly. He had truly been severely harmed by Uchiha Kidō. If it were an ordinary injury, the Nine-Tails healing ability could have allowed him to recover quickly. However, he hadn't expected that Kagaya would control his body to use Cold Moon against him. Originally, Cold Moon was formed from his own power, but in a certain way, if a Zanpakutō harms its owner, the owner would suffer backlash from its power. This backlash could only be borne by the Zanpakutō's owner. External forces could not negate it. Thus, the Nine-Tails' powerful healing ability was completely ineffective on him. "What's going on? Why is my chakra completely ineffective against you?" The Nine-Tails, feeling Naruto awaken, immediately asked him the most crucial question. Last night he had watched helplessly as Naruto's chakra continuously drained away, his spirit weakening further with no way to help. At that moment he felt an overwhelming panic, fearing that Naruto might vanish before him, just like that previous lord, and he would be powerless to stop it. "It might be because my Zanpakutō clashes with your power," Naruto said, uncertainly unsure of the exact. Creak! The door opened and Sasuke walked in with a bowl of steaming porridge. He held the bowl steadily in one hand, while supporting Naruto's head in his lap, with the other moving gently. Naruto felt Sasuke's tender movements, his face slightly flushed. Sasuke had never shown him such intimacy before. Thank you. Naruto murmured softly in gratitude. As he spoke, the warmth from the porridge brushed against Sasuke's arm, prompting Sasuke to adjust Naruto's head and carefully blow on a spoonful of porridge before placing it in Naruto's mouth. Naruto chewed slowly on the porridge, feeling the rare tenderness from Sasuke. A warm current surged in his heart. If only the real Sasuke could treat him this gently. Sasuke fed Naruto spoonful by spoonful, and Naruto obediently ate every bit. Suddenly he felt the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Sasuke's focused gaze made him feel as if he was cherished in Sasuke's heart. Are you full? Sasuke's sexy magnetic voice echoed in Naruto's ears. Naruto's ears instantly turned red. No wonder so many women liked Sasuke. Just his sexy voice made one feel a tingling sensation inside. Furthermore, if Sasuke's focused affectionate gaze only reflected your image, it would be strange for those women not to go mad. Looking at the alluring Sasuke, Naruto suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, unsure if it was because of those women, or because he felt hurt seeing Sasuke show such tenderness in front of them. Naruto replied softly. Sasuke gently laid Naruto back on the bed, placing the now empty bowl on the bedside table, and thoughtfully tucked the blanket around him. Naruto wanted to say something to Sasuke, but opened his mouth only to close it again. Sasuke caught a glimpse of Naruto's hesitant expression, smiled, and said nothing. He knew the boy must have his reasons, but he wouldn't pry. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had been recovering at Sasuke's place for 2 days. His body was gradually regaining the ability to move slightly. While lazily soaking up the sun outside, Naruto suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Jiraiya's chakra. Oh no, Naruto was alarmed. At this time and place, sensing the pervy sage's chakra meant he was probably infiltrating the Akatsuki's base. In a panic, Naruto stood up from the grassy ground, inadvertently stirring the wound on his waist. The scab that had just started to form reopened, causing him to bend over in pain, but he straightened up bravely again. Under the overcast sky of the rain shinobi village, Jiraiya, who had successfully infiltrated the Akatsuki base, moved forward alone. To get closer to the leader of the Akatsuki, that shadow hidden in the dark, he pressed on even if Tsunade tried to stop him without regret. Emerging from the mouth of a green toad, Jiraiya chuckled. Infiltration successful. It feels surprisingly easy. But what should I do next? Meanwhile, under the overcast sky, light rain began to fall. The moment Jiraiya infiltrated one of the 6 paths of pain, sensed Jiraiya's chakra through the rain. The pain resembling Yahiko halted suddenly, saying to the others, "Someone is blocking my rain. This chakra feels quite powerful." Sensing the enemy's chakra pain, and the others followed the trail of chakra to find Jiraiya's figure. Jiraiya sensed the presence behind him, and instinctively took a large step back, looking up in shock at the face resembling Yahiko. Had Yahiko joined the Akatsuki? Gazing down at Jiraiya, Pain stood high and loudly asked, "Do you see Yahiko's figure in me? Indeed, it is my former master, but Yahiko is dead. Only Pain stands here." Jiraiya looked up at Pain, who towered above him with an air of disdain, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. This was his disciple. It was his failure to guide him properly that led him astray. No need to speak such twisted logic. How did you come to possess the Rinnegan? Gazing at Pain's violet eyes, Jiraiya couldn't comprehend how his disciple had acquired such power. As he spoke, Jiraiya was not idle. He concentrated his chakra and summoned the 2 great toad sages Fukasaku and Shima through the summoning technique. The purple-haired female toad Shima perched on Jiraiya's left shoulder, while the white-haired male toad Fukasaku stood on his right. Looking at Pain, who stood high above with the Rinnegan, Shima remarked with emotion, "So that is the Rinnegan. It truly resembles the legendary eye. That cursed eye." Fukasaku knew well the ominous nature of the Rinnegan. How could someone wield the power to control life and death? Fukasaku couldn't help but recall the first time he met young Jiraiya. At that moment he saw the future of young Jiraiya. Back then he was convinced that young Jiraiya was the prophesied child destined to be the man who would lead the world to transformation. One day young Jiraiya would be forced to make a significant choice. Clearly at this moment both Jiraiya and Fukasaku were thinking along the same lines. Jiraiya distinctly remembered Fukasaku telling him that one day he would face a major decision, one that would determine the fate of the world. Oh great Toad Sage, could it be that now is the time to make that choice? Those who possess the Rinnegan bring destruction. If that is the case, then defeating you here is my duty as your master, Jiraiya declared to Pain. Summoning technique. Regardless of what Jiraiya said, Pain showed no reaction. Instead he summoned 2 figures standing by his side, one on the left and one on the right. 3 people. What is going on? How can 3 individuals possess the Rinnegan simultaneously? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise at the appearance of the 2 figures, each bearing the Rinnegan like Pain. Is this his technique? Perhaps there is some hidden secret. Jiraiya spoke to the 2-toed sages on his shoulders. Honestly, it's just when I was busy preparing dinner. Shima complained. Honey, at this moment we should focus on dealing with the enemy rather than those matters. Fukasaku reassured his wife Shima. One must be cautious when facing the Rinnegan. Alright, it's time for me to make my entrance. From now on I will replace ninjutsu with sage techniques. You will witness the brilliance of Jiraiya the hero. Interrupted by Jiraiya, who gestured as if spreading his wings like a great phoenix, the wooden clogs on his feet struck the ground loudly. Fukasaku and Shima could hardly bear Jiraiya's comical antics before every battle. Both punched him on the face, simultaneously exclaiming in unison. Stop making such a racket near me. Watching the antics below, Pain scoffed. His master was still as oblivious to the occasion as ever. A man with brown hair charged at Jiraiya, who deftly raised his foot and kicked him forcefully against the wall. Yahiko with orange hair exclaimed, "Not bad." Truly as expected of his former master, he kicked one of his clones so far away with a single blow. Seeing the man he had just knocked down brush off the dust and stand up as if nothing had happened, Jiraiya was astonished. He had used 60% of his strength in that kick, yet the man was unscathed. Sage Art Super Large Rasengan. Jiraiya changed his hand signs, his cheeks puffing up as he spewed forth a great jet of toad oil. At the same time, Fukasaku and Shima unleashed wind and fire techniques respectively. The scalding burning oil instantly engulfed Pain. Once the ninjutsu was released amidst the billowing smoke, the hungry ghost realm's Pain stood unharmed before Jiraiya. Jiraiya was startled. Could he absorb his ninjutsu? Moreover, hadn't this Pain been observing from above all along? When did he switch places with the other 2? If long-range ninjutsu proves ineffective, then close combat it is. Seeing one of the Pains easily absorb his ninjutsu, Jiraiya resolved to engage in close Sage Art Super Large Rasengan. The blue chakra swirled in Jiraiya's hand, growing larger, as he combined it with the natural energy of sage techniques, sending a Rasengan, the size of his body, straight at Pain. Watch out behind you. Fukasaku sensed a figure appearing behind Jiraiya and called out. Hearing Fukasaku's warning, Jiraiya quickly dodged to the side. Though he avoided a fatal blow, his left arm was severely injured by an unknown black rod. Covering his bleeding arm, Jiraiya, puzzled, said to Fukasaku, "What just happened? I didn't even see it coming before my attack in Sage mode." Sage Art Thousand Needle Jizo. Jiraiya unleashed his fastest and wide-range ninjutsu, despite the injury to his arm. Pain had summoned a huge panda to block Jiraiya's attack. There are no unnecessary movements. Even from the back I can anticipate your position without needing to see you. This is already the 3rd time. Even if they are all sensory-type ninjas, they should not be able to respond to each other's attacks unless they have witnessed it with their own eyes. Those guys shouldn't just be simple clones. Jiraiya learned from his battle with Pain that Pain's abilities were not so easily comprehensible. They must be sharing the images their eyes see. Shima observed and relayed to Jiraiya. This isn't good. Dealing with 3 opponents simultaneously, while ninjutsu is ineffective, is quite challenging. Even in Sage mode I could get taken down. I never expected Pain to be this strong. Jiraiya deeply felt that alone he could not defeat Pain. Young Jiraiya, you should retreat for now. Fukasaku advised him to leave as soon as possible. Understood, Jiraiya replied, vanishing before Pain's eyes. Has he escaped? Pain murmured, wondering how he could let him get away. In an instant, Pain also disappeared from the spot, leaving the once lively battleground now silent, only the scars of battle remaining. Escaping, Jiraiya ran through the tunnel, hoping to evade Pain and find another chance to gather information later. But would Jiraiya truly be able to escape safely? The answer was of course no. Just as Jiraiya reached the exit of the tunnel, Pain appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. Jiraiya abruptly halted, thinking, could it be that he wouldn't be able to leave today? In light of the fact that I once called you master, I will leave you with a complete corpse. Pain had no intention of sparing Jiraiya, believing he must have discerned the secrets of their 6 paths. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be best to eliminate Jiraiya directly. Moreover, since he had chosen to abandon his past and previous life, he must eradicate everything and everyone that once related to him. That way he would have no regrets, for this was his own choice, the choice he had affirmed. Sensing the unmistakable killing intent radiating from pain, Jiraiya felt a surge of tension. Could he still escape from the 6 paths? Even Fukasaku and Shima, who stood on Jiraiya's shoulders, felt the tension within him. One of the pains, representing the Azura Path, swiftly unleashed a technique, Azura Path Demon Fist. At the same time, Jiraiya, gathering sage power to evade Pain's attack, was struck by Pain's fist, sending him flying several meters away. Stumbling to a halt, Jiraiya's left arm hung limply, blood dripping from it onto the ground with a sound as if mocking his overestimation of himself. It turned out that while resisting Pain's attack, Jiraiya's left arm had borne most of the pressure, resulting in the loss of its function. With one arm rendered useless, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, executing the technique, Lion's Mane, directed at Pain. Jiraiya's hair rapidly lengthened, forming a lion's head shape, and like a serrated rope it ensnared Pain with enough force to shred him. Yet, even under Jiraiya's fierce attack, the hungry Ghost Realm's Pain used its ability to absorb the chakra attached to Jiraiya's hair. Without the chakra's support, Jiraiya's once firm hair instantly turned soft. Pain seized Jiraiya's long hair and pulled him toward himself. The hungry Ghost Realm's Pain tightly gripped Jiraiya's throat, summoning the tongue-pulling hell to remove Jiraiya's tongue, first to prevent any information about the 6 paths from leaking out. Jiraiya, in pain, pressed his hands against Pain's grasp on his throat, but due to difficulty breathing, he lacked the strength to resist. Crack! With a harsh squeeze, Jiraiya's neck bent silently to one side. Pain released his grip, and Jiraiya, with a black rod embedded in his neck, collapsed to the ground, coughing. Gouts of blood poured from Jiraiya's throat. As he struggled to convey something to Fukasaku, Jiraiya opened his mouth but found he could not make a sound. His throat was utterly destroyed. Feeling chakra continuously draining from his body, Jiraiya realized he might not escape this time. In Jiraiya's blurred vision, the face of a smiling blonde boy, who always wore a smile, reflected suddenly. He walked straight ahead, never deviating from his vow. Moreover, never giving up no matter what. If this is your ninja way, Naruto, then walk straight ahead. Jiraiya seemed to see the smiling boy walking towards him. He did not want to die yet, for there were still many things he wished to teach Naruto. However, this time there was truly no way out. He had promised to always be with Naruto, but now he might have to break that promise. His vision blurred gradually, and as he saw Pain about to deliver the final blow to Jiraiya, the black-haired boy with blood-soaked white clothing, despite his own bleeding wounds, barely stood in front of Pain to block the attack. In Jiraiya's last moment of consciousness, he could only see the silhouette of a boy in white clothing walking towards him. Lu Ming. Why are you stopping me from killing him? Pain questioned, coldly puzzled by the boy's action. There's no reason. Just because I want to save him. Naruto coughed a few times, forcing himself to locate Pain with his abilities to rush over and save his master Jiraiya. Even with Naruto's body, he could not withstand such backlash. Forcing that ability would only weaken him further. Do you think your broken body can escape from my grasp? Pain's Rinnegan reflected the frail body of the boy, with chakra swirling chaotically within him. What strength did the boy still have to resist? Casting a glance at the unconscious Jiraiya, he was relieved to see that only his throat was destroyed. With Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, he should be able to heal. Naruto knew that with his current weakened body, saving Jiraiya would likely come at a great cost. It's not too late for you to leave now before I change my mind. Pain's dangerous voice rang out. He was somewhat pleased with the boy's abilities, and it would be a pity to kill him like this. As he spoke, the Azura Path of Pain swung a powerful fist, and Naruto barely opened a barrier to protect himself and the collapsed Jiraiya. Under the impact of the force, Naruto could not withstand Pain's power, and despite never making mistakes before, cracks began to appear in his barrier. Struggling, Naruto bent down to support the collapsed Jiraiya against himself. Just as he prepared to use the body flicker technique to escape, the barrier suddenly shattered. PFF. Blood spurted out and Naruto's mouth and clothes were drenched in it. The barrier broken, the backlash began to engulf Naruto. With one hand supporting Jiraiya's body, and the other trembling as he drew his Zanpakutō from behind to strike at Pain. In the moment Pain dodged, Naruto had already vanished from the spot with Jiraiya. Did he escape? Pain said softly, brushing away the dust scattered in the air from Naruto's attack, sensing the disappearance of Naruto's chakra. Pain did not expect that with Naruto's broken body. He still had the strength to escape with Jiraiya from his grasp. However, looking at Naruto's condition, even if he chose not to kill him, Naruto's body could not hold out much longer. Through his Rinnegan, Pain pondered. In the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Shizune looked worriedly at Tsunade, who wore a troubled expression. Ever since Jiraiya had left the village, Tsunade had remained in this state. Leaning against the window, Tsunade's gaze was vacant. She did not know if her decision to allow Jiraiya to infiltrate the Rain Ninja village for information on Pain was the right one. She felt an unease in her heart, an ominous feeling that once Jiraiya left she might never see him again. She had tried to dissuade Jiraiya from that decision, but his stubborn character meant her disapproval was of no consequence. For some reason she suddenly recalled something Naruto had once said to her: if one day the lecherous sage asks you to carry out a certain mission, Tsunade, you must stop him. At the time Tsunade hadn't thought much of it, but now reflecting on it, it seemed like Naruto was trying to warn her about something. Could Naruto's words be related to Jiraiya's mission in the Rain Ninja village? Tsunade unconsciously thought of how she had tried to stop Jiraiya, but he had smiled and told her to trust him, saying he would return safely. Thus she ultimately chose to believe in Jiraiya. In the silent Hokage office, a loud bang startled the pig in Shizune's arms, causing it to burrow deeper. The Umbu members secretly protecting the Hokage became alert upon sensing the presence of outsiders standing guard around Tsunade to protect their Hokage. Wait a moment. When Shizune's pig sensed Jiraiya's chakra, Tsunade stepped out from behind the Umbu members surrounding her. Upon seeing the distinctive white spiky hair that identified Jiraiya, Tsunade hurried forward to check. What on earth happened? How could he be so badly injured? Shizune, what are you standing there for? Quickly prepare for surgery. Tsunade frowned as she felt the heavy scent of blood, carefully lifting the bloody Jiraiya, only to find a pale black-haired boy beneath him. Hurry up and help. Tsunade urgently called to the Umbu behind her. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The Umbu quickly dashed over to Naruto. As the Umbu members were about to lift the black-haired boy from the ground, they were met with Tsunade's reprimand. Be gentle. Lady Tsunade, the operating room is ready. Should we begin now? Yes. Shizune, you take care of the black-haired boy in the back. I'll handle this guy, Jiraiya. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, she swiftly carried the bloody Jiraiya towards the operating room. A faint blue chakra flowed from Tsunade's hands into Jiraiya's body, as she painfully worked to mend Jiraiya's two severed arms. Was pain truly not easy to deal with? Tsunade thought. After stopping the bleeding from Jiraiya's arms, her attention was drawn to a mysterious black rod embedded in Jiraiya's neck. Tsunade attempted to pull the black object from Jiraiya's neck, only to realize that it was absorbing chakra from him. Unable to remove it barehanded, Tsunade gathered chakra in one hand, while decisively yanking out the black object embedded in Jiraiya's neck, with the other synchronized with his weak breaths. Blood flowed slowly from the black rod down onto Tsunade's hands, which trembled slightly. Her fear of blood had not changed. Suppressing her inner fear, Tsunade focused her chakra and diligently worked to repair Jiraiya's continuously bleeding neck. Setting down her still trembling hands, Tsunade wiped the sweat from her forehead, relieved to have finally stopped the bleeding. That mysterious black rod must be one of Pain's weapons. It had taken her so much effort to mend Jiraiya's wounds. What could Jiraiya have gone through to sustain such severe injuries? Tsunade thought, gazing at the black rod she had just removed from Jiraiya. If she had been even a moment later, she might have never seen Jiraiya again. Tsunade's heart raced as she patted her chest. Lady Tsunade, the boy's chakra is fading. No matter how Shizune concentrated chakra into the black-haired boy, it seemed futile. Hearing Shizune's exclamation, Tsunade hurried over to Shizune's side, who was studying the object she had removed from Jiraiya. I'll take over. Tsunade switched places with Shizune, carefully examining the injuries on. Tsunade noticed the bandages around the boy's waist were soaked with blood, indicating he had been severely wounded prior. Regathering chakra in her hands, Tsunade slowly began to assess Naruto's body. Strange, why does it feel like an unknown force is resisting my chakra? What's going on? Tsunade said, puzzled. She felt a sense of familiarity with the boy before her. An overwhelming sense of unease swept over her. The boy should not be like this, she thought. Bang! Smoke enveloped the area where the boy stood, engulfing Tsunade as well. Cough, cough, cough. What's happening? Shizune covered her mouth and nose, surprised. Could there be some kind of restriction on the boy? Naruto. Shizen pointed in astonishment at the black-haired boy, who transformed into the Naruto she knew after the smoke cleared. Just as I thought, that's why I felt a familiarity. Tsunade continued working, frowning as she spoke to Shizen. What is going on? How could Naruto? Shizen couldn't believe it. Wasn't Naruto supposed to be safely under surveillance in the village? How could he be so severely injured here? Why was he here with such serious injuries? The wounds are not healing. Why? Tsunade frowned, sensing the depletion of chakra within Naruto. Release the Yin seal. Tsunade decided to use the forbidden technique, ninjutsu creation rebirth, to restore Naruto's body. Lady Tsunade, are you really going to use this forbidden technique? It will cause great harm to your body. Shizen voiced her concerns upon realizing Tsunade's actions. There's no other choice. I must use the forbidden technique or else Naruto will. Tsunade's voice choked as she spoke. She had always believed in Naruto. It was Naruto who had reignited her hope, the reason she returned to the village to become the 5th Hokage. Now seeing Naruto injured, she could not do nothing. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she had to save Naruto, even if it was just a 1 in 10,000 chance. Because Naruto is the hope of Konohagakure. He is meant to become Hokage. How could he? Naruto was the first person to believe in her after she left Konoha village, reigniting the hope within her heart. Thanks to Naruto, she was able to muster the courage to return to this village, which was filled with sorrowful memories for her. In fact, the moment she saw Naruto, she caught a glimpse of the shadows of those two people within him. That nostalgic feeling had not been felt since the disappearance of those two. However, it was the unwavering strength, confidence, and radiant spirit of perseverance, shining in Naruto's eyes, that reminded her of the dreams held by those two, dreams that mirrored Naruto's own aspirations. At that moment, it was Naruto who had saved her heart from its cold desolation. Now it was her turn to save Naruto. All right? Tsunade lowered her trembling hands, her steps faltering, nearly losing her balance. Lady Tsunade. Shizen, who had been observing Tsunade's condition, immediately reached out to support her unsteady figure, speaking with concern. I'm fine. You go check on how Naruto is doing. Tsunade was preoccupied with Naruto's injuries. Oh, alright. Shizen hesitated for a moment before nodding. His breathing has stabilized. It seems Lady Tsunade's technique is working. Shizen gently touched Naruto's forehead, feeling the previously feverish heat that had enveloped him slowly dissipating. She let out a sigh of relief. The almost breathless Naruto had truly frightened her. She truly couldn't imagine what would happen if the usually lively and spirited Naruto remained in such a state, nor could she fathom what would occur if Sakura and the others saw him like this. That's good. Upon hearing Shizen's words, the heart that Tsunade had kept in suspense finally relaxed. She was terrified, fearful that Naruto would vanish before her, just like the two most important people in her life. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? As the 5th Hokage seemed about to collapse, Shizen swiftly moved, and Tsunade weakly fell into Shizen's arms. I'm fine as long as my chakra recovers. Tsunade said weakly to Shizen. Help me leave, and ensure no one discovers that Naruto and Jiraiya are injured. Before departing, Tsunade cast a glance at the remaining Anbu, warning them. Except for Shizen and the Anbu members who had been protecting Tsunade, no one noticed that the usually fiery yet vibrant 5th Hokage now appeared aged and weary, resembling a true elder. It turned out that to save Naruto, Tsunade had exhausted most of her chakra, causing the jutsu that had allowed her to maintain her youthful appearance to vanish. However, in order to save Naruto, even if it meant becoming the old woman she despised the most, Tsunade had no regrets. Though Naruto often brought her various troubles, she truly enjoyed seeing him full of vitality. Shizen disappeared with the weakened Tsunade at the door, while the Anbu assigned to guard Naruto and Jiraiya stood by the bed, loyally protecting the two lying there like statues. Teacher Yamato, whose face was concealed by a mask, locked his worried gaze on the quietly sleeping blonde youth on the bed. When he was not yet the Yamato known to the youth, but rather an Anbu member codenamed Tenzo, he had been tasked with covertly monitoring Naruto. By keeping a watchful eye on Naruto even from afar, he could still feel that indomitable spirit emanating from him. When alone, the youth would occasionally display expressions of disappointment and frustration. However, whenever he was among his companions, he would only allow his smile to blossom. Thus, when his senior Kakashi was unable to lead Team 7 due to injury, allowing himself to step in as the guiding jonin of Team 7, He felt a flicker of anticipation deep within. When he removed his mask and met Naruto as Yamato, Naruto indeed appeared somewhat dissatisfied with him, as he understood that Naruto likely felt he had taken Kakashi's place. Perhaps for Naruto, Kakashi was irreplaceable in his heart. He had never imagined that he could replace the position Kakashi-sensei held in Naruto's heart, for he knew that Naruto would not easily abandon anyone he acknowledged. From the daily routine of monitoring Naruto, he had long understood how deeply Naruto valued his comrades. Perhaps no one else understood Naruto's character as well as he did because he had been accompanying Naruto in the shadows since childhood. No one might have noticed this, yet it was an undeniable truth. Every day he bore the mission of watching over and protecting Naruto. By day he watched Naruto flail and provoke others to draw attention to himself. By night he watched Naruto return home alone. This feeling was all too familiar, for he too was solitary. He felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto and worried for him. When would he finally gain a friend who truly accepted him? Fortunately, later on through Naruto's relentless efforts, people gradually began to accept him. Until he saw Naruto become the village's hero, he was truly relieved to see Naruto like this, for he wished Naruto happiness. Why did heaven always let such a pitiable Naruto get hurt? Gazing at the pale and weakened Naruto before him, Yamato's face showed a look of sympathy. He prayed that Naruto would recover soon. Yet a doubt lingered in his mind. With Jiraiya by Naruto's side, how could they have been so severely injured? What kind of person could have wounded them? Even Jiraiya was gravely hurt. Yamato couldn't think of anyone besides Orochimaru, who was Jiraiya's equal, who could have dealt such a heavy blow. Jiraiya must have secretly gone on some dangerous mission again. Behind his mask, Yamato's eyes grew distant. Jiraiya always acted alone, with no one knowing his whereabouts. Jiraiya seemed like a born lone ranger, never following the rules, always acting on his own whims. Even Tsunedesima's persuasion would be futile, for beneath his carefree exterior Jiraiya was stubborn as a mule, just like Naruto. Should he say they were a perfect match as master and disciple? Yamato mused. As Yamato was still lost in thought, the weakened blonde youth on the bed let out a faint whimper, his voice trembling slightly, as if encountering something terrifying. No, don't. At that moment in his dream, the blonde youth once again watched helplessly as his father-like master collapsed without hesitation before him, desperately trying to rush over to save the pervy sage. But his feet were firmly stuck to the ground by some force, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. No! The desperate cry from the dream echoed into reality. Uzumaki, Naruto. Just now. Did he say something? From the right side of Yamato, an Umbu member, wearing a rabbit mask, spoke uncertainly. How could that be? I didn't hear anything. Another Umbu member standing on Yamato's left glanced at the quiet Naruto on the bed and said, No, Naruto is awake. Yamato's calm, unwavering gaze fixed on Naruto, who had suddenly opened his eyes. Where's the pervy sage? Is he all right? With blurred vision, Naruto sensed the calm and gentle chakra of Yamato-sensei, and his first thought was to ask about Jiraiya. He's fine, but you? Seeing Naruto's reaction, Yamato felt inexplicably irritated. Why did he still worry about others when he himself was in such a state? Moreover, he could hear the fear in Naruto's trembling voice. What was Naruto afraid of? What had happened between Jiraiya and Naruto? Looking at Naruto like this, Yamato suddenly reached out and pressed his chest. What was this inexplicable anger surging within him? How could he harbor the desire to kill those who had harmed Naruto? Where is he? I want to see him safe with my own eyes. Naruto struggled to stand up to check on Jiraiya's injuries, disregarding teacher Yamato's advice. Take it slow. Lord Jiraiya is right beside you. Seeing that he could not stop Naruto, Yamato helplessly supported him as they slowly walked to Jiraiya's bedside. The sunlight bathed the room, creating a warm feeling. However, for some reason Yamato felt an unusually oppressive aura emanating from Naruto. Thank goodness he arrived just in time. Gently stroking Jiraiya's white hair, Naruto's hand trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened if he had been any later. To Naruto, Jiraiya was like a father. Though Jiraiya could be annoying at times, in his heart Jiraiya had already become family. I will never allow anyone to harm my family. Naruto clenched his fists, the veins bulging, showcasing the immense strength he was exerting. Naruto, what on earth happened to you? Why suppress yourself like this, and what is causing this rage? Yamato looked at Naruto with concern, regretting that he couldn't comfort him in his time of distress. Did Granny Tsunade save me? Upon sensing the lingering chakra of Granny Tsunade, within himself Naruto couldn't help but speak. Yes, Lady Tsunade used forbidden techniques to save you. Just thinking about how frail and aged Lady Tsunade looked after using those techniques made Yamato realize that she truly cared for Naruto. Lady Tsunade must hope for Naruto's happiness. Gazing at Jiraiya's pale face, Naruto remained silent. The air felt so heavy that it seemed frozen. Yamato, thinking Naruto would say something, stared blankly at the spot where Naruto had just stood, not expecting him to suddenly vanish from his sight. Perhaps Naruto has his own thoughts, Yamato mused. Meanwhile, the vanished Naruto suddenly appeared before Tsunade's bed, and sensing his presence, Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, saying, "I'm glad you're okay." "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Jiraiya." In front of others, Naruto could conceal his emotions well, but at this moment he bowed his head like a child who had done something wrong in front of Tsunade. "If Jiraiya heard you say that, he would be angry. How can a disciple protect his master?" Tsunade looked at Naruto, whose tears were welling up with a mix of amusement and exasperation. No matter how strong he usually appeared, Naruto was still just a child. Tsunade struggled to sit up, gently wiping the tears from the corners of Naruto's eyes, wrapping her arms around him, saying, "If you want to cry, just let it out." As she listened to Tsunade's aged voice in her warm embrace, Naruto finally lost control of his emotions and began to weep loudly. No one knew how terrified he was of never seeing the perverted sage again. He was so afraid that the people around him would disappear one by one from his sight. Even with powers beyond that of ordinary people, he still feared he could not protect his companions. Sigh. Tsunade sighed inwardly. She could somewhat understand Naruto's feelings. She had once experienced the helplessness of watching a loved one fall before her. Thus, when she saw the lifeless Naruto, she resolutely chose to use a forbidden technique that would shorten her own lifespan to save him. In her heart, Naruto had already become family. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Naruto wiped his still reddened eyes, not understanding why he only revealed his true feelings in front of Granny Tsunade. "What on earth happened? Why are you with Jiraiya?" Tsunade was puzzled, as Jiraiya was supposed to be investigating the Akatsuki's movements. "Why did you show up here with such severe injuries alongside Naruto?" "It was Pain who injured the lecherous sage." "Then why were you there? Weren't you supposed to be in the village?" Tsunade didn't understand. Naruto didn't know how to respond to Tsunade's question. "If you don't want to answer, that's fine." Tsunade sensed that Naruto had his own thoughts. She vaguely felt that he had become someone beyond her reach. She should trust Naruto. "Is the lecherous sage okay?" Naruto still worried about. "His arm is mostly fine. I've already repaired it, but his damaged throat might not be able to produce sound for a while." "That's good. I knew Granny Tsunade's medical skills were the best." Naruto, who had just been crying, now seemed full of life again. "What happened to your injuries?" Normally, Naruto's wounds should have been healed by the powerful self-restoration of the Nine Tails. Why did they look like that? They were also caused by pain. Naruto felt a bit guilty. Although he was initially injured by Uchiha Madara, he indeed fell victim to Pain's tricks. "Do what you want to do. The future of the ninja world belongs to your generation." "But Naruto promised me you won't get hurt." Tsunade knew that Naruto was hiding many things from her, but she didn't want to force him. She still chose to trust Naruto. She believed in his strength. Naruto nodded with a smile. Naruto knew that only Granny Tsunade would unreservedly place her trust in him at such a time, and he was very grateful for her trust. It was precisely because of Tsunade's unwavering trust that Naruto was determined not to hide anything from her at this moment. "Granny Tsunade, I have actually been hiding something from you. You might find what I'm about to say absurd, but please believe me." "I believe you, Naruto." From those blue eyes, Tsunade could see Naruto's unusual seriousness. "In fact, I encountered not only Pain but also someone from the Uchiha clan who shouldn't exist. That person is Uchiha Madara." Naruto was uncertain how Tsunade would feel when he spoke that name. "Who are you talking about? Uchiha Madara?" "Impossible. He clearly had already." Tsunade instinctively dismissed Naruto's words when she heard that name. "No, perhaps it is true. After all, no one truly witnessed Uchiha Madara's death at that time." After the shock, Tsunade quickly resumed her thoughts and analyzed calmly. Could it be that your injuries were caused by Uchiha Madara? Only by thinking this way could she understand why ordinary treatment couldn't work on Naruto. Yes, most of the injuries are from him. Naruto nodded, feeling that Tsunade's expression was growing increasingly grim. What could his purpose be? Tsunade couldn't understand what Uchiha Madara was trying to achieve. Uchiha Madara indeed has a conspiracy, one that he has been planning for a long time. Even the Akatsuki organization was born from his schemes. Naruto acknowledged that Uchiha Madara's life was tragic, from being betrayed by his family to the death of his only brother, enough to incite hatred. However, no misfortune could justify destroying the happiness of others. What did you say? Uchiha Madara is the leader of Akatsuki. Tsunade has only just realized the significance of Naruto discovering this conspiracy. If what Naruto said is true, then the ninja world will face a grave crisis. With Uchiha Madara's power, he could easily annihilate the ninja world. Tsunade lowered her head in thought. Your primary task now is to recover from your injuries. I will handle the rest. She had no time to dwell on how Naruto encountered Uchiha Madara, or how he uncovered his shocking conspiracy. I understand. Naruto lowered his eyes, hoping that his decision was the right one. Naruto initially did not want to tell anyone about Uchiha Madara, but he realized that Madara's strength had exceeded his imagination. It was better to warn Granny Tsunade just in case. After leaving the Hokage's office, Tsunade's hidden emotions finally erupted. She furrowed her brows tightly, her habit of biting her fingers resurfacing when she felt anxious. She could envision what Uchiha Madara might do. To build the world of his dreams, Madara would likely attack Konoha at the first opportunity. If necessary, I should convene a meeting of the 5 Kage, Tsunade thought solemnly. Wounded Naruto quickly returned to his small nest. As soon as he entered his room, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling overwhelmed by the recent unexpected events. Are you okay? The Nine Tails in Naruto's spiritual world spoke with concern, sensing Naruto's fatigue. I'm fine. I just need to sleep. Naruto weakly answered the Nine Tails, quickly falling into a deep slumber. The Nine Tails silently watched Naruto, feeling pained. He could not bear to see Naruto shouldering all these burdens alone. If that black-haired brat from the Uchiha clan does not treat Naruto well in the future, I will be the first to not let him off, the Nine Tails thought bitterly. As if summoned by the thought, the brat the Nine Tails had in mind appeared silently beside Naruto under the moonlight. Sasuke had grown accustomed to sneaking into Konoha at night to visit Naruto. Sasuke's aggressive gaze swept over Naruto's entire body, finally settling on his face, as he reached out to smooth Naruto's furrowed brows. Did something happen? Sasuke keenly sensed an unsettling feeling from the sleeping Naruto. Just as Sasuke was about to stroke Naruto's face again, Naruto stirred restlessly in his sleep, causing Sasuke to hold his breath in fear. After a long wait for Naruto to settle down, Sasuke noticed that the blanket had completely fallen off Naruto's body. Naruto's bare thigh appeared before Sasuke's eyes in shocking clarity. He gulped, involuntarily understanding it as Naruto's way of enticing him. No, I must restrain myself. Sasuke clenched his fists, reminding himself that he did not want to scare Naruto. Even his feelings for Naruto were something he had only recently discovered. He did not want a moment of impulse to frighten him. Sasuke, in pain, covered Naruto with the blanket. As he bent down, he suddenly saw a hint of red seeping from Naruto's right side, instinctively lifting Naruto's clothing to check. What are you doing? The furious Nine Tails instantly materialized to stop Sasuke's next move. Aren't you the fox beside Lu Ming? Sasuke was surprised. He did not expect this fox to suddenly appear and stop him. What do you care? The Nine Tails snorted in dissatisfaction, and Naruto was not awake, and he had the responsibility to protect him from those with ulterior motives. What happened to his injuries? Faced with the Nine Tails' unwarranted hostility, Sasuke cleverly shifted the topic. This is none of your business, you should leave now. The Nine Tails was extremely unwilling to see that brat Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze lingered darkly on the slumbering Naruto, his eyes so intense that the Nine Tails felt every hair on his body bristle, as if Sasuke was about to devour Naruto. Just as the Nine Tails braced for Sasuke's next move, Sasuke unexpectedly tore his gaze away from Naruto and vanished into the night. The Nine Tails stared in astonishment, wondering what that brat was up to. With such a terrifying look, he had thought the brat had finally lost control and was about to. But it was a false alarm. The Nine Tails flicked his tail and silently retreated into Naruto's inner world. In an instant Sasuke returned to his hiding place, his eyes burning with unwavering determination, yet also harboring a furious beast within them. The moment he had lifted Naruto's clothes, he saw the wounds on Naruto's body, and the familiar way the bandages were wrapped, the same way he had once wrapped them for the dark-haired youth. In that instant he seemed to understand something, and with the appearance of that fox, his suspicion that the dark-haired youth had felt so familiar was confirmed. Because he was certain that dark-haired youth was Naruto. Sasuke felt a thrill of secret delight at discovering Naruto's secret, and was grateful that even with a changed appearance he could still sense Naruto's presence. But at the same time Sasuke was furious that Naruto was right beside him, yet pretended not to know. Recalling Naruto's behavior since joining the Akatsuki, Sasuke suddenly realized he had never seen Naruto look so lively and mischievous. If Naruto could show him that expression, it would be utterly delightful, he thought. The next time he saw Naruto, he would make sure to give him a proper punishment. Sasuke gritted his teeth, furious that Naruto had pretended not to know him. Naruto, whose true identity had already been uncovered by Sasuke, was still lost in dreams, unaware that the next time he met Sasuke he would be in for it. Naruto, who had tossed and turned in his sleep, woke before dawn. Still bleary-eyed, he blinked for a long moment before realizing he had returned to the Leaf Village the day before. Dragging his injured and weary body, Naruto threw together a simple meal. He and the fox ate slowly, then lounged lazily on the balcony, savoring the cool breeze. "Isn't that Naruto? What are you doing up so early?" A crisp voice shattered Naruto's tranquility. "Ah, it's Choji and Shikamaru," Naruto answered lazily. "Where did you find such a cute fox?" Choji exclaimed in delight at the fox on Naruto's shoulder. "Found it." Naruto chuckled, sensing the fox's low pressure on his shoulder as he spoke. "Can you lend it to me for a few days to play with?" Choji asked again. Feeling the fox's claws dig into him sharply, Naruto smiled and replied, "My fox has a terrible temper. It won't let anyone but me touch it." "All right then." Choji looked downcast. "If you like, I'll catch one for you," Shikamaru spoke up from beside him. "Really?" Choji lifted his head instantly, his eyes sparkling. Choji loved cute little animals. "Head, catch a few more next time," Shikamaru thought darkly. "Naruto, wanna come play with us?" Choji innocently invited, not noticing Shikamaru's instantly darkened face. "No thanks, you two go ahead." Naruto declined, unable to ignore Shikamaru's threatening glare. "Oh, okay. Well, be off then." Choji bid Naruto farewell. Bye." Naruto waved. "What did you just say?" "That I was found." The Ninetales bristled as soon as Shikamaru and Choji were gone. "I'm sorry." Naruto immediately apologized. It was best to give in to Lord Ninetales. He didn't want claw marks all over his face. I accept your apology." The Ninetales lifted his head proudly. Yes, you are generous," Naruto said affectionately, always overly indulgent towards the Ninetales. "It's so nice, this peaceful atmosphere." Naruto sighed as he looked at the carefree people below. "Yes, but how long can this atmosphere last?" the Ninetales replied. Naruto remained silent, understanding that such days might not last long. War could break out in the future, and all he could do was try his best to prevent it. "Alright, let's go see if Jiraiya Sensei is awake." Naruto stretched and spoke to the Ninetales on his shoulder. At present Naruto was most worried about Jiraiya's injuries. He could not rest easy until he personally saw Jiraiya wake up. Naruto stood outside the door, hesitating to enter. At this moment he suddenly realized how important the perverted sage, whom he always complained about, truly was to him. In his heart, the perverted sage was no longer just his teacher, but had become like a father to him. During his moments of despair and desire for great power, it was the perverted sage who played the role of both teacher and father, encouraging and guiding him. He was genuinely afraid that one day the perverted sage would leave him, afraid that the perverted sage would no longer chastise him with that annoying expression. "Is that you, Naruto?" Sensing Naruto's chakra, Jiraiya, who had just woken up, spoke hoarsely. "It's me, Jiraiya Sensei," Naruto said with a smile as he pushed open the door. "Foolish apprentice, what kind of expression is that? If you don't want to smile, then don't, it's hideous," Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto with a pained expression. Perverted sage. In front of Jiraiya, Naruto finally stopped hiding his true emotions and retracted the forced smile on his face. "Fool," Jiraiya murmured softly. "You are right. I am a complete fool. Knowing full well that Jiraiya would. Still being so careless. Naruto, everyone has to die eventually, and I am no exception. At that time I was ready to face death. If it weren't for you, my path as a ninja might have truly ended here. I want to ask how you managed to escape from Pain's hands. After all, you have grown into a powerful ninja with your own path as a ninja. Bravely pursue your ninja path. I understand, Naruto said, lowering his head. Alright, I am tired and need to rest. A tired expression appeared on Jiraiya's face. Then you should rest well. I will take my leave now, Naruto said thoughtfully. With a creak, the closed door separated Naruto and Jiraiya, both harboring their own thoughts yet trusting each other. Jiraiya had always known that Naruto was keeping secrets from him, but he trusted Naruto, believing that Naruto could handle those matters on his own. Now he was certain that Naruto had enough strength to protect himself, his companions, and the village. After visiting Jiraiya, Naruto returned to his small den, opened the barrier, summoned his shadow clone, and decisively left Konoha. Having left the village, Naruto had already transformed into the appearance of Ming and returned to the base of the Akatsuki organization. He still had tasks to complete, so he could not leave the Akatsuki just yet. He needed a reasonable explanation to persuade Pain and Uchiha Kidō, or otherwise he might become a target for the Akatsuki's pursuit. Ming walked leisurely into the cave, and sure enough, all the members were on high alert waiting for him. Isn't this a bit too much of a welcome for me? Ming teased Pain from above. If you don't have a reasonable explanation for your actions today, then you have no need to leave here alive. Pain said with a cold expression. Under the mask, Uchiha Kidō squinted his eyes, the chakra within his body silently circulating in his palm. If Ming did not provide a reasonable explanation, he would take Ming's life in an instant. With the atmosphere you all have created, even if I had a full reason to explain, I would be too scared to say it, Ming shrugged. I say, Ming, you better hurry up with your explanation. I don't want to fight you. Deidara said worriedly. Faced with Deidara's urging, Ming was speechless. Truly the bystander was more anxious than the person himself. He once saved my life. I won't allow anyone to harm him in my presence. Ming's resolute gaze shot toward Pain. I accept your reason, Pain said slowly after staring at Ming for a long while. Though his face remained calm, Ming was secretly panicking inside. Only after hearing Pain's words did he heave a huge sigh of relief. Since everyone is here, let's begin assigning the task of attacking Konoha, Pain stated coldly. Pain's words stirred a great disturbance in Ming's heart. He knew the Akatsuki would attack Konoha, but he hadn't expected it to be now. It was very likely Pain testing him. Until the task assignment was finished, Naruto was somewhat distracted. Hey, what exactly did the boss mean by asking you to give him an explanation? Deidara pulled Ming's shoulder and asked curiously. Nothing, Ming replied indifferently. Sasuke, who had been following behind, saw Deidara intimately pulling Ming's arm. In that instant, an icy aura emanated from him without restraint. Sensing a dark shadow blocking his path, Ming looked up. Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Deidara, causing Deidara to quickly release Ming's arm and flee. Sasuke and Ming stared at each other for a long time before Sasuke finally spoke. Don't you have anything you want to tell me? What? Ming couldn't understand Sasuke's train of thought. Not getting the response he wanted, Sasuke left with a dark face. What the hell? Ming was speechless. After the small interlude, the plan to attack Konoha was put into action. Ming, Deidara, and Tobi as a team waited silently in the shadows for the others to infiltrate Konoha first. After receiving the signal of successful infiltration, Deidara rode a large clay bird and began dropping exploding clay below. Ming watched the exploding Konoha below with an expressionless face. Are you sure you want to consider my suggestion? Ming tilted his head and asked Tobi beside him. No, I'll use my own method to stop him, Tobi said with a smile. Ming was stunned. This was the first time he had seen Tobi smile at him. If that incident hadn't happened, perhaps Tobi would have always kept such a smile. Good luck, Ming said with a sincere smile. Thank you, Tobi whispered toward the direction Ming had left. Thank you for telling me the truth, Ninetales kid. After leaving, Ming instantly transformed back into Naruto's appearance. These days in the Akatsuki, his greatest gain was finally persuading Uchiha Kidō and telling him the truth about Rin's death. Now he had to focus on repelling the enemy with Granny Tsunade and the others. Granny Tsunade, is everything ready? Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office. Yes, this time we will definitely annihilate the Akatsuki in one fell swoop. Tsunade clenched her fist with fierce determination. But you brat went and infiltrated the Akatsuki as a spy without a word. After this is over, I'll deal with you. Just thinking about Naruto infiltrating the Akatsuki alone made Tsunade feel a lingering fear. She was still haunted by the last time she sent Jiraiya to infiltrate the Akatsuki, which nearly cost Jiraiya his life. Who would have thought that Naruto, that brat, would sneak off on his own without telling her? At the same time, Tsunade felt some comfort. Naruto had finally become a reliable ninja. Is it finally about to begin? After Naruto left, Tsunade gazed out at the sky sighing. Sensing pain's chakra, Naruto arrived at the place where the stone faces of the Hokage were carved, discovering that Pain was fiercely battling his injured teacher Kakashi. Just as Pain was about to deliver the final blow to Kakashi, Naruto teleported beside him and effortlessly deflected Pain's attack with one hand. Naruto, how did you get out? Weren't you supposed to be sent to a safe place? Kakashi spoke worriedly, looking at Naruto's back as he stood in front of him. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, just leave this to me. Naruto turned and smiled at Kakashi. Gamma-can, I entrust Kakashi-sensei to you. Naruto placed the small toad he had on his shoulder onto Kakashi to heal his injuries. Oh, so you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Pain was astonished that Naruto could so easily neutralize his previous attack. I will make you regret hurting Kakashi-sensei. Upon seeing his teacher covered in wounds, Naruto was suppressing his rage. Now he understood that some people are simply unforgivable, just like now. He could not forgive anyone who harmed those he cared about. You made a grand display of attacking Konoha to inquire about my whereabouts, and now here I am right before you. Aren't you going to make a move? Naruto taunted with a smile. How fortunate, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Pain, expressionless, launched an attack at Naruto, while thinking to himself that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had a personality quite different from what was rumored. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto initiated the attack first. Faced with thousands of Naruto clones, Pain calmly employed the 5 ceiling barriers, rendering the clones' attacks ineffective, and swiftly eliminated a large portion of them. Rasengan. Naruto flashed behind Pain, who seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, instantly dodging Naruto's attack. Indeed, ordinary attacks had no effect on Pain, Naruto thought. Naruto, are you hurt? Tsunade, having expended a significant amount of chakra to summon the toads, hurried to Naruto's side. Pain, you have trampled upon the treasures and dreams of the sages. I will never forgive you. Here I shall make an end to this in the name of the Hokage. Tsunade stood protectively in front of Naruto. It seems you've come to understand Pain to some extent, but I'm not here to deal with you. What I'm looking for. Before she could finish, Pain began his assault. Pain activated the Rinnegan using the universal pull technique to forcibly draw Tsunade in front of him, his kunai aimed at her. In a critical moment, Naruto flashed and swapped positions with Tsunade, narrowly evading Pain's attack. The one you're looking for is me. You guys don't even need the Hokage of Konoha to deal with you. Granny, step aside and sip your tea. I'll handle this. Naruto spoke earnestly. Looking at Naruto's back, Tsunade felt a sense of reassurance, leading her to believe that he could defeat this powerful man before them. Unknowingly had Naruto's figure become so towering. How reliable he is, Tsunade thought. Summoning technique. Naruto summoned Gamabunta. Gamabunta, take Granny Tsunade to a safe place. The power of the Deva Path would not recover anytime soon. It seemed necessary to summon them over. Body flicker technique. The Deva Path began to gather the other members. In an instant, the 6 paths of Pain appeared vividly before Naruto. Let's settle this once and for all, Naruto said to the 6 individuals before him. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can defeat us alone. Pain mocked Naruto's arrogance. How would you know I can't defeat you if I don't try? Naruto replied with a radiant smile. Wind release Rasen Shuriken. He instantly transformed into Sage mode and initiated the attack. The hungry ghost path Pain immediately used the Rinnegan to forcibly absorb Naruto's chakra, while the Azura path Pain seized the moment to strike Naruto with a powerful punch during his evasive maneuver. That was close. Naruto stepped back 2 paces. If it weren't for the barrier, he would have been seriously injured. It seems you truly surpassed your predecessors. The Deva Path Pain admired Naruto for dodging that blow, as he had clearly aimed for Naruto's blind spot, but hadn't expected him to remain unscathed. Seizing the opportunity while the Deva Path Pain spoke, Naruto teleported behind the Hungry Ghost Path and executed a massive Rasengan, eliminating one of them. Just as Naruto prepared to take down another opponent, he found himself uncontrollably flying towards the Deva Path Pain. Despite his efforts to break free, he was forced to endure the Deva Path Pain's attack. Blood instantly flowed from the corner of Naruto's mouth. Sixth Path Thunder Roar Cannon. Naruto's thin lips parted, and a massive bolt of lightning enveloped Pain, creating an explosive sound that echoed through the sky. Cough cough. Thick smoke billowed and Naruto was engulfed in smoke. As the smoke cleared, Naruto discovered 4 individuals still standing before him. Glancing at the severely injured human path Pain at the feet of the Deva Path Pain, Naruto understood the human path had shielded him from that attack. I underestimated your strength. The Deva Path Pain spoke. You're not too shabby yourself, Naruto responded, not wanting to reveal too much of his power, knowing it would complicate explanations later. Why does everyone want to obstruct my wish for peace? The Deva Path Pain murmured. Peace? In this state, where can one even see a semblance of peace? Naruto questioned while surveying the ruined buildings around him. You see a tree but not the forest. You simply have yet to grasp the true meaning of peace. Just surrender and your death will bring about peace. The Deva Path Pain spread his arms and began to gather chakra. Don't joke around, Naruto retorted angrily. He had put in so much effort to live well, and no one could take his life away easily. Having just regained his life, how could he so easily relinquish it? Moreover, his mission was not yet complete. Though it was merely his own wishful thinking, he had decided to ensure the happiness of those people. People simply cannot comprehend such peace for now. When they find themselves in a world devoid of war, they will realize how correct my actions were. With chakra gathered in Pain's hand, the debris from the buildings and stones on the ground were drawn into the sky, forming a massive black curtain that obscured the sun and life, suffocating to the point where one could hardly breathe. You are not a savior. You have no right to decide the lives of others. It is precisely because of pain that people come to understand the value of peace and strive harder to live. No one has the right to destroy their lives. The wind whipped past Naruto's face and body, and his eyes no longer shone with the brightness and hope they once held. Instead, they were replaced with coldness and compassion. Naruto pitied Pain for imposing suffering on the innocent due to his inability to bear pain. Naruto no longer concealed his true self, swiftly summoning the Zanpakutō Cold Moon. The blade gleamed with a chilling aura, and without hesitation Naruto sliced through the massive sphere floating in the sky, causing it to split in half and crash to the ground with a thunderous roar. You are no match for me. Naruto's cold gaze pierced directly at Pain. The culprits who took away my family and left me alone are the ninjas. To put an end to this cycle of hatred, I established Akatsuki. For the sake of everlasting peace, I intend to make the world experience the same pain I have felt. I firmly believe that the fear of pain can prevent war and guide the world towards stability and peace. Why does no one understand my vision of peace? Knowing he could not defeat Naruto, Pain questioned him. I want to hear your answer. As for this matter, I do not know the answer either. I only remember what Jiraiya Sensei said. One day the era of true mutual understanding will surely come. He believed this, and I also believe that people can understand each other. Take me to your true body. I have something I want to say directly to him, Naruto requested of the now demoralized Pain. I have no obligation to comply with your demands. If you can find it, then go ahead. I will be waiting there for you. Naruto turned and left without a word. In truth, he knew where Pain's true body was. He had sensed Pain's chakra from the very beginning. However, Naruto understood that only after battling Pain would he be worthy of speaking to him face to face. Naruto chose to respect Pain. Although Pain's actions were wrong, Naruto felt sympathy for him. Naruto flew into the depths of the forest like the wind, encountering Shikamaru, who was worried about him. Without greeting him, Naruto brushed past Shikamaru. Feeling the wind generated as Naruto passed by, Shikamaru halted his pursuit, his unspoken words caught in his throat. Naruto was still the same. Even when he was not in control of himself, he always instinctively wanted to help others. There was a force within him that continually attracted him, making him think about walking alongside that guy. Not knowing where to start, Shikamaru instinctively recognized Naruto. He wanted to help Naruto become the strongest Hokage, and to be Naruto's most reliable assistant. Deep in the forest, Naruto came to a halt before a massive tree. As you wished, I have come to find you, Naruto spoke to the tree. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly an old voice came from within the tree. The tree before Naruto magically opened in the middle and Naruto calmly walked into its interior. Sensing the power of the Rinnegan right in front of him, Naruto stopped. Before him stood a frail red-haired boy rooted in the center of the tree, tightly entwined by numerous branches, seemingly unable to move. Naruto felt a surge of surprise followed by a pang of compassion. Although he had known what the boy looked like, witnessing it in person made the impact all the more profound. Who would have thought that the mastermind behind the chaos in the ninja world was such a weak boy before him? Is it worth it? Naruto murmured. It doesn't matter whether it's worth it. It's something I must do. Nagato understood Naruto's meaning. Do you hate me? The enemy who has destroyed your beloved village is right before your eyes. Don't you feel anything? Nagato pressed Naruto for an answer. I hate you for hurting my friends, and I hate you even more for hurting Master Jiraiya. I cannot forgive you. Naruto stepped closer to Nagato, raising his right hand. Even if you kill Nagato now, nothing will change in this world. It would merely be yourself. The girl standing silently beside Nagato anxiously called out as she saw Naruto's fist about to fall on Nagato. The first punch is for the village of Konoha, the second punch is for Master Jiraiya, and the last punch is for yourself. Naruto did not pause his actions despite the girl's words. Although I cannot forgive what you have done, I will not become someone like you. Naruto turned and punched through Nagato's hiding place. Sunlight instantly poured through the gap, illuminating Naruto's figure. Nagato watched Naruto's back, suddenly struck by the thought that the world had become bright again. Was I wrong? Nagato murmured. I sympathize with your plight, but no matter how much pain you have endured, you cannot inflict it upon others. Hatred will not bring you happiness. Let go of your hatred. Do not let your suffering deepen any further. Just pretend I was never here. Naruto's voice was somewhat hoarse. Although Nagato was detestable, he did not want to fall into hatred like Nagato. Changmen gazed at Ming Ren's retreating figure, suddenly realizing that Master Zhilai Ye's decision to choose Ming Ren as his successor might have been correct. This young man possessed a miraculous power. A power to heal the human heart. If someone had once stood before him and urged him to abandon his hatred, just as Ming Ren did now, perhaps everything would have been different. Perhaps he would not have become the person he was now. He admitted that he had been wrong. He had been too stubborn, too obstinate. Yet he harbored no regrets. At least he had tried, he had struggled. Perhaps this outcome was the best possible one. Finally bathed in the warm glow of sunlight, the frail red-haired boy closed his eyes in serenity. Changmen. The trembling hands of the young woman behind him reached out toward him. The fearsome leader of Shao who had inspired such dread had thus ended his young life. The moment Changmen's life force faded, Ming Ren sensed it immediately. His running footsteps faltered for an instant, then he resumed his sprint as if nothing had happened. Ming Ren thought to himself, for Changmen this must have been a release. Sensing someone waiting ahead, he halted and wearily rubbed his head. It's you, Lu Wan. Ming Ren, you've worked hard. Lu Wan smiled at him. Thank you, Lu Wan. Ming Ren was deeply grateful for Lu Wan's unwavering support. No need to thank me. We're comrades. Standing against the light, Lu Wan seemed to be cloaked in a halo. Let's go. Ming Ren paused for a moment, then said softly to Lu Wan. Finally, the ninja world can enjoy a period of peace. Gang Shou murmured as she gazed out the window. Ming Ren, who had returned to the Hokage office with Lu Wan, furrowed his brow as he responded to Gang Shou. Though this battle had been won by Mu Yi Siuan, what would come next? If the next opponent was Uziboban, would he still have the confidence to protect everyone without a scratch? Ming Ren silently pondered. After the incident with Changmen, he suddenly realized that he might not be as strong as he had imagined. When the frail red-haired boy appeared before him without any pretense, he found himself lacking the confidence to declare that he could protect his comrades and friends. Perhaps it was human nature. After witnessing so much, reality grinds down your edges, causing you to lose faith in yourself, plunging you into a vortex of immense fear and deep insecurity, making you hesitate to move forward. This was exactly how Ming Ren felt now. He was afraid that he could not protect his comrade. He had vowed to protect Suizhu, yet Suizhu had still left the village that raised him, becoming someone unrecognizable in his pursuit of power. When Master Zhilai Yi fell lifeless before him, he felt utterly insignificant, powerless to protect those close to him. When confronting the frail Chong Men, he admitted his heart had softened. He could not imagine what the boy must have felt inside when he lost everything, but Ming Run believed that Chong Men's heart must have been filled with despair. Such a boy's actions were undoubtedly wrong, yet they also evoked profound pity. Lu Wan, leave us. I have matters to discuss with Ming Ren. Gang Shou's voice interrupted Ming Ren's reverie. Yes, Gang Shu-sama. Lu Wan departed silently, casting a worried glance at Ming Ren before leaving. After this battle, Ming Ren seemed different somehow, Lu Wan thought. Though Lu Wan was glad to see Ming Ren maturing, he did not wish to see the smile vanish from Ming Ren's face. He had noticed that Ming Ren's smile had grown increasingly rare. He also knew that Ming Ren harbored many secrets. If Ming Ren didn't wish to share, he would not press. But as Ming Ren's comrade, he wanted to see him happy. The first time he met Naruto, Shikamaru knew that Naruto was different from the others. Naruto's origins destined him to be unlike everyone else. Rumors said that a monstrous beast with immense demonic power was sealed within his body, causing the villagers to shun and ostracize him. Several times when he witnessed other children uttering cruel words at Naruto and hurling hard stones at him, Shikamaru thought to himself, Naruto is truly strong. He also wondered if it were him in Naruto's place. Enduring the same experiences, would he still be able to smile and love the world as Naruto did? Shikamaru thought he might not possess Naruto's equanimity and magnanimity. So on that occasion when other children were bullying Naruto, instead of turning a blind eye as usual, he chose to strike up a conversation with Naruto. That was also the first time he saw Naruto's astonished expression. Perhaps Naruto had never expected anyone to actually talk to him. He had always believed Naruto was resilient, without parents, facing rejection from others, living alone, yet always striving forward. He admired Naruto, and was grateful that Naruto had finally gained recognition from everyone. At last Naruto was no longer alone. Naruto had friends, companions, and Shikamaru was genuinely happy for him. When Naruto and Sasuke became friends, Shikamaru was astonished. Perhaps Sasuke Uchiha, whose clan was wiped out overnight, could understand Naruto's feeling of solitude, which is why they became friends. Watching Naruto's smiles grow brighter, Shikamaru thought Naruto was finally no longer alone. But who would have imagined that Sasuke would leave the village in pursuit of power and revenge? Shikamaru thought Naruto would be devastated upon hearing the news, for he knew Naruto's character. Naruto would never abandon his comrades. Naruto, so deeply attached to his bonds and comrades, would surely chase after Sasuke. And indeed Naruto did exactly that. He kept striving to bring Sasuke back from the darkness. Watching Naruto grow step by step, Shikamaru wished that Naruto's face would never lose its smile, and that he could always laugh joyfully. Thus, no matter what Naruto did, their comrades would always support him from behind, and so they would pretend not to notice Naruto's changes. Shikamaru, who had been sent away by Lady Tsunade, thought to himself, Granny Tsunade, what's wrong? Naruto asked with concern, noticing her increasingly grave expression. Naruto, since you said Madara Uchiha's ultimate goal is to unify the entire shinobi world in order to gather power, he will surely attack Konoha and seize the Nine Tails within you. Yeah, I've thought of that too. So next we need to strengthen Konoha's defenses to prevent Madara's attack. Naruto nodded in agreement. No, what I mean is that you will definitely become Madara's target as well. For your safety, you need to go somewhere secure. I've already discussed it with the Raikage. After today, pack your things and go with Yamato to the Cloud Village. Aye. The Raikage's brother killer, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, is also there. He is said to be the Jinchuriki who gets along best with his tailed beast. You can seek his advice. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Tsunade's firm words interrupted him. All right, Naruto conceded. Although he felt there was no need to seek advice from Killer B on how to get along with a tailed beast to ease Granny Tsunade's worries, he obediently followed her orders. After all, he could create shadow clones to act in his stead. Then I'll be going now, Granny Tsunade, don't worry too much. Before leaving, Naruto said, Sigh that brat. Tsunade sighed silently, knowing that Naruto had said that to reassure her. As the Hokage, it was her duty to protect the village and her comrades, a responsibility she could not shirk. The next day, no one noticed that Naruto and teacher Yamato had quietly left the Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, no one realized that the Naruto accompanying teacher Yamato was not the real Naruto. At the base of the Akatsuki, the members who had failed to attack the Hidden Leaf Village gathered together. Since the leader is gone, there's really no point in us staying together. Why don't we just disperse? Deidara broke the silence first. Oh, if you want to leave, go ahead, but are you sure you can evade the pursuit of so many people? The masked Toby cast a cold glance at Deidara. Deidara instantly felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. Come on, don't look at me like that. It doesn't matter to me who becomes the leader as long as I can do as I please, Deidara said, laughing, conceding to Toby. It was indeed true, Senior Toby had been hiding his strength all along. The others fell silent, clearly having no objections to Toby becoming the new leader of the Akatsuki. Since everyone agrees, let's start assigning tasks, Toby said with a smile. After the task assignments were finished, Deidara clung to Lu Ming. Do you think Senior Toby really hid his strength? Just now the way he looked at me felt like he wanted to kill me. He won't kill you, Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course, after all, my strength is exceptional, Deidara confidently patted his chest. Zhang. Lu Ming was at a loss for words at Deidara's growing arrogance. He couldn't help but feel that Deidara was becoming more and more like the Ninetales. Lu Ming. A cold, emotionless voice interrupted Lu Ming and Deidara's conversation. Well then, I'm off. You all chat. Deidara sensed the chilling threat in Sasuke's eyes and quickly slipped away. Deidara could never figure out how he had offended this cold-faced Grim Reaper. Every time he saw him, Sasuke would always stare at him fiercely with those Sharingan eyes. Of course, he would never admit that he was afraid of Uchiha Sasuke. He was merely somewhat wary of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. After all, it was a troublesome bloodline limit. Do you need something from me? Lu Ming stood still and turned to look at Sasuke. Nothing, I just wanted to call your name. Sasuke was internally calling Naruto's name. Oh, if that's the case, then I'll take my leave, Lu Ming said with an expressionless face, but inwardly he began to suspect that this Sasuke standing in front of him might not be real. Why are you following me? Naruto stopped and looked back at Sasuke, who was about a meter behind him, puzzled as to what Sasuke wanted. I just want to walk with you, Sasuke said, looking at Lu Ming with the pitiful gaze of a large dog that had been. Lu Ming stared at Sasuke in confusion. He hadn't bullied Sasuke, had he? Why did it feel like he had somehow wronged him? What was this overwhelming sense of guilt? Do as you wish. Lu Ming never expected that one day he would witness Sasuke's expression of weakness. It didn't seem so bad. Upon receiving Lu Ming's permission, Sasuke's eyes instantly brightened. Was it an illusion? Why did Sasuke's wet eyes resemble those of a fluffy dog seeking praise from its owner? A strange desire to ruffle Sasuke's sleek black hair flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Unbeknownst to him, an indescribable feeling quietly crept into his heart. That night, Deidara and Uchiha Sasuke sat silently by the campfire watching Lu Ming skillfully roast meat. How do you think Senior Toby knew that the Ninetales Jinchuriki was hiding in the Cloud Village? Bored Deidara broke the silence, first unable to stand the quiet atmosphere. Who knows? A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. It's roasted, here you go. Lu Ming tore off a leg and handed it to Sasuke. Thank you. Sasuke was taken aback, never expecting Lu Ming to give it to him first. What about mine? Deidara urged Lu Ming. He had become a super fan of Lu Ming's cooking, or every time they went on a mission together, he would feast to his heart's content. Don't rush, the rest is yours. Naruto tore off another leg himself and said to Deidara with a smile. Why aren't you eating? Lu Ming turned his head and spoke to the once again dazed Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke's mind was filled only with the sight of Lu Ming's lips moving, unable to hear a word he said. Sasuke was already lost in Lu Ming's smile just now. A smile distinct from Naruto's sunny cheerfulness, one that was so alluring it made it impossible to look away. He really liked it when Naruto smiled at him like that, only at him. Sasuke thought that no matter what Naruto became, he would probably still love him. What's wrong? Lu Ming found Sasuke's dazed look novel and curiously leaned closer to his face. Nothing. Sasuke looked at Naruto's face, getting closer, hurriedly turned his face away, afraid that Naruto would see his flushed cheeks. Ha. Lu Ming still keenly noticed Sasuke's reddening ears. Sasuke's reaction was so adorable. He hadn't seen such a shy expression on Sasuke in a long time. Lu Ming took a bite of the meat and thought resentfully how cute Sasuke was as a child, but now he had become so cold, ignoring even his former comrades, yet now he showed such an expression to someone he had only met a few times. Somehow the more Lu Ming thought about it, the angrier he became, so angry that he lost his appetite. Deidara looked at the suddenly furious Lu Ming in bewilderment. He had been very well behaved today and hadn't provoked Lu Ming. After the little episode, Lu Ming and his two companions resumed their journey. Say, after collecting all the tailed beasts, what exactly does Senior Afei intend to do? Deidara expressed confusion. He had joined the Akatsuki organization only because there he could do whatever he wanted without anyone controlling him. To bring peace to the world, I guess. Lu Ming answered casually. That goal is too grand. Deidara was shocked. Wasn't their organization supposed to be a terrifying group that everyone feared? Had he been misunderstanding everything all along? Lu Ming found Deidara's shocked expression amusing. Deidara was so naive. He really wondered how he had managed to survive until now. Stop the chatter. Move out. Sasuke looked at the two chatting happily before him and said with a dark face. Yes, yes, yes. Deidara replied helplessly. Deidara molded clay into a bird, and the three stood on it, charging straight toward where Naruto was hiding. Naruto and Killer Bee, who were training together, sensed an unfamiliar chakra and immediately assumed defensive stances. Sasuke. Naruto, below seeing Sasuke on the bird, shouted loudly. Last time I was careless. This time I want slink away in defeat. Killer Bee, seeing that it was Sasuke who had attacked him last time, also shouted back without backing down. You're quite popular. Deidara was speechless. Sasuke glanced at Lu Ming beside him. How had he fooled so many people? Was it a shadow clone? But it didn't feel right. Even with his Sharingan activated, he could deeply sense that the Naruto below was real, yet the real Naruto was standing right beside him. How had Naruto managed to do that? Deidara was the first to engage Killer Bee in battle, while Lu Ming and Sasuke stared at each other, enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere. Go help Deidara over there. He'll handle the Nine Tails. Lu Ming spoke first, breaking the silence. Sasuke nodded and swiftly moved to Deidara's side, joining the fight. Lu Ming tilted his head. When did Sasuke become so obedient? Never mind, the priority is to complete the mission, he thought to himself. Rasengan. Naruto charged at Lu Ming, unleashing his signature attack. As Naruto's Rasengan was about to strike Lu Ming, the latter turned nimbly, reached his right hand behind his back, swiftly drew the long sword he had been carrying, and struck Naruto's body hard with the flat of the blade. Naruto instantly collapsed to the ground. Lu Ming sheathed his sword, ignored the fallen Naruto, and ran to the other side. Hey, I've already dealt with Nine Tails. How come you two haven't finished off Eight Tails yet? Lu Ming deliberately taunted the fiercely battling Sasuke and Deidara. Don't think I don't know that Lu Ming and Nine Tails are the same person. Deidara gritted his teeth, resentfully looking at the leisurely Lu Ming. Sasuke gazed at Lu Ming with affection. How had he never noticed that Naruto had such a black-bellied and cute side before? You just stand there spewing sarcastic remarks. Aren't you heartbroken seeing me weak, pitiful, and helpless, beaten black and blue? Having finally finished the battle, Deidara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and complained to Lu Ming. I'm giving you a chance to prove your strength, aren't I? You should be grateful. Last time we were fooled by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Faced with Deidara's accusations, Lu Ming felt no pressure. Sasuke, dragging Killer Bee's body, heard the exchange between Lu Ming and Deidara, his face darkening. He quickly walked over to Lu Ming. Let's go. Oh, okay. Lu Ming nodded. Deidara, go over there and bring the Nine Tails over. Lu Ming naturally ordered Deidara to do the work. Why me? Deidara was exasperated. Did he look that easy to push around? I'm tired. Lu Ming lied without a blush or a missed heartbeat. Fine. Deidara glanced at Lu Ming, then at Sasuke dragging the Eight Tails, and reluctantly gave in. After being tricked by Lu Ming into doing the hard labor, Deidara dutifully acted as a porter for the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. The three soon returned to the Akatsuki base. The others had already completed their respective missions. Since all the tailed beasts have been gathered, let's begin extracting them now. The masked Afei exuded a cold aura. One by one, the members extracted the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki. Black chakra tinged with purple was gradually drawn out of their bodies, marking the departure of life after life from this world. Lu Ming watched these lives fade into nothingness before his very eyes, silently reciting, "I'm sorry for becoming the executioner who took your lives. I cannot save your lives, but your deaths will become the hope that saves the ninja world. Thank you." Lu Ming sincerely repented to the departed souls. Alright, that concludes today's mission. After extracting the tailed beasts, a Fei said to the group. The members who had only gathered due to mutual interests immediately disbanded upon hearing the leader's words. Do you think he will show up? A Fei stood in the empty cave, seemingly muttering to himself. He will show up. From the darkness emerged the figure of Lu Ming, who had supposedly left. Why are you so sure? A Fei couldn't see through the young man before him. All the tailed beasts are gathered. Everything is ready, only an opportunity is needed. Lu Ming was certain that person would appear. Why are you so persistent? A Fei no longer concealed himself, knowing that the young man understood everything about him. I want to protect my comrades just as you once protected yours. Lu Ming knew that a Fei could understand him. After all, when he was Uchiha Obito, Akatsuki chose to sacrifice his own life to protect his companions. I believe in you. Akatsuki seemed to see his former self in the boy before him. His former self was also filled with hope, naively wanting to protect his companions. That innocence has now been crushed by reality. However, he did not want to regret again, so he chose to trust the boy in front of him. Be careful of black Zetsu and white Zetsu. Don't let them control you, Lu Ming advised Akatsuki before leaving. Akatsuki replied, grateful that someone still cared about him. After resolving the issues with the Akatsuki organization, Lu Ming quietly returned to Konohagakure. Who? In the Hokage office, Tsunade, who was focused on handling urgent documents, sensed an unfamiliar chakra. It's me, Granny Tsunade, Lu Ming spoke, knowing that Tsunade had seen him in this form before. Naruto, why do you look like this? Tsunade was surprised. Why had Naruto transformed back into a black-haired youth? There's no time for nostalgia now, Granny Tsunade. I asked you to communicate with the other 4 nations. Did you get their agreement? Naruto got straight to the point. The 5 nations have reached a consensus and can act at any time, Tsunade replied seriously. The time has come. Naruto's expression was also unprecedentedly serious. Uchiha Madara. Is he really going to appear? Facing the fact that Uchiha Madara was still alive and harbored the intention to destroy the world, Tsunade still found it hard to digest. The other tailed beasts have already been gathered by the members of Akatsuki. With the 9 tailed beasts now assembled, Uchiha Madara must be itching to present himself to the world. Naruto calmly analyzed. But you haven't. Tsunade's words trailed off. She understood that Naruto had been silently planning to protect the village. She had always believed in Naruto, believing in his strength. However, she never imagined Naruto would go this far, infiltrating the Akatsuki alone to protect the village. Does no one suspect anything? Tsunade's voice trembled slightly. She could not fathom how Naruto managed to deceive the powerful members of Akatsuki and retreat unscathed. Rest assured, no one suspects anything, Naruto said with a smile. Are we gathering now? Tsunade trusted Naruto's judgment. After all, it's better to be prepared. Naruto felt a sense that they would soon meet Uchiha Madara. The 5 great nations were secretly gathering their best ninjas to head to the same place. They were now to face the same enemy together. At the same time, at Uchiha's stronghold, the fated brothers finally met again. Uchiha Itachi sat on a high chair in the center with a large character fox on the wall behind him. You've finally come. I've waited for you for a long time, Uchiha Itachi said, looking at his brother who was slowly walking towards him. You've grown a bit taller. Uchiha was pleased with his brother's growth. You haven't changed at all, not even that cold gaze. Sasuke interrupted Itachi. Why aren't you charging in like before, shouting and reckless? Uchiha Itachi truly felt that his brother had matured. You don't understand me at all. Sasuke instantly leaped behind Uchiha Itachi and unleashed a Chidori, piercing through Uchiha Itachi's body. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth. My heart is filled with such intense hatred that it has made me so powerful. You know nothing about me. Foolish little brother, how far can those Sharingan eyes of yours see? In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi, who had been pierced through the body by Sasuke's Chidori, stood before Sasuke unscathed. You ask how far I can see. What my eyes see now is the sight of you being killed by me, Itachi. Sasuke glared at Uchiha Itachi with eyes full of hatred. The sight of me being killed. Uchiha Itachi was somewhat dazed. It seemed his brother truly hated him to this extent. Then show it to me. Make it real, Uchiha Itachi said to Sasuke with a smile. Uchiha Itachi flashed behind Sasuke facing him, and instantly brandished a kunai to stab at Sasuke. Sasuke immediately drew the Kusanagi sword from behind his back to parry. Uchiha Itachi instantly delivered a powerful spinning kick that knocked Sasuke down. The sword in Sasuke's hand spun several times and lodged into the ceiling's wall. Sasuke instantly transformed into Chidori and charged at Uchiha Itachi. Then just before reaching him he switched to a Chidori stream attack, and then unexpectedly leaped to the ceiling, grabbed the sword, and thrust it at Itachi's body. Blood immediately spilled everywhere. Uchiha Itachi lay on the ground and said, "You've become stronger. There's one last thing I want to ask you." Sasuke looked down at Uchiha Itachi from above. Uchiha Itachi extended a finger pointing first at Sasuke's eyes, then at the direction of a stool that had been there before. Sasuke followed his gaze, and saw Uchiha Itachi sitting there completely unharmed watching him. Another boring illusion. Sasuke watched coldly as the body of Uchiha Itachi he had pierced instantly turned into a flock of crows and scattered. "What do you want to ask? Although it's not yet the end, I'll listen." Uchiha Itachi replied. In the space of Itachi's words, Sasuke once again pierced Uchiha Itachi fiercely with the Kusanagi sword. However, the Sasuke in front of Uchiha Itachi instantly turned into a coiled snake and vanished from Itachi's sight. Sasuke had also used an illusion. "Answer my question." Sasuke moved the Kusanagi sword in his hand, pushing it forward. "You told me back then that if I also awakened my eyes there would be 3 people including myself who could use the Mangekyo Sharingan. That would give me a reason to live again. The third person, who exactly is that other Sharingan user among the Uchiha clan? Why do you care about that?" Uchiha Itachi was puzzled. "To kill that guy after I kill you." Sasuke replied. "Kill him?" Uchiha Itachi's gaze shifted to Sasuke. "When you killed all the clan members you said there was another person. The other Uchiha you didn't kill means that guy was your accomplice. Even for you it's impossible to wipe out the entire police force alone." Sasuke analyzed calmly. "You noticed, huh?" Uchiha Itachi smiled with relief. "Who is he?" Sasuke urgently wanted to know who that person was. "Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Itachi finally gave Sasuke the answer he wanted. "One of the founders of Konohagakure, the first man to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Itachi explained. "Impossible, Uchiha Madara should have died long ago. Are you messing with me?" Sasuke couldn't stand his brother always deceiving him like this. "Madara is still alive. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Don't talk nonsense." Sasuke still didn't believe it. People rely on their own perceptions and cognition, and are forever bound by these things, calling them reality, yet what is based on this reality may well be an illusion. People live within their own cognition. Don't you think so? Uchiha Itachi retorted to Sasuke. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Sasuke grumbled. "Uchiha Madara is dead. That's just your wishful thinking, just like how you once believed I was a gentle brother. I have always played the role of the brother you expected to measure your capacity." Uchiha Itachi once again shattered Sasuke's perception. "Shut up!" Sasuke snapped, unwilling to recall that nightmare of a memory. Sasuke's Chidori flared to life as he struck back at the figure behind him. "My Sharingan can now see through illusions. You cannot deceive my eyes. The act ends here." Sasuke ruthlessly broke Uchiha Itachi's illusion. "Though being stubborn isn't a bad thing, Sasuke, it seems you have yet to possess eyes like mine. Haven't you killed all the people precious to you? Did you come before me with such naive Uchiha Itachi had been guiding Sasuke all along. "Then kill me quickly with your Mangekyo Sharingan." Sasuke seemed to sense something. The Mangekyo Sharingan. From the moment it awakens, these eyes begin their descent into darkness. The more you use them, the more they become sealed. Uchiha Itachi earnestly revealed the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan to Sasuke. "What does this mean?" Sasuke did not understand. "The Mangekyo Sharingan will eventually lose its light. Blindness. So this is the price for gaining the power to control the Nine Tails?" Sasuke asked. "It seems you have read the contents of the Shrine Stone Tablet." Uchiha Itachi walked toward Sasuke. "Madara was the first man to tame the Nine Tails with those eyes. He was both my partner and my teacher. A man who would never be destroyed." Uchiha Itachi kept closing in on Sasuke, And he is also the only one who uncovered another secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi revealed another secret. Another secret. Sasuke did not understand. Indeed, another secret. The most important one: to kill the one closest to you and take their eyes. And then those eyes will become the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, gaining eternal light. What's more miraculous is that those eyes undergo a transformation, birthing an entirely new and unique power within them. Uchiha Itachi calmly recounted the greatest secret of the Uchiha clan. So you want my eyes? Sasuke could not believe it. Correct. I will surpass Uchiha Madara. The one who truly approaches the pinnacle will be me. Uchiha Itachi played along with Sasuke's words. Sasuke, you are a new light for me. You are my accessory. Become my power. Uchiha Itachi laughed loudly, as if sinking into madness. Sasuke stepped back. Was this his brother's ultimate goal? Had he been wrong to trust his brother in the end? Sasuke felt a flicker of disappointment. Come, little brother. Become my power. Uchiha Itachi summoned Susanoo, restraining Sasuke. Sasuke froze. He felt as if he had returned to the day his clan was destroyed. Finally, he no longer retreated, broke free from Uchiha Itachi's illusion, and began to fight the brother he both loved and hated. Amid fierce attacks, Uchiha Itachi pinned Sasuke's hands against the wall. Sasuke gasped heavily, realizing his brother's strength was still overwhelming. Forgive me, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi extended his index and middle fingers toward Sasuke's eyes. This is my reality. I shall accept this light. Uchiha Itachi ruthlessly made the motion of wanting to gouge out Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, trembling. Was his brother really going to take his eyes? Ah! Sasuke screamed in fear. He knelt down, covering his gouged eye, filled with rage, as he frantically activated his chakra. In the end, Uchiha Itachi collapsed. Sasuke had broken Itachi's Tsukuyomi. It turned out that everything just now was merely an illusion. Hidden nearby, White Zetsu was filled with confusion. Why did Sasuke not fall after being trapped in Tsukuyomi? And instead Itachi was the one who collapsed. Sasuke shot a cold glare at Uchiha Itachi. Then, as you wish, I shall kill you. Uchiha Itachi, holding his injured eyes, staggered towards Sasuke, extending a finger towards him. Facing death, do you still want my eyes? Sasuke thought with pain. This is the last time. Forgive me, Sasuke. In the end, Uchiha Itachi pointed a bloodied finger at Sasuke's forehead before collapsing. Sasuke was completely stunned. This was his brother's way of apologizing to him. Why did he have to do this? Hey, wake up, why apologize? Sasuke couldn't comprehend Uchiha Itachi's final actions. I never thought Uchiha Itachi would actually lose in the end. White Zetsu was taken aback by the outcome of this duel. However, Uchiha Itachi's strength should not have been like this. He had coughed up blood several times during the fight, indicating that he had overexerted his Sharingan. White Zetsu lamented the death of Uchiha Itachi. Looking at Sasuke, who had also fallen, he initially intended to finish off Uchiha Sasuke, but upon noticing other chakra, he gave up and left. After White Zetsu departed, a figure appeared before Sasuke. If someone were here, they would discover that the new leader of Akatsuki, Obito, was actually present. Wearing a mask, Obito took Sasuke away, and then vanished from the spot. No one noticed that Uchiha Itachi, lying on the ground, had also disappeared, as if this life-and-death battle had never occurred. You are awake. A deep voice echoed in Sasuke's ears. Ugh! Sasuke, wrapped in bandages, cried out in pain. Opening his eyes, he was met with a faint candlelight. You have won. The deep voice echoed again in Sasuke's ears. Sasuke slowly sat up, and through his blurred vision, he saw a man wearing a mask. At this moment, his brother Uchiha Itachi's final face endlessly looped in his mind. However, you have also sustained considerable injuries. It is better not to force yourself to get up. Sasuke's gaze remained vacant. His brother had died just moments ago at his hands. Sasuke didn't know how he felt inside. He should have been happy, but he couldn't feel joy. The reason I brought you here is to convey something to you. The man stepped beside Sasuke and spoke again. Do you have no interest at all? Looking at Sasuke's vacant eyes, the man felt helpless. He feared that the matter he was about to discuss would be too much for the young man to bear. Yet he had to speak for the sake of future plans and to honor his promise to that young man. If I say this, you might have some interest. It's about Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing his brother's name, Sasuke finally reacted. That's right, you seem to know your brother, yet you actually know nothing at all. The man once again attacked Sasuke's bottom line. There is no other choice. Let me start with an introduction. Like you, I am a survivor of the Uchiha clan, and someone who knows the truth about Uchiha Itachi. The man revealed his Sharingan beneath the mask. Seeing the Sharingan on a stranger again, Sasuke's originally black eyes instantly transformed into the Sharingan. It seemed that upon meeting someone from the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan would instinctively manifest in Sasuke. However, unlike before, this time Sasuke's eyes changed into the Sharingan only once. Blood trickled down the corner of Sasuke's eye, a reaction during the technique's execution. Before he could react, Amaterasu's flames had already engulfed the man holding the mask, causing him to retreat into the darkness in pain, dropping the mask to the ground. What is happening? Sasuke gasped, covering his eye, surprised that Amaterasu had activated on its own. That is the Amaterasu that Itachi implanted within you. The man picked up the mask and put it back on his face. As expected of Itachi, even in death he surprises me like this. I never thought he would consider this step. The masked man stepped out of the darkness. What on earth are you talking about? Sasuke was confused about what the man was saying. Your brother cast a jutsu on you to be able to kill me. No, it should be to keep me away from you, but this must be Itachi's last breath. The masked man moved closer to Sasuke. So what exactly are you saying? Sasuke hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. Itachi must have done something to you in the end. The masked man looked at Sasuke and said. Upon hearing the man's words, an image suddenly flashed in Sasuke's mind of his brother, making that apologetic gesture at the very end. Sasuke did not understand why his brother left him with a question in the end. In the end, he injected his ocular power into you. What are you trying to say? Why did Itachi do such a thing? Sasuke could not grasp the meaning of Itachi's final actions. Don't you understand? To protect you. The man answered Sasuke's confusion. Protect? You dare say it was to protect me? Sasuke felt as if he had heard a joke. If you keep babbling nonsense, I will kill you. Sasuke glared fiercely at the masked man. It seems I cannot persuade you through normal means, but that is understandable. It is difficult for someone like you to hear such things. But everything I said is the truth. You must have heard Itachi mention the accomplice from that night. I am that Uchiha Obito. The masked man finally confessed his identity to Sasuke. I know a great deal about Itachi, but he failed to notice this detail. Shut up, whatever it is, just disappear from my sight. Sasuke clenched his fists in anger. No, you must listen. It is your duty. For the sake of the ninja world, for Konoha, and also for your brother who entrusted everything to you. Do you understand Uchiha Itachi's way of survival? Uchiha Obito insisted on revealing the truth to Sasuke. Try to slowly remember why your gentle brother suddenly changed. You must feel it. Uchiha Obito slowly guided Sasuke to recall the past. Sasuke remembered the period when his brother Sasuke was killed. Back then, his brother seemed troubled, often returning home late, until he saw his parents lying dead beneath his brother's sword. No, he did it to kill me, to take my eyes. Sasuke had already sensed something. Even if you hate me, this is the responsibility of a brother. Forgive me, Sasuke. In his memories, the most frequent image of his brother was that of him smiling. That night he slaughtered all the members of the Uchiha clan. This is a fact, but it was merely a mission, and leaving the village was also a mission. Uchiha Madara finally spoke the cruel truth. Mission? Sasuke lowered his head. Indeed, that night Itachi abandoned himself to complete the mission. Why should I believe you? Sasuke found it hard to trust the man before him. Apart from me, the truth about Itachi is known to Danzo of Konoha, as well as to the advisors Hamura and Koharu, and of course to the deceased third Hokage. The source of all this tragedy was the Uchiha clan's decision to launch a coup. To ensure the village's peace, Konoha decided to send spies. Indeed, that spy was your brother Uchiha Itachi. Your brother chose Konoha village to protect. He understood that even if he did not take on this task, someone else would. Of course, the only condition for him to take on this task was to leave his beloved younger brother, that is you, Uchiha Sasuke. Let me tell you another secret. Your parents knew that your brother had taken on this task and ultimately chose to end their own lives. Uchiha Madara dropped another bombshell on Sasuke. Itachi was an admirable ninja, one who was not bound by the shackles of his clan, who loved the village. He was a hero of Konoha. Everything he did was to protect the young you. The cruel words directed at him were in fact the greatest punishment for him. When leaving the village he had already decided to die in a duel with you in order to grant you new strength at this moment. You're lying. It's all a lie. Sasuke did not believe it. In truth you had already noticed but you refused to believe it. You were deceiving yourself all along. Uchiha Madara did not give Sasuke the chance to continue lying to himself. Why didn't he tell me anything and chose to be so lonely? Sasuke could not accept this truth. It made his brother seem so pitiful. Itachi killed his superior's friends and parents for the village, slaughtering countless compatriots, yet he could not bring himself to kill you. Do you understand what this means? Because for him your life was more important than the village. Uchiha Madara revealed Itachi's true thoughts. Until the very end he wanted you to live well, so do not betray his expectations. There are others waiting for you, right? Uchiha Madara looked at the lifeless Sasuke and comforted him. Someone is waiting for me. Is there really someone who would wait for me? Someone like me, someone who has killed his brother? No, Sasuke was filled with despair at that moment. No, there is someone else. That person is still waiting for me to return. The image of the golden-haired boy, who had always smiled foolishly at him, suddenly appeared in Sasuke's mind. That boy, when he was in despair, would smile foolishly and talk to him. That boy, when he defected from the village, would recklessly pursue him without regard for others. That boy, when he fell into darkness, would unhesitatingly illuminate him with his light. That boy would not distance himself from him because of his coldness. That boy was the bottom of the class. That boy was his salvation. That boy's name was Naruto. Could he return to Naruto's side? He regretted it. He admitted he regretted leaving the village, regretted not listening to Naruto's words. At that time he was clearly wavering. Why didn't he listen to Naruto's advice to question his brother's actions? If he had truly believed Naruto's words at that time, believing that what he saw with his own eyes was not necessarily the truth, then would his brother not have left him? At this moment Sasuke felt like a drowning person unable to breathe. He could not accept such a truth. He regretted it. He missed Naruto. He wanted to see Naruto immediately. He wanted to hug Naruto tightly and tell him that he was willing to return to Konoha with him. He wanted to tell Naruto that he liked him. He wanted to shout out loud that Uchiha Sasuke liked Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, he had always wanted to say this. Sasuke liked Naruto, just like Hinata liked Naruto. In fact, he was present on the day Hinata confessed to Naruto. He could feel Hinata's nervousness during the confession, because he was also nervous about Naruto's response. At the moment when Naruto rejected Hinata, he felt a surge of joy inside, because he was afraid that Naruto would be taken away by Hinata. Before he left the village, he already knew that Hinata liked Naruto. Of course, at that time, he had not realized his own feelings for Naruto. Everyone could see Hinata's feelings for Naruto except for that fool himself who was unaware. However, he was grateful that Naruto was such a fool. This way no one could take Naruto away. Naruto was his. When he saw Naruto, he would loudly tell him. Naruto belonged to Sasuke and he wanted Naruto to remember this. Naruto was his salvation. Yes, now he was injured. He needed to find Naruto to heal. He wanted to see Naruto immediately. Sasuke struggled to stand up. I want to see him. At this moment Sasuke's only thought was to meet his youth. He wanted to see Naruto immediately. You better not move right now. Akatsuki kindly reminded Sasuke. It's none of your business. Even though he was of the same clan, Sasuke still felt no fondness for the man before him. You wouldn't want the person you care about to see you in such a battered state, would you? Akatsuki dutifully advised Sasuke. After all, they were from the same family, and he had promised that Upon hearing Akatsuki's words, the struggling Sasuke immediately froze in his movements. He didn't want Naruto to see him in such a sorry state. What are your plans next? Akatsuki noticed Sasuke's actions and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Sasuke would listen to him. It seemed that the person held a high position in Sasuke's heart, Akatsuki thought. This was perhaps the strength of that youth. Reflecting on how he was convinced by that youth, it might be due to the unique power that radiated from him. Naruto truly resembled his former self, filled with hope for everything. Perhaps this was a trait that a powerful ninja must possess. Naruto would surely be able to save more people. After all, even someone like Sasuke, who was filled with hatred, had been influenced by him. Of course, he was no exception. Had he not met Naruto, he might have continued to harm others. Hatred had robbed him of his sanity and ability to think. This world is such that the weak are devoured by the strong, and the weak cannot survive. Yet even in pain people strive to live. He should not attribute everything to the world's injustice. When he lost Rin, his world turned dark. He hated Kakashi for not protecting Rin properly, but he hated himself even more. He hated himself for not being able to protect his companions. He hated himself even more for not choosing to trust his companions. Why did he believe the truth he saw with his own eyes? He knew Kakashi best. How could someone like Kakashi abandon his companions? The coldness was merely Kakashi's facade. In truth, he had always cared for his companions. He was grateful that Naruto appeared before him before he could make any greater mistakes. Had Naruto not appeared, he might have truly fallen into deep darkness like that man. Now his greatest wish was to make amends for the mistakes he had made. What is your purpose? Sasuke did not believe that the man before him would kindly save him. I just promised someone that I would save you. Akatsuki answered Sasuke's question honestly. A promise to save me. Could it be Naruto? Upon hearing Akatsuki's answer, Naruto's face immediately flashed in Sasuke's mind. How could that be? How could Naruto possibly encounter the battle between him and his brother? Sasuke quickly dismissed this thought. When did he start to like that fool? Perhaps it was when Naruto recklessly shielded him during danger. Or was it when that fool always challenged him? Sasuke could no longer distinguish when he started to like Naruto. He only knew that when he came to his senses, his gaze was already fixed on Naruto. He did not know when it began, but he found himself uncontrollably watching Naruto. He wanted to have Naruto all to himself. He only wanted Naruto to smile at him alone. But that fool always smiled at others. Whether it was Gaara or Hinata who admired Naruto, he was jealous to the point of madness. Did Naruto even know that he liked him? Would Naruto accept him? After calming down, Sasuke began to think wildly. On the other side, the Naruto that Sasuke missed was also in distress at the same time. Though he understood everything about this world, Naruto did not have confidence that he could prevent certain things from happening. Just as Sasuke's duel with Uchiha Itachi was unavoidable, he could not stop these events from occurring, but he would not sit idly by. Since he could not change it, he might as well directly push these events to happen. Although he could not predict the consequences later, it was still better than being forced into a passive position. Thus he now had to personally instigate the outbreak of the Fifth Ninja World War. He had never imagined that one day he would become such a person, but to end the suffering quickly, he had no choice but to make this decision. All consequences would be borne by him. He was mentally prepared. Tsunade, I will lead Uchiha Madara to that place shortly. At that time you just need to follow my signal. At this moment Naruto was unusually calm. As long as he successfully stopped Uchiha Madara, that person would not appear. Naruto, be careful. Tsunade was worried about Naruto's safety. Don't worry, I will lead Uchiha Madara there. Once he had made up his mind, Naruto would carry this matter through. Success or failure depended on this one move, Naruto thought, as he appeared at Uchiha Madara's hiding place. I say, you are too slow. Noticing someone approaching, Naruto complained. You asked me for help, remember? If I had known it would be so troublesome, I shouldn't have collaborated with you in the first place. Orochimaru said reluctantly as he walked to Naruto's side. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it back then. Naruto smiled. He knew that although Orochimaru appeared impatient, he would still assist him. He had long figured out Orochimaru's character. Just don't get killed by that old man later. Orochimaru smirked, his words sharp. You are the one who should worry. I see that you will never get Uchiha's Sharingan. Naruto retorted. You little brat, if it weren't for you, I would have obtained Sasuke's Sharingan long ago. Orochimaru was furious. Of course I no longer covet Uchiha's Sharingan. I have already developed a bloodline limit that can replace the Sharingan. Speaking of his research, Orochimaru's face beamed with pride. Yes, in the end it still relies on you. Naruto smiled as he watched Orochimaru's proud expression. He was grateful for Orochimaru's constant help. This time, seriously, don't die. Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a serious expression. You too. Orochimaru knew that this time it was for real. When he chose to collaborate with Naruto, he realized that the boy before him was extraordinary. However, he never expected that he, known for his cold demeanor and disdain for emotions, would one day do many things inconsistent with his style for such a youth. Perhaps he saw a reflection of his former self in Naruto. After all, their situations were very similar. Both of their parents had lost their lives in war. Naruto was treated as a monster because of the Nine Tails, while he was always rejected by many due to his research ideas. It was precisely because of such similar experiences that he could not let go of Naruto. Naruto's various experiences made the cold-hearted him feel an immense ache. Moreover, at this moment he believed deeply in his initial judgment. Naruto had never disappointed him. Now, thanks to Naruto, he also had the chance to see the true face of the once most glorious man of the Uchiha clan. He was very much looking forward to competing with Uchiha Madara. Had he not met Naruto, perhaps he would have walked the same path as Uchiha Madara. Perhaps the one he should be most grateful to was Naruto. If it weren't for Naruto, he might not have realized his feelings for Jiraiya. No, perhaps neither of them would have discovered it. Once this matter completely concludes, he would reluctantly thank Naruto properly, Orochimaru thought to himself. Naruto and Orochimaru cautiously walked into the dim cave, which grew brighter the deeper they went. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." An aged voice rang out as the two entered deeper into the cave. "I never expected the famous Uchiha Madara to have fallen to such a state. How sad and lamentable." Seeing Uchiha Madara in such a frail state, Orochimaru mocked. "I knew you would come back." Uchiha Madara ignored Orochimaru and shot a sharp gaze directly at the golden-haired youth beside him. "It seems you've been waiting for me for a long time." Naruto knew that Uchiha Madara's current weak appearance was merely a facade. "You are very different." Uchiha Madara seemed to greatly admire Naruto. "What's different? Just being human." Naruto self-deprecatingly replied. "You have a shadow of my former self. However, what a pity." Mid-sentence, Uchiha Madara paused. "I am myself and no one else is like me," Naruto retorted expressionlessly. "It seems we cannot find common ground." Uchiha Madara smirked. "You really love doing this." In the gap of conversation, Naruto and Orochimaru had already retreated far from Uchiha Madara. "Flattery isn't battle in this world, always like this. It's either you die or I live. What the senior said is correct, so don't blame us juniors for teaming up to spar with you." Naruto made no changes in his movements, throwing a large Rasengan towards Uchiha Madara. "It seems many capable juniors have emerged while I was away." Uchiha Madara effortlessly deflected Naruto's attack. "Your body can move. Last time you clearly couldn't move." Naruto regretted not severely injuring Uchiha Madara last time, but instead ended up getting hurt himself. "I knew you would come looking for me again. How could I greet you with such a weak body?" Uchiha Madara was not to be outdone. "Orochimaru, be careful of Korezetsu." Naruto noticed a dark mass quietly approaching Orochimaru and called out a warning. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto instantly unleashed his Zanpakutō, the cold blade of the moonlight radiating a deep chill. He slashed down and Korezetsu immediately let out a piercing cry of pain. "You were already prepared." Uchiha Madara did not expect that Naruto had sensed Korezetsu's approach long ago. "Oh, I'm not that foolish. My life's motto is to fall down and get back up again." Naruto smiled brightly, finally having caught Black Zetsu. This was a golden opportunity. Naruto gathered chakra in his hands, tightly gripping the wailing Black Zetsu, then swiftly created a spatial rift and cast him in. A waste of effort. Do you think capturing Black Zetsu matters? He is merely a tool. Uchiha Madara showed no concern for Black Zetsu's capture. To him, Black Zetsu was just a tool to dominate the ninja world. He didn't care. Sometimes the tool you think you're using might just deal you a heavy blow at a critical moment. Naruto felt a hint of pity for Uchiha Madara. He was merely a stepping stone for someone else. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Madara was puzzled. He had always been the one using others, following his own will and persevering through. A waste of effort. Uchiha Madara now looked at Naruto with extreme displeasure. For some reason, he felt Naruto's presence would disrupt his plans. So now he would kill Naruto, eliminate this threatening youth. He didn't know how Naruto knew his past, but it ends here. Naruto's life would end today. We'll find out soon enough. Naruto seemed to read Madara's thoughts. Everything was going according to plan. He had sufficiently enraged Uchiha Madara. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara unleashed the classic Uchiha. Orochimaru and Naruto swiftly retreated from the cave. The firelight reflected on Uchiha Madara's face, as if time had returned to his peak. From today onward Uchiha Madara will return to the ninja world. Ha 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 ha, who can stop me? The founding of the Akatsuki, the gathering of the tailed beasts, all were orchestrated by me. Who can stop me? Uchiha Madara shouted from a height. Naruto, while performing jutsu, silently muttered, "Isn't this just a classic Shinibu? Oh no, not a youth." Considering Madara's age, he was already an old man. Pfft. The image of a Shinibu old man flashed in Naruto's mind and he couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, what are you doing? We're in the middle of battle." Orochimaru sighed, helping Naruto withstand one of Madara's attacks. "Sorry, a hilarious scene just popped into my head." Naruto bowed in apology, not wanting to be lectured by Orochimaru afterward. Kamui. Taking advantage of Naruto's distraction, Uchiha Madara used a space-time jutsu to appear before him and thrust his palm through Naruto's chest. Gah! Blood stained Madara's face. Slowly pulling the cold moon blade from Madara's body, Naruto said expressionlessly, "You were too careless. Genjutsu." Uchiha Madara clutched his wound and flashed to a distance. "No, impossible. If it were genjutsu, why didn't I detect it?" Uchiha Madara couldn't understand. The Sharingan should see through all illusions. There are many unknown things in this world. Even you cannot know everything. Naruto calmly wiped the blood off the cold moon. "Hey Naruto, you never told me you knew genjutsu. Seriously, how did you fool Madara's Sharingan?" Orochimaru nudged Naruto, who always surprised him. "Snake uncle, if I revealed all my tricks, how would I have survived this long?" Naruto smiled wryly. Facing Uchiha Madara, if he had no backup plan, he would have been utterly crushed long ago. And since their last encounter, he had discovered a secret. His abilities transcended the rules of this world. Thus, even the mightiest here could not see through his techniques yet. He could harm Uchiha Madara. "Impossible. Who are you?" Uchiha Madara refused to believe his Sharingan could fail. "Who am I?" "Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, of course." Naruto remained indifferent to Madara's confusion. "Oh right, one more thing, you were careless. You shouldn't have wasted so much time talking to us. After all, villains always die because they talk too much." Naruto slowly sheathed the cold moon. "What do you mean?" Madara had too many questions. "Look at your body." Naruto gestured. "Wow, your body is slowly disappearing." Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise. "What did you do?" This time Naruto truly enraged Madara. "Uzumaki Naruto, just you wait." Before he could finish, Madara vanished before Naruto. "You never cease to amaze me, Naruto." Orochimaru smiled. "I hope I can still surprise you next time." Naruto smiled back. "You've really grown up." Orochimaru watched Naruto's back, recalling the naive youth he once was. Now even he was no match for Naruto. "Hey, wait a minute. You clearly have the strength to fight Madara alone, so why did you call me?" Orochimaru finally sensed something amiss. "I was a bit scared. You know, facing such a powerful Madara, I needed someone I trust to fight alongside me." Naruto replied with a smile. "Scared? You're joking. Tell me, are you up to some scheme again?" Having been tricked by Naruto before, Orochimaru's mind finally sharpened. "Well, I had to lure Madara to that place." Naruto watched Orochimaru's paranoid expression with amusement. It seemed Orochimaru was truly wary of his tricks. But this time he wasn't lying. He was genuinely afraid. Afraid that everything would change. "How's the battle going?" Naruto inquired about Madara's situation. He summoned a horde of puppets, and used impure world reincarnation to revive the past Kage. Tsunade felt troubled. These great figures were beyond the ordinary shinobi forces. "I already foresaw this. I've notified the descendants of those great figures to engage them. You know, Granny Tsunade, the impure world reincarnation isn't unbreakable. The deceased don't want their bodies manipulated after death. They have their own wills." Naruto wasn't worried about the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru would likely undo it perfectly. It was his specialty. Now it's time for the 5 Kage to face Uchiha Madara. "Naruto, the village is in your hands." Tsunade looked at Naruto apologetically. He always thought of everything. Stay safe. I'll protect the village." Naruto promised. On another part of the battlefield, Uchiha Kidō and Kakashi had a fateful encounter. "Who are you?" Kakashi shouted at the masked man before him. Why did he know about Rin? A poor soul destroyed by war. Kidō said bitterly, "If you know the cruelty of war, why start another?" Kakashi tried to reason with the man. "You're still naive just the same as always." Uchiha Kidō mocked Kakashi. "Why do you want to revive the Ten Tails? Is destroying the world your goal?" Kakashi had learned from Tsunade about Madara and Obito's plan to revive the Ten Tails. "You're all wrong. To me, the Ten Tails doesn't need to be revived in its complete form. My goal is the great Genjutsu, the infinite Tsukuyomi." Uchiha Kidō explained while performing jutsu. "To trap all humans on this planet in a single illusion, creating a unified world without conflict or division. A perfect world. Only by abandoning individual consciousness can truth exist. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, reality will end, leaving only an endless singular dream. Stop dreaming. That's all fake. No one would choose to live in a false dream." Kakashi couldn't understand the masked man's thoughts. Moreover, the man felt strangely familiar. He sensed no murderous intent from him despite his terrifying words. "Fake. What's wrong with falsehood? For those who have lost everything, isn't it a form of salvation?" Uchiha Kidō clung to his belief. "False is false. It will never be real, nor can it become real. Your idea is nothing but self-deception." Kakashi could feel the man's pain. "It is the pain of loss that makes us grow. If we persist, one day we will find happiness." Kakashi understood that pain. He had lost his father, his comrades, and had even killed his own friend. It had been his nightmare. But it was all in the past. No matter how much he regretted, he could never see those companions again. So he had to move forward. "Enough! Your rambling is annoying." The masked man suddenly lost his composure. "What do you know about me? I will make you all feel the pain I've endured." Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kidō unleashed the jutsu, cutting off Kakashi's words. Fire style, blast wave, wild dance. A massive serpent of fire mixed with a storm swept toward Kakashi. Copy Ninja Kakashi is indeed formidable. Such low-level jutsu can't harm you. Chidori. Lightning flashing in his hand, Kakashi struck down Uchiha Kidō in one blow. Genjutsu. Kakashi stared in shock as the masked man slowly vanished before him. He had activated his Sharingan. How could he have been fooled by Genjutsu? "Don't think you're the only one with the Sharingan." The masked man's crimson Sharingan stared straight into Kakashi's eyes. Whether it was an illusion or something else, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his left eye. "Who are you really?" Kakashi demanded, certain that the man before him was no Uchiha Madara. "Who I am doesn't matter. What you should be concerned about right now is yourself." Uchiha Kidō opened his palm and Kakashi's body was instantly pulled toward him. "You know nothing about the power of the Sharingan." A shuriken pierced through Kakashi's chest. "You!" Blood trickled from the corner of Kakashi's mouth. Just as Uchiha Kidō was about to withdraw his hand, Kakashi grabbed his arm tightly with one hand, while his other hand, crackling with lightning, pierced through Obito's body. Both were wounded, yet in an instant they had already exchanged several rounds of combat with their Sharingan. "What exactly are you trying to do?" He had clearly had several opportunities to kill him, so why had this man spared him? He couldn't understand the thoughts of the man before him. "Our fate was decided the moment this battle began." "Kakashi, what are you hesitating for when facing your enemy?" As time passed in the battle, Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted, and his earlier wounds throbbed from excessive blood loss. Yet Kakashi increasingly felt a sense of overwhelming familiarity with the man before him, even though he should never have seen him before. If he didn't end this soon, he would truly die here today. Damn it, what was he hesitating for? The man before him was an enemy who had invaded the village. He had long abandoned mercy. "This is it. This is my final strike." Facing the equally wounded masked man, this was his last bit of chakra. "Is this my final destiny?" Blood slowly seeped from the corner of Uchiha Kidō's mouth. He raised his head to gaze at the sky. Why? Why had the masked man stopped his attack at the last moment? Kakashi was puzzled. "Nothing. This is my final wish." Uchiha Kidō murmured, lowering his head. Did he deserve to see Rin? With a crack, the mask hiding his identity suddenly split in two from Kakashi's attack. As the mask fell, the air seemed to freeze. Obito. Kakashi's voice trembled. Impossible. Obito was already staring at the man whose face was no longer concealed by the mask. Kakashi stepped back in disbelief. Already dead, right? Uchiha. Obito gave a bitter smile. Finally, he saw Kakashi's shocked expression. The same Kakashi who had always remained impassive no matter how he teased him before. Ha ha ha, I really appreciate your hard-fought battle giving me the perfect opportunity. Black Zetsu, who should have been dealt with by Naruto, appeared silently beside Uchiha Obito. You. Seeing Black Zetsu slowly entwining around his body, Uchiha Obito had no strength to struggle. Who are you? Are you a subordinate of Uchiha Madara? Kakashi watched helplessly as the dark mass began to coil around Obito's body. Subordinate. Foolish humans. It is I who have been using him to fulfill my ambitions. Black Zetsu sneered. Uchiha Obito, stop struggling. Give me your body obediently. Your mission is over. Black Zetsu mocked Uchiha Obito's foolishness. Even though his body could no longer move, he still refused to give up. Shut up. My body is my own to command, and I won't let you have your way. Uchiha Obito resisted Black Zetsu's invasion of his mind. Once I extract the tailed beast from your body, your broken vessel will be useless. Slowly Black Zetsu had covered half of Uchiha Obito's body. Senior Toby, stay exactly like that. Don't move. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Naruto, what are you doing here? Weren't you told to stay safely in the village? The moment Kakashi heard Naruto's voice, he immediately began scolding him. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, in such an urgent situation you don't need to lecture me. Naruto, while performing a technique, turned his head to complain to the equally immobilized Kakashi. I thought I had caught your real body, but you still showed up here. You want to escape this time. Naruto's eyes darkened. He would not allow Black Zetsu to harm Kakashi-sensei and Senior Toby. Damn it, how did you know I would appear here? Black Zetsu's voice carried a hint of panic. He could not immediately detach from Uchiha Obito's body. Bakudo number 4 Hainawa. The moment Naruto completed the technique, several rope-like beams of light tightly bound Uchiha Obito's body. Bakudo number 9 Etanim Kin. Bakudo number 61 Rikujikoro. Bakudo number 58 Kakushitsuijaku. To completely restrict Black Zetsu's movements, Naruto consecutively performed several demon arts. While restraining Black Zetsu's movements to prevent him from escaping again, Naruto not only set spatial restrictions nearby but also performed a demon art capable of tracking the target's presence. You have lived for so long, it's time you returned to the darkness. As he spoke, beads of cold sweat continuously formed on Naruto's forehead. Even Naruto could not withstand performing so many techniques at once. Who are you? Why can you use such power? That was a power not belonging to this world. How could this boy before him use it? This situation had exceeded Black Zetsu's understanding. Apart from that person, no one should have mastered such an unfathomable power. Spatial transfer. Without paying attention to Black Zetsu, Naruto continued to use the power of demon arts to forcibly separate Obito and Black Zetsu. Bakudo Ninetanin Kin. At the moment of separating Obito and Black Zetsu, Naruto immediately sealed Black Zetsu. Nineta 6 Kyaka Hometsu. To be safe, Naruto performed another sealing demon art, injecting his spiritual energy, mixed with chakra, into Black Zetsu's body, completely sealing him. Time stop. Naruto's hands, which were performing the technique, suddenly began to tremble. To stop Black Zetsu's time, Naruto was forcing himself to endure. This is the final step. Naruto slowly drew the Zanpakutō hanging from his waist. Cold moon. The blade exuded a chilling cold, as if responding to the emotions within Naruto at that moment. Come back, Sasuke. Naruto's Zanpakutō underwent Bankai. Obito and Kakashi, standing beside Naruto, keenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from the blade in his hand. A profoundly ominous aura. Naruto gently swung his Zanpakutō and the surrounding space was torn open. A crescent-shaped black void instantly swallowed the already sealed Black Zetsu. At the same time, Kakashi and Obito clearly sensed that Black Zetsu's presence had completely vanished. Naruto, what did you do? Kakashi was incredulous. He had never seen such power before. Just as Naruto was about to answer Kakashi-sensei's question, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. I pushed myself too hard after all. Naruto fell to his knees, clutching his chest, feeling a tearing pain. Naruto, Seeing Naruto continuously spitting blood, Kakashi and Obito cried out simultaneously. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei Senior Toby. It's just backlash, the price for opening a path to the underworld. As he spoke, Naruto spat out more blood. Amidst the tearing pain, Naruto's chest began to burn like fire. Looks like I overused my power. Naruto gave a bitter smile. Though the backlash was agonizing, Naruto did not regret it. Because as long as Black Zetsu was dealt with, that person might not appear. Next, once Uchiha Madara was defeated, this ninja war could be declared over. As long as that person did not appear, the ninja world would have no more threats. After all, that person like him was an anomaly in this world. A power capable of destroying the world should never have existed in this world. Kakashi-sensei Senior Toby, you two stay here. I'll go to Uchiha Madara's place. Before he could finish, Naruto, who had struggled to stand up, suddenly collapsed. Sigh, always causing me trouble. Suddenly someone caught the falling Naruto steadily from behind. Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito was surprised by Orochimaru's appearance. He hadn't seen him since he left their organization. Orochimaru let go of Naruto. Kakashi forced himself to stand and shouted, as if facing a great enemy. Wait, I don't intend to attack you. I'm just here to save this brat. Orochimaru was both amused and exasperated. There was no way those two would believe him, right? Brat. Kakashi was surprised by Orochimaru's strange nickname for Naruto. This Naruto guy and I have a partnership, so that's why I'm saving him. Orochimaru quickly explained. If you don't trust me, you can come along. Orochimaru didn't want to conflict with them. Take Naruto to the Hokage's office. I'll go with you. Kakashi gestured for Orochimaru to follow him. Obito, I'll come find you later. Then tell me everything. Kakashi's voice was low. He couldn't imagine how Obito had spent all these years. Obito said nothing. He understood that from the moment Naruto appeared, things had already changed. He had only wanted to settle things with Kakashi. Now that his goal was achieved, he had no more attachments. In his condition, it would be best to call Tsunade back to take a look. Orochimaru looked around the Hokage's office. This place had not changed at all. It was still the same as before. Your purpose is achieved. You may leave. Kakashi ruthlessly gave the order to leave. Don't be so cold. Maybe I'll help you later. Orochimaru smiled brightly. He knew well that as a rogue ninja of Konohagakure, he would not be easily forgiven. Nor did he expect the people of Konoha to forgive him. He cared not for their opinions. To him, the only truly important people were Jiraiya and that brat. Yet seeing so many worry about Naruto filled him with joy. He was glad that Naruto was gradually surrounded by companions. But your Hokage is currently battling Uchiha Madara, and will not have time to return here, Orochimaru suddenly realized. You need not worry about that. I will save Naruto, interrupted a girl who appeared abruptly. Sakura, you're here. Kakashi was somewhat relieved. Come quickly and check on Naruto. What happened? Sakura hurried to Naruto's side. How did Naruto sustain such severe injuries, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked as she applied medical ninjutsu to treat Naruto, inquiring about the sequence of events. Kakashi did not answer Sakura's question. He did not know the source of Naruto's power, but he was certain that if Naruto used that power again, his body would not withstand it. The atmosphere grew heavy. Then why did he appear here? Sakura did not press further on the previous question. Kakashi remained silent. He too did not know why Orochimaru had appeared before them. Kakashi suddenly felt an awkwardness. As Naruto's teacher, he seemed to know nothing. It was as if this highlighted his own inadequacy as a mentor. Orochimaru broke the silence with a laugh. He had never expected the famous copy ninja Kakashi to be so flustered. Ahem, from now on I will help you, Orochimaru said, receiving Kakashi's cold glare and feeling quite innocent. Don't look at me like that. I only agreed because Naruto begged me. Orochimaru shrugged. Another silence fell. Though uncertain of Orochimaru's motives, Kakashi sensed no malice from him. At least not now. Snake-sama, your laugh is so creepy. You'd scare children to tears. Naruto, who had just regained consciousness, wasted no time in mocking Orochimaru. I hope it doesn't scare you. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. That brat must have heard his earlier remark. Petty fellow, Orochimaru thought bitterly. Sakura, I'm fine now. Please treat Kakashi-sensei's injuries. Kakashi-sensei takes Sakura to Senior Toby later. I'll go check on Granny Tsunade. In the blink of an eye Naruto was already in front of Orochimaru. No Naruto, it's too dangerous there. Kakashi tried to stop him. Kakashi-sensei, you should know my strength. Everyone is fighting. I can't hide here alone. It will be over soon. I won't let anything happen to anyone. Naruto met Kakashi's eyes. This was his promise. Stay safe. Kakashi relented. Naruto was so earnest and he could not deny his resolve. He knew that Naruto's power far exceeded his imagination. But he wished for Naruto's happiness. He hoped Naruto would never regret his choices. Now all he could do was trust Naruto. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's bright smile bloomed once more. Seeing that smile, Kakashi's heart calmed miraculously. Indeed, Naruto's smile could heal the soul. Kakashi thought. I begged you to help me. In stark contrast to his gentle demeanor before Kakashi, Naruto instantly revealed his true nature before Orochimaru. Ha 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 ha, I was just joking. Orochimaru said, painfully awkward. Humph, after the war I'll tell Pervy Sage that you bullied me. Naruto threatened viciously. You. Another day of wanting to beat the brat. Naruto Orochimaru sighed in exhaustion. In countless verbal clashes with Naruto, Orochimaru was defeated once again. I really look forward to the day when Uchiha Sasuke gives you a hard time, Orochimaru thought bitterly. This oblivious Naruto still hasn't realized Sasuke's feelings for him. He could hardly wait to see Naruto at a loss. You can't win against me, Snake-sama, Naruto said with a sly grin. Do you know why? Why? Orochimaru asked curiously. Because Pervy Sage is my master. So what? Orochimaru couldn't follow Naruto's logic. You like Pervy Sage? Yes, I like him. So what? Orochimaru still didn't. You just admitted that Jiraiya-sensei is a Pervy Sage. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to tell him. Naruto burst into laughter. Naruto, you sly fox, you dared to trick me. Orochimaru immediately sped up to chase Naruto. We're here. Just as Orochimaru was about to strike Naruto in anger, they arrived at the site of the ninja war. Humph, deal with you properly after this is over, Orochimaru said through gritted teeth. So this is what true war looked like. Naruto looked at the battlefield where everyone was fighting, feeling a deep sigh. He didn't understand what good war brought to people. The village he once lived in was peaceful and people loved peaceful lives. Peaceful days might be plain, but people always found joy and created fun in ordinary life. Naruto loved peace, so he wanted to end this war. But first he had to save his comrades. He couldn't watch his friends fall before his eyes. Yes, he couldn't bear that outcome. So even if it cost him, he would still save his friends. Naruto Uchiha Madara is about to unleash a massive technique. Orochimaru could sense the immense chakra from Uchiha Madara ahead. Naruto, where are you going? That's not the direction of Madara. Orochimaru called out to him. I know. Snake-sama, go help Granny Tsunade. I need to confirm something very important. Watching Naruto disappear in an instant, Orochimaru sighed in resignation, and obediently headed toward Uchiha Madara. Where are Hinata and Neji? With so many chakra signatures, Naruto couldn't pinpoint their locations. He searched anxiously. Suddenly countless black rods appeared in the sky. Uchiha Madara's jutsu. Naruto instantly switched to Ninetales chakra mode, using the power of the Ninetales to protect everyone closely connected to him. Phew! Naruto's tense mind relaxed as he sensed that their chakra hadn't vanished. But Naruto hadn't expected Madara to hurl those black weapons from the sky. It was far too dangerous. If he hadn't enveloped everyone's bodies with the Ninetales chakra, the consequences would have been unthinkable. However, he could only use that technique once. After all, such a wide range and massive chakra consumption coupled with his own injuries made it impossible to repeat. This chakra. Did Naruto save us? At the same time, everyone who had been rescued by Naruto sensed the red chakra that had enveloped them to resist the attack, and then vanished instantly. They understood that it was Naruto's power that had saved their lives. Cough. Naruto suddenly coughed up blood. He hadn't expected the backlash to be so severe. It should be okay now, right? Naruto continued searching for Neji. Neji. Finally catching sight of Neji, his taut nerves instantly relaxed. Watch out. It was Neji's panicked voice. Why? Naruto couldn't believe what unfolded before his eyes. Nejinii. What should we do? Blood. Hinata's terrified voice came. Why? Naruto's voice trembled. Rushing to Niji's side, Naruto still couldn't accept the reality before him. He never imagined that a sudden attack would pierce straight through Niji's body, even though he had already reached his side. Where is the medical ninja? Where is Sakura? Isn't Sakura here? Naruto was so flustered that he forgot Sakura wasn't present. Let me see. Senior Shizune. Naruto's voice carried a hint of tears. Naruto. Hinata understood how much he cherished his comrades. Senior Shizune, please, you have to heal Niji. Naruto wanted to change Niji's fate. Why? He only wanted to protect his comrades. Why was it so difficult? I'm sorry. The wounds are too deep. Shizune couldn't neutralize the damage from Uchiha Madara's black weapons. What do we do? Nijini-ai. Hinata wept. Niji had taken the blow for her. Naruto, I entrust Lady Hinata to you. I can no longer protect her. Niji gasped. Nijini-ai. Hinata sobbed. Protect her yourself. I want help you. I know how you feel about Hinata. Naruto, you once freed me from the shackles of fate with your words. Niji interrupted him. I am grateful to you, Naruto. So I am at ease having you protect her in my stead. Niji trusted Naruto. Niji, I won't let you leave. Seeing Niji's breath growing weaker, Naruto continuously poured his chakra into Niji's body. It's useless, Naruto. Don't waste your strength. Niji felt Naruto's chakra slowly entering his body. No, I won't let Niji disappear before my eyes. Is there any way? Write the third wish. Naruto suddenly remembered the 3 wishes the old man had promised him in the dream. He hadn't thought of the third wish before, but now was the perfect time to use it. Old man, can you hear me? Come out quickly and grant my third wish. Naruto called out silently. Naruto, Niji has already stopped breathing. Shizune couldn't bear to see Naruto like this. But this is reality. No one can avoid it. She understood the pain of losing a companion, but this is the battlefield. In war, how can there be no loss of life? In the past, she had lost many companions. Even Lady Tsunade, such a powerful medical ninja, couldn't save her lover and brother, leaving her with a trembling hands at the sight of blood. But for some reason at this moment she could clearly recall the scene when Naruto saw Gaara without a trace of life. Facing the lifeless Gaara, Naruto desperately shouted Gaara's name, as if by continuing to call his name Gaara would not disappear. In fact, a miracle did occur, and the already deceased Gaara finally woke up. However, it was at the cost of Granny Kyo's life that Gaara was saved. Now there are no miracles left. It's okay, Hinata. I won't let Niji disappear like this. Naruto tightly held Niji's hand, flashing a bright smile at the crying Hinata. Naruto, are you going to sacrifice yourself? Shizune was shocked internally, and Naruto had not given up hope of saving his companion. But how could he sacrifice his own life to save another life that has already passed? Naruto doesn't possess the skills like Granny Chiyo, even Lady Tsunade couldn't do it. It's forbidden jutsu. Feeling Niji's body gradually losing warmth, Naruto slowly closed his eyes. Old man, where are you? This is the moment I need you, show up quickly. Naruto didn't know how to summon the old man. At this point, he could only sincerely call for him. Have you thought of the third wish? The old man's voice appeared in Naruto's ears. You finally showed up. Naruto joyfully walked toward the old man he hadn't seen for a long time. Where is this? A dream? Naruto felt this place was somewhat familiar, as if it were where the old man appeared last time. This is your world. I was just brought here by you. You must have overused the power I gave you. This world has changed somewhat. The old man noticed the changes in Naruto's spiritual world. Not much has changed, just some places look less vibrant. Naruto glanced around. This means your spiritual world is slowly disappearing. I told you before that this power comes with danger. If overused, your body will not be able to bear it. At the moment this world has no trace of greenery, your life will end. You need to be careful, Naruto. The old man did not want his chosen one to end his fate like this. I will be careful. Let's not talk about that. I want you to help me save someone. Naruto did not forget his purpose. The boy from the Hyuga clan. His life has come to an end. The old man sighed. Another casualty of war has appeared. That's why I came to seek your help. This is my third wish. Naruto's gaze was serious. Even a god cannot do it. I cannot casually interfere with others' destinies. Then what about me? Did you not intervene in my life? Otherwise I wouldn't have appeared in this world. Naruto did not believe the old man couldn't do it. Sigh. The old man let out a deep sigh. He had been observing Naruto all this time and understood his nature. I must clarify in advance, rewriting others' destinies is generally not allowed. And even if I could do it, someone must bear the cost of changing another's fate. I will bear it. Just help me save Neji. Naruto was delighted that Neji still had a chance. Alright, I will help you. However, I don't know what the cost of rewriting another's fate is. You will only know after it happens. The old man tried to convey the danger of this matter to Naruto. The cost can be light or heavy, it might take your life or it might not. Moreover, I cannot determine when it will occur. It may happen immediately or take a long time to manifest. Naruto, this is a gamble. Are you willing to gamble? The old man asked Naruto earnestly. I want to gamble. Naruto answered the old man's question seriously. At this point, there was no turning back. He must save Neji. He did not want Neji's life to end like this. Neji was a genius and he still had such a brilliant future. How could he watch Neji fade away? He couldn't. He had once rejected Hinata. Hinata was already very sad. He did not want to lose Neji, who treated Hinata sincerely. Hinata also did not want to lose her brother. Although Hinata only regarded Neji with affection as an elder brother, she knew Neji liked her. He also knew that Neji felt unworthy of Hinata due to his status. But love has no such restrictions. To love is to love. He wanted to see a happy ending for Neji and Hinata, so even if he would get hurt in the end, he would have no regrets. Naruto, I have intervened in Hyuga Neji's death as you wished. What happens next is up to you. The old man's voice grew more ethereal. Naruto understood that the old man had left his spiritual world. Neji's hand moved. At the moment Naruto opened his eyes, he heard Hinata's exclamation. What happened? Shizune found it unbelievable that she could sense Neji's chakra, which had already disappeared. Naruto, did you create another miracle? Shizune never would have thought that Naruto actually revived Hyuga Neji. Naruto should not have had that kind of skill. Unbelievable. Senior Shizune, the rest is up to you. Naruto stopped channeling chakra to Neji. Sensing Neji's chakra gradually recovering, Naruto also relaxed. Is Naruto really the child of a miracle? Shizune murmured as she looked in the direction Naruto had disappeared. Naruto always seems to create miracles. Hinata tightly grasped Hyuga Neji's hand. It was so good to feel Neji's warmth again. Naruto always moves forward on his ninja path so resolutely. He unwaveringly implements his ninja way, which is wonderful. Perhaps her affection for Naruto is primarily admiration. She yearns to become someone like Naruto. She hopes she can no longer be timid. She wishes to bravely protect her companions. It seems she has understood. She does not truly like Naruto. From beginning to end, she only wishes to become a brave person like Naruto. Hinata's long-standing emotional knot was finally untied at the moment of Neji's rebirth. It seems the cost did not appear immediately. Hurriedly heading towards the direction of Uchiha Obito, Naruto secretly rejoiced. It seems his luck is still good. Naruto even had the mood to tease himself. Finally here. Naruto wiped the sweat from his face, unconsciously thinking that he might be pushing himself too hard. The backlash from before had not faded, and he was deliberately suppressing the pain in his body. Just now he had channeled so much chakra to Neji. Even he was feeling a bit overwhelmed. But as long as this war ends, he will no longer have to live in fear. Naruto, you little brat, where have you run off to? The first thing that caught Naruto's eyes was the disheveled Orochimaru. I have important matters to attend to. Naruto coughed, feeling a bit sorry for Orochimaru. What is it? The legendary 8 Gates of Death? I didn't expect to see it here. Orochimaru explained to Naruto. Hey, where did he go? Before Orochimaru could finish, Naruto's figure vanished. Not good. Naruto instantly teleported next to Uchiha Obito. With a thud, guy who was fighting Uchiha Obito at superhuman speed collapsed into Naruto's arms. After blocking Uchiha Obito's attack, Naruto instantly moved beside Tsunade. You finally showed up. Uchiha Obito's voice was filled with pleasure. Next I will fight you. Naruto carefully laid Guy down on the ground. Lady Tsunade, you can stand up, right? I can. Naruto, how did you get out? Tsunade strained to sit up. You first treat Guy sensei. Leave the rest to me. At this moment Naruto was suppressing the anger inside him. Why save him? Wouldn't it be better for him to seek his own demise? Uchiha Kidō seemed to sense Naruto's anger. Shut up. Naruto used binding path for which restrained Uchiha Kidō's movements. Come back, Sasuke. Naruto unsheathed his Zanpakutō. Dark Moon. Naruto's Zanpakutō instantly pierced Uchiha Kidō's body. What kind of power is this? The onlookers were astonished by Naruto's fighting style. Uchiha Kidō, your time ends here today. The crowd had never seen Naruto with such a cold gaze. Why the anger? Watching his body vanish in the ominous black space, Uchiha Kidō laughed wildly. Naruto was somewhat annoyed. Clearly, he had the upper hand. The Dark Moon is a power of the underworld. Even Uchiha Kidō cannot escape it. You are indeed powerful. I have to praise you. As Naruto gasped in pain, Uchiha Kidō unexpectedly broke free from that space and attacked in Naruto's direction. Be careful. The injured Gaara had appeared by Naruto's side and used a sand shield to block the— Who would have thought? Naruto could not believe that Uchiha Kidō had found a way to escape the Dark Moon. It shouldn't be possible. He had seized the moment when Uchiha Kidō was careless to attack. If he used this move again, Uchiha Kidō would be on guard. Damn it! This is the most genuine thought of Naruto at this moment. Why the anger? Uchiha Kidō repeated his earlier words. Naruto suddenly calmed down. Just now he saw Teacher Might Guy enveloped in a layer of red steam, his hair and eyebrows all changed color, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. His anger was not directed at Uchiha Kidō but at himself. He had clearly decided never to let anyone get hurt again. However, seeing Teacher Might Guy sacrifice himself to protect his comrades, he couldn't help but become angry at himself. The feeling of being unable to protect them made him lose his sanity in an instant. He knew everything. He knew that anyone who opened the 8th gate, the death gate, would surely perish. His anger was directed at himself for knowing everything yet being unable to protect them. He wanted to change their fate. He didn't want his comrades to be hurt anymore, so he had just knocked out Teacher Might Guy without hesitation. He didn't know if this would save Teacher Might Guy, but he had no other choice. Only by stopping Might Guy could the teacher have a chance to survive. It doesn't matter, your power will eventually belong to me anyway. Uchiha Kidō was not angered by Naruto's silence. Cells of Senju Hashirama. Naruto watched as Uchiha Kidō discarded parts of his body to escape the attack, slowly regenerating. That's right, all these hidden years I have finally succeeded in separating Hashirama's cells. As long as my movements are fast enough, any injury can be healed. Hashirama's regenerative ability is truly formidable. It's almost like being immortal. That fool Hashirama didn't understand how to develop this ability. Then let me make good use of it. Uchiha Kidō laughed to the sky. Only powerful strength will not betray itself. Uchiha Kidō pursued ultimate power. Stop dreaming, or all these powers are ones you have taken. They won't be of any use to you. So many words, are you afraid others won't realize you're the villain? Naruto suddenly teleported behind Uchiha Kidō and struck him hard with a fully formed razor. Then Gaara appeared in front of Uchiha Kidō in perfect sync, a sand funeral fiercely grasping Uchiha Kidō's body. No matter how incredible the regenerative ability is, once the damage reaches a certain critical point, it cannot be healed. Don't forget, you cannot defend against my sage art. In the interval of speaking, Naruto's Zanpakutō slashed again towards Uchiha Kidō. Damn it! Uchiha Kidō felt the wound would not heal, not expecting Naruto to possess Sage Ninjutsu. Kamui. Uchiha Kidō used a space-time ninjutsu to shift his position and escape the attack. Once I extract the Nine Tails from you, you won't be able to speak anymore. Uchiha Kidō panted while provoking Naruto. He had not expected Naruto to know his weakness. You should save your strength. Soon I will liberate the other tailed beasts within you. They are free. You do not have the right to use their power. Naruto, enduring the intense pain in his body, charged at Uchiha Kidō. Something feels off. Gaara sensed something strange about Naruto. Although Naruto's movements were nimble and appeared normal, he could detect the fleeting pain in Naruto's eyes the moment he spoke. Naruto wouldn't be bearing some pain alone, would he? Feeling something amiss, Gaara continued to attack Uchiha Obito, while secretly observing Naruto. What? Out of chakra? Your movements aren't as fluid as before. Uchiha Obito attacked Naruto. Sealing technique absorption. Uchiha Obito seized upon a moment, when Naruto hesitated, instantly utilizing the Rinnegan's ability to grip Naruto's throat. Is your chakra really exhausted? Uchiha Obito wanted to absorb Naruto's chakra, but was surprised to find that Naruto's chakra was nearly depleted. Then I won't be polite, the power of the Nine Tails belongs to me. After absorbing Naruto's chakra, Uchiha Obito continued to absorb the chakra of the Nine Tails within Naruto. Little Nine Tails, hurry up and come out of me. Naruto struggled desperately. Slap. A loud slap echoed. Idiot, why didn't you wake me up sooner? The fox's eyes Nine Tails licked its paw and quickly gave Uchiha Obito dozens of slaps. Before Uchiha Obito could react to what was happening, his face suffered numerous claw attacks. Uchiha Obito's cheeks swelled at a visible speed. Uchiha Obito's face was swollen. He felt a bit dazed. Gaara was also caught off guard by this sudden barrage of slaps. Before Uchiha Obito could accept the series of unexpected attacks, the Nine Tails immediately transformed back into its original form and took a big bite out of Uchiha Obito's arm. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto, kneeling on the ground, coughed violently. I almost thought I was going to heaven. Roar. The Nine Tails gave Naruto a side-eye and let out a loud roar. Good opportunity. Gaara took the chance to charge at Uchiha Obito's sand coffin. The sand in Gaara's gourd seemed alive, surrounding Uchiha Obito. Sand funeral. Gaara unleashed two successive attacks that crushed Uchiha Obito's body. Sand mixed with blood danced in the sky, some falling to the ground, but most returned to Gaara's gourd. Gaara's chakra was nearly depleted. Before Naruto's arrival, he had already fought against Uchiha Obito. Damn it, you dare to destroy my body. Unforgivable. Uchiha Obito was furious. His body, which he had painstakingly repaired, was damaged by these people. Uchiha Obito, having lost an arm, instantly appeared before Gaara. Uchiha Obito seized Gaara's throat with his other intact arm, completely absorbing Gaara's chakra. With a flick of his arm, Uchiha Obito slammed Gaara harshly to the ground. You ants can never defeat me. You will regret fighting us ants. Because you are about to be defeated by the ants you hate the most. Naruto kicked Uchiha Obito's foot off Gaara and took Gaara to a safe place. Uchiha Obito felt a pain in his foot. He couldn't understand where Naruto had gained such power. Just now Naruto's foot must have been covered with an invisible force, otherwise how could such an attack hurt his body? Naruto, be careful. Gaara said to Naruto, who was about to turn and leave. Am my will? Naruto smiled at Gaara. Though unwilling, Gaara knew that continuing to fight would make him a burden to Naruto. He truly felt clearly now was the time when Naruto needed him the most. Yet he had no strength to help Naruto. He was still too weak. He needed to become stronger. Strong enough to protect Naruto. He didn't want to lose to Sasuke. Even if Naruto would never notice his feelings, he still didn't want to lose to that person. Even if in the end Naruto chose Sasuke, he still wanted to continue protecting Naruto. Too slow. The Nine Tails, who was fighting hard against Uchiha Obito, complained to Naruto. Forgive me for getting injured. Naruto coughed. He could feel something was off in his body. Are you alright? Avoiding Uchiha Obito's attack, the Nine Tails shrunk and jumped onto Naruto's shoulder. I'm fine. Are you looking down on me? Uchiha Obito's face darkened as he listened to the banter between Naruto and the Nine Tails. Oh no. The Nine Tails continued to attack Uchiha Obito. I'm just showing you a pitiful person, the profound friendship that exists between our two species. Naruto was being cheeky. You successfully angered me. Oh, is that so? My honor. Naruto didn't hold back his words. Would release would dragon jutsu. Uchiha Obito made a hand seal with one hand. A giant wooden dragon charged straight at the Nine Tails. That was a sealing technique to contain tailed beasts. Would release advent of the tree world. An enraged Uchiha Obito unleashed ninjutsu again. Huge roots burst from the ground, rapidly growing into many trees. In an instant, a dense forest formed where Uchiha Obito stood. The giant trees maneuvered their bodies, skillfully attacking Naruto. No way, you still have so much chakra. Naruto quipped while dodging the attacks of the massive trees. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his body and Naruto's evasive movements were a moment too late. The massive tree grazed Naruto's waist. Naruto, save me. As Naruto dodged while holding his wound, he suddenly heard the Ninetales calling for help. Distracted Naruto lost his footing and fell from the tree. Falling through the air, Naruto instantly became the target of the giant tree's assault, which surged toward him as if they had a mind of their own. This is bad. Naruto inwardly cursed. Just as he was about to activate the barrier, a shout of Amaterasu saved him. Purple flames relentlessly consumed the giant trees. Naruto could almost hear the wails of the trees. In an instant, the forest created by Uchiha Kidō was burnt to the ground. The purple flames not only did not extinguish but began to burn toward Uchiha Kidō. Sasuke. Naruto felt a bit shy as Sasuke picked him up in a princess carry. Why didn't you ask me for help? Sasuke's tone was somewhat resentful. He had just seen that guy Gaara. That guy was injured. He must have fought alongside Naruto. Yes, you guessed it right. At this moment a great enemy loomed. Our cold Sasuke was jealous because of a man. Moreover, that man was currently in his embrace. What was even worse was that the man in his arms had a perplexed expression. However, what angered him even more was that someone dared to hurt the person he cared about. He would not allow anyone to harm Naruto. Sasuke's eyes were sharp. Blood trickled down the corner of his eye. Purple flames instantly engulfed Uchiha Madara's body. Damn it! Madara muttered under his breath before vanishing before Sasuke. When he reappeared, the Amaterasu on his body had disappeared. The only trace left was the shocking burn scar on the lower half of Madara's face. Sasuke did not care how Madara had evaded the Amaterasu's pursuit. The only thing that mattered was why Naruto held in his arms felt so weak. He could sense Naruto's body trembling slightly as if enduring some kind of pain. Naruto, does it hurt? Sasuke softened his voice, afraid that speaking too loudly would startle him. I'm fine. Naruto steadied his voice, signaling Sasuke to put him down. Naruto landed firmly on his feet and instantly flashed to the Ninetales side. With swift movements, he drew his Zanpakutō and slashed through the technique binding the Ninetales. The Ninetales had lost consciousness. Naruto immediately realized that the technique had drained more than 3/4 of its chakra. Though he could not see the Ninetales' pale face, Naruto could feel its gradually weakening presence. At this rate, Kurama would disappear. Naruto thought to himself. He placed both hands on the Ninetales' body, carefully gathering the surrounding natural energy and transferring it into the creature. He did not know if this would ease Kurama's pain, but instinct told him to do it. Tailed beasts were products of nature. After all of this should temporarily stabilize Kurama's life force. Feeling Kurama's sleeping presence within him, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He did not want to see Kurama vanish. He also did not want Madara to succeed in gathering all the tailed beasts and becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. If the Ninetales left his body, he would die. If Madara tore Kurama from his body, he would truly die. Because his father Minato Namikaze, who had been brought back by impure world reincarnation, had already departed this world without regret. Yes, he had already met the hero who once sacrificed his life to protect the Hidden Leaf Village. Minato was just as he had imagined. Gentle eyes, a handsome face, and an aura of maturity that enveloped him entirely. If Minato were still alive, Naruto would have lived a very happy life. In his view, Naruto really resembled Minato. If he had not taken over Naruto's body, the real Naruto would have lived a brilliant life too. He did not know whether Minato, at the moment of his disappearance, had sensed that this body was no longer the true Naruto. But in that moment he saw a look of contentment on Minato's face. Perhaps Minato was glad that Naruto had grown into an excellent shinobi. He did not know why Minato came to mind at this instant. Maybe it was because his body hurt too much. Maybe it was because he could gradually feel his own energy fading away. He had an unusually strong feeling. Perhaps after this battle ended he might vanish from this world forever. As he thought, Naruto's vision grew blurry. When his eyes cleared, he found that he was no longer in the place where they had fought Madara. Beside him stood a person. That person was Sasuke. What's going on? Sasuke wondered at his sudden appearance in this place with Naruto standing beside him. Just moments ago he had been fighting Madara. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. A voice, aged yet tinged with emotion, reached the ears of Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto found the voice somewhat familiar. Who? Sasuke immediately became alert. To transport him and Naruto to this chaotic space without a sound, this person was no ordinary being. Don't be so tense. The owner of the voice sounded rather irritating. Naruto instantly recognized who it was. Hey old man. Stop playing tricks, Naruto called out to the empty air. TSH can't scare you. Boring. In the silent space, an old man sitting cross-legged suddenly appeared out of thin air. The old man had 2 horns on his head, wore a white robe, had 6 black tomo-like patterns on his chest, and carried a staff similar to Madara's. Who are you? Sasuke spoke first. That's a question, but I'm a bit worried whether the name the world knows me by matches the one I give. I am the embodiment of peace and order. My name is Hagoromo. Sasuke felt a bit speechless. He had only asked for a name, and the old man launched into a lengthy speech. What a hassle. Sasuke grew annoyed. Those eyes. The Rinnegan. Sasuke was astonished to see the old man's extraordinary eyes. Just moments ago he had been fighting Madara, who also possessed these eyes. Correct. I am Hagoromo, known to the world as the Six-Path Sage. The old man finally revealed his identity. The Six-Path Sage. Sasuke's voice rose sharply. Naruto put a hand to his forehead. He had guessed the answer when the old man appeared before him and Sasuke at this timing. He had never imagined that the old man who had always called himself a god was actually the Six-Path Sage. He had been careless. Naruto felt annoyed. He suddenly realized that he had been toyed with by this old man all along. He felt he needed to calm down immediately, or else he might slap the old man's kind smiling. I need an explanation. Naruto forced a smile at the Six-Path Sage. Don't feed me the same old excuses. Naruto shot a cold glare, cutting off the Six-Path Sage before he could speak. Fine, it was wrong of me to deceive you, the Six-Path Sage sighed. You are the chosen one of destiny. Tell me the truth. Naruto stared at him quietly, his gaze chilling. Alright, the truth is a friend of mine, and I made a bet about what would happen to this world if its protagonist were replaced. What was the bet? I bet that you could change this world. Facing Naruto's calm demeanor, the Six-Path Sage felt a twinge of fear. Should I thank you for your good judgment? Naruto tilted his head. No need. As a god, the Six-Path Sage felt his cowardly behavior was unbefitting of his status. Why me? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I observed you in the living world for a while. On the surface you seem cold, but deep down you are very kind. Thanks for the compliment. Naruto thanked perfunctorily. What about the car accident? He could still clearly remember the pain of being run over and the terrified expression of the little boy he had saved. He could even hear the chaotic noise around him at that time. I'm sorry. It was to test your caliber. The Six-Path Sage whispered, feeling a bit guilty. Facing Naruto's emotionless stare, the Six-Path Sage felt a rare pang of cruelty. And the real Naruto? Naruto suppressed his anger. Ha! Ah! That was my friend's doing. It took the Six-Path Sage a moment to understand Naruto's question. They had agreed that he would choose a new candidate while his friend would handle the problem of the real Naruto. You two are truly cruel. Naruto felt a pang of sorrow. He did not know how much pain the real Naruto had suffered in that moment. He only knew the physical pain when he reincarnated into Naruto's body. Those pains were perhaps the real Naruto's silent attachment to this world. He was so sunny, so quick to laugh, so strong, so lonely, yet those people had so cruelly taken his life. How cold he must have felt. No, he was also one of the perpetrators. If it weren't for him, his body would still belong to himself. Naruto suddenly fell into deep self-blame. It turned out everything was so absurd. He wanted to protect Sasuke. He wanted to protect everyone. But in the end, was it himself who needed protection the most? Naruto bent over and laughed. As he lowered his head, tears welled at the corners of his eyes. He did not know if they were for himself or for the Naruto who had already passed away. Sasuke watched Naruto crouching on the ground, laughing with a complicated expression. He did not understand the conversation between Naruto and the Six-Path Sage. He did not understand what car accident or living world meant. He had no idea what the test the Six-Path Sage mentioned was. He understood even less why Naruto condemned them as cruel. At this moment he only knew that Naruto was in great pain. He could clearly feel Naruto's pain mixed with anger, and some disappointment. He could not understand why Naruto had lost control so much after talking to the Six Paths Sage. He had never truly understood Naruto. He had never tried to. But he did not want to see Naruto hurt. He did not want to see Naruto suffer. He did not want to see Naruto disappointed. Why hadn't he wanted to sever his bond with Naruto before? Now he regretted leaving the village and hurting him. He loved all of Naruto's expressions, but he loved Naruto's sweet smile the most. He wanted to protect Naruto. This thought had never been so clear in his mind. He thought he probably could never escape Naruto's side. He thought this was love. He realized now. It seemed he was utterly in love with Naruto. In this life he could not leave Naruto. If Naruto were gone, he probably would not live on. Sasuke thought, a world without Naruto would be detestable. Sasuke quietly watched Naruto. He would not reach out to Naruto's vulnerability. He wanted Naruto to speak to him of his own accord. Sorry, I'm fine now. While Sasuke was lost in thought, Naruto had already steadied his emotions. Naruto felt his cheeks burn. He had not expected to break down so suddenly. He didn't want Sasuke to see him in such a broken and vulnerable state, but he couldn't control it. He thought anyone would find it unacceptable to know that their fate had undergone a tremendous change simply because of a bet between two immortals. Moreover, what truly pained him was not himself but the real Naruto. Was it right for a character created solely for a story to be subject to the whims of others? He didn't understand, because right now he was living in this world as Naruto. He was a living person, a person of flesh and blood. He also had emotions. The people around him were no longer mere characters from an anime. They were living beings as well. Thus he spoke to the Sage of Six Paths. They were truly cruel. Honestly, he didn't feel he resembled the real Naruto in any significant way. He was headstrong. He was selfish. He was naive. He was immature. He just wanted to protect those he wished to safeguard. Aside from his companions, he didn't care about anyone else. He didn't want to care. He simply selfishly wanted to protect his friends. At first he never desired the acknowledgement of others like the real Naruto did. But before he knew it, he found it incredibly easy to interact with the people around him. Gradually, aside from wanting to protect Sasuke, he also wished to become friends with those around him. People are always so greedy, never satisfied. Whether it was Shikamaru or Choji, they always helped him. He remembered when Choji first spoke to him, generously sharing his favorite snacks. Despite usually guarding his food like a parent protects a child, he recalled the moments he secretly basked in the sunlight with Shikamaru. Sometimes he found it adorable how Shikamaru, who often shied away from trouble, always helped him. And there was the hardworking genius Lee. He always secretly observed Lee's training. He admired Lee's perseverance. Lee's physique was not suited for practicing any ninjutsu. Yet Lee did not give up. Not only did he not give up, but he also refined his physical skills to their utmost perfection. He genuinely admired Lee's determination. In reality, very few people can focus solely on one thing. He envied such individuals. And then there was the genius Neji, who always suppressed his emotions. Neji, who constantly harbored hatred towards himself, appeared very sincere to him. Hinata, though shy, always bravely sought opportunities to talk to him. And Sakura, though violent, could express her feelings candidly. He was grateful for these companions who had consistently motivated him to move forward. Thus he wanted to protect them. This life he had appropriated, perhaps unexpectedly, gave him a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps I should thank you, Sage of Six Paths. Calmed down, Naruto reflected on his past and felt quite pleased. The Sage of Six Paths remained silent. He didn't know if his decision was right or wrong. He had altered a young boy's life due to a bet with a friend. Though the boy felt anger and disappointment upon learning the truth, he did not blame him. The Sage of Six Paths experienced human emotions he had long since abandoned. I now pass on the power of the Rinnegan to you both. This power will only manifest true strength when you both work together. Make good use of it. The Sage of Six Paths' authoritative voice echoed. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances. They were to defeat Uchiha Kidō together and create a peaceful world. My time is up, or you both must leave now. The Sage of Six Paths did not wish to linger here any longer. Naruto and Sasuke returned to the real world in just a few seconds, unnoticed by Uchiha Kidō. It seemed that the Sage of Six Paths had stopped time. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, at the moment of their separation, the Sage of Six Paths and Naruto appeared in another space. Naruto, your spiritual world is beginning to collapse. The vitality here is gradually fading. You understand what that means, right? The Sage of Six Paths sighed as he looked at Naruto's spiritual world, which had almost lost all its greenery. The backlash had already begun. Even he could do nothing to stop it, because this was Naruto's own choice. I know. I have no regrets. Naruto knelt down and gently touched the resilient, swaying, unknown grass. He had sensed it long ago. At the moment he chose to save Neji, he had a vague feeling. Naruto could feel his vitality slowly fading. The backlash of overusing power, the price of defying fate. His body should have long since been unable to sustain itself. Yet he had no regrets. He had stopped Kaguya and thus prevented that woman from appearing. The Sage of Six Paths, Mother Kaguya Otsutsuki, should no longer make an appearance. He was grateful that he could still change Niji's fate. Just sacrificing one person would suffice. Sacrificing one life could save countless others. He felt it was worth it. It was a fair exchange, wasn't it? For you, is there nothing left to cherish in this world? The Sage of Six Paths spoke gently. Of course there is. How could there not be? The most precious thing about humanity is emotion. No one can easily let go. He felt the same way. He was reluctant to part with his companions. He was even more reluctant to part with that guy Sasuke. He had yet to see Sasuke smile again. He had not seen Sasuke happy. There was a sense of unwillingness. But it couldn't be helped. After the battle with Uchiha Kidō, he would likely have no strength left to remain in this world. What about you? Do you love your mother? Naruto maliciously posed a difficult question to the Sage of Six Paths. She has no emotions at all. The Sage of Six Paths answered evasively. Naruto said nothing. He could sense the answer he sought from the sage's words. Yes, the Sage of Six Paths loved his mother. But the Sage of Six Paths' mother lacked emotions, and her immense power could destroy the world. Hence the Sage of Six Paths chose to eliminate her. Do you have any last wishes? The Sage of Six Paths looked steadily into Naruto's eyes. What qualifications does someone destined to disappear have to talk about wishes? Naruto said self-deprecatingly. Perhaps it will just come true. The Sage of Six Paths was unsure why he posed this question. Perhaps he felt indebted to Naruto. Or perhaps after observing Naruto for so long he was somewhat influenced by him. I want to see someone happy. But that should be impossible now. This was Naruto's final conversation with the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto had returned to reality. Uchiha's brat, why are you trying to stop me? We are of the same clan. Shouldn't we help each other? Come join me and let's reshape this filthy world together. Uchiha Kidō tried to win over Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke coldly regarded the crazed man before him. A madman, he cursed inwardly. What talk of dominating the world? What talk of kingship? He had no interest in any of that. What he wanted most was Naruto. Whatever Naruto hoped for he would fulfill. Feeling Naruto's gaze upon him, Sasuke returned the look. Now he was to fight alongside Naruto. Sasuke felt a surge of happiness. He suddenly felt the distance between himself and Naruto close significantly. Time seemed to rewind to the day after his clan was wiped out when he and Naruto first met alone. On that day he sat alone on the shore feeling lonely. Naruto passing by approached him. At that time Naruto had not spoken a word. Naruto simply accompanied him in silence. What had he felt then? Perhaps a bit happy. Or perhaps a bit dissatisfied. He was happy that someone was willing to stay by his side. What left him dissatisfied was that Naruto did not initiate a conversation. Sasuke thought perhaps from that moment on he had already begun to care about Naruto. So now he was hopelessly consumed by thoughts of Naruto, unable to erase them. After this battlefield ends, should he express his feelings to Naruto? What kind of expression would Naruto have when he heard his confession? Would he be shocked? Or would he show a look of disgust? He didn't know if Naruto would accept his feelings for him. After all, who could have imagined that a former comrade would harbor such base thoughts? That's why that guy Gaara chose to stand by Naruto as a friend. He must also fear that Naruto would dislike him. What to do? He didn't care whether Naruto would dislike him or not. His current thought was to obtain Naruto. As he charged towards Uchiha Kidō, Sasuke seamlessly coordinated with Naruto, while his mind was filled with these chaotic thoughts. Sage Art Lava Release Raisin Shuriken. In Naruto's hands a gigantic Raisin Shuriken was gathered after being kicked aside by Uchiha Kidō. Unlike before, the gigantic Raisin Shuriken glowed with an orange hue rushing straight toward Uchiha Kidō's body. The color evoked a sense of warmth. That was the color of Naruto, radiating warmth like the sun. Sasuke, get back. Naruto swiftly retreated several steps, not forgetting to remind Sasuke. Bang! The large Raisin Shuriken not only knocked Uchiha Kidō to the ground, but also devastated the surroundings. Naruto extended his right hand, gazing at the white full moon in his palm, thinking indeed this is the power of the sage. It's truly impressive. It's not over yet. Sasuke, who had jumped beside Naruto, activated his Rinnegan. He could clearly see Uchiha Kidō's chakra. Naruto noticed the black crescent moon in Sasuke's left palm. This was a symbol of having gained the sage's power. Sasuke instantly flashed to Uchiha Kidō's side, brandishing the Kusanagi sword and stabbing it into Uchiha Kidō's body. A clone. Sasuke withdrew the sword from Uchiha Kidō's body. Through his Rinnegan, he could see that this body was not Uchiha Kidō's true form. Where was he? Sasuke looked around but could not detect Uchiha Kidō's true form. Be careful. It was Naruto's voice. Always vigilant of his surroundings, Naruto saw Uchiha Madara, who should have fallen to Sasuke's sword, breaking through a space and appearing behind Sasuke. In a flash, Naruto teleported behind Sasuke, instantly forming a barrier. Sasuke, sensing the commotion, immediately turned around. Just as Uchiha Madara's attack was about to land on Naruto's body, halting a mere finger's distance from Naruto's face. Uchiha Madara was surprised. He felt an invisible barrier blocking his attack. Noticing Madara's brief moment of hesitation, Sasuke quickly embraced Naruto's waist and pulled him away from the attack range. Susanoo, a warrior clad in purple light armor, wielded two swords and flew towards Uchiha Madara. Madara retreated, repeatedly dodging Sasuke's attacks before floating high in the air. One side has obtained the six-path sage technique, while the other has awakened the Rinnegan. I possess both powers. Uchiha Madara looked down at Sasuke and Naruto. It's time to end this. As Uchiha Madara spoke, he clasped his hands together and declared release. Though not yet in his complete form, it would suffice to deal with you two brats. Naruto could sense the unusual chakra emanating from Uchiha Madara floating in the air. Madara forcibly awakened the incomplete 10 tails. The chakra of the 9 tails had not been fully absorbed by Uchiha Madara. Small Kyuubi was currently resting within him, Naruto thought. Therefore Madara could not awaken the true 10 tails. He would also not become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. This rain is a bit harder and larger. Madara raised his palm upwards, and a black object formed at the center of his hand, quickly scattering from Madara's hand. Then Uchiha Madara spread his arms, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Earth explosion stars." Naruto could feel the ground tremble beneath him. The ground shook continuously, growing more and more unstable, and in an instant it was torn apart. Large chunks of earth flew into the air, gradually converging in the same location. Before long, dozens if not hundreds of massive spheres floated in the air. They were larger and more numerous than before. Naruto exclaimed in awe. What the hell is Uchiha Madara trying to destroy everything? Suddenly Orochimaru appeared, dodging falling rocks, while coming to Naruto's side. Thank me, I've sent them to safety, Orochimaru shouted to Naruto. Thanks. Naruto knew that Orochimaru was referring to the injured Tsunade and others. I'll help too. It was Lee returning. Naruto smiled. As expected, trustworthy allies gathered around him. With a group of trusted companions standing behind him, Naruto felt pretty good. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto summoned 4 clones. These clones could temporarily use the six-path sage technique just like him. This was his limit. Ugh, it was Lee's voice. This is too much. I can't handle it all, Orochimaru complained while attacking the enormous. Why was the notoriously cold and ruthless Orochimaru here desperately fighting to protect others against these damned massive spheres? Thinking about how he voluntarily took on all this, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt he was going insane. Don't just focus up there, that guy's shadow is nearby. Sasuke's eyes hardened, and through his Rinnegan, he could see the shadow split off from Uchiha Madara. Damn it, what a hassle. While Naruto attacked the falling massive spheres, he dodged the shadow of Uchiha Madara lurking in the dark. There are too many. If this continues, Tsunade and the others will also be attacked. Naruto was worried that these attacks would affect the injured. You two hold them off for a bit, I'll deal with these spheres soon. Naruto shouted to Orochimaru and Lee. Sasuke, you handle Uchiha Madara's shadow. With both hands forming seals, he needed a moment to set up the barrier for such a wide-range attack. Alright, Naruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had never set up such a large-scale barrier before. The massive spheres kept falling but were intercepted halfway by an invisible giant net. Morning moon. At the moment the last massive sphere fell onto the barrier, Naruto unleashed his Zanpakutō and swung it with all his might. The space leading to the realm of the dead appeared near the massive spheres, and in an instant hundreds of massive spheres were swallowed without a trace. Orochimaru was so shocked he could hardly speak. You better tell me what other abilities you have. Orochimaru instinctively shot a barb at Naruto. Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru nonchalantly before looking at Naruto with a hint of concern. Such a powerful technique should consume a great deal of Naruto's energy. Sasuke felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. After confirming that Naruto was okay, he reluctantly pulled back his gaze. Naruto held his breath, feeling pain coursing through his body. It felt as if something was tearing him apart. The agony made it hard for him to breathe. He could feel Sasuke's questioning gaze, but he couldn't show it at that moment. He didn't want anyone to know he was enduring pain while fighting Uchiha Madara. As long as they could win this war, he would be satisfied. This way he could depart with peace. At least he could help resolve a major issue in the end. This way he would live on in everyone's hearts forever. Sigh. Naruto sighed deeply. The more his body hurt, the more powerless he felt. Even his thoughts were becoming uncontrollable. If this continued, he would find it harder and harder to leave this world. I didn't expect you to still have strength to resist these. Uchiha Madara floated high in the sky, watching coldly. Uchiha Madara looked up at the blood-red moon, and without hesitation broke off the horn from his. According to the content of that stone tablet, when the wielder of the Rinnegan approaches the moon I used to realize the infinite dream will activate. Uchiha Madara gazed crazily at the blood-red moon. He slowly closed his eyes and a blood-red Rinnegan with a tomo opened instantly at the center of his forehead. At the same time the blood-red moon facing Uchiha Madara displayed the shape of a tomo. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and raised 2 fingers. Uchiha Madara activated his ninjutsu. Illuminate the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Feeling the tremors of the ground, Naruto understood that Infinite Tsukuyomi had begun to activate. The world of dreams was about to begin. He couldn't stop it. On the other side of the battlefield, the ninja allied forces could see the meteorites falling from the sky towards Naruto. Shikamaru and Choji, who were in the midst of battle, stumbled and barely steadied themselves. Choji, seeing the meteorites falling from the sky, exclaimed in shock, "What exactly is happening over there? This is too abnormal." Shikamaru analyzed while looking down. The chakra of everyone has disappeared and the suddenly appearing giant tree has also vanished. Something major must have happened over there. And it probably isn't good news. Naruto, you should be alright, right? Shikamaru, worried about Naruto yet also believed in him. While Naruto was fighting, he was also thinking about protecting them. How could he not trust such a Naruto? It was because he trusted Naruto too much that he worried Naruto would push himself. He understood Naruto, and Naruto always bore everything silently on his own. Both the allied forces on the battlefield and Tsunade Kakashi and Uchiha Kidō, who had already distanced themselves from the battlefield, could see the tremendous change in Naruto's vicinity. How could this happen? Uchiha Madara activated Infinite Tsukuyomi. Kidō was shocked. He didn't expect Madara truly succeeded in activating this forbidden technique. Didn't Naruto manage to stop him? Kidō sighed. He had entrusted everything to Naruto. It seemed this battle was nearing its end, but he didn't know what Naruto would do to awaken everyone when they all fell into the dream world. Kidō felt it didn't matter anymore. After all, he was already liberated. But in the end, he still wanted to see Naruto triumph over Uchiha Madara. He genuinely wished for Naruto to achieve victory in this battle. After all, it was Naruto who shattered his long-standing nightmare. He wanted to see Naruto shine brightly in this painful world, illuminating others. If it were Naruto, he should be able to heal more people's hearts. Kidō smiled. Naruto had intruded into his thorny world in such an absurd. He saw his former self in Naruto. He saw the self who once was full of vigor. Perhaps he didn't want to see Naruto end up like himself now. Maybe he wanted to see Naruto have a happy ending. A different ending from his own. The dream he had long forgotten and could no longer realize. Naruto could strive to pursue. The ninja world had already entered an era belonging to people like Naruto. Those of them who had given up hope should step back from this era. If possible, he really wanted to see the battle between Naruto and Uchiha Madara. This feeling is very bad, Sasuke said, looking at the meteorites falling from the sky. Naruto raised his right hand and several spinning giant Razengans appeared in the air. My next attack will shatter all the meteorites, don't worry. You two stay by my side and don't move. Naruto instructed Orochimaru and Lee beside him. I have to be careful not to accidentally hurt Sasuke. This was Naruto's current inner thought. Go. Naruto shouted, throwing the giant Rasengan in the direction of the meteorites. Sasuke unleashed his Susanoo, tightly surrounding Naruto, as well as the fallen Orochimaru and Lee. The unfolding Susanoo quickly formed a protective barrier shielding Naruto from the falling debris. Feeling that the outside had fallen silent, Sasuke finally relaxed and released his Susanoo. Naruto subtly shifted his body, sensing that Sasuke was too close for comfort. So close that he could hear Sasuke's breathing. Thanks, Orochimaru expressed rare gratitude towards Sasuke. You were just passing by. Sasuke didn't even glance at Orochimaru. He was extremely dissatisfied. It was a perfect opportunity to be close to Naruto, yet interrupted by this ungrateful Orochimaru. Orochimaru, caught off guard by Sasuke's words, wore an expression that was hard to describe. After all, he had once been Sasuke's teacher, albeit for a brief time. But once a teacher, always a father figure. He should at least restrain his expression of utter disdain. Orochimaru felt like crying without tears. He suddenly didn't want to support Naruto and Sasuke being together anymore. He would have to think of ways to sow discord between Naruto and Sasuke, allowing Sasuke, that brat, to experience the feeling of being ignored. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts emerged in Orochimaru's mind. What kind of expression is that? Naruto chuckled softly. It's all because of you. Orochimaru shot a fierce glare at Naruto. Those two brats were skilled at provoking anger. Orochimaru thought resentfully. Lee beside Orochimaru expressed that he didn't understand why Orochimaru was angry. Let's merge into one now. The Rinnegan on Uchiha Madara's forehead twitched. It seemed to respond to him as the blood-red moon emitted a bright light. An unprecedented silence fell over the battlefield and everyone's eyes unknowingly transformed to mirror Uchiha Madara's. Whether it was the panicked ninja alliance on the battlefield or the people in a distant unknown village, everyone suddenly lost consciousness and became still. Though it was nighttime, the sky shone as bright as day due to the intense light. This light can pierce shadows and no one can escape it. Furthermore, the divine tree realm descends. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together and activated the ninjutsu once more. Enormous trees rapidly erupted from the ground, their long wooden tendrils seemingly alive as they slowly wrapped around the bodies of the soulless people. In a short while, the massive trees had become filled with individuals tightly bound in the shape of cocoons. Orochimaru and Lee beside Naruto were not spared either. See you at dawn, was the last conscious thought Orochimaru expressed to Naruto. Naruto understood Orochimaru's intent. Orochimaru hoped that he would defeat Uchiha Madara by the end of the night and awaken himself at the moment dawn broke. Naruto smirked. Orochimaru's blind trust in him was truly remarkable. He paused for a moment, suddenly struggling to find the right words to describe this feeling. This must be the satisfaction of being trusted by a comrade. At this moment in this world, only 3 individuals remained conscious. One was Uchiha Madara, who sought to destroy the world. The other 2 were Sasuke and Naruto, who were resolutely determined to thwart Madara's delusions. Why are both of you still conscious? Uchiha Madara looked down at them. With the same 6-path sage technique, your ninjutsu has no effect on us who possess equal power. Naruto kindly clarified Madara's confusion. He suddenly thought Madara seemed a bit foolish. In his eyes, Madara was not only a severe case of delusions, but also utterly ridiculous, leaving him speechless. Ah, what a pitiful person. Naruto felt sympathy for Uchiha Madara. Then let's battle with all our might. Madara laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilarating sensation. Ever since Hashirama disappeared, he had not experienced it again. Uchiha Madara mused that perhaps he too was seeking such a battle. Sasuke, even if only one of us dies, this world will perish. Only the yang power of the 6 paths in my hands. and your own power can defeat the enemy before us. Once we fail, they will remain in eternal slumber, never to awaken again. We cannot die no matter what, especially you. Naruto was very worried about Sasuke. He knew that Sasuke had been gravely injured in his battle with Itachi. He was uncertain about Sasuke's condition. Thus Naruto did not voice this concern to Sasuke. I understand. You too, he replied. I don't want you to get hurt. This was Sasuke's response to Naruto. They could both understand each other's words. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously charged towards Uchiha Madara. Universal pull. Facing the charging Sasuke and Naruto, Uchiha Madara utilized ninjutsu to attract their bodies towards one another. Sasuke! Naruto yelled as Sasuke was about to collide with him. Sasuke severed Madara's control over him with a swift Amaterasu, immediately summoning Susanoo to fly towards Madara. Naruto quickly seized the opening, revealing his Zanpakutō to sever Uchiha Madara's control, before teleporting behind Madara to launch another attack. Sasuke coordinated with Naruto's movements as they flanked Uchiha Madara together. Empowered by the Six Paths Sage technique, their strength had multiplied several times. Sasuke's Susanoo grew even larger and swifter. Naruto could feel his Zanpakutō pulsing with excitement. Naruto understood that his Zanpakutō was thrilled due to the overwhelming power. Uchiha Madara could not evade their attacks and vanished into another dimension. Suddenly Uchiha Madara appeared behind Sasuke, and Naruto quickly defended Sasuke from the attack. This is troublesome. Sasuke and Naruto stood back to back. Uchiha Madara vanished once more. There's nothing I can do. I can't sense where hell appear in which dimension. As it was random, Naruto could not predict where Uchiha Madara would emerge. For now he could only sense Madara's position the moment he came out from another dimension. Got you. Successfully sensing Uchiha Madara's movement, Naruto caught hold of him. At the moment Naruto thrust his Zanpakutō towards Madara, the Zanpakutō that should have been in his hands vanished, replaced by slender fingers piercing through Uchiha Madara's body. Surprisingly, no blood flowed from Uchiha Madara's body where it was pierced. It would be a waste not to absorb so much chakra, wouldn't you agree? Master. The elongated tone had a hint of a spoiled tone. Upon hearing the word, Master, Naruto instantly felt his face heat up. He didn't expect his Zanpakutō to materialize before him at this moment, especially using such an indescribable tone in front of the original. Naruto briefly thought about looking down to see if there was a hole in the ground he could hide in. He felt so embarrassed. Sasuke was already surprised to see Naruto before him now, wearing a fan-patterned outfit unique to the Uchiha clan. When he heard the boy's soft and sweet voice pampering Naruto, rage instantly surged in Sasuke's mind. Just as Sasuke was about to rush toward the boy, forgetting that he was in the heat of battle, his usually expressionless face cracked open. What did he just see? Was he dreaming? He couldn't believe that the boy who had so shamelessly pampered Naruto looked exactly like him. Sasuke's feet froze. Unbelievable. His worldview shattered. Naruto was with a guy who looked just like him. Was he being cheated on? The guy who was cheating on him looked exactly like him. Sasuke didn't know whether to be happy or angry. He felt a bit lost. Noticing Sasuke's incredulous and complex expression, Naruto realized he had embarrassed himself greatly. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. The original was right there, yet someone who looked exactly like him appeared before Sasuke. Naruto prayed that Sasuke wouldn't think of him as some weird person. He truly had no peculiar tendencies. He felt like crying, wondering how to explain this situation to Sasuke. I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Why are you all staring at me with such peculiar eyes? The innocent Sasuke complained, completely unaware of the incredibly awkward atmosphere. How wonderful, he has an endless supply of chakra for me to absorb. Master, can I finish? Sasuke excitedly shouted at Naruto. Aren't you currently absorbing chakra? Why are you asking for my opinion? Naruto grumbled inwardly. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Without waiting for Naruto's response, Sasuke pressed his entire body against Uchiha Madara. Seeing the motionless Uchiha Madara and the incredibly reluctant look in Madara's eyes, Naruto felt great sympathy for the poor soul ensnared by Sasuke. I mourn for you. Naruto took a few steps back, nearly losing his balance. Sasuke caught him just in time, his gaze complex as he stared at Naruto's back. Naruto, lying in Sasuke's arms, dared not move. His body was in pain, and he was reluctant to stir. More importantly, he didn't know how to explain Sasuke, who looked just like him. He couldn't introduce him as, "Ah, this is my dear Zanpakutō, who not only looks exactly like you, but has the same name as you." Just thinking about it made him feel terrified, not knowing how Sasuke would perceive him. Uchiha Madara, feeling neglected, was fuming with anger. He never expected that someone would appear to thwart him at such a critical moment. He refused to believe that Naruto possessed hidden power capable of suppressing him. But at this moment, unable to even speak, he had to accept the reality. He was indeed being suppressed by Naruto. Moreover, he could feel his chakra transferring into the young man pressed against him at an extraordinary rate, and astonishingly this young man bore the same appearance as the boy named Uchiha Sasuke who had just fought him. He sensed an extraordinarily ominous aura emanating from the youth on his body. That was a power that did not belong to this world. Uchiha Madara, while continuously absorbing the chakra of those bound by the infinite Tsukuyomi, attempted to break free from the youth's restraint. If he didn't find a way to resolve this situation, soon the chakra within him would be completely drained by the youth. Sasuke gently supported Naruto, taking the opportunity to catch his breath. The injuries from his previous battle with his brother had not yet healed, and on his urgent journey to Konoha to find Naruto, he had encountered Kabuto, Orochimaru's former subordinate. Defeating Kabuto, who had gained the power of Orochimaru's cells, had also consumed a significant amount of his chakra. Now he had little chakra left. The wounds on his body throbbed with pain, but Sasuke did not show it. He didn't want Naruto to think less of him. He wanted to maintain a good image in front of Naruto. Although he didn't want to thank the youth who looked like him, thanks to that youth he and Naruto were able to rest for a short while. He would let it go for now. Sasuke felt he was being quite magnanimous. The thought of Itachi sent a sharp pang through his heart. He had never claimed to be a good person, but the act of killing his own elder brother had left a shadow over him. At first he had sworn resolutely to personally kill the culprit of the Uchiha clan. But by the time he learned the truth of what happened back then, it was already too late. In this life he might never forgive himself. Sasuke thought. He was the sinner who killed his brother. Even though his brother had done everything to protect him, yet he had chosen not to believe his brother. He had never truly understood his brother's thoughts. He had never known what his brother wanted most. Now he would never have the chance to be willful with his brother again. Sasuke suddenly realized what his brother had meant by the last time back then. That was the last time his brother had indulged his capriciousness. For his brother it was the last time. For him too it was the last time. Damn it! Uchiha Madara, finally breaking free, interrupted Sasuke's thoughts. Full and satisfied time to sleep. Sasuke clapped his hands, instantly transforming back into a Zanpakutō floating in the air. With a swoosh, the Zanpakutō returned to Naruto's hand. Naruto knew that Sasuke was about to fall asleep. Having absorbed so much chakra, Sasuke needed time to digest it, as his body might not be able to handle it. If it weren't for his body not being able to withstand such immense energy, Sasuke would have cheerfully absorbed all of Uchiha Madara's chakra. Naruto had discovered the skill of his materialized Zanpakutō by chance. If he could fully master this Zanpakutō, this battle would not have been so grueling. He couldn't bring out the true power of this Zanpakutō. But this was enough, Naruto thought. He was just an ordinary person after all. Uchiha Madara's power had been mostly drained by his Zanpakutō. Now those bound by the infinite Tsukuyomi should be able to awaken on their own. Just as Naruto had thought, the people hanging from the trees like cocoons began to fall off one by one, a sign that they were about to awaken. Damn it! Uchiha Madara was unwilling. After coming this far, he refused to lose this opportunity. He would defeat Naruto. What of the one chosen by the Sage of Six Paths? What of the child of prophecy? Ridiculous. He had experienced betrayal and lost loved ones. He hadn't given up even when he nearly lost his life. After surviving for decades in the dark underground, hadn't he still returned to this world? It was no big deal. As long as he wanted to do it, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. Having suffered so much, he had nothing left to lose. Because he had nothing. Now he had nothing. He had nothing to fear. Uchiha Madara gradually descended into madness. In the sunless underground, Uchiha Madara's heart had long been consumed by darkness. He no longer cared about anything. Uchiha Madara had transcended human limits. He would destroy this world, along with himself. His body gradually floated into the air and a fierce wind arose. Naruto noticed that the air around Uchiha Madara had become different. Slowly Uchiha Madara's body began to swell. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What is he trying to do? Naruto looked up at Uchiha Madara above, observing carefully. Not good, he's about to self-destruct. Realizing this, Naruto's voice trembled slightly. If Uchiha Madara, having absorbed so many people's chakra, used himself as a medium to perform a jutsu, it would create a massive energy explosion that would destroy this world. This guy is insane. The thought of Uchiha Madara's goal made Naruto immediately unsettled. If this world collapsed, wouldn't everything he had done be in vain? Naruto glanced at Sasuke from the corner of his eye. We need to find a way to stop him. Struggling to stand, Naruto said to Sasuke. This was the final battle. If they could stop Uchiha Madara before that, they would win this battle. Kidō 54, Han. Naruto released a disc-shaped flame from his hand, aiming to burn Uchiha Madara's swelling body. Susanoo. Sasuke, now airborne, controlled the giant warrior to swing two massive swords at Uchiha Madara. But the moment the swords neared Madara's body, they were instantly deflected. Sasuke was knocked back in the air. After stabilizing himself, he quickly landed beside Naruto. No good, getting close to that guy results in being repelled by the compressed chakra energy around him. Sasuke seriously reported his thoughts to Naruto. They are gradually waking up. Naruto could sense everyone's presence. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke looked around. The awakened people were gradually gathering toward them. What's with that guy? Orochimaru, who had just broken free from the infinite Tsukuyomi, stared in astonishment at Uchiha Madara, who no longer looked human in the sky. That means you, who barely woke from the dream, will now tragically have your life ended by Uchiha Madara, who wants to self-destruct. Naruto still had the mood to joke with Orochimaru. Madman, Orochimaru muttered, cursing the out-of-control Uchiha Madara. He was also crazy, but compared to Uchiha Madara, he was a mere amateur. Orochimaru conceded defeat. At most, he only wanted immortality. He wasn't twisted enough to want to destroy the world. Although his ideas were also impractical. Truth be told, I just had a beautiful dream. As if I don't know you. Naruto guessed that Orochimaru had had a dream about being intimate with Jiraiya. Pervert, Naruto cursed inwardly. Quick as a flash, Orochimaru and Sasuke both caught Naruto as he nearly fell. What's wrong with you? Why are you so weak? You can barely stand. This time Orochimaru bravely looked straight at Sasuke. He was addressing Uchiha Sasuke. A man who can't even protect Naruto. What use is he? Orochimaru felt a bit sorry for Naruto. Although before falling asleep, he had firmly believed that Naruto could break the jutsu, he hadn't expected Naruto to be so weak. Naruto had indeed done it, awakening them at dawn. Facing such a formidable enemy and achieving this, Orochimaru felt genuinely proud. To actually force a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara to resort to self-destruction. Put away that my child has grown up look of yours. Naruto interrupted Orochimaru. Haha. Orochimaru scratched his head and Naruto seemed to be able to read his mind. I have a father. Naruto thought of Minato Namikaze, whose eyes were filled with tenderness. If we don't solve this, it won't be good, right? Lee, standing behind Naruto, interjected. Yeah, if we don't find a way, we'll all die. Naruto sighed. At this point, it was useless to make them leave this place. 4 Beast Gate Lock. White Breaker Barrier. Naruto stepped on the enlarged Zanpakutō and flew to Uchiha Madara's side, quickly forming hand seals, and consecutively deployed 2 barriers. Space Transfer. Naruto formed hand seals again, attempting to use Kidō to transfer Uchiha Madara to another space. But it failed, and Naruto's power was insufficient. Moreover, Uchiha Madara had absorbed too much chakra. His power had reached saturation, making it impossible to transfer. Naruto didn't know what to use to overcome this dilemma. His body ached. It ached so much that he could barely stand. But he couldn't fall now. He hadn't yet completed his mission. For him, his greatest wish now was to resolve the battle against Uchiha Madara. One by one, everyone began to awaken. That set his mind at ease. What is going on? Naruto could hear Choji's surprised voice. I just felt like I had a dream, and then when it was time, the dream ended. Hey Naruto, are you guys okay? Choji spotted Sasuke and Naruto ahead and shouted. We're fine. Naruto forced himself to answer Choji. This is really bad. Shikamaru stood next to Choji. Shikamaru's mind was racing, trying to find a way to solve the current predicament. Not good, the barrier is cracking. Naruto could hear something cracking in the air. He hadn't expected Uchiha Madara's chakra energy to break his barriers so quickly. Naruto, you have done well. Leave the rest to us. Naruto suddenly felt someone pat him on the shoulder. Naruto turned around and saw Granny Tsunade and the other Kage from various nations arriving beside him all at once. Among them was the gravely injured Kazekage. His friend Gaara. Granny Tsunade, do you have any plan? Naruto frowned. Tsunade did not answer. She simply gazed at Naruto silently, as if she had made up her mind. Looking at the faces of the other Kage, they wore the same resolute expression as Granny Tsunade. Are you going to use a forbidden technique together? Naruto could see the determination to die in their eyes. No, I won't allow it. Naruto's expression was agitated. There is no better way. No one knows what will happen until the very end. He tried to stop Granny Tsunade's decision. Naruto, listen to me carefully. I am glad to see you all become excellent ninjas, especially you, Naruto. Back then when we first met, I saw the shadows of Nawaki and Dan in you. At that moment I thought their dreams had not vanished. Their dreams have continued in the younger generation, and they are fighting for them. I am truly happy, Naruto. Naruto knew Granny Tsunade was referring to her lover and brother. I am glad to have met you, Naruto. I'm sorry I can't see the day you become Hokage. Tsunade stepped forward and embraced Naruto. Naruto's eyes grew moist. He couldn't bear to hear these words. Naruto, you are my son. Thank you for your redemption. Thank you for being willing to be my friend. Gaara stood facing Naruto, gently confessing to him. I was looking forward to the day you become Hokage, so we could have a good drink together. It seems that won't happen. In the end, he lacked the courage to say, I like you, to Naruto. Even at the last moment of his life, he did not want to see a troubled expression on Naruto's face. He only wanted Naruto to be happy, nothing else mattered. Even if he himself got hurt, it was fine, because Naruto was worth it. Kid, thank you for saving my brother back then. It was the voice of the Raikage expressing his gratitude. The entire scene fell silent. They could not stop the decision of these Kage. There was no better way than this. Naruto Kakashi will become a fine Hokage. When everything is over, tell him that. Shikamaru, you have the sharpest mind. You are the cleverest among them. Assist the next Hokage well. This was Tsunade's entrustment to Shikamaru. I understand, Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru nodded, respecting her decision. Lady Tsunade, Lord Raikage. Lady Mizukage. Lord Raikage. It was the voice of the Shinobi Alliance awakening from the illusion. This was their plea for these leaders to stay. Lord Kazekage. Gaara had not expected that there were also people who did not wish for him to leave. Gaara, you. Temari approached Gaara, her expression complex. Just as everyone was slowly beginning to accept Gaara's existence, was she now going to be separated from her brother? Gaara, you will always be our little brother. Kankuro respected Gaara's decision. He finally said those words. Over the years he and Temari had always ignored Gaara's presence. Gradually he had almost forgotten that he and Temari had a younger brother. It was not until Naruto appeared that he awakened. Gaara, who had a monster sealed inside him, also had human emotions. Gaara, who had been unable to sleep for a long time, struggled to suppress the monster within him, yet they had deeply hurt Gaara's sensitive and fragile heart. Naruto's appearance allowed him to find his brother again. He was sincerely grateful to Naruto. Gaara had become an excellent Kazekage. As a subordinate, he respected the Kazekage's decision. I won't allow you to do that. Naruto stood in front of Granny Tsunade. Granny Tsunade, back then Jiraiya Sensei, and I brought you back to be the Hokage. Even though you are a gambler, always avoid work and always scold me. But I am happy because I know you care about me. Everyone should be glad that you can continue to sit on the Hokage's seat. And Gaara, I am also glad to have become your friend. Naruto smiled brightly. Everyone, goodbye. With those words, Naruto turned and instantly teleported to Uchiha Madara's side, unleashing his Zanpakutō and slashing toward the sky. No one had reacted to Naruto's movement. By the time Sasuke reacted, a huge black crescent moon had already appeared in the sky, exuding a chilling, killing intent, devouring the space around the grotesquely swollen Uchiha Madara, who was about to explode. Everyone widened their eyes as the massive black space, radiating an ominous aura created by Naruto, began to devour Uchiha Madara's body. A cold chill ran down their spines. They vaguely saw a massive gaping mouth within the black. Naruto. It was Sasuke's panicked voice. The sound snapped everyone back to reality. Sasuke bent his legs, instantly summoned Susanoo, and flew into the air, catching Naruto's falling body securely. Naruto! Naruto! Choji and Lee quickly surrounded Sasuke as he landed on the ground. It's gradually disappearing. Shikamaru's expression was serious. He could sense Uchiha Madara's aberrant chakra fading away. Is it over? Staring at the direction where Uchiha Madara had completely vanished, Tsunade exhaled in relief. Victory! Everything is over. Sensing that the puppets summoned by Uchiha Madara had also disappeared, the Shinobi Alliance cheered loudly. They embraced each other, some jumped with excitement, while others wept uncontrollably in joy. Finally, the great ninja war for Uchiha Madara's revenge had come to an end. They could finally go home. Naruto, you did well. Everything is over. Seeing this grand scene, Sasuke for once wore a relaxed expression in front of everyone. Naruto. Naruto. Getting no response, Sasuke looked down. Feeling a wetness in his hand, Sasuke, who was holding Naruto's body, raised his left hand. Blood. Sasuke's left hand trembled and a hint of fear crept into his voice. Bleed. Blood continuously gushed from Naruto's mouth. Naruto, don't scare me. Sasuke covered Naruto's mouth, trying to stop the flow of blood. Sasuke lay Naruto's body flat. Tsunade, who had been immersed in joy, heard Sasuke's panicked voice. Slowly put him down. Hurrying to Sasuke's side, Tsunade guided him to lay Naruto's body down, while using medical ninjutsu to heal Naruto. Sasuke obediently followed Tsunade's instructions, carefully placing Naruto's body on the ground. After gently laying Naruto flat, he did not leave Naruto's side, but tightly grasped Naruto's right hand with both hands. Sasuke noticed his hands were trembling uncontrollably, but he couldn't stop. What's happening? Shizune arrived beside Tsunade. When Shizune saw Naruto lying covered in blood beside Sasuke, she concealed her inner shock, and immediately joined the task of treating Naruto as a medical ninja. Attempting to suppress her shock, Shizune's heart raced again the moment she lifted Naruto's clothes. A blood was seeping from various parts of his body. I'm afraid Naruto endured unimaginable pain while fighting Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's hands trembled and tears streamed from her eyes. Why hadn't she noticed? The combined force of the 5 Kage couldn't even defeat Uchiha Madara. How could she have been so at ease, leaving Naruto to deal with him? The more she examined Naruto's body, the more alarmed Tsunade became. Naruto's injuries were not only from fighting Uchiha Madara, but also included many internal injuries she could not heal. Tsunade continuously channeled chakra into Naruto's body, yet it felt as if an invisible black hole was repelling her power. Lady Tsunade. Sensing the same situation, Shizune turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade focused intently on Naruto's body, saying nothing. She knew this approach could not repair Naruto's wounds. She could only helplessly pray that the blood from Naruto's body would flow more slowly, even slower. How could she give up on Naruto so easily? She could not give up on Naruto. The war was over. Everything was over. They had not yet held a celebration banquet for Naruto the hero. She had not yet personally praised him, saying, "Well done." Was there any way to save Naruto? Forbidden techniques? What about the 100 healings jutsu? No. Tsunade quickly dismissed the idea, and Naruto's body was rejecting their chakra, and external force was useless. Will Naruto be okay? Choji, standing beside Naruto, fearfully moved closer to Shikamaru. He'll be fine. Shikamaru put an arm around Choji's shoulder and patted him reassuringly, but the other hand at his side was clenched tightly in nervousness. Naruto's hand moved. Choji, who had been staring at Naruto, exclaimed in surprise. Naruto. Gripping one of Naruto's hands, Sasuke eagerly watched Naruto's trembling eyelashes, waiting for him to open his eyes. What? Sasuke leaned closer to Naruto, listening carefully to his voice. I think I can sense Niji's chakra, Naruto said brokenly. Niji? Sasuke repeated Naruto's words. Where is that guy Niji? This time Sasuke for once was not jealous. He understood that Naruto's words at this moment must carry some meaning. I'm here. Niji's voice reached Naruto's ears through the crowd. The people surrounding Naruto slowly parted, making way for the Niji that Naruto had mentioned. Rishiang Chutian supported the staggering Ningxi as they walked step by step toward Mingren. Mingren! With Kyushin's assistance, Ningxi finally stood before Mingren. The moment Mingren heard Ningxi's voice, his heart relaxed. No matter what, Ningxi's fate had ultimately changed. Why did you save me? Ningxi's voice choked. Was it because of him that Mingren had suffered such severe injuries? If that were the case, he owed Mingren another life. He would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Companion. You are my companion. Mingren turned his eyes to Ningxi, and he could see the sunlight behind Ningxi. Mingren sighed. The sun has come out, everything is over. Chutian looked at Mingren with a complicated expression. She had not yet moved past the fact that brother Ningxi had been resurrected. She had never imagined that Mingren could go this far. It seems she had never truly understood Ming. By the way, Mingren, since you were able to revive Ningxi, if we transfer chakra to you, there should be a way to stop your injuries. Seeing Ningxi suddenly appear before them, Jingyin suddenly recalled Mingren's act of reviving Ningxi. Now that Lady Gangsho is also here, there should be a way. Senior Jingyin. It's useless. At that time I just made a wish. For them it was just a small wish. They merely granted my wish. Mingren smiled bitterly. In this world apart from gods who can easily change a person's life, how could ordinary humans like them bring someone back from the dead? That was nothing but wishful thinking. Use my chakra. Zhuozhu suddenly opened his palm, attempting to have Jingyin transfer his chakra into Mingren's body. It's useless. You and Granny Gangsho should know best about my condition. Mingren gently placed one of his hands over Zhuozhu's palm, stopping his action. Mingren. Zhuozhu seemed to realize something. He didn't want Mingren to leave him. Ningxi. I know you like her. Like Chutian. Be brave. Mingren was still thinking of Ningxi at this moment. How can I be the only one happy? Ningxi completely broke down. How could he exchange Mingren's life for his own happiness? He couldn't accept that. I'm sorry. I made you suffer. But I want everyone to live well. Mingren kept these words hidden in his heart. Zhuozhu. I want to see you smile. Can you smile for me? Mingren's trembling hand reached for Zhuozhu's face. This was Mingren's last wish. I'll smile. As long as you're well, I'll smile at you every day from now on. Zhuozhu stretched his lips into a smile at Mingren. Your smile is really ugly. Mingren muttered softly, glanced into the distance, and then fell silent. Mingren. Zhuozhu watched helplessly as Mingren's hand slipped from his face and slowly closed his eyes. Mingren, I know you're joking with me. Wake up. Now is not the time to sleep. Zhuozhu gently shook Mingren's body, his eyes hollow, his face calm. As if as long as he called Mingren, Mingren would instantly wake up. Lady Gangsho, Mingren's chakra. It's gone. Jingyin stopped her movements, her expression pained. No. There is still a faint trace of breath. We cannot give up on Mingren. Gangsho did not stop her treatment of Mingren. She vaguely felt that Mingren was still there. Lady Gangsho. Stop fooling yourself. Mingren has no breath at all. Jinjian's voice was choked with tears. She couldn't deceive herself. The boy who always wore a bright smile had now left them. The boy who always made Lady Gangsho angry was gone. The boy who always shouted that he would become Hokage one day had lost his vitality. The boy who always worried her and Lady Gangsho had vanished. I can't accept this. Gangsho covered her face with hands stained with Mingren's blood, tears streaming down through her fingers, dyeing a large patch of red, a shocking sight. Even if it was an illusion, how she wished Mingren could still make her angry. Why did he smile? Why was Mingren still smiling at the end? Was it to comfort them? No, she still wanted to see the lively Mingren. She wanted to see the Mingren who always loved to argue with her. She clearly never wanted to lose family or comrades again. In the end, she still couldn't save any. These hands still can't save anyone. Gangsho lowered her hands, staring blankly, somewhat dazed and lost. No, Mingren is just asleep. Right, a good sleep will do and he will wake up. Zhuozhu seemed to have just reacted, holding Mingren's body tightly. Sorry Mingren, did I hurt you? You said you hate pain the most. I'm sorry. Zhuozhu frantically lightened his movements, at a loss. Mingren. Dingxi, standing nearby, covered his mouth and leaned against Luan, unable to bear seeing Zhuozhu like that. Luan pressed his lips, tightly clenched his fists, and turned his face away afraid. He couldn't hold back his tears. He knew that Mingren was always hiding something. Mingren always liked to bear everything on his own, not relying on others. He had noticed Mingren's changes long ago, but he chose to pretend not to see. He understood Mingren's personality. Once Mingren decided something, no one could change it. But now he didn't want to see Mingren bearing everything alone like this. At that time, when pain attacked Konoha, should he have been closer to Mingren? At that time, he clearly saw the exhaustion in Mingren's eyes. Should he have said more to Mingren at that time? Luan regretted. Had they never truly understood Mingren's inner thoughts? Luan felt heartbroken watching Zuozu's neurotic behavior. Perhaps the one who couldn't accept this fact the most was Zuozu. Mingren had followed Zuozu's footsteps, wanting to pull him out of the darkness. Mingren, who wanted to relieve Zuozu's pain, was always pushed away ruthlessly by Zuozu. Now the one who was most shattered was Zuozu. Yes, Zuozu had returned. After fighting side by side with Mingren, Zuozu watched with his own eyes as Mingren lost his breath in his arms. Zuozu must be deeply regretful. Regretting that he hadn't returned to Mingren's side sooner. Mingren. Kakaxi's voice interrupted Luan's thoughts. Kakaxi arrived, followed by Chunai-ing and Yuzhibo Daidi, who had removed his mask. What happened? Kakaxi, upon arriving, sensitively sensed the heavy atmosphere. Mingren. Kakaxi hurried through the crowd to Mingren's side. Mingren had already been injured before, and now he must have suffered even more severe damage. Lady Gongsho, what is going on? Kakaxi couldn't believe it. He saw Zuozu holding Mingren motionless, and he could no longer sense Mingren's chakra. Impossible. Mingren was just talking to me earlier. Kakaxi's steps faltered, and he even stepped back a few paces. Daidi quickly steadied the unsteady Kakaxi, who was about to fall. Xiaoying. Recalled to his senses by Kakaxi's voice, Zuozu caught sight of Xiaoying from the corner of his eye. Zuozu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoying was stunned. This was the first time Zuozu had called her name with such joyful surprise. But at this moment she didn't care anymore, because seeing the scene before her, she had roughly understood everything. Xiaoying, come quickly and see Mingren. Neither of them is willing to help me treat Mingren. Zuozu's voice was choked with tears. Xiaoying's eyes instantly reddened. She had never seen Zuozu like this. Xiaoying's hands resting on Mingren trembled slightly. No matter how she probed, there was no sign of life in Mingren's body. Chunai-ing released her hands, tears at the corners of her eyes bearing the grief, and said with difficulty to Zuozu, "It's already no hope. Liars. You are all lying to me. It must be that your abilities are insufficient. I'll find someone else to treat Mingren." Hearing Xiaoying's words, Zuozu froze. Then, after realizing, he tried to lift Mingren. Zuozu snapped out of it. Xiaoying gave Zuozu a hard slap with a reluctant expression. Mingren is dead. He is dead. Xiaoying cruelly told Zuozu this fact. Why? Zuozu weakly set down Mingren's body. Why must this fact be cruelly laid before him? It's my fault. I should have stopped Mingren back then. When I saw Mingren's incredible power, I should have realized. He was already injured at that time. I should have stopped him. Kakaxi muttered, leaning against Yuzhibo Daidi. I should have noticed. With such severe injuries, how could he be fine? What did you say? Zuozu rushed to Kakaxi and angrily grabbed his collar. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zuozu roared at Kakaxi and even punched him in the face. Daidi, who was supporting Kakaxi, was thrown off by Zuozu's sudden move and fell to the ground. Kakaxi wiped the blood from his mouth, stood firmly before Zuozu, and remained silent. He couldn't refute Zuozu. He didn't want to refute either. At this point, everything was already too late. Having punched Kakaxi, Zuozu instead crouched down, clutching his head violently, and silently broke down. Enough! Do you think Mingren would want to see you all like this? Li, who had remained silent since witnessing the victory of this war, finally spoke. Li carefully picked up Naruto and faced the crowd. Don't forget what we should be doing right now. Do you want to betray Naruto's efforts? Don't let Naruto's sacrifice be in vain. Li walked towards Sasuke, while holding Naruto, remaining silent. He understood Sasuke's pain. Not long ago, the respected teacher Kai had also made the same decision as Naruto. To this day, the echoes of teacher Kai's words still resonated in his ears. Our youth has not faded, Do not abandon hope. Wishes may not always be fulfilled, but if we don't even have wishes, how can we achieve what we want to do? I will not wither away like this. I will become the nourishment for the new green leaves. When the green leaves sprout and spring arrives, that will be the peak of youth, the most vibrant moment of youth's flame. This was Teacher Kai's determination. He believed Naruto shared the same resolve. In the end, he was grateful that Naruto could stop Teacher Kai. He had thought he might never see Teacher Kai again. To him, Teacher Kai was not just a teacher but family. He had long regarded Teacher Kai as his own family. If Teacher Kai truly disappeared like this, he might collapse like Sasuke did, unable to accept it. No matter what form Teacher Kai eventually took, he sincerely thanked Naruto. He was grateful for Naruto's actions. Grasping his head, Sasuke felt the shadow before him, raised his head, and looked up at Lee standing before him. Naruto wouldn't want to see you like this. After saying this, Lee handed Naruto's body to Sasuke. Is that so? Would Naruto not want to see me like this? Sasuke tightened his grip, staring at Naruto's peaceful face. Various sounds echoed in his ears, some of Tsunade directing her subordinates to rescue the injured, others expressing joy at finding their wounded comrades. But Sasuke paid them no mind. Yes, the war is over. Everyone is happy. Everyone is celebrating the victory of the war. But what about Naruto? What should I do without my Naruto? Sasuke sat on the ground, cradling Naruto, looking up to bask in the sunlight. The day has dawned. It is so bright, yet why can't I feel the warmth of the sunlight at all? Why hasn't the sunlight reached my heart? Sasuke thought, what should I do? At that moment, as he lowered his head, the corner of his eye caught sight of a blade not far from his right hand. It's Naruto's Zanpakutō, Sasuke thought. He focused intently on Naruto's face, turning his head and reaching out with his right hand to feel around on the ground. When he looked back at Naruto, a blade had already appeared in Sasuke's hand. Examining Naruto's face closely, the blade in Sasuke's hand began to approach his neck. As the cold glint of the blade was about to pierce Sasuke's neck, a hand wrinkled, and not very smooth, slightly rough, stopped Sasuke's next move. Kid, he wouldn't want you to do this. It's you. But he will never stand up and stop me again. Sasuke released his grip and Naruto's Zanpakutō fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Everyone instantly stopped their actions and focused their gaze on Sasuke. They stared in surprise at the old man with a staff who had suddenly appeared next to Sasuke. They saw that the old man's clothing bore a pattern resembling a comma. Some noticed the red swirling symbol on the back of the old man's clothing, which had 3 rows of commas beneath it. Such patterns. Could it be the Sage of 6 Paths? Tsunade, who had already been on guard when the old man appeared beside Sasuke, spoke uncertainly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after so long someone would still recognize me. Truly surprising. The Sage of 6 Paths laughed heartily. Is it really the Sage of 6 Paths? The crowd was puzzled. They couldn't believe that the legendary ancestor of ninjas, the Sage of 6 Paths, actually existed. For a long time, the Sage of 6 Paths had only been a myth circulating in the ninja world. It was said that the Sage of 6 Paths birthed 9-tailed beasts. However, these were merely legends. No one had ever seen the Sage of 6 Paths in person. There can be no mistake of this unusual chakra. I have never felt such powerful energy before. Moreover, his attire, I once saw the pattern on a scroll. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, staring in Sasuke's direction. There were too many people gathered around Naruto, preventing him from approaching. Orochimaru? How did he end up here? Does he have some sort of scheme? The crowd began to whisper about Orochimaru's intentions. Look, this is the helplessness of being a rogue ninja. The moment he appears, even if he hasn't done anything, he will be labeled with all sorts of crimes by the village of Konoha. Because of this, he couldn't even say a proper goodbye to Naruto. He knew that the last glance Naruto cast towards the distance was aimed at him. He understood Naruto's meaning. A long time ago, Naruto had discussed death with him. When he heard Naruto calmly accepting death, he was surprised, for such tranquility was not something a youth should possess. It was as if he had seen through everything. He felt very sad. Sad that Naruto hadn't told him his decision. Just that one glance, he immediately understood that Naruto had long decided to sacrifice his own life. In truth, he was very angry. Angry that Naruto so easily discarded his own life. He still wanted to engage in playful banter with Naruto, even though he always lost to Naruto. But the days spent with Naruto made him very happy. Happy enough that sometimes he would forget he was a villain despised by many. During his time with Naruto, he experienced after a long time the warmth of having someone care for him. Because of Naruto's presence, he found someone who could make him give up his pursuit of immortality. That was the first time he learned to love someone. That was the first time his heart stirred. For the first time he felt his frozen heart beating vibrantly. He experienced many firsts with Naruto. The first time he learned to love someone. The first time he heroically saved a beauty with Naruto's help. The first time he had a meal with Naruto. The first time he was humbled by someone. The first time someone could understand his thoughts. The first time someone understood him. The first time someone thought he was a good person. The first time someone said he was gentle. And all these firsts happened with Naruto. He did not know what this feeling was. But he knew meeting Naruto was the greatest fortune of his life. Because of Naruto he had the thought of wanting to protect someone. And that person he wanted to protect just happened to be Naruto's master, his childhood friend. He didn't know how to explain this to Jiraiya. Clearly the two of them had gone out together, yet now he was the only one returning. Did Naruto fulfill his wish? Had Naruto already realized his desire to protect Sasuke? The thing he heard Naruto say the most was that he wanted to see Sasuke happy. But look, Naruto, Sasuke is not happy now. Even the final smile that appeared in your eyes was a forced smile squeezed out of fear of you leaving. Is this truly okay? Naruto. Orochimaru felt pain for Naruto. If possible, Naruto would want to see Sasuke attain happiness with his own eyes, right? This silly boy helping him pursue Jiraiya, how could he not realize Sasuke's feelings for him? Naruto is truly foolish. In the end, Naruto didn't even realize that he had long fallen in love with Sasuke. Orochimaru thought Naruto might just be the biggest fool in the world. Naruto truly does not deserve the title of Thailander that Sasuke had given him. Everyone calm down. Orochimaru fought alongside Naruto against Uchiha Madara. So he should not have any ill intentions now. Even so, we cannot conclude that Orochimaru. Enough! Tsunade interrupted the crowd's speculation. She was feeling very down, having lost Naruto. She had to pull herself together to deal with the upcoming matters. Are you here to save Naruto? Sasuke didn't care about anyone else looking eagerly at the Sage of Six Paths. As long as you save Naruto, I am willing to do anything. Sasuke's gaze was urgent. The Sage of Six Paths was a god, and should have a way to save Naruto. This is his own choice. I cannot change that. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto's serene face and sighed softly. He coldly watched Naruto's actions from above until Naruto passed away. Seeing the boy's eyes darken at his words, the Sage of Six Paths felt a stir in his heart. He suddenly felt a pang of heartache. He should not have appeared here. But seeing Sasuke wanting to leave with that boy, he couldn't help but appear to stop him. That boy's last wish was to see Sasuke happy. He could not just watch the person the boy wanted to protect disappear. He could not let the boy's efforts be in vain. The boy had done so much. How could he allow the boy's efforts to go to waste? He had been observing the boy for a long time. Regardless of whether in the mortal world or in this realm, the boy had never changed his original intention. Then why did you appear? Sasuke smiled and mocked. If you didn't appear to save Naruto, then what use do you have? The nine tails forced into slumber within Naruto twitched its ears. It sensed a familiar yet powerful chakra. Is this the presence of that adult? The nine tails within Naruto suddenly opened its eyes. Because of its master's appearance, it awakened from its forced slumber. Naruto, what is happening? Sasuke could feel the chakra of the nine tails within Naruto. The chakra that had vanished had actually reappeared. Does this mean Naruto still has a chance? Sasuke's eyes were fixed tightly on Naruto's body, afraid that he would miss something. Suddenly Naruto's body was enveloped in a faint crimson chakra. The chakra of the nine-tailed fox. Is it the nine tails? Asked the Sage of Six Paths. Yes, Lord Sage, replied Naruto. A small fox-shaped entity materialized above his chest. Far smaller than the colossal beast that once perched upon his shoulder. You've grown remarkably diminutive, mused the Sage of Six Paths, astonished to behold the once fierce nine tails in such an unexpectedly endearing form. Most of my power was absorbed by Madara Uchiha, and half of what remained had long been sealed within that boy of the Namikaze clan. I can sustain only this fragile semblance now. The nine tails scratched its head with a claw, embarrassed at being seen in such a pitiful state before the sage. I can no longer leave Naruto's body. If I do, his soul will dissipate. It gazed solemnly at the Sage of Six Paths. Even in slumber it had sensed Naruto's actions. How desperately it wished it had awakened in time to stop him. Then Naruto would never have left it behind. Only now did the others notice the Ninetales' tails were tightly fused to Naruto's body. By sustaining this boy's form with your dwindling strength, you too shall fade away one day. The Sage of Six Paths regarded the creature before him, the very being he himself had brought into existence. Yet this Ninetales met his gaze unflinchingly, unburdened by reverence or fear. It matters not. Naruto gave me a name, Q. Though it often grumbled that the name failed to reflect its awe-inspiring majesty, deep down it cherished this human appellation. Its first true name, after centuries of existence, humans had only ever called it the Ninetales, regarding it as a monster. Only Naruto approached it without dread. Only Naruto saw it not as a force to be feared, but as a being worthy of trust. Only Naruto treated it as a friend. It remembered vividly the moment Naruto first descended into the depths of his own chakra realm and beheld the imprisoned fox. In that instant it felt a rare spark of delight after so long at last. A human had entered its domain offering diversion. It had anticipated terror, the boy trembling before the colossal cage. But its expectation crumbled. No fear marred the boy's face. Not even the faintest tremor of dread. Instead there bloomed a radiant smile. Astonishingly laced with an emotion the fox could not fathom, pure, unguarded exhilaration. So it bared its most terrifying visage, slammed its paws against the bars and roared. But the boy's expression remained unchanged. His eyes, however, grew brighter, sharper, alight with wonder. The boy extended his hand and said, "I'm Naruto. Be my partner." At that moment the fox thought, "Of course you're a fool. I knew your name long before you spoke it." Then it registered the weight of those words and froze. It was stunned. Not because the boy had spoken, but because he had not said, "Become my subordinate." He had said, "Be my partner." How absurd. How achingly naive. Yet somehow stirring. It concealed its reaction, attempting instead to coax Naruto into tearing away the sealing talisman affixed to the cage. But it failed. Naruto offered only one reply: "When you trust me, I'll remove it." Then he vanished from sight. The fox thought then, what a fool. He could have feigned agreement. Once freed, I'd seize control of his body and reign unchallenged. Yet when Naruto returned the second time, it chose differently. To act thus would rob the game of meaning. After all, such an intriguing human was a rarity. It deserved prolonged amusement before consumption. And so it began observing Naruto, meticulously, intimately, from within. It watched as children tormented him daily, and knew Naruto could easily drive them off. It had witnessed him training alone in secret. To the fox, Naruto's prowess already eclipsed that of any human genin. It could not comprehend why he endured their cruelty, why he refused to strike back and end their mockery forever. Muttering "fool" under its breath, it continued watching, sometimes with genuine fascination. As Naruto trained in solitude, it found his techniques curiously compelling. It also knew of the unnamed short blade he carried. Plain in appearance, yet always held reverently, sometimes even spoken to. Truly a fool, it mused, to speak to a blade as if it were company. So lonely he seeks solace in cold steel. Days passed in quiet observation, until almost imperceptibly it realized Naruto lived each day with remarkable purpose and discipline. He must wish to grow stronger, it reasoned. Then scoffed again, "Fool. With my power he'd ascend instantly." Yet when Naruto, who sought it out daily for play, replied, "I want to grow strong through my own strength," the fox was taken aback. Observing Naruto proved unexpectedly pleasant. It decided to delay its feast. After all, who else would converse with it? Its sole grievance. Naruto often slipped alone into the forest to hunt animals for food. From within, the fox watched hungrily. Its own hunger long dormant, forgotten. Judging by Naruto's contented sighs after every meal, the fox concluded his culinary skill must be extraordinary. Occasionally it entertained the notion perhaps becoming Naruto's partner wasn't so unworthy. Not only freedom but feasts beyond imagination. Gradually it began eagerly awaiting Naruto's daily visits. Then one day Naruto stood before it once more and extended the same invitation: "Be my partner." After a pause the Ninetales consented, tempted less by loyalty than by the scent of Naruto's cooking. In the end Naruto lifted the seal. He named it Q. Now that we're partners, you deserve a proper name, he declared. The fox stared speechless at Naruto's suppressed grin. It knew full well the name was chosen precisely for its playful pettiness. Yet a quiet warmth stirred within it. For the first time it bore a name. Naruto studied its massive form and proposed a compromise. Its size needed adjustment. If you appear beside me like this, everyone will notice, Naruto reasoned. So the fox shrank itself to the size of a fox. That moment became its greatest regret. For the instant it assumed that form. Naruto transformed. Eyes sparkling, voice softening. He adored its fluffy, diminutive shape. Naruto delighted in ruffling its fur, cradling it close, even pressing kisses to its muzzle. Never before had it known such intimacy with a human. Especially the embrace. The warmth, the closeness. And though it endured the indignity, it did so willingly. For Naruto's meals were transcendent. No temptation could rival them. Slowly, irrevocably, it embraced Naruto. Not as a vessel nor a tool, but as kin. As comrade. His soul remains intact. You must have a way to restore him. The Ninetales pleaded with the Sage of Six Paths. Why save him? The sage asked, bewildered. Surely the Ninetales despised humanity above all. He sought to understand what had moved this creature, this embodiment of hatred, to beg for the life of a human. Because Naruto said, we are friends. The Ninetales grinned. A genuine, unguarded smile. It meant every word. Friends, murmured the sage, voice hushed. Did my wager with a friend destroy a boy? A sharp pang pierced his heart. He recognized his error. Not merely in judgment but in arrogance. Gods, it seemed, had no right to toy so callously with mortal fate. Yet it was his choice. And I warned him plainly. He overextended the power I granted. This body is shattered. The backlash has consumed his vessel. Beyond repair. The sage fixed his gaze upon the Ninetales as he delivered these words. Still, you can save him, can't you? The fox pressed unyielding. It believed utterly that the sage possessed the means. Even if I strip you of your power, would you still choose to save him? The sage locked eyes with it, searching for hesitation for retreat. For tailed beasts such forfeiture meant annihilation. Their essence erased from existence. The Ninetales understood this truth perfectly. Yet no faltering crossed its features. Nor did the humans standing beside it waver. Each held the sage's gaze with unshakable resolve. Especially Sasuke Uchiha. Standing closest, his stare burning with such intensity it seemed poised to sear through flesh and bone. It had been ages since the sage witnessed such unified conviction. All of it born of Naruto alone. Very well. But I cannot guarantee I can awaken his soul. At last the sage yielded. Truly. Sasuke seized the sage's hand, breathless with hope. Ahem. The sage coughed, pointedly signaling him to release his grip. Sasuke withdrew his hand, dazed. As if waking from a dream. How fervently he prayed that upon waking Naruto would stand whole and unbroken before him. I can aid you. But only if you accept the true Naruto. No. More precisely, his true name is not Naruto. It is Ming. The sage observed their reactions carefully. Surely some among you have sensed it. The subtle shifts in the Naruto you thought you knew day by day. I know nothing of this Ming. But I know beyond doubt that he is the Naruto I remember. Naruto is Naruto. He is simply himself. Sasuke stepped forward, meeting the sage's gaze. His eyes ablaze with a gravity unlike anything he had ever shown before. Is he really him? The Six Paths sage silently pondered this question in his heart. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall show you what kind of world the true Naruto inhabits. After seeing if you still arrive at the same conclusion, then desperately call out his name in your hearts. Your calls might just awaken his soul. The deeper the yearning, the more it can awaken his soul. If ultimately it still fails, then it means he himself does not wish to return to this world. Then his soul will forever vanish from this world without reincarnation. Are you willing to gamble? The Six Paths sage asked a question similar to the one he had once posed to Naruto. As long as I can see him again. Sasuke replied firmly. Very well. The Six Paths sage waved his long sleeves and stars of light began to scatter from Naruto's body. That was Naruto's soul. The golden fragments of the soul scattered about. It was the purest soul the Six Paths sage had ever encountered. It was a soul that only the purest and most unblemished could possess. There was not a trace of impurity, instead it emanated warmth, as if the owner of the soul could warm others. Good luck to you all. The Six Paths sage silently blessed those who wished to save Naruto. Then he too vanished into another space with them. What is this? Everyone was astonished as they suddenly found themselves in a space glowing with golden light. In front of them a gigantic screen was displaying something. This is the world where the true Naruto resides. That infant is the Naruto you are familiar with. The Six Paths sage's voice echoed in this space, though he did not appear before them. He had done all he could, the rest was up to them to decide. The crowd was astonished at the enormous buildings they saw through the screen, which were different from their own world. They had never imagined that there existed such a peculiar world in another space, one so unlike. They curiously observed the strange vehicles speeding across the ground, seeing people inside effortlessly controlling a circular object. How were those strange things even possible? Their eyes revealed great confusion. Still marveling at the bizarre buildings in front of them, they heard the voice of the Six Paths sage. They quietly watched as an infant suddenly appeared before them. Was this the Naruto of this? None of them had ever considered that the Naruto they knew did not belong to their world, but existed in another space. They gazed at the woman who had just given birth to the infant being ruthlessly abandoned by the man. That departing man must be Naruto's father. The crowd watched a single mother struggling to raise the infant. They observed the 80-year-old Naruto in silence, patiently waiting from morning until night. On this day, the 80-year-old Naruto's birthday, he innocently looked forward to his mother's return home to celebrate with him. The crowd felt pain in their hearts, as they already guessed what Naruto's mother would do next. After enduring such prolonged suffering, a single mother finally encountered someone willing to care for her. Yet she did not disclose Naruto's existence to the man, before her, fearing that his presence would ruin the happiness she had just gained. Because of this child, how many disdainful looks had she endured? Because of this child, how much pain had she suffered? Now she looked forward to the arrival of a new life. She anticipated a child who could bring her happiness. She was pregnant with that man's child. They had decided to build a happy family together. In that family there was no place for Naruto. Indeed, they watched as the woman returned home that evening holding a box of cake, forcing a smile before Naruto, while her bag contained a bottle of sleeping pills bought from the pharmacy. The scene they did not wish to see ultimately unfolded before their eyes. They watched as the boy, having drunk the medicine and fallen into a deep sleep, was handed over by his mother to a woman. The woman merely whispered, "I'm sorry, Ming, forgive me," and turned away without hesitation. They knew that was the name Naruto went by in that world. And behind the woman who took Naruto's body, the door bore the glaring words "orphanage." Seeing the scene of the woman turning away in tears, Sasuke clenched his fists, his fingers digging into his palms until they bled, but he felt no pain. Anger surged within Sasuke. How ironic! Having firmly resolved to abandon her child, why shed tears so hypocritically? Having given him life, why abandon him? In that other world, did Naruto's fate remain so tragic? Was he not happy in that world? Sasuke's heart ached. He felt for the boy who was abandoned at just 5 years old, but he felt even more for his Naruto. Sasuke watched as the little Naruto woke up the next day, facing a strange environment surrounded by adults he had never seen, trembling in fear. The boy's soft black hair clung to his face, obediently, his eyes red from crying for a long time, fearfully surveying the utterly unfamiliar environment. There were many children his age, and he had just learned from a woman known as the director that he had been abandoned by his mother. Was it his fault for not being obedient enough? Sasuke saw the helpless and fearful gaze of the boy, and he seemed to see the shadow of Naruto within him. In fact, he was Naruto. He had once seen such expressions on Naruto's face when he watched many children being taken away by their parents. He had seen the same lonely and helpless look on Naruto's face. At that time his parents were still around. His brother was still around. He had wondered why that boy had such a lonely expression. So that was it, here Naruto was also alone. The crowd watched as little Naruto quickly accepted the reality of being abandoned by his mother. The only constant was that the boy would always ask the adults, "If I am more obedient and listen better, will my mother come to pick me up?" "Yes, if Ming is good, one day your mother will come to pick you up." The adults would always nod in agreement. Thus little Naruto became increasingly obedient, longing for the day when his mother would come to take him away. However, repeated disappointments gradually turned into despair, and little Naruto eventually realized that he would never see his mother again. So little Naruto gradually stopped speaking. Even when bullied by the other children his age, he silently endured it, never telling the adults. Because he knew they were just jealous of how much better he was at pleasing the adults than they were. Finally, one day a couple came along, and they liked Naruto very much, deciding to adopt him. However, a year later Naruto was sent back to the orphanage. The family no longer needed him as they had their own child. Having been abandoned once more, Naruto gradually understood that he was a child who was not needed. Thus he no longer accepted anyone's offer for adoption. Whenever someone came to the orphanage, he would always hide away alone. Naruto watched as child after child was taken away, never to return. Naruto had an adult he really liked. That person was the director who had once met his mother. The director was very kind to him and always secretly gave him some treats. Sometimes he would affectionately sleep beside the director. The only light in little Naruto's world came from that person, the director. In his heart he regarded the director as his mother. Eventually the director decided to sponsor Naruto's education. Naruto did not let the director down, consistently achieving excellent grades in return. He also did not let the director worry about his living expenses, as he would secretly find ways to work and earn money. However, the good times did not last as the director passed away due to illness. In the end, Naruto took the money the director had left him and left the orphanage, for there was nothing left there worth remembering. Naruto became a person living alone, working and studying part-time, and eventually achieved excellent results to enroll in university, successfully obtaining a scholarship. On the day he was accepted into university, Naruto decided to find his mother. He wanted to ask that woman why she had abandoned him. However, upon finally finding the woman's address, Naruto saw the happy family of three playfully interacting, and in that moment he instantly understood that he should not be there. That woman had long forgotten about him. She had a happy family. His existence was superfluous to her. Having received his answer, Naruto returned to his own home. From then on he never sought out that woman again. Subsequently, he chose to cancel his rented apartment and opted for on-campus housing. After all, it did not matter where he lived alone. The crowd watched as Naruto gradually grew up, making some friends, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had gone through so much, Naruto ultimately did not change. They saw the image of the grown-up Naruto in the boy on the screen. Though he looked different, they knew it was the boy from their memories. Even in pain, even in misfortune, the flame of determination in Naruto's eyes had never extinguished. Sasuke and Orochimaru felt a pang in their hearts, as they had seen this side of Naruto before. When helping him in a heroic rescue, Naruto had appeared before them with the exact same face as the one on the screen. Sasuke had long recognized that the boy who had appeared in the Akatsuki organization in this form was the Naruto who had always been pursuing him. How could he possibly not recognize Naruto? They shared the same gaze and the same character. No matter how Naruto changed, he would always be recognizable. The crowd watched as friends gradually gathered around Mingren. They realized that as long as Mingren desired, he could still earn acceptance in that world. What astounded them beyond measure was that in Mingren's world, they existed merely as characters within a manga called Hwaing Renja. They did not exist in Mingren's world. They were but an insignificant work meant to entertain others in his reality. Upon realizing this, the crowd fell into deep thought. Why did they exist? Were they nothing more than a joke to those in Mingren's world? The truth left them feeling disoriented. Yet when they saw Mingren earnestly recommending this anime to others, a flicker of warmth stirred in their hearts. They could see sincerity in Mingren's eyes. Regardless, Mingren truly liked them. In his eyes, were they more than just characters? Were they friends to Mingren? Did Mingren acknowledge them as his friends? They had never pondered this question before. All along they had stood by Mingren's side, as if it were their due, never once asking how he viewed them. As they stood dazed, a piercing sound interrupted their reverie. When they came to the boy they missed so dearly, Mingren was lying in a pool of blood. They could clearly hear his breathing. His pained, heavy breaths gradually grew fainter and fainter. Mingren's weak breathing was so light, so insignificant amidst the panicked clamor of the crowd. Slowly they watched the boy close his eyes, which had been filled with pain. Though he was in such agony, he smiled toward the rescued little boy and closed his eyes forever. The crowd's expressions were complex. They did not know what they felt inside as they witnessed Mingren's life from beginning to end. Was it heartache? Or was it pity that Mingren's life had ended so abruptly? The crowd was lost in thought for a long time. The boy's final smile, and the look of contentment on Mingren's face, after he defeated Uchiha Ban, gradually merged in their minds. Through two worlds, why was Mingren always so calm in the face of death? Was it indifference? Was it precisely because he cared too much that he left so serenely? Did he choose that peaceful expression to spare them from grief? When Zuozhu saw Mingren's attempt to push the little boy away on the screen, even knowing it was a past event, he could not help but step forward to stop Mingren. Zuozhu's eyes were filled with red, the color of Mingren's blood. His heart bled. Mingren was so afraid of pain, yet he did not hesitate to push that little boy away. What must it have felt like to watch his own body be flung aside? How much pain Mingren must have endured at that moment. Zuozhu's open hand clenched and unclenched repeatedly. He could still feel the sticky sensation of Mingren's blood on his hand. It was somewhat unbearable, Zuozhu thought. He was so good, yet he made their hearts ache. Zuozhu continued to stare at the screen. He watched his boy slowly open his eyes within Mingren's body. He watched Mingren drag his injured body to the riverbank and stare at his own reflection in shock. He did not know what was on Mingren's mind after he calmed down, but he saw determination in Mingren's eyes. That was the Mingren he knew. The crowd watched the tiny Mingren wobble back to his cramped little room. They watched as the bruised Mingren lay on the messy bed and gradually fell into a deep sleep. They stared at his face. His sleeping face was furrowed, as if something in his dreams caused him immense pain. They guessed it must be the pain from his body. How could he not be in pain with such severe injuries? The crowd watched silently as Mingren's frown slowly relaxed and the pain faded from his face. Seeing Mingren like this, Shikamaru and the others felt a pang of heartache. They had been so fortunate. While they freely played and acted spoiled with their parents, Mingren lived alone in solitude. Seeing the villagers' disdainful glances and their deliberate distance from Mingren, Tsunade clenched her fist. Is this how the third Hokage treated the descendants of heroes? Had Mingren suffered so much before they met him? She knew the fate of a tailed beast Jinchuriki, but she never expected the third Hokage to let Mingren fend for himself. Tsunade thought the third Hokage's heart was truly cruel. She could never do that. The crowd watched as Mingren gradually accepted this world and began to integrate into it. They saw Mingren sometimes cast envious glances at children holding their parents' hands, but he would immediately look away pretending he was not envious. They thought Mingren must have been thinking of the mother who had abandoned him. That was a very distant memory now. They saw Mingren unable to buy food, sometimes standing pitifully in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop, because only Uncle Ichiraku would not drive him away. They watched as one day, unable to bear Mingren's pitiful gaze, Uncle Ichiraku kindly invited him into the shop and served him a steaming bowl of ramen. At that moment, facing the steaming ramen, Mingren cried. That was probably the first time he had met someone who cared about him since coming to this world. That person was Uncle Ichiraku. He was just an unremarkable restaurant owner, yet in this strange world he gave Mingren warmth. What moved Mingren most was not that Uncle Ichiraku did not drive him away like the others, but that at the most helpless moment of his life someone placed a bowl of steaming ramen before him. That bowl of ramen embodied the warmth of humanity. The crowd could not hold back any longer. Some shed tears. They thought they had once been among the villains who pushed Mingren away. Because they feared the power of the Nine Tails, they repeatedly pushed away a kind child. They had cruelly called a child monster, but they did not realize they had become the monsters. Some sobbed. Others continued to stare at the screen. They watched Mingren train alone in the dead of night. They watched Mingren skillfully prepare food. They watched Mingren constantly play with a small knife of unknown origin. When they saw the familiar scene stained with blood, Zuozhu's pupils contracted violently. The crowd also turned their gaze to Zuozhu. That was the night the Uchiha clan was annihilated. The crowd was shocked. They saw a figure that should not have been there. The small figure rushing desperately to the Uchiha mansion was Mingren. Strangely, no one noticed him. Mingren, arriving before the despairing Zuozhu, wore a face full of grief, his eyes brimming with unwillingness and regret. They saw Mingren crouch before the hopeless Zuozhu, saw him reach out to comfort Zuozhu, then slowly lower his raised hand. They saw Mingren sitting against the wall beside Zuozhu, and say, Zuozhu, I will always be by your side. Do not despair, it will break my heart, Zuozhu. Hearing Mingren's pained and suppressed words, they fell silent. Through the screen they saw blood flowing from Mingren's palm, the result of him digging his nails in to restrain himself. Then they realized that Zhuozhu could not see Mingren nor hear his voice. Zhuozhu covered his face, unwilling to let others see his tears. Had Mingren been guarding him all along since that moment? But Mingren, you broke your promise. Did you not say you would always be by my side? I have already lost my brother. How can you bear to make me lose you too? Zhuozhu wept silently. He saw the tears at the corner of his brother's eyes that night. Why had he never noticed anything? Neither his brother nor Mingren. He had noticed nothing. Why did they never tell him that they had been protecting him all along? A long silence ensued. The crowd watched as after Zhuozhu left the village, Mingren met Orochimaru again. They saw Mingren negotiate with Orochimaru with an ease they had never seen before. When they saw Mingren wear such a relaxed expression before Orochimaru, they admitted they felt a pang of jealousy. Because in their memory Mingren had never been so casual with them. In their eyes Mingren treated Orochimaru as a friend, perhaps even closer than a friend. That was why he could joke and bicker so freely with Orochimaru. Zhuozhu glanced at Orochimaru. Did Mingren like Orochimaru? When they saw Mingren appear in Danzo's room, the crowd was alarmed. They saw Mingren's cold expression. They watched silently as the short blade in Mingren's hand transformed into a long cold knife that swiftly ended Danzo's life. Without even blinking, Mingren killed the sleeping Danzo expressionlessly. They had once wondered who killed Danzo since the room showed no signs of struggle. They had thought it must have been a very powerful ninja. It was Mingren. The crowd felt that after seeing so many strange scenes their hearts could remain calm. But when they saw Mingren appear in the Akatsuki organization, with a completely new appearance, their hearts could not stay calm. That appearance was the same as the Mingren they had seen in the other world. Mingren was so bold that he became a member of the Akatsuki and even made friends with the people inside, especially Deidara, who pursued the beauty of explosions. Mingren always had a way of convincing people. When they saw Mingren rescue the dying Jiraiya from under Pain's hands and appear before Tsunadesima covered in wounds, the crowd felt they were too shocked to speak. Had Mingren silently done so much all by himself? At that moment the deepest feeling in their hearts was that Mingren was protecting them, protecting every single one of them. Similarly, they witnessed Naruto facing the choice between saving the deceased Neji and himself ultimately opting to revive Neji. With the remaining time he had, Naruto exchanged his life for Neji's rebirth. In the end they saw Naruto's final smile as the dust settled. Thus the curtain fell on Naruto's memories across 2 lifetimes. They concluded watching Naruto's memories on the enormous screen. The crowd stood in silence, no one daring to speak. Naruto's life had reached its end. However, they would not let Naruto vanish from their world. It seems you have made your choice. It was the voice of the Sage of 6 Paths. The world around them went dark, and when they opened their eyes again, they had returned to reality. Feeling the sensation in his arms, Sasuke immediately looked down at Naruto. He was hoping that Naruto would open his eyes once more. The others were equally eager, their gazes fixed on Naruto. Yet second by second passed and Naruto did not awaken. In the end, did they not succeed? The same thought echoed in everyone's hearts. In this moment no one spoke. They merely surrounded Sasuke, who was holding Naruto. The miracle they had hoped for did not occur. But they dared not interrupt the young man before them, because at that moment the hope in Sasuke's eyes had not yet been extinguished. Half a day passed and Sasuke remained in the same position, intently gazing at Naruto's face. Just as someone could no longer hold back their urge to interrupt Sasuke, he spoke up, "I can feel it. Naruto is coming back." Sasuke's eyes changed, his expression filled with joy. "Really? But Naruto's body isn't moving. I can't feel Naruto's chakra." Someone spoke up, "Sasuke is right. I can sense Naruto's faint heartbeat. If you don't listen closely you wouldn't notice it at all." Tsunade gently leaned over Naruto, carefully listening to the sound of his heart. Though faint, she indeed heard the soft rhythm of his heartbeat. "This is wonderful, Naruto." Shikamaru excitedly gripped Chuji's clothes, tears of joy streaming down his face. Neji clenched his fists tightly, exhaling in relief. If Naruto truly disappeared, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. Thank heaven. This was the first time Neji sincerely thanked the heavens. "How is it?" Sasuke did not show the same joy as them, as he had not seen Naruto's eyes open. He could only feel Naruto's weak breath. He could not sense Naruto's chakra. He feared that this precious life they had regained would disappear again. I can't explain it either. Although there is a breath, Naruto's body seems like a soulless shell. Tsunade began to channel chakra into Naruto's body. She did not understand what was happening. She could only do her best to maintain the faint breath of Naruto. She could not give up on this glimmer of hope before them. Now the others must do their best to rescue the remaining people. I need to focus on saving Naruto. Tsunade addressed the standing crowd. Ino, Sakura, you two come with me. After Tsunade spoke, she gestured for Sasuke to carry Naruto and follow her. Now he needed to find a quiet place to treat Naruto. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage's office has been destroyed. We can no longer go there. Kakashi understood Tsunade's intentions and reminded them. Let's go to the Uchiha residence. It should be intact. Sasuke gently picked up Naruto and spoke. Alright Ino, you go prepare the medical equipment. I will wait for you. Tsunade turned to instruct Ino, hoping that the medical supplies had not been damaged. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade and the others vanished from sight. Naruto will be fine. It was Shikamaru's voice comforting Chuji. He knew how much Chuji cared for Naruto. Sometimes he would envy Naruto, and Naruto always got to enjoy the food that Chuji shared with him, as Chuji had never shared his precious food with anyone else. Naruto was the first. Perhaps it was because they both loved food equally. Afterwards, Shikamaru looked complexly at the weak Neji. He never expected Neji would suffer such a fate. Seeing Naruto like that, Neji must have felt terrible. Afterwards, Shikamaru and the others immersed themselves in the task of rescuing their injured comrades. They prayed in their hearts for Naruto's safety. They also believed in Lady Tsunade's medical skills. They believed Lady Tsunade could heal Naruto. At the Uchiha residence. Lady Tsunade, I have arranged a room. Sakura swiftly arrived at the Uchiha residence first. Sasuke, you can put Naruto down now. Tsunade adjusted the position of the pillow to ensure Naruto would feel comfortable. Although Naruto might no longer be able to feel it, but she thought Naruto would be happy to be here. After all, this was Sasuke's room. Sasuke, please step aside. Tsunade sighed. If you don't step aside, how can Sakura and I treat Naruto? Hearing Tsunade's words, Sasuke finally moved slightly, but still refused to leave Naruto's side. Tsunade sighed as Sasuke must be terrified, which was why he was so adamant about staying by Naruto. Tsunade and Sakura carefully examined Naruto's body with chakra, noticing that Naruto's body felt empty. They could not sense the chakra of the 9 tails that should have been inside him. It was as if it had completely vanished. They felt no trace of life within Naruto. Tsunade could not understand what was happening to Naruto's body. She tried to channel chakra into him bit by bit, yet Naruto's body showed no response. Lady Tsunade, I have brought the medical supplies. Ino suddenly appeared in the room. Ino immediately opened the scroll and placed the medical instruments before Tsunade. Tsunade quickly used the medical supplies on Naruto. At this point, she could only stabilize Naruto's breath. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Naruto would lose all breath completely. It seems that the only way to maintain Naruto's life is to channel chakra into him every day. This is the only method left Tsunade's side, as she could not awaken Naruto. Using my chakra, looking at the tubes inserted all over Naruto's body, Sasuke spoke. Will he not wake up? Sasuke asked Tsunade in a calm voice. I don't know. He may never wake up again, or he might suddenly awaken one day. It's uncertain. Tsunade could not confirm. Sasuke remained silent. He moved to Naruto's side, sitting down and gazing at Naruto. No matter what Naruto had become, he would watch over him. Until Naruto returned. No one noticed that in a place where no one was paying attention, a conversation took place between the Sage of 6 Paths and his friend. Is it worth it, dispersing thousands of years of cultivation for this faint hope of theirs? His body has long been beyond use. Who knows? I'm only seeing emotions in them that we never had. Perhaps this is why we like humans. Though weak, they are not cowardly. They live in this world in their own way. Each of them strives to stay alive. This is what makes humanity so precious. The war has come to an end. People began to gradually rebuild their homes. The houses affected by the battle are their homes. The Sage of 6 Paths looked at the smiles blooming on everyone's faces. Perhaps this was what he wished to see. No matter what, as long as there are people, they always manage to muster their spirits. The war has ended. People on the streets helped each other. The aftermath of the great battle allowed them to temporarily forget their pain. They laughed as they rebuilt their homes. This is humanity, lovely humans. The villagers of Konoha continued their work in rebuilding homes. In the Hokage office, Tsunade pinched her nose, having not rested since the war ended. She not only had to review numerous documents but also resolve a series of issues arising after. While being vigilant about whether other small nations would take the opportunity to attack Konoha, she also comforted the villagers of Konoha and encouraged them to rebuild their homes. As a medical ninja, Tsunade had to treat those who were seriously injured. Tsunade stood up from her seat and walked to the window. The earth was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, and someone was slowly walking on the street. The reddening sky was dotted with large white clouds, which reflected a fiery red under the glow. So beautiful, Tsunade sighed while sitting on the windowsill. If only Naruto could see such a beautiful sunset. Tsunade gazed into the distance, her eyes unfocused, lost in thought. If at that time Naruto hadn't knocked out Guy, perhaps Guy would have truly died. These days she had been treating Guy, who was on the brink of death. With the 8 gates, once the death gate is open, death is inevitable. Fortunately, Naruto arrived in time, otherwise Guy's situation would have been far worse than just being unable to stand. The power of the 8 gates had shattered Guy's leg bones. He could no longer stand. Tsunade sighed, knowing that for a ninja, who could only rely on taijutsu, this outcome was the most cruel. However, being unable to stand is still better than being dead. Naruto, don't you think? It has been 7 days. 7 days since the war ended. Without giving her enough time to think, she threw herself into her work. But once everything was resolved, she began to think of Naruto. Seeing Naruto covered in medical equipment, she couldn't help but wonder if Naruto woke up and saw his body in such a state, would he still be as anxious as before? Naruto loved freedom, he despised constraints. Naruto thought of everything protecting them, protecting this village. Yet in the end, they could only watch helplessly as Naruto lay there motionless, with only a faint breath reminding them that he was still alive. Tsunade wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. The clearer Naruto's smiling face became in her memory, the more she felt unworthy of being called Grandma Tsunade by him. She could not save Naruto. She could not make Naruto open his eyes. She was unable to save Naruto. At that moment, when caught in Uchiha Obito's infinite Tsukuyomi, she fell into a dream. In that place there was no war. There were her lost brother and lover happily living together. Just as she was about to lose herself in that dream, it was Naruto's voice that pulled her back to reality. She realized her brother and lover had long since died before her eyes, and everything here was an illusion. At that moment, thanks to Naruto, she was not forever trapped in the dream. Even in the dream, Naruto continued to protect them. Tsunade, it's time. Shizun's voice broke Tsunade's memories. Let's go. Tsunade stood up and walked towards Shizun. This time every day was when chakra was delivered to Naruto's body. Who is it today? Tsunade asked. It's Neji. His body is still very weak, Shizun said, lowering her gaze. Tsunade frowned. Neji insisted on delivering chakra to Naruto. Shizun sighed. Neji must be feeling terrible as his life continued because of Naruto. But Naruto, Tsunade sighed, they were all like this. In the Uchiha manor in Sasuke's room, Tsunade placed her hands over Neji's and gradually transmitted chakra into Naruto's body. Sasuke leaned against the door, quietly watching Tsunade's actions. In Sasuke's room, leaning against the corridor, sometimes Sasuke would sit in the corridor talking to the sky and Naruto. Although he never received a reply from Naruto, he always enjoyed doing this. He had always liked this room where he could look up and see the sky and the scenery outside. He wanted Naruto to see the same view with his own eyes when he opened them. Sasuke thought he hadn't sat like this in peace for a long time. When his brother was still around, they would always sit here chatting and playing, and now it was just a different person. And this person always ignored him. If it were his brother, he would probably be happy to return here. It's alright, I will wait for you. I will wait for the day you open your eyes, Naruto. Alright, it's over. Tsunade stopped her actions. Don't push yourself too hard, Neji. Seeing Neji's pale face, Tsunade frowned. I know, Neji nodded. Tsunade sighed, they were all so stubborn. Sasuke, do you really not need anyone else with you? Tsunade's tone became unusually gentle. No, I'm fine with just being with Naruto. Sasuke's gaze was fixed on Naruto. Sigh. Tsunade looked at the large manor where there were only Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke did not want anyone to disturb him. Tsunade watched Sasuke with gentle eyes looking at Naruto. If Naruto never opened his eyes again, would Sasuke remain like this forever? She felt Sasuke had changed. She was afraid to see this version of Sasuke. In Sasuke's eyes, there was no one else but Naruto. Let's go, we will come back to see Naruto tomorrow, Tsunade said to Sasuke, whose eyes had never left Naruto. Sasuke replied softly, his eyes only on Naruto. After Tsunade and the others left, Sasuke stood by the door of the corridor. Is Naruto still not awake today? It's alright, I will wait for you, Sasuke murmured, gazing into the distance. The next day, Sasuke, who had been by Naruto's side, was awakened by a knock on the door. Sasuke placed a blanket over Naruto and stayed by his side. Woken from sleep, Sasuke was enveloped in a low pressure. He had stared at Naruto for a long time before finally falling asleep. He had always awaited the moment Naruto would open his eyes. The first thing Sasuke did upon waking was to rush to Naruto's side to check on him. Sasuke felt disappointment once more. It wasn't Naruto. Naruto still lay there quietly without moving. Slowly Sasuke stood up and walked to the door, opening it. Except for matters concerning Naruto, Sasuke couldn't muster the energy for anything else. This is Naruto's sword. Upon opening the door, Sasuke saw a pale hand holding a short sword in front of him. Sasuke's sleepy eyes brightened immediately. The Zanpakutō he had been searching for everywhere had actually been taken by Orochimaru. Why did you take his sword? Sasuke questioned Orochimaru, who appeared before him. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Orochimaru looked somewhat fatigued. Sasuke opened his mouth, seeing the tired expression on Orochimaru's face, but he remained silent. He shifted aside, indicating for Orochimaru to enter. He thought that these days Orochimaru must also be suffering like him. After all, Naruto was the only one who understood Orochimaru. There they both saw the memories of Naruto and Orochimaru. In Naruto's memories, Orochimaru was a very important character. In Naruto's heart, he had regarded Orochimaru as family, and Orochimaru should also have the same thought. He could see the fondness Orochimaru had for Naruto through their conversations. Their affectionate interactions displayed Orochimaru's familial feelings towards Naruto. Thus he believed Orochimaru was the one who could understand his feelings the most. Seeing Orochimaru casually sitting in his usual spot in the corridor, Sasuke closed the door without saying a word. Sasuke sat down by the door in his room, caressing the short sword in his hand. Naruto once said this short sword was the original form of his Zanpakutō. This sword, which changed its appearance due to Naruto's power, now returns to its original form because of the fading of Naruto's strength. That's quite surprising. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke. Previously, he always wanted to provoke the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke, but now there was truly no chance. Naruto would never get up again to bicker with him like before. Orochimaru suddenly felt a bit. He had not noticed it before, but now that it was so quiet around him, he suddenly felt out of place, even though he had long been accustomed to being alone. Without Naruto's clamor by his side, he truly felt uncomfortable. Naruto also said that as long as the master does not die, this sword can revert to its original state no matter what form it takes. What do you mean? Sasuke frowned. He didn't understand what Orochimaru was trying to convey. In other words, as long as this sword does not disappear, the master will not disappear. Conversely, if this sword disappears or breaks, and does not revert, it means the master's death. And now in your hand, Naruto's sword has neither disappeared nor broken. Orochimaru calmly stated this. God knows how torturous these 7 days have been for him, waiting with Naruto's sword taken away. For these 7 days, he carried Naruto's sword with him. Fortunately, this sword neither disappeared nor broke. This sword seemed to confirm his suspicion. He firmly believed Naruto's soul had not vanished. What you mean is, Naruto will return. Orochimaru interrupted Sasuke, staring firmly into his eyes. One day he will return to us again. Thank you. Sasuke was very happy that Orochimaru could say this to him. He hopes you can be happy. Orochimaru said this to Sasuke as he was leaving. Does he hope for my happiness? Sasuke repeatedly muttered this sentence in his heart. But you know, Naruto, if you're not by my side, I won't be happy. You are my happiness. Sasuke returned to Naruto's side, leaning against Naruto's face. He said, I miss you so much, Naruto. Day after day, Sasuke repeated the same life, taking care of Naruto, staring blankly, gazing at Naruto. Regardless of how many people came to his room, Sasuke always quietly stayed by Naruto's side with Naruto's sword. Shikamaru came to see Naruto. Choji often talked to Naruto, and sometimes when bored he would even chat with Sasuke beside him, who would occasionally respond to Choji. Different people came every day to see Naruto. They insisted on delivering their chakra to Naruto every day. Whether it was Sakura or Tsunade, they all shared Sasuke's hope for the day Naruto would awaken. Orochimaru also secretly visited Naruto at night. Although Orochimaru had returned to Konoha, many people in the village were dissatisfied with Orochimaru's past actions. Orochimaru wisely stayed in his place and refrained from easily clashing with the villagers. Days passed. A year went by and Naruto still had not awakened. Everyone had waited for Naruto for a year. Then one day while Sasuke was talking to Naruto, as usual his expression changed. The Zanpakutō that he had always carried with him suddenly broke. Sasuke recalled Orochimaru's words. If the Zanpakutō breaks and cannot revert, it means the master will disappear forever. Then Sasuke waited and waited, but Naruto's broken sword did not revert. In a panic, Sasuke sought out Tsunade. Once again pressing his face against Naruto, he felt that Naruto's body had completely lost its warmth. When he heard Tsunade say, "His breath has completely disappeared," Sasuke's spirit shattered completely. He had waited for Naruto for a year. He waited so long for Naruto only to receive the words, "Breath completely disappeared." Sasuke did not believe it. He could not believe Naruto had just left like that. Sasuke clutched Naruto's body tightly, refusing to let go or listen to anyone's advice. He saw many people come before him, many familiar faces. There were Shikamaru, Choji, and Neji. They all came. Seeing the pain on their faces, Sasuke didn't understand why they showed such expressions when he could still feel Naruto right beside him. Naruto had never left. After that day, Sasuke completely went mad. He held Naruto's corpse in the room for 3 days and nights, not eating or drinking. Sasuke did not cry. He just kept calling Naruto's name. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Sakura landed a heavy punch on Sasuke, forcibly taking Naruto's corpse from his arms. Sasuke was forced to accept the fact that Naruto was dead, because he could smell the stench of decay on Naruto's body. Yes, it had been 3 days. This time Naruto would never come back. Sasuke watched coldly as they carried Naruto's body away, and he laughed. He laughed loudly, even to the point of tears. What did it mean that he would always be by his side? What did it mean that he hoped he would be happy? All lies. They were all deceiving him. Without Naruto, how could he ever be happy? Liars, they were all liars. Naruto and his brother had both deceived him. He had nothing left. He had lost his brother, and now he had lost Naruto. They left him behind without a care, and they were truly the worst. He was all alone now. Sasuke laughed loudly, then collapsed onto the corridor. When he grew tired of laughing, he lay there staring into the distance without moving. Everyone looked at Sasuke in that state, but no one dared to approach him. Over the past year, they had seen how much Sasuke had longed for the moment Naruto would wake up. They had watched Sasuke guard Naruto. They had seen him stay by Naruto's side day after day, hoping that Naruto would open his eyes. But in the end, Naruto had left them. Neji stepped forward and draped a coat over Sasuke, then gestured to the astonished onlookers. Sasuke had fallen asleep. He had held Naruto's body in the room for 3 days and 3 nights without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Now exhausted, he had finally succumbed to slumber. Everyone thought that sleeping was a good thing. At least it would stop the pain. Neji chose to stay and watch over Sasuke, while the others lingered for a while at the Uchiha compound before leaving. Neji stared at Sasuke's tear-streaked face. This was his debt to Naruto. Naruto had wanted Sasuke to be happy, and all he could do was stay by Sasuke's side at this moment. Neji wondered what Naruto would have done to comfort Sasuke. When everyone returned home, they felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. They too could not accept that Naruto had left them. Not long ago they could still talk to Naruto and chat with him. Even though Naruto would not answer, he was still there. But now Naruto had left them forever. After being in a coma for 1 year and 10 days, Naruto had vanished from their world forever. That night no one could sleep except Sasuke. The next day everyone gathered early, dressed in black, to attend Naruto's funeral. They stood in silence before the tombstone engraved with Naruto's name. Naruto, who had always saved others from darkness, had now left himself in the darkness. Everyone stood in a neat line in front of Naruto's tombstone dressed in black. Only Sasuke was different. He still wore the same clothes from 3 days ago, the ones with the Uchiha fan emblem on the back. After the death of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, having lost Naruto, had truly become alone. Sasuke did not pay his respects to Naruto like the others, because he refused to acknowledge Naruto's death. He did not want to. After everyone left, Sasuke stood for a long time before Naruto's tombstone. He did not speak nor did he weep. He simply stared silently. When his legs grew tired, Sasuke sat down directly in front of the tombstone and leaned against it, as if he could feel Naruto's presence. But when he pressed his cheek against the stone, he felt no warmth from Naruto, only the cold touch of the tombstone. He sat there from morning until evening until he could no longer feel his legs. Yet he did not want to leave. He had to stay with Naruto. He had to be here with Naruto. Otherwise Naruto would be lonely. Slowly the sky grew completely dark, but Sasuke still did not rise. Turning his head to look at the stars appearing one by one in the sky, Sasuke opened his parched lips and said, "The stars are really bright tonight, Naruto." Sasuke turned his head to look at the tombstone, but no one answered him. He stared for a long time, then tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, dripping down his cheeks onto the stone, making a soft, pattering sound as they fell. The night was so dark that Sasuke could no longer see the engraved letters on the tombstone. His eyes ached and he closed them. The next day, when Orochimaru, supporting the injured Jiraiya, came to Naruto's tombstone, they found Sasuke pale-faced and already unconscious. Urged by Jiraiya, Orochimaru picked up Sasuke and left the hero's cemetery. He watched Orochimaru's retreating figure. Jiraiya limped over to Naruto's tombstone. He stood with difficulty, trembling as he tried to reach out and touch the stone. After a long struggle, he managed to endure the pain and place his hand on Naruto's tombstone. Jiraiya gasped for breath. Even such a simple action made him feel tired. In the battle against Pain, Jiraiya's body had been severely injured, both arms were crippled and his throat was ruined. At that time, Pain's weapons had destroyed most of his bodily functions. After Tsunade's treatment, he had been recuperating in a secluded place. Not long ago, he had finally managed to move around, only to be told about Naruto's death. It turned out that they had been hiding the truth about Naruto from him all year. He did not know that Naruto had been in a coma for over a year. He did not know that everyone had been taking turns channeling chakra into Naruto's body every day to keep him alive. He knew nothing. He thought that as long as he recovered, he would be able to meet Naruto happily again. He did not want Naruto to see him injured. He feared Naruto would worry. He had looked forward to meeting Naruto. He had wanted to ask him, "Was that you, the boy who appeared before me and stood in front of Pain?" But now before him stood only Naruto's tombstone. He would never hear Naruto's answer, because he had already received the answer from Tsunade. The boy who had saved him was Naruto. Jiraiya stroked the tombstone as if stroking Naruto's head. He lowered his head, tears falling, and said, "I'm sorry I'm late." Even though it pained him, Jiraiya apologized to Naruto with his rough, hoarse voice. He could no longer stroke Naruto's head and teach him as he used to. He could no longer pin the blame on Naruto for peeping at the women's bath. He would never hear Naruto's occasional childish whining again. Most masters save their disciples, but why are we so different? Jiraiya forced himself to sit down, leaning against Naruto's tombstone. Sunlight fell on Jiraiya on Naruto's tombstone. As he sat there quietly, it felt like the old days when he was with Naruto. "How could you leave before me, Naruto?" Jiraiya covered his face and wept. As Naruto's master, he was immature and had many shortcomings. Even so, he was still Naruto's master. Feeling a sharp pain in his throat, Jiraiya stopped talking and sat there silently. In this war-torn world, he had sent off many people, but he had never imagined that one day he would sit like this in front of Naruto's tombstone. Jiraiya gently rested his head against the tombstone. "Farewell, Naruto." That was the only comfort he could offer himself. Gazing at the cemetery, Jiraiya quietly waited for Orochimaru to come and take him home. This place was too heartbreaking. He did not want to stay here any longer. The Orochimaru that Jiraiya was waiting for rushed hastily into Tsunade's office carrying the unconscious Sasuke, and shouted, "Hey old hag, come out and look at this kid." "What happened?" Tsunade ignored Orochimaru's address and quickly signaled him to put Sasuke down, so she could examine him. Orochimaru said with an annoyed expression, "I found him collapsed there, when I went with Jiraiya to see Naruto." He added, it looks like he stayed there for a day and a night. If it weren't for Naruto, he wouldn't have cared about this guy's life or death. Sigh. Tsunade let out a deep breath. None of them let her have any peace. Wait, you told Jiraiya about Naruto? Tsunade's voice immediately rose. I said Jiraiya should rest quietly. Tsunade was angry at Orochimaru as she simultaneously treated Sasuke. After all, Jiraiya is Naruto's master. He has the right to know about Naruto. Whenever Naruto was mentioned, Orochimaru's mood soured. Tsunade fell silent. Orochimaru was right, Jiraiya would eventually learn the truth about Naruto. Then carefully watch Jiraiya and don't let him run around. His body needs absolute rest. He'll come to your place for a follow-up in a few days. Tsunade instructed Orochimaru. Do you think I need you to worry about that? He'll take care of him, Orochimaru replied with a dark expression. Ever since he found out that Jiraiya had once liked Tsunade, Orochimaru had never given her a. After successfully delivering Sasuke to Tsunade, and having rubbed salt in his own wound, Orochimaru immediately vanished from Tsunade's sight, and rushed back to the cemetery to pick up his beloved. After Orochimaru left, Tsunade let out another deep sigh. She simply could not associate Jiraiya with that guy Orochimaru. When Orochimaru had frankly confessed his relationship with Jiraiya to them, Tsunade's feelings had been just as subtle as they were now. Now she had the right to suspect whether Sasuke's feelings for Naruto were the same as Orochimaru's. For considering Sasuke's behavior after Naruto's departure, Tsunade had already roughly determined Sasuke's feelings for Naruto. She looked at the unconscious Sasuke with pity in her eyes. Having not eaten or drunk for days, and then going alone to Naruto's grave until he collapsed, Tsunade was most worried about Sasuke at this moment. Tsunade thought that she would have to secretly watch Sasuke's movements to prevent him from doing anything. After treating Sasuke, Tsunade ordered him to be sent back to the Uchiha compound, then summoned Sakura, Shikamaru, and the others to look after him. That night, in the room of the Uchiha residence where Sasuke had been sent back, Shikamaru and Sakura sat, while Hinata Hyuga silently busied herself in the kitchen. How is he? Shikamaru asked Sakura, who was examining Sasuke's condition. His body is very weak. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on. Sakura carefully pulled the blanket up around Sasuke. You understand what Lady Tsunade means, right? Shikamaru stared at Sakura. I know, Sakura replied, her expression serious. I never imagined Sasuke's feelings for Naruto would be so deep. Her voice choked with sobs. Everyone was pained by Naruto's death, but she never thought Sasuke would harbor such thoughts. Was Sasuke trying to follow Naruto? They had already lost Naruto. How could they bear to see Sasuke like this? Feed him something, Hinata said, placing a bowl of plain kanji beside Sakura. Shikamaru immediately stood up and sat beside Sasuke, carefully lifting him up. Sakura, coordinating with Shikamaru, spoon-fed the kanji to Sasuke. She noticed Hinata had already cooled the kanji. Sasuke. Hinata stopped mid-sentence. She had always followed Naruto, and she could sense how important Naruto was to Sasuke. Now she saw the same emotion in Sasuke. Looking at Sasuke like this, Hinata suddenly recalled the night she confessed to Naruto, and remembered what Naruto had said to her. Naruto said he wanted to bring Sasuke back to make him smile again. The moment he rejected her, she understood Sasuke was the most important person in Naruto's heart. She had always known that her attention to Naruto was one-sided. That was why when Naruto turned her down, she asked if they could still be friends. Naruto answered yes, saying they would always be friends. At that time, she didn't realize her true feelings for Naruto. She only felt glad she could still be his friend. But in the moment Neji fell before her, she understood her true feelings. At that moment, her eyes weren't on Naruto, who had rushed over, or her heart and mind were full of Neji. Then she suddenly realized that Neji, like her, always watching Naruto, had silently protected her from behind, even sacrificing his own life. At that moment, she confirmed again that her fondness for Naruto was merely admiration, appreciation, and yearning. Then the thing she had always overlooked became clear. Why was Neji always by her side? Why was Neji reluctant to get close to her? In Naruto's words, she understood everything. Only then did she learn that Neji harbored such feelings for her. Neji protected her not just because of their bond as clan members, but because he had her in his heart, much like the feelings she once thought she had for Naruto. She was grateful to Naruto for saving Neji before her eyes, and she admired Naruto for always walking his own path so steadfastly. After Naruto left, Neji never appeared before her again. She thought Neji must feel guilty toward Naruto. Niji felt he owed Naruto that his life was saved because of Naruto, and that after Naruto's eternal departure this life should not exist. She knew Niji could not accept living a happier life than Naruto. Not seeing her was Niji's punishment to himself. She understood Niji. If he wouldn't see her, so be it. That was fine. So when Lady Tsunade said she needed people to come here and look after Sasuke, she volunteered. By taking care of Sasuke for Naruto, could she reduce Niji's guilt toward Naruto? I've just prepared a room. You two go rest. I'll watch over Sasuke. Shikamaru lowered Sasuke and said to Sakura and Hinata. Sakura answered. Hinata took the bowl from Sakura and went to wash it. After everything was settled, Hinata and Sakura lay side by side in a room. In the silence they could hear each other's breathing. I can feel Sasuke's feelings for Naruto. Sakura broke the silence, having pondered for a long time. I can feel it too, Hinata said, turning to look at Sakura's face. She could see the seriousness in Sakura's eyes. Sakura turned to look at Hinata as well. At that moment they understood what each other meant. Now I realize my feelings for Sasuke were just a longing. I longed for the day I would meet a handsome, cool, seemingly perfect boy. And Sasuke happened to fulfill all my fantasies. At that moment Sakura let go of her tiny, hardly even real feelings for Sasuke, finding her past actions ridiculous. Back then Naruto heard her confession but didn't mock her. He just quietly listened. Recalling that time, it was probably the quietest moment between her and Naruto. It was funny back then. Everyone was vying for Sasuke's attention, but it was Naruto who accidentally got Sasuke's first kiss. Sakura laughed, remembering the expressions on Sasuke and Naruto's faces. Yes, maybe they already liked each other then, but neither we nor they realized it. Hinata couldn't help but smile. She still remembered the look of mutual disgust between Sasuke and Naruto. Did you confess to Naruto when you went out with him? Sakura couldn't help asking a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. Although she had urged Hinata to confess to Naruto, given Hinata's shy nature, they weren't sure if she actually did. Yes, I confessed. But I was rejected. Hinata was a little embarrassed. Even though she had realized her feelings for Naruto, talking about the confession still made her shy. That figures. At the time we wondered if you would confess to Naruto. The next day, sensing the awkward atmosphere between you, we knew the result. Sakura chuckled. They hadn't been wrong. After laughing, silence returned between them. After the laughter they realized that the boy they spoke of was no longer there, and they had each let go of their own feelings. They had let go, but what about Sasuke? The two gradually fell asleep in contemplation. In Sasuke's room, Shikamaru placed a futon beside Sasuke and lay down. Looking at Sasuke's pale face, Shikamaru felt pained. He knew that if Naruto were here, he would never let Sasuke become like this. But they were not Naruto. They could not replace him. And he understood that Sasuke would listen to no one but Naruto. All they could do now was accompany Sasuke through this hardest time. After this, the wound in Sasuke's heart would slowly fade, and he would no longer suffer so painfully, so unbearably. Shikamaru closed his eyes. He could still see Naruto's final smile. He remembered their first meeting when he who hated trouble unexpectedly stopped the kids bullying Naruto. After that, he gradually became close with Naruto. Spending time with Naruto, he discovered Naruto's positive and upward spirit. Naruto was very different from his own carefree nature. Naruto's heart was full of hope, his gaze always so firm. Watching Naruto made him gradually become more proactive. He thought if Naruto wanted to become Hokage, he could do something to help. At that time, seeing Naruto's sun-like radiant smile, he thought he wanted to help Naruto become the best Hokage. So after the Chunin exams, when Lady Tsunade wanted him to be the only one promoted to Chunin among their genin class, he didn't hesitate. He agreed. He thought that someday he would be able to help Naruto. Somehow Choji also started enjoying spending time with Naruto. He and Choji had grown up together, but at that time he thought Choji seemed to like Naruto a bit more. He even felt uncomfortable about it. But looking back now, those days were the most carefree and joyful times with Naruto. They could never. Now he understood his feelings for Choji back then, but the Naruto who had been the object of his groundless jealousy was gone forever. As Shikamaru drifted into sleep, tears slipped from his eyes. Could he see Naruto in his dreams? Shikamaru was awakened by the chirping of birds. Opening his eyes, he didn't see Sasuke, who should have been lying beside him. In a haze, he immediately threw off the blanket and stood up. "You're here, Sasuke," Catching sight of Sasuke from the corner of his eye, Shikamaru felt a bit embarrassed. He slowly put down the blanket and walked to Sasuke, who was sitting on the veranda. "Can't sleep." Shikamaru softened his steps. "How could I sleep peacefully when he is gone?" Sasuke didn't look back at Shikamaru, his voice calm. Those words pierced Shikamaru's heart. After Naruto left, many people probably couldn't sleep at first, just like Sasuke. He was the same, and Choji too. Those days, whenever they closed their eyes, they saw Naruto's final smile. "What are you holding?" Shikamaru tried to find a topic to talk to Sasuke. Sasuke's silence was too worrying. Only by talking to him could Shikamaru feel the spark of "It's Naruto's blade. It cracked. No matter how I tried to mend it, it wouldn't return to its original form." Since waking up, Sasuke had immediately found Naruto's blade, but no matter what he did, it could never be the same again. Sasuke repeatedly fiddled with the short knife in his hand, and after several failures he became furious and hurled the knife into the yard. Shikamaru quietly watched Sasuke throwing a tantrum. He looked at Sasuke, who anxiously ran back from the yard after throwing the knife, and saw him kneeling there weeping uncontrollably over the broken blade that had once belonged to Naruto. Shikamaru did not stop Sasuke. Perhaps this was for the best. Let him cry, as it would bring some relief. It must have been torturous to hold back the emotions that threatened to overwhelm him these past few days. Shikamaru understood that Sasuke could not accept Naruto's departure in such a short time, so they would simply stay by his side. Inside the house, Sakura and Hinata were awakened by the sounds coming from outside. They hurried to the corridor only to see Sasuke kneeling on the ground, clutching a broken knife and crying. Finally, the worry that had been hanging over them eased. Let him cry this way. Sasuke seemed like a person, a living person. They did not want to see Sasuke suppressing his emotions. Not eating or drinking, nor speaking, or letting it all out would be a relief. Everything would be alright, they thought. After staying here for 3 days, Sakura and Hinata took turns cooking for Sasuke, while Shikamaru always stayed by his side. During these 3 days, Tsunade and the others also came to check on Sasuke. Choji often stayed with Sasuke like Shikamaru did, sitting in the corridor, munching on snacks while watching the scenery in the yard. Choji always said that the scenery here was beautiful, and if Naruto were to see it, he would surely be happy. Choji had a way of getting Sasuke to talk. He often reminisced about Naruto and the memories they shared. Sasuke listened attentively to Choji's words, sometimes asking about Naruto. Gradually, Sasuke began to eat again, no longer resisting the concern of those around him. However, sometimes when no one was speaking to Sasuke, they would see him sitting alone on the edge of the corridor, staring blankly, his eyes devoid of life. Neji also came to see Sasuke, but when he saw Hinata there, he immediately vanished, and they had not seen him again in the following days. Thus, after Hinata apologized to everyone, she no longer appeared by Sasuke's side. After Hinata left, Neji began to appear next to Sasuke. Neji sat quietly beside Sasuke, watching as Choji animatedly recounted amusing stories about Naruto. Choji excitedly talked about the time Naruto secretly invited him out one night and gave him a pill which made him slim down immediately, nearly jumping out of his seat. Only when hearing stories about Naruto did Sasuke show some reaction. Then one day, Orochimaru suddenly entered Sasuke's room with someone who should have already disappeared from this world. They saw Sasuke, who had previously shown no expression, suddenly stand up, excitedly stumbling towards that person and slowly embrace them. They watched as Sasuke trembled, his voice shaking as he called out, "Brother, I'm back," they heard that person say to Sasuke. Then they also heard Sasuke reply, "Welcome back." Just a month and 5 days after Naruto left this world, Sasuke's brother Itachi Uchiha miraculously appeared before him. They finally saw the excited expression on Sasuke's face after such a long time. Although they were unclear why the supposedly dead Itachi Uchiha appeared here, they were genuinely happy for Sasuke, finally seeing a glimmer of life in him. After their emotional embrace, they saw Orochimaru take out a letter from his pocket and hand it to Sasuke, explaining that it was a letter Naruto had asked him to deliver to Sasuke. Orochimaru said that this letter was Naruto's joke, expressing that if anything were to happen to him, and he disappeared forever, he wanted Sasuke to receive this letter. Just a few days ago, Orochimaru had finally remembered the existence of this letter. Therefore, after bringing Sasuke the surprise that Itachi was still alive, he personally handed him the letter Naruto left behind. Orochimaru also told them that it was Naruto who urged him to save Itachi Uchiha, and that the eye previously abandoned by Itachi had been healed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru informed them that everything was prearranged by Naruto, whether it was saving Uchiha Obito or letting him study the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. All were plans Naruto had thought of long ago. Upon hearing this, no one spoke, or it turned out that Naruto had planned everything, and in that plan there was no place for him. After a moment of silence, Sasuke decided to open the letter Naruto had left for him. He tore open the envelope and took out the paper inside, which was not as thick as he had imagined, consisting only of a single thin sheet. Sasuke carefully unfolded the paper. The sheet trembled in his hand with the tension in his heart. The crowd around him also grew tense, curious about what words Naruto had left for Sasuke in the letter. Sasuke slowly unfolded the folded paper, revealing only 4 words: "Wait for me to return." He flipped the paper over, finding the reverse side smooth with no further writing. He confirmed that this was Naruto's handwriting. Wait for him to return. Does Naruto mean that he will come back to me? Sasuke pondered to himself. Upon seeing those words, everyone immediately understood Naruto's intention. He wanted to bind Sasuke with this phrase, urging him not to do anything foolish. Naruto wanted to ensure that Sasuke would live well to continue living. Did Naruto really care this much? This was the only thought in everyone's mind at that moment. Is Naruto asking me to wait for him to come back? Sasuke, upon reading those words, felt joy akin to that of a child. They watched as Sasuke joyfully read and reread the phrase "wait for me to return." They saw Sasuke sitting by the corridor, treating that letter as a treasure, carefully folding it before placing it close to his heart. They noticed a spark of hope rekindle in Sasuke's eyes. Though reluctant, they still refrained from revealing the lie in Naruto's words. They could not bring themselves to shatter the glimmer of light that Sasuke had painstakingly regained, even though they all knew Naruto would never return. Let it be. Even if Sasuke could never wait for Naruto again, it was still better than living without a soul as he had before. As long as Sasuke had hope, it would be enough for him to live well. After Itachi Uchiha thanked everyone one by one, they could finally leave Sasuke's side with peace of mind. Next, it would be time for Sasuke to live together with his brother. They similarly admired the hero standing before them, Itachi Uchiha, who sacrificed his family for the greater good. They left Sasuke's home with reassurance. After a while, Orochimaru also left Sasuke's home. The Uchiha residence was left with only Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha. Itachi walked to the edge of the corridor and sat in the spot he once loved the most. Itachi sat beside Sasuke at the corridor's edge, watching as Sasuke joyfully swung his legs back and forth, repeating the motion reminiscent of when he watched little Sasuke play. Seeing Sasuke like this made Itachi feel as though they had returned to the days of old, filling him with nostalgia. For him, it felt as if it had not been long since leaving Konoha. His memories of Sasuke were still of that innocent child who used to cling to him. Though it felt like only a moment had passed, Sasuke had grown up in the blink of an eye, and they could never return to those happy days. The only regret Itachi felt was towards his younger brother Sasuke. He could coldly watch his parents die. He could ruthlessly take the lives of his clansmen. But the one thing he could not let go of was his innocent little brother. Thus, at that time, he deliberately let Sasuke see the bloodied sword he had drawn from their parents' bodies, constantly provoking Sasuke's nerves. He did not explain everything Sasuke saw. With a cruel expression and merciless words, he shattered Sasuke's mental world, hoping that Sasuke would become strong. He hoped that Sasuke would hate him, and although it pained him, he had no other choice, because only in this way could Sasuke continue to live. He had only this one choice. He did not want to lose his only brother. He had never regretted his choice. Even if Sasuke hated him, he had never felt resentment. But one day Naruto found him. He had always thought that aside from the higher-ups in Konoha, no one else would know the truth he wanted to hide. But at that moment, that boy appeared before him. That boy saw straight through his heart. Naruto understood that only Sasuke was the one he cared about the most. For his only brother, he would rather choose death. As a rogue ninja of Konoha, he did not perfectly complete the secret missions assigned to him by the higher-ups. He selfishly wished for his brother Sasuke to become strong. He had always thought that as long as he was dead, no one would ever discover the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, but Naruto appeared before him knowing all of it. The truths he wanted to hide were laid bare before him by Naruto. Naruto told him he wanted to protect Sasuke and wanted to see Sasuke happy. He believed it, because he could see Naruto's seriousness and determination in his eyes. He thought Sasuke has grown. There are companions now willing to sacrifice their lives for him. He had always thought that Naruto's feelings for Sasuke were those of brotherhood and companionship, but after spending so much time with Naruto, he had been observing him. He realized that the way Naruto looked at Sasuke was different from how he looked at others. He discovered that Naruto's nearly obsessive and fervent feelings for Sasuke were not mere brotherly love. In the relentless pursuit of Sasuke, Naruto's feelings for him had long transcended that of mere comradeship, surpassing even that of brotherhood. Sasuke was unaware, and so was Naruto, as was everyone else. Now seeing Sasuke in this state, Itachi Uchiha understood everything. It turned out that his brother Sasuke had also long realized his feelings for Naruto. However, Naruto ultimately remained oblivious to his own emotions. Should he feel fortunate? Fortunate that Naruto did not know about Sasuke's unusual feelings for him. No, he did not want to entertain such thoughts. He only wished to see Sasuke happy, to witness their happiness. In the time to come, he wanted to be by his only brother's side, making up for all the moments they had missed. He had missed Sasuke's growth, but now, he did not want to miss the remaining time with Sasuke. Now he would take Naruto's place, guarding the one they both loved. Itachi Uchiha looked tenderly at Sasuke, his only brother. Itachi Uchiha was surprised to see Sasuke, suddenly resting his head on his lap, feeling a wave of emotion. "Do you resent me?" Itachi gently caressed Sasuke's smooth black hair. His brother still made his heart ache like before. "Resent? How could I not resent?" Sasuke replied, gazing into the distance. "I hate that you never told me anything. I hate that you abandoned me just like father and mother did heartlessly." At this point, Sasuke seemed to return to those days that had plunged him into darkness. "Back then I hated you for abandoning me, I hated that you left me with nothing overnight. But now I hate myself more, hate that I understand nothing. I do not understand you, and I understand even less about Naruto." Sasuke hugged his brother's waist, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, soaking Itachi's clothes. "I'm sorry." Itachi apologized for having kept secrets from Sasuke, and for not having been by his side for so long. "Why didn't you tell me you were still alive? I thought I was all alone." At that moment, in front of his brother, Sasuke finally let out all the fear, anxiety, and terror that had been inside him. In front of his brother, Sasuke finally stopped forcing himself, and the emotions he had hidden for so long burst forth at this moment. Itachi Uchiha gently stroked Sasuke's back, not saying a word nor offering any verbal comfort. He knew that all he needed to do was quietly stay by Sasuke's side and watch him vent his feelings. He knew that no one could comfort Sasuke. Only Naruto could, but he was no longer here. Itachi Uchiha quietly watched Sasuke. It felt as if they had returned to the past, where whenever something upset him, Sasuke liked to nestle against his knees and sulk in his embrace. Yet unlike before, now Sasuke cried for someone who would never return. Nestled in Itachi's embrace, Sasuke wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and got up from Itachi's lap. He hadn't vented his emotions so freely in a long time. Lying on the corridor floor, Sasuke's gaze drifted outside, listening to the clattering sounds from the kitchen. He wondered how long it had been since he felt this way. Such a warm feeling, he hadn't experienced it in a long time. This sense of peace and reassurance only came in front of family. Sasuke was very happy about Itachi's presence. This was the happiest moment he had felt in days. His brother's appearance was a surprise to him. If only he could wait for Naruto and the three of them could live here together, perhaps that would be his happiest moment. Sasuke reached into his pocket, rubbing the letter Naruto